The number 24 test sample has been injected with Valkyrie solution, and it survives for 2 minutes and 45 seconds, and the time of death is 4:22 a.m. I'm the only one at home. Who is speaking? Han Xiao suddenly opened his eyes, and the dazzling white lights entered his eyes. The familiar game cabin door disappeared, replaced by a pure white ceiling. The white walls around him had a cold metal texture, full of science fiction. The room was arranged like an intensive care unit. He was lying on a metal table, his exposed upper body connected to the wires of several instruments, and his back skin kissed the metal, making it cold and penetrated into his heart. There were several white coats next to them that looked like researchers with a ghost expression on their faces. Didn't I just take the order for a customer to practice a new account? I chose a regular start. What is this? Han Xiao had a great headache. His mind was messy, as if he had stuffed a lot of information out of thin air. The last memory was that he had just received a list of training and created a new character in Star C, and then he seemed to smell the strong charred protein. Go and notify Ms. Hella quickly. The test body is alive. Call the guard and control the test body immediately. The few white coats shouted. Han Xiao had never heard their language, but he could understand the meaning. The words test body, survival time, and guard made him feel very bad. There were rapid footsteps outside the door, and someone was approaching quickly. Stay still or run away immediately. After only a moment of hesitation, Han Xiao decisively chose the latter. It was not his personality to sit and wait for death. He turned over and pulled off all the instrument wires connected to his body, stumbled, and rushed towards the door of the laboratory. The white coat around him hurriedly retreated without stopping. Bang! Knocked open the door, and there was a long white corridor outside. There were more than a dozen guards wearing black combat uniforms surrounded them with electric batons at both ends of the corridor. Han Xiao recognized the half mark of the sapling on their left chest and took a breath. The budding tissue of the 1.0 version of Hylon Star? Isn't it destroyed? A guard waved the electric baton and smashed it heavily. Han Xiao subconsciously raised his hand to resist it. The severe pain of the electric shock made him shake all over, and his bones seemed to be about to crack, and half of his body was numb. Is this pain 100%? Han Xiao was shocked. The maximum pain adjustment limit of Star C is 40%. More than 40% will cause damage to the player's nerves. The game cabin has the function of monitoring the player's physical signs. If this failure occurs, it is logical that the line has been forced to be disconnected. What's going on? What's wrong with the game cabin I just changed 7 years ago? Damn, the worker who came to repair a few days ago charged me 300 yuan. He promised that there would be no problems within half a year and was not reliable at all. He would call the customer service later to ask for a refund. A dozen strong. The strong guard rushed forward, and Han Xiao experienced the feeling of a man full of men. He was escorted to an empty dark room. The guards locked the door and left. There was a dark, and he was the only one left in the room. Han Xiao grinned in pain and rubbed his wrists to relieve his energy. My head hurts again, and a huge stream of information flows out. After a long time, Han Xiao finally figured out the whole story. I traveled to Star C. Han Xiao widened his eyes, looking surprised. Star C is an immersive holographic game with servers all over the world, with the highest peak of people online at the same time approaching 60 million. Don't doubt the severity of the population expansion in parallel time and space in 2060. The game background is the starry universe. The maps and scenes are automatically evolved and formed by the latest generation of optical brains. They are incredibly large and can accommodate hundreds of millions of players online at the same time without any burden. Countless guilds and groups are playing gold and running pictures in the picture. A top-quality equipment can be sold at a sky-high price of tens of millions of dollars. A popular game must be very good in terms of balance. It can not only ensure that the rich people who are willing to spend money have certain advantages, but also not make the advantages so big that casual players feel unfair. The main way to maintain balance is to enhance the competitiveness and technicality of the game. Star C is no exception, and it also gave birth to derivatives such as professional players and professional leagues. Having said this, you may think that I will talk about how awesome and legendary Han Xiao was once a professional player. No, although Han Xiao relies on games to make a living, the four big words professional player have nothing to do with him. Is he a dead agent that most players hate? Or is he a lone man who has no studio? As a hardcore trainer in Star C, Han Xiao has experienced all version changes and is well known. He has always been in the top 100 seats in a Xiao expert list for many years. I remember that the latest episode ranks 47th. Logically, with his strength, he is more than enough to play in a profession, but he is a trainer. Let's talk about the reasons later. The budding organization, Star C version 1.0, a novice born into the planet, the incident of Hylon. Han Xiao said to himself, before he traveled through time, Star C had been in operation for more than 10 years. The incident of 1.0 has long become history. Is he going back to the past? Han Xiao looked solemn, which means that the $300 won't come back. Bang! Han Xiao slapped himself. After traveling through time, what else do I want to refund me? Am I a fool? The memory in my mind seems to be missing. I don't know the experience of the original body, and I don't even know the name. I only remember some common sense about this world, such as time. His era was the 687th year of the star ritual calendar in the game, and it was officially beta in 688. In the era of version 1.0, the three cosmic forces, Glorious Federation, Red Empire, and Virginal Spirit Sect, have maintained tens of thousands of years of peace since the end of the Exploration Chronicle. Silver Revolutionary Army has not been formed yet, and the source of super disaster is still on a desolate planet. Shining World has not been born yet, and the Tree of the World civilization has not yet explored the universe and launched a massive invasion. The Broken Star Ring, where the sea blue star is still playing soy sauce on the edge of the visible universe. In order to maintain the attractiveness of the game, Star C borrowed from a game called Yamaguchi Mountain many years ago. Each updated version is a disaster and a major event. Gul'dan Daniel has been causing trouble for so many years, and he was rubbed to death by an egg. Hey, why did you add another one again? And the Burning Legion invaded again. Who knew they would have to visit again several times? At this point, Star C has fully absorbed Yamaguchi Mountain's experience and was very exciting when playing. But if you really traveled over Friends, will the return ticket be cut? Compared with the later versions of the catastrophes that often hit Star Wars, the budding organization is a very fatal dilemma for Han Xiao at present. The modeling of the Sea Blue Star is similar to the Earth. The budding organization is an organization that attempts to subvert the regime of a great power. If you remember correctly, the experimental bodies of the Valkyrie experiment will be brainwashed and become cannon fodder. The origin of this body's raw materials used for human experiments. The memories of the budding organization were broken in the past. In addition to common sense, there were only many memory fragments left in the imprisoned and experimental scenes. At about 20 years old, he looked vaguely similar to himself in his previous life. It is hard to say whether he is healthy or not. He still remembers the words in the white coat that he was injected with Valkyrie solution. This thing is one of the genetic agents of the budding tissue used to strengthen the brain with a mortality rate of up to 70%, but it has caused changes in him. Suddenly a line of half-illusory blue light text popped up in front of me. You have been injected with Valkyrie solution, endurance potential +1, gain expertise, high concentration, gain expertise, low-level mental toughness, panel information. Han Xiao was happy. The translucent blue light curtain is painted in the line of sight, which is very sci-fi and does not affect the line of sight. Name, Han Xiao race. Carbon-based human, yellow. Template, NPC, countdown to open the public beta of version 1.0. 358 days, 11 hours, 03 minutes. Total level, 1 experience, 0 subprofession. Civilian LV1, 050. Main profession, none personal attributes. Strength 2, Agility 2, Endurance 3, Intelligence 3, Mystery 1, Charm 2, Lucky 1 free attribute points, 0 power, 0 LV 0 energy level, 1-2 level, F mortal, a scum with combat power of 5. Any passerby NPC on the street can press you to the ground and rub it 100 times. Health, 23/30ths, spray, physical strength, 36/36 is expertise, high concentration, increase learning and manufacturing speed by 10%, low-level mental toughness, obtain +3 will judgment skill, none potential point, 0 career knowledge tree, not enabled influence, none legend degree, 0 equipment, none. The game panel of Star C, thank God, this thing is still there. It turns out that Tian Yu is handsome. However, Han Xiao soon discovered something unusual. NPC template, not a player? Countdown to 1.0 public beta? Han Xiao frowned and found several important factors. 1. Although it is not clear why the attribute panel is traveling with him, this is the real world, and every life is alive. Once he dies, he will not be resurrected like in the game. 2. I traveled through time and became NPC, but I had the player system panel. This is undoubtedly good news. I can upgrade and grow like a player. 3. The countdown to the public beta made him realize that the real world may have returned to the time before the release of Shanghai, and he really returned to the past. So what will the players in the past appear again? The 4th is the key point. His current situation is very dangerous. Han Xiao is very upset. Look at other people's time travel. Is that a normal start? There are 500 gold coins and 10 people with resources and helpers, and maybe they can also have an ex-girlfriend. Even if there is no such thing, at least the environment is quite safe. Even if there is an enemy who wants to kill you, he will only secretly use a knife behind his back. What about him? At the beginning of the battle, a single hero was trapped in the enemy formation. If God was not careful, he would send him back to the Temple of Valhalla, if there was such a thing. Han Xiao does not have the ability to resurrect the player now, so he only has one life, so it would be a pity to leave it here. That's right. What he was thinking was a pity, which was a slight difference from the normal people's idea of I must live. As for things like, my life is caused by my life, and the heaven wants to destroy me, I destroy heaven, or a golden elixir swallowed into the abdomen and breaking the door of life and death without delusion. They are generally the reactions of patients in the middle and late stages. What the hell? I'm the only one who is in the sword art realm. Han Xiao complained. Even though his senses are no different from reality, he has great doubts in his heart. What is the essence of one's existence, real life? Or a set of data, soul travel? Since you come, you can rest assured. You can only take one step first. Han Xiao said intimately, no matter what he is, if you don't want to be executed bravely, you can only find a way to survive. There's still 1 year left before the public beta, and before the player arrives, he still has 1 year to prepare. This is the only good news that has excited him at the moment. He has a deep understanding of the destructive power of players, just like a locust plague, which is synonymous with chaos and madness. Bang! At this time, the door of the small black room opened and several people walked in. Because the backlight could not see clearly, Han Xiao could only vaguely see the graceful outline of the leader, and he was a hot woman. How was the test subject state? The woman spoke to her subordinate behind her, her voice with a slightly hoarse texture, like a cup of strong coffee, with a lazy and sexy touch. It seems that he has escaped from the manic period. Lin Weixian, the head of the experiment, looked up and down with a fiery gaze, looking at Han Xiao up and down, as if he was looking at his own private property. Han Xiao croaked, "Who are you?" "Huh, it seems that there's a deviation in memory." The woman raised her eyebrows. Valkyrie stimulates the brain, and memory loss is a normal reaction. Lin Weixian narrowed her eyes. His eyes gradually adapted to the light, and Han Xiao saw the woman's appearance clearly and was immediately amazed. Her long curly hair with burgundy red hair covers half of her face, wearing a tight black combat uniform. Her hot figure seems to be about to burst out her clothes, which can induce male hormones. Her facial features are both three-dimensional and soft as Easterners, like a mixed-race child, beautiful and charming, with black eyeshadows, and her whole body exudes a mature, and lazy temperament, like a beautiful snake. If Daji had such a good appearance, King Zhou would not die unjustly, and Han Xiao had this idea. Hela, the supervisor here, the red-haired beauty, stared at Han Xiao, waved her hand, and said, "Take him down for a blood test. I'm going to see the report right away." Two expressionless elite guards walked forward, pulling Han Xiao's arms left and right, and walking out with him. Han Xiao glanced at the strong body under the guard's uniform and the pistol on his waist, and immediately dispelled the plan to resist on the spot. He recognized the red snake, Hela, which is one of the challenging scenes of Helen's Blue Star Valkyrie Laboratory, one of the subordinate bases of the budding organization. In version 1.0, Hela, a boss who was born in Hylon, made countless novice players cry and cry for their parents. They were called Sister Persuading to retire on the forum. In the future, they became the interstellar powerhouse of the Colton Star Cluster. They have surpassed the natural disaster level and were named Goddess of Death, which is famous throughout the Broken Star Ring. Han Xiao smiled bitterly. His situation was really cold in the cold winter of the 12th lunar month, and his heart was cold, although it was a little longer than expected, mainly because I was lazy for half a month. That's right, it's just so righteous proud face. But those are not important. The point is that I finally posted a book. The new book needs everyone's care. Please recommend it. Please bookmark it. Please support. Ask for everything. P.S. I originally wanted to be called the Mechanical King, but someone has already chosen it. I thought that the Mechanical Lord is not good, but it still doesn't work. After changing more than a dozen names, I finally found a useful book title. The good names were pulled out, and no tender seedlings were left for me. P.S.S. There's already a 1.5 million word old book, The Demon King, so you can watch it with confidence. The big chapter that is close to 6,000 words because there are many settings in it, so I keep writing. If you don't want to see the settings, you can skip it. It doesn't matter anyway, serious face. Before the story begins, let me briefly introduce who our protagonist is. Han Xiao, a man of his gender, is very simple. The reason why he calls this ambiguous name is very simple. His mother's surname is Han, and his father's surname is Xiao. It is simple and direct, with profound meanings. At the age of 30, the whole family is not hungry when one person eats a full meal. It looks like it is the type of person who is bribed by a primary school student next door with 200 yuan to pretend to be his family member to attend a parent meeting, and the 30-year-old uncle at the same table calls him Big Brother kindly. Although he looks a little decadent, in the Star C circle, he is a big guy with extensive friendship and a little famous. The big ID, I am a slutty boy, is famous. He is at the level of being able to feel the admiration, envy, and attention of casual players when wandering around the player city. In the official forum's comments to experts in the Huaxia district, his annotation is the fighting style is weird, the on-site reaction is professional, good at the 5 series, and especially mechanics. Compared with other experts who often have 2 or 3 pages of comments, Han Xiao's comments are only 1 sentence. It is rumored that he is not a person who likes to show off. He often refuses interviews from game reporters and has no exposure. The truth is that whenever there is an interview, he hopes that the other party can add an advertisement at the beginning of the interview. Are you still worried about the 10 consecutive kneeling in the arena? Are you still depressed about being squatting in the wild PK? Star C ashes, accepting gold making, training, seeking revenge, and scams. Price discounts can be negotiated. If you can't buy it, you can't buy it, you can't buy it, you can't be fooled, operate it honestly, and get rid of the scammers. Contact ID. Facts have proved that even in the 2060s of the parallel universe, small advertisements are still as fearful as tigers. So Han Xiao's party is deserted. Alas, if you want to eat, it's all about life. Han Xiao was taken back to the laboratory for blood test. The base environment and terrain are unknown, and the number of armed personnel is unknown. With his rash resistance, he's trying to pull away but looking for a sure. The well-trained guards in the corridor are probably from the agent, at about 5 to 8 levels, and the strongest among ordinary people. If you remember correctly, Hela is an executive cadre of the Mungbung organization at this time, an E-level superpower with an energy level of 500 ohms or above. The combat power is conservatively estimated, and he can beat about 1,000 him. Exploring the chronology, a genius summarized the practice of qi, established the same basic theory to all the cultivation systems in the universe, completely opening up a new era, and the superpower began to shine. Star C is the stage for the superpowers. There are 5 superpower systems, namely superpower system, martial arts system, mechanical system, magic system, and mindfulness system. These are the main professions of Star C. By studying professional knowledge books, you can get a job. Occupations are divided into main profession and secondary profession. There are only 5 superpower departments in the main profession, and there are many secondary professions, and no professional knowledge books are required. The first test faced by all novices as soon as they enter Star C is to find professional knowledge books and change their main jobs. New characters can choose 2 types of starts. One is a regular start. The system will give you a 3-piece set of new players that will never fall, clothing and shoes that prevent naked runs, a fixed amount of money, and then choose a few fixed initial locations for a novice planet, usually located in different camps. This kind of start is stable. The other is a random start, which involves new characters and special events, may encounter danger or opportunities. Han Xiao's current situation is extremely similar to a random start. Although the game has become a reality, he is still familiar with the background and has rich experience to rely on. Han Xiao calmed down. Not long after, the blood report came out. Hela took the information from Lin Weixian and frowned slightly. There is no abnormality in the blood test. Lin Weixian, Valkyrie solution mainly stimulates the brain. Perhaps his skull should be cut open to detect brain activity. Open the scoop and smoke juice. Can I still survive? Han Xiao muttered secretly. Hela waved his hand to stop him. He is the first survival test subject in Valkyrie's experiment. Don't use destructive means unless it is absolutely necessary. Han Xiao's eyes rolled. Maybe this identity can be used well. Lin Weixian disagreed with Hela's words. It would be a pity that he could not study the materials with all his heart. Then let's observe for a while and see what aspects of Valkyrie's solution enhances. Hela narrowed her cold eyes and said, "Brainwash him first." Brainwashing? Han Xiao's heart sank. Brainwashing is a common way to control his subordinates. Players who have been brainwashed will automatically join the camp. But his current life is real, and the worst result is that his thoughts and consciousness are truly changed. This is absolutely unbearable. The good news is that the 1.0 version of Hylon Star has not yet shown the technology to directly change memory. The brainwashing method of budding tissue is relatively primitive. It tortures with images and sounds and calibrates and resets people's thinking. If your intelligence is above 10 points, you can be exempted from brainwashing. Valkyrie's solution added him 1 point of endurance potential. The potential is a hidden attribute, which affects the growth of attributes. The basic potential of different races is different. Looking at the entire Star C world, human potential is of medium level, with the highest intellectual talent, and the blood is originally very fragile. This 1 point of endurance potential is very useful to Han Xiao. High focus, accelerate learning and production speed by 10% to improve efficiency. Low-level mental toughness. The additional 3 points of mental resistance are equivalent to an additional 3 points of intelligence. If you want to save brainwashing, he is still 3 points of intelligence. The civilian profession upgrade randomly adds 1 attribute and 1 free attribute point, and the chance of adding intelligence is too small. Han Xiao is very self-aware. When he used to play game lottery, he always doubted whether there were distant relatives in his family sleeping under the black soil of Africa. If there were gods to protect him, he would definitely be the goddess of disaster. By contrast, it is undoubtedly a safe approach to obtaining a new profession. At this time, Han Xiao could not act freely, but it was impossible for a random start to be a desperate situation at the beginning, and he would inevitably give the player a chance. He was suddenly stunned. He said that he is now an NPC, and he may not be protected by the system master. He wouldn't be so cheating, right? Take him to brainwash. Hello waved his hand and left the room. The two serious armed guards were still moving with him from left to right. The one on the left seemed to owe him 300,000 yuan, and the one on the right seemed to have been constipated for 10 days. The expression of the landlord who came to urge the rent was simply carved from the same mold. The group came to another room where many mechanical instruments with complex structures were placed. Lin Weixian went to debug the machine. 300,000 and Constipation Brother pressed Han Xiao on the chair, and the wall 10 meters away was a row of glass bookshelves. Han Xiao turned his head to look at the bookshelf, and rows of book titles jumped into his eyes. Tom's Basic Mechanical Theory on the Genes of Humans and Lizards, Red's Hypothesis, seemed to be the reserved databooks for researchers. Wait, there are professional knowledge books in it. There is no way out. Han Xiao was overjoyed. The two guards were staring at them, and it seemed that if they had any moves, they would cause attacks. Han Xiao did not hesitate at all, and suddenly stood up and walked towards the bookshelf. This move scared the others, and 300,000 and Constipation Brother completed the action of pulling the gun and aiming within 0.6 seconds. The black muzzle pointed at the back. Han Xiao's face remained unchanged, and he kept saying, "Don't shoot. My health score will kill me with just one shot." The next second, Lin Weixian's voice sounded behind him, "Wait, see what he wants to do." 300,000 and Brother Constipation hesitated for a moment and let go of the finger that pulled the trigger. Han Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and bet right. As long as he has no aggressive tendency, the identity of the first successful test subject is his amulet, and his extraordinary behavior will only be regarded as an experimental effect. Tom's Basic Mechanical Theory, a basic knowledge book in the Department of Mechanics, this is his goal, and he took out the book from the bookshelf and flipped it out. The contents of the book are all mechanical theories. Those long passages of theories and fine pictures are difficult to understand. Han Xiao looked at them patiently for more than 10 seconds, and the information finally popped up on the panel. You have completed a self-study of basic mechanical knowledge. Given your intelligence, basic assembly, learning progress is 2%, high focus extra plus 0.2%. It's true. Han Xiao Ishi, although he couldn't understand it himself, the system will automatically determine it to help him learn knowledge. Lin Weixian, who was standing beside him, looked confused. The behavior of the experimental subject seemed to be learning. Could it be that the experiment increased the learning ability? For observation, Lin Weixian did not stop Han Xiao. The whole audience was silent, leaving only the rustling sound of flipping books. Basic assembly. Learning progress is 15%, plus 1.5%, 29% plus 2.9%, 48% plus 4.8%. The speed of flipping books is getting faster and faster. Han Xiao's face is still silent, but in fact he is slightly anxious. Every second that has passed is not only time, but also his freedom. With a bang, the door opened again, and Hyla walked in and frowned when she saw this scene. "What's the matter?" "It's like this." Lin Weixian explained and told Valkyrie's guess about the experiment. "Are you saying that his learning ability has been strengthened?" Lin Weixian: "This is the conclusion of preliminary observations. If you can allow me to cut his brain and test, I can give you a more accurate conclusion." Han Xiao couldn't help but complain, "How much does this old guy like to eat brains?" Hyla waved his hand to reject Lin Weixian's request. If the brain of the test body is strengthened, it may be more important for the organization than cultivating a cannon fodder agent. It needs to be brainwashed immediately and instill loyalty to the organization. She turned her head and said to Lin Weixian, "Is the brainwashing device ready?" "It has been debugged." Lin Weixian pointed to the instruments in the room. Han Xiao's ears moved, and it turned out that this was a brainwashing place. "I'll go, and I have to hurry up." At this moment, a new tip appeared with a ding-dong on the panel. Basic assembly, progress 90%, plus 10%. You have learned the basic knowledge of a mechanic, and the knowledge tree of the mechanical department will be unlocked. You have obtained a new profession, mechanical beginner, strength plus 10, intelligence plus 1, endurance plus 1. Get 2 free attribute points, get 1 potential point. You have learned new skills, elementary mechanical affinity, simple cultivation, simple strengthening modification. A hot current appeared out of thin air, traveling all over the body, and the brain was cleared. Unlike simply learning skills in the game, all the mechanical knowledge that I couldn't understand before became understandable, deeply imprinted into my mind, and turned into real knowledge. This change made it almost difficult for Han Xiao to maintain the superficial facial paralysis disguise, and he was so scared that he almost threw the book out. It turns out that you can really learn the things in the game. What a joke. Why has the Earth Federation not yet roared the Milky Way dominate the stars? There must be something strange. Han Xiao was shocked. Changes in the personal panel. Name, Han Xiao race. Carbon-based human, yellow, template, NPC, 1.0 version open countdown, 358 days, 10 hours, 11 minutes, total level, 2 experience, 0 subprofession, civilian LV1, 0/50, main profession, mechanical beginner LV1, 0 out of 200, health, 43/50 spray, physical strength, 80 out of 80 personal attributes, strength 3, agility 3, endurance 5, intelligence 4, mystery 1, charm 2, luck 1 free attribute points, 2 power, 10 out of 10, LV1, 10, strength plus 1, agility plus 1, endurance plus 1, physical strength limit plus 20 energy level, 3/4 level, F mortal. You're still 1 point away from fighting against the 5 slags, expertise, high concentration, increase learning and manufacturing speed by 10%, low-level mental toughness. Obtain +3 will judgment skills. Primary mechanical affinity LV1, 0/1000. Increase understanding of machinery, simple repair LV1, 0/400. Conduct simple repair of basic machinery, simple strengthening modification LV1, 0/600. Strengthening basic machinery potential points. 1 professional knowledge tree. Armed. Basic assembly LV1. 19 unlearned projects. Energy. 20 unlearned projects. Manipulation. 20 unlearned projects. Influence. 0 legend. 0 equipment. None. Strength determines melee attack power and affects weight-bearing ability, and you can wear and use some heavy equipment. Agility determines movement speed, attack speed, dodgeability, and additional range attack power. Endurance increases life and physical strength. Each point of endurance increases 10 basic life and 12 basic physical strength points. Some specialties and skills can affect this coefficient. In addition, endurance increases the health and physical strength value and the natural recovery rate. All behaviors will consume physical strength, such as attack, blocking, running, walking, swimming, manufacturing, etc. Endurance determines physical defense, not superimposed with equipment defense. Defense power divides many sets of damage reduction conversion formulas, such as being hit by a bullet in metal armor and being hit by a bullet in body. Even if the panel defense is the same, the damage reduction rate of the two is completely different. It depends on the attack method, melee, long range, bullet, energy, power, its own attributes, and equipment material. This series of formulas is converted by Light Brain, and no clear algorithm is given on the official website. For players, there is no need to think about it anyway. The higher the defense, the better. Intelligence is the degree of development of the brain domain, which determines the understanding and willpower. The higher the intelligence, the faster the skill proficiency is improved, the more experience you gain, and can increase the speed of learning and manufacturing. This attribute is the main attribute of the mechanical system, affecting the quality of the final finished product of the machinery. Mystery is the perception of the spiritual world, which determines the attack power of the mind power system and the magic system, just like the significance of power and agility to the martial arts system. Charm affects the initial favorability of certain characters and factions and can get discounts when trading with NPC. Luck affects certain judgments and item drop rates. Free attribute points are used to enhance the 7 attributes of strength, agility, endurance, intelligence, mystery, charm, and luck. Power is the core attribute of Star C. The foundation of the superpower can only be achieved through upgrades and skills increase. The explanation given in the game is bioenergy extracted from cells through special practice methods. Having strength is a sign of the entry of superpowers. Even the superpower system of genetic awakening requires strength to support the consumption of superpowers. There are countless people who have been squeezed out by their own superpowers in history. Every time the numerical value of power reaches a standard, the effect of a tribute bonus is obtained. For example, 10 points of power is the standard of power LV1, 50 points of power is LV2, and 100 points of power is LV3. The attributes added at each level are not fixed and will change with the main profession's transfer. The higher the profession, the more attribute bonuses you will get. Releasing super energy skills basically requires energy consumption. Once the energy decreases and is lower than the numerical standard of a certain level, the attribute bonus of that level will be lost. For example, the standard for 10 points of strength is 10 points. Once the strength is consumed to 10 points, the attribute bonus of 1v1 will be lost. This concept is equivalent to a state decline after releasing the skill, affecting the conventional combat power, greatly increasing the importance of combat details. The strength can be recovered slowly by itself, or it can be consumed quickly. If the strength is consumed and the energy consumed skills are still used, it will consume more than the proportion of the energy. Once the physical strength is consumed, the health value will begin to be reduced. Superpowers who are squeezed out by their own superpowers will die like this. Energy level is the assessment of the combat effectiveness of the character and the judgment of the superpower level. Dr. Stuart Honor of the Glorious Federation pioneered the energy level theory and unified the complex energy algorithms into the energy level unit Honor. The calculation method is not addition or subtraction, but a complex functional model, and the overall trend is a curve rise. E, D, C, B, A are the superpower level of the E-level superpower is 100 ohms, and Hela is the stronger superpower in the E-level. Level A is a watershed, also known as the natural disaster level, which can cause devastating disasters on the planet's surface. There are higher levels above level. Han Xiao was once a strong man at that level, but for him at the moment, it is still very far away. Obtaining a first-level mechanical profession plus 2 free attribute points is only enough to pile up intelligence to 6 points, and the key 1 attribute is still missing to be exempted from brainwashing. Han Xiao was a little depressed. He has no other choice except to upgrade. The question is how to gain experience. It is obviously impossible to fight monsters, and there is little chance of triggering tasks. Don't you have any help? Han Xiao's eyes suddenly flashed. Maybe this could still be done. He threw away the book, turned his head suddenly, staring at the pistol at the waist of 300,000, making his expression dull and confused, as if he was in a daze. Hela frowned, swallowed the order he was about to give, and looked at Han Xiao in confusion with everyone, not knowing what he was going to do. Han Xiao tightened his muscles, deliberately making his movements appear stiff, walked towards the 300,000, stretched out his hand as slowly as possible, allowing everyone to see their movements clearly, and touched the pistol at the waist of the 300,000. 300,000 instinctively covered the gun and found that Han Xiao had no intention of scrambling, but he just didn't let go, and it felt like a child stubbornly grasping the toy he wanted. It was also because Han Xiao deliberately slowed down his movements that he did not directly draw his gun and fire. Download the bullet. Hyla showed an interesting look. She wanted to see Han Xiao's attempt. 300,000 acted according to the order, pulled out the magazine, and let Han Xiao take away the pistol. The moment he got the pistol, Han Xiao learned about the item information. Type 73 Hornet pistol, quality gray, small caliber portable gun, attack power 2835, fire rate 1.1 round/s, Output energy level 13. Structures are machine springs, pull sleeves, striker pins, magazines missed. Basic assembly, give him a lot of mechanical knowledge. The structure of the Type 73 Hornet pistol is automatically presented in his mind. Han Xiao suddenly understood how to assemble. The manufacturing in the game has been simplified by the system and only needs to read the bars, but now he has to do it himself. This is more immersive than the game, and he also confirmed from this that he had traveled to a certain reality, not just a game. Squeezing down the complex emotions in his heart, Han Xiao disassembled the pistol into a pile of parts in awkward manner, and then began to reassemble it. Simple repair, in the skill bar shiny slightly. In 40 seconds, the pistol was assembled into shape. This speed is nothing to the agents, and it is even a bit slow, but Hela and others did not forget that Han Xiao in front of him had never received training at all, and had only read 10 minutes of the book. Everyone showed shock. Is this the effect of Valkyrie's experiment? Lin Weixian looked excited. What a strong learning ability. If I could study his brain, I might be able to copy it. I go. How persistent are you in brain flowers? Han Xiao kept repeating the disassembly and assembly process. You completed a mechanical assembly, basic, with a perfection of 69% and gained 28 experiences. You completed a mechanical assembly, basic, with a perfection of 73% and gained 32 experiences. There are many ways to obtain experience in Shanghai World. In addition to monster fighting and tasks, technology and manufacturing experience are important sources of experience for the mechanical department. The mechanical department has a relatively weak combat power in the early stage and is biased towards logistics manufacturing. As you become proficient, the speed of disassembling and assembling the pistol continues to accelerate, gradually shortening to 20 seconds to complete. Hela finally came to her senses and said solemnly, "Brainwash him immediately." At this moment, Han Xiao completed the last assembly and finally accumulated experience to 200 points. Do everything into mechanical beginner. A hot stream was born, and a pleasant reminder sound rang in my mind. Mechanical beginner, upgrade LV2, strength plus 10, intelligence plus 1, endurance plus 1, gain 2 free attribute points, obtain 1 potential point. It's so dangerous. Han Xiao relaxed his heart and let the guards take back the pistol. For new books, please support, recommend, please collect them. Cold shackles lock hands and feet. The iron frame fixes the head, and 2 face openers used to open the eyelids to prevent blinking. In front of the iron frame chair is a black screen, and speakers are on both sides of the screen. Han Xiao was fixed on the chair and could not move, looking straight at the dark screen in front of him. How long does it take to brainwash? 12 hours. You are here to stare. After Hela said that, he took the people away. Lin Weixian activated the switch, and the screen lit up, showing strange pictures, including triangles, circles, and ripples. They kept changing shapes, and the colors changed rapidly, causing a strong impact on Han Xiao's vision, feeling a very uncomfortable weirdness. The speaker was playing music that was sometimes restless and sometimes soothing. The strong contradiction made Han Xiao instinctively feel uncomfortable. He wanted to close his eyes, but the eyelids were supported by the face opener. His eyes gradually became congested and sore. Wow, it's so uncomfortable. This is a more primitive brainwashing method. The brain is like a precision instrument. The basic principle is to use the continuous conflict between vision and hearing to disorder thinking. After calibration and reset, the thought stamp is instilled. Although this method is a bit original, it also has benefits and will not cause excessive damage to the brain structure. In Lin Weixian's eyes, Han Xiao's brain has extraordinary value and is a precious work of art. Lin Weixian's greedy eyes made Han Xiao very angry, just like a butcher looking at a pig, thinking about which piece of meat is the best. He has 4 free attribute points. After thinking about it, he invested 2 points to increase his intelligence to 7 points, leaving 2 free attribute points to spare. You are undergoing brainwashing, low level, making a mental judgment, 7 points of intelligence, low-level mental toughness, +3. The judgment is passed, and you are exempted from this brainwashing. The nausea slowly subsided, and Han Xiao felt a little better. Lin Weixian secretly complained that Hyla threw the troublesome brainwashing work to him, but he didn't know that just under his nose, Han Xiao was immune to brainwashing. With the last judgment over, Han Xiao spent 12 hours of suffering, with his back and his eyes dry. Lin Weixian checked the time and turned off the brainwashing instrument, and Han Xiao felt like he was reborn. Hela came over again, and the leader ordered her to brainwash Han Xiao himself and not allow any mistakes. The bondage on his body was untied by Hela, and the blood was not flowing smoothly in the bound position, and it was blue and purple. Although Han Xiao was in pain, he did not look down. He had to perform the brainwash state, keeping his eyes blank, without focal length, and looking straight ahead. Hela suddenly bent down and approached, with his face only 10 centimeters apart. The wet breath spewed on his lips. Han Xiao had no charming thoughts. Be good. At such a dangerous moment, he couldn't have any bad thoughts. The smell of perfume on the woman's body clearly spread into Han Xiao's nose, making his nose a little itchy. He finally managed to resist sneezing. Hela's tone was gentle, as if he was hypnotizing. Who are you? Hiss. After brainwashing, he usually had to instill prepared identity. When facing uncertain problems, the best reaction was silence. Han Xiao mobilized his facial muscles, showing a disgusting expression that seemed to have been played with, and turned a deaf ear to Hela's words. We can't act anything else, so it's still okay to act with facial paralysis. Hela spoke with her ears, and her whispered words mixed with wet heat into his ears. Her burgundy curly hair scratched his neck, which was a little itchy. She could see the open collar of Hela's combat uniform from her eyes. The large area of slippery whiteness almost blinded his eyes. Han Xiao's heart was not shaking, and he was as motionless as a mountain, holy as a Buddha. There is a well in Songshan and a well named Kong, and there is an island in the Songhai called Maple. Just kidding. I have watched the gourd baby hundreds of times. Will I fall into your beauty plan? From today, your name is No. Zero. The budding organization is your home, your country, and the requiem where you are willing to contribute everything. You have supreme loyalty to the organization. All your thinking must be based on the interests of the organization. You cannot conceal anything, and you cannot do behaviors that harm the interests of the organization. The meaning of your existence is to execute the organization's orders and be ready to sacrifice your life for the organization at any time. Lin Weixian added with a sneer, You are the person of the organization in life, and you are the ghost of the organization. Even if you're made into a specimen, you can only obey. Hela, who are you? This time is different from before, and it is a question to judge whether the brainwashing is successful. Han Xiao changed his mind and did not answer immediately. Hyla frowned and turned to look at Lin Weixian, her eyes cold. Lin Weixian muttered, I have been brainwashing according to the procedures, so there will be no mistakes. At this moment, Han Xiao finally spoke, deliberately dragging his tone for a long time, which sounded like a slow reaction. I am Zero. Lin Weixian's eyes lit up, and he thought of an explanation. Valkyrie's solution enhances Zero's learning ability, and the sequelae may be to weaken his emotional communication ability. Hela thought that Zero was focusing on the performance of books before, and was indeed slow to change in the outside world, so she couldn't help but believe this statement. It seems that the experiment is not perfect. Lin Weixian sneered. You are wrong. This is the perfect effect. What kind of feelings a cannon fodder wants? Take him to rest. I'll ask the leader for instructions. It's safe for the time being. Han Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. When he was brainwashed, he thought about portraying himself into a slow-responsive image that could reduce the enemy's vigilance. Although the time travel is not very good, fortunately, the time is not that bad. The Valkyrie experiment he experienced was just the prototype version of the future Super Warrior project. It has not yet developed the loyalty of the micro self-destructive chip control test body. If he traveled to that time, He felt that he would be less guilty if he died earlier. The goddess of luck finally came to me. Hela connected an encrypted number. Chief, Zero situation is stable. A hoarse male voice came from the phone. Have you completed the brainwashing? I presided over it myself. There will be no problem. What arrangements do you have for Zero? The purpose of Valkyrie's experiment is to train soldiers and train him. Hela did not comment. Since it was the leader's arrangement, she had no objection. Now, it was my sister. Our deal is not like this. The male voice was a little teasing. I gave you the right to visit once every 2 months. Don't cross the line. Hyla's white and tender hands stretched out blue veins, and her face was gloomy. The male voice laughed hoarsely, his voice as harsh as sandpaper rubbing, and hung up the phone with a click. The architectural tone of Valkyrie Laboratory is white, located underground. The air is filled with a depressing smell, and the guards coming and going are as cold as a knife. After a night of rest, Han Xiao was taken to a closed training ground, where Hela was waiting for him. He was not sure what arrangements the Mungbung organization had for him, but he speculated that he would not abandon his learning ability and would definitely get a lot of opportunities to gain experience in mechanical technology. In the short term, it seems that he cannot escape this base with strict defense, and Han Xiao is mentally prepared to be trapped for a long time. Number 0, starting today, you will have to conduct fighting and shooting training every day. Hyla threw a set of protective gear to Han Xiao. Put on. Seeing that this posture was about to start fighting, Han Xiao quickly put on protective gear. Hyla twisted her footsteps, and the high-top combat boots rubbed the floor with a harsh friction sound, bursting out huge kinetic energy. In the blink of an eye, it rushed to Han Xiao's eyes across 5 meters, and the long legs wrapped in a black tight uniform were whipping like a whip. Bang! The speed is too fast. Han Xiao's eyes were blurred, and he was kicked. Even though he was wearing protective gear, his sternum still creaked, his face suddenly turned pale. He took more than 10 steps, and covered his chest, and coughed violently. He is worthy of being a superpower. Even if he doesn't put in full force, his speed is still several times faster than that of ordinary people. Hela said lightly, I'll give you 30 seconds to rest. Continue. Fighting training is rough and simple, without a single word of communication. Just keep fighting and fighting. 2 hours later, Han Xiao was exhausted and there was no pain in his body. He simply suspected that this woman had a sadistic tendency. Women with very queen-like dressing style like this tone. Hela, LV30, teaches you basic fighting. Current progress is 5%. After the training, Hela didn't say a word and turned around and left. A burly man walked in and pulled Han Xiao, who was almost disbanded, to the shooting training ground next door. I am your gun instructor and the deputy director of the base, Barada. The burly man introduced himself, with a ferocious look, a hideous scar on his forehead, and a pair of triangular eyes full of evil spirits. He stuffed a Type 73 Wasp pistol into his hand and said, There are 10 training bullets inside, and I hit all the targets on the head. Han Xiao was stunned. The human-shaped target was moving 30 meters away, and it was so difficult at the beginning. He has no various shooting skills to correct it now, which is equivalent to a novice who has never touched the guns. It is considered a lucky draw if he doesn't leave the target. All hit the head. Olympic shooting champion. Han Xiao had no choice but to raise the pistol with his sore arms and pull the trigger. The recoil made his wrist hurt. After finishing the 10 shots of the bang bang bang, Han Xiao glanced at the electronic scoreboard next to him, and naturally the score was not enough. Suddenly, he felt a severe pain from being scratched by a sharp weapon. Han Xiao's heart trembled. With great perseverance, he did not scream out on the spot. Looking back, he saw Barada playing with a black tactical dagger, licking the blood stained by the blade with his tongue, and sneered with a sickly excited face. Continue. I haven't met my requirements. I'll give you a knife to see how much blood you want to release today. Crazy. Han Xiao was so angry that he reached out and touched his back. His hand were covered in blood. One wall in the shooting range is a single mirror, and behind the mirror is a surveillance room, where Hela and Lin Weixian watched this scene. Lin Weixian shook his head and said, Barada doesn't know how to cherish such a precious experimental body. Why don't I let me dissect and study it? A hint of disgust flashed in Hyla's eyes and then disappeared without a trace. He glanced at Lin Weixian. The organization will not agree to your request. Lin Weixian sneered. When the organization squeezes out his value, it will eventually send him to my laboratory bench. I created him, and he is my personal belonging. Hyla knew that Lin Weixian was talking about the facts, and this was the organization's style of conduct. So she simply stopped talking. In the eyes of the organization, Han Xiao is just a tool, not even a person. Balata, LV-15, teaches you basic shooting. The current progress is 5%. Agent profession unlocking progress 1%. Another cut was cut in his arm, and each cut was not deep, but he had accumulated more than a dozen blades on his body, and his clothes were soaked in blood. Barada looked at Han Xiao, who was pale but silent with interest, squinted his eyes, and enjoyed it. He liked the touch of the blade passing through the flesh and blood. He liked the smell of blood. The bright red, blooming like flowers, is the most beautiful scene in his eyes. Why don't you scream? Barada played with the dagger, intoxicated tone. I can't scream. I'm not a qualified toy. Damn pervert. Han Xiao took a deep breath and wanted to punch Barada's sickly smiling face. But he knew that such reckless actions would only lead to bad results. Just like if you're playing with a mat line, you'll be beaten up by someone, and you'll have to fight against the enemy with your blood, which will only lead to a more miserable collapse. The correct way is to call the jungler and lead the jungler together. And then everyone quarreled happily, played GGS with laughter, saving the life wasted on a game. If he had a young temper, he would have 2 mouths and a set of quality 3 consecutive games. But now he is not as resurrected as a player. What else can he do? It's not like a father forgives others. Let you laugh enough first, and you will always cry in the future. Han Xiao gritted his teeth. Not angry, it hurts. The new book is a seedling that requires everyone's care to grow. Please recommend votes, collect, and support. On the novice planet with magic background, the potion for replenishing blood and blue is Life Recovery Potion and Magic Supplement. The red and blue medicine in the background of Hylon is obviously a nutritional warehouse and healing agent. After the fire-provoking shooting training, Han Xiao was taken by the researchers to a nutritional silo filled with healing agent for 2 hours. The knife wound on his body was scabbed, and he was not hindered. It only caused the wound to cause a wave of dull nerve pain. There is an idle mechanical modification room in the base. Because he showed his mechanical talent, he was placed here separately. He could use the lathes, materials, and tools at will. There is a monitor in the corner of the room. Han Xiao was not surprised by this. I believe that the researchers were always observing him. The bookshelf by the wall was full of books, and Han Xiao discovered several basic mechanical knowledge books. Hylon Star, which was born in 687 years in Shanghai, was one of the novice planets. She had just been in contact with interstellar civilization for a short time. She is moving from the old civilization era to the new civilization era. The civilization level is still on the surface of the planet. Technology is similar to the Earth. The mechanical technology that can be found is at most advanced knowledge. The knowledge tree of the mechanical department has 3 branches: armed, energy, and manipulation, each with 20 kinds of knowledge, divided into 5 levels: basic, advanced, high-end, cutting-edge, and ultimate. Career knowledge is the growth tree of players and the core system of the main profession. The first occupational knowledge is used to acquire the main occupation. After that, the occupational knowledge requires the consumption of potential points to learn, and the knowledge level is also improved through potential points. There are 3 ways to obtain potential points: upgrades and rewards for certain advanced tasks. Practice a skill to the full level. With 2 potential points, he does not intend to learn new professional knowledge for the time being. He does not rush to have a job knowledge for a while. He retains potential points for other purposes. It is easy for many players to upgrade at the beginning and squander all the potential points. When there is demand, he will be confused. As the characters grow, The potential points will become more and more rare, and every point is very precious. He has free time outside of training. Han Xiao spent all his time on machinery, trying to save enough experience as soon as possible and escape from this enemy camp without freedom. Time passes by in a hurry. Han Xiao gained experience by assembling machinery and strengthening machinery. With his proficiency in the techniques, the assembly perfection of basic machinery can be maintained at more than 90%, and he has considerable experience every time. If a type of machine is repeatedly assembled too many times, it will continue to reduce experience until it is not given experience. Fortunately, there's a special arsenal in the base, and there are many types of guns, providing sufficient materials for him to brush assembly experience. The Mingyao organization is not wary of Han Xiao. They do not think that accidents such as resistant psychology will occur when an experimental subject has been wiped out by the organization and has been brainwashed. Han Xiao maintains a low-key image of taciturnity and harmless humans and animals, reducing everyone's vigilance towards him. The organization has high hopes for Han Xiao, but he knows that he can shoot the first bird, store experience, and do not upgrade. The researchers were soon disappointed with him, and this level of mechanical assembly, which was also possible by trained logistics personnel, did not meet their expectations for Valkyrie's experiment. After a month of observation, the researchers stopped 24 hours of uninterrupted surveillance and concluded that the test subject 0 was a failed waste product, so they devoted their energy to improving Valkyrie's potion. Han Xiao didn't have to pretend to be under the monitor at all times, so he was much more relaxed. As investment cannot see returns, Mengbeng's patience with him has been decreasing, and only Lin Weixian and Barada have been paying attention to him. Lin Weixian was curious about Han Xiao's mutation and proposed to the organization many times to dissect Han Xiao to obtain more experimental data, but they were all rejected on the grounds of waiting longer. Han Xiao knew very well that according to the style of Mingyao organization, he would sooner or later fall into Lin Weixian's hands, which put a lot of pressure on him. Barada did not hide his passion for torture and called it a means to encourage the experimental subject to complete training. He could not torture his colleagues, so the slow-feeling experimental subject became the only choice. Due to the presence of the healing agent, his behavior was not stopped, and the researchers believed that the appropriate torture was conducive to stimulating changes in the test subject. Gradually, Han Xiao began to be numb to the pain. He remembered the blood splashed by every knife and waited silently. Living around is full of enemies. No one can communicate with each other. Han Xiao devoted more energy to studying machinery. The process of grinding the cold metal into different shapes on the lathe and assembling it into useful tools made him feel fulfilled. A armed guard moved a large amount of supplies from the mechanical modification room, and Han Xiao watched silently. The organization is very disappointed with you. Starting today, reduce the 80% of the resource allocation given to you. The flat-headed man stood in front of Han Xiao, with a hint of smugness and disdain on his face, and contemptuously despised Han Xiao with the eyes of the winner. He is the second surviving test subject after Han Xiao. I heard that you were the experimental subject before me. The organization spent a lot of resources on you, but you only fiddled with these junks. You are a failure. The organization, let me replace your status, is the right decision. Number 1, despised. He was a completely brainwashed experimental subject. The organization was his belief and had inexplicable hostility towards Han Xiao. Han Xiao was unwilling to waste his words, and the conflict was an unwise move to expose himself. If the investment does not return, Mengbeng will decisively change the investment goal. So after the birth of the first one, the organization withdrew most of the resources given to Han Xiao. Han Xiao had long expected this. Number 1 showed the effect of Valkyrie's experiment. He had a good talent in combat, was physically strong, and could quickly train him to become an armed warrior. Since the laboratory was not equipped with logistics personnel for mechanical maintenance, Han Xiao was able to retain the mechanical modification room and be responsible for maintaining and repairing firearms. However, The free mechanical parts and materials distributed every month were much less, and he was regarded as a failed test body by the organization. Several guards passed by and saw this scene, and without hesitation, they sarcastically, TSK, two poor worms. I was taken for experiments, turned into preparatory cannon fodder, and was completely brainwashed. It would be better to die if I became them like this. Say less. What's the matter? They have been brainwashed anyway. Every pair of eyes contained indifference and a sense of condescending look at the pet. Isn't the test body just the tool cannon fodder in the eyes of the budding tissue? As the discussion went away, Han Xiao lowered his eyes to cover up the splendor in his eyes. Half a year passed in a flash. During this period, Han Xiao figured out the terrain and personnel deployment of Valkyrie's laboratory. The Valkyrie laboratory is hidden underground, with 3 floors in total. Because it is a secret laboratory, it is not large in scale. It is hidden in a forest in the wilderness and replenishes supplies through airdrops. A total of 60 armed guards were stationed here. Hela is the supervisor of the laboratory, and Lin Weixian is the person in charge of the experiment. Every time, the organization will send a batch of human raw materials that have been removed from memory for experiments. This base is the main laboratory of the Valkyrie project, including Han Xiao and Number 1. A total of 78 successful test bodies were produced. In addition to this, the budding organization also has more than a dozen laboratory branches to replicate cannon fodder on a large scale. Most of these 78 successful test subjects were transferred to other places through helicopters. Only Number 1 led 9 of the best talented test subjects to form a reserve elite team and receive training here. Since the organization reduced its attention to him, Han Xiao's life has become monotonous. Every day, he stayed in the mechanical modification room to repair and assemble firearms, which basically became his small world. The guards are used to ignoring Han Xiao's existence. When their eyes swept over Han Xiao, they will not stop at all, as if Han Xiao was like a wall, but it was just a background. Unattracting attention gave Han Xiao a great convenience. He gained a lot of experience from uninterrupted mechanical work, just like mistletoe, quietly drawing nutrients from the budding tissue under everyone's noses and remembering the structure of many basic firearms. This basic scientific and technological weapon that can be seen everywhere can master the manufacturing method as long as it is assembled many times and is not a drawing skill recorded on the panel. The experience given by assembly and strengthening is separate. When Han Xiao was unable to gain experience from assembly, he began to use strengthening modification to gain a new round of experience. He was very cautious. Every time the reinforcement and modification was completed, he would return the gun to its original state and hide his abilities. Through the training of Hela and Barada, he mastered the basic fighting and basic shooting skills and unexpectedly unlocked a talent specialty, well-trained, adding an additional 100 basic health points and adding more life safety. Unlocked the secondary profession agent, and the total level becomes level 4. After continuous practice, simple repairs and simple reinforcement modifications have been upgraded to level 4, and basic fighting and basic shooting have been upgraded to level 2. The mechanical department needs huge financial support to grow, which is one of the limitations of the mechanical department. Fortunately, there are budding organizations that provide free materials. Until 90% of the types of guns in the arsenal were assembled by Han Xiao, the experience he could gain at the base finally reached its limit. 600,000 experience value. Accumulation over the past 6 months. The ratio of reality to game time in the previous life was 6-1, and half a year was equivalent to 1 month in the previous life. Without doing tasks or killing monsters, this amount was very considerable in the early stage. Only the mechanical system could create such rich experience under limited conditions. He has requested Lin Weixian's request to dissect number 0 many times. The leader said on the phone. Hyla frowned. You have also refused many times. The organization has invested resources in him and must get rewards. The leader said indifferently. The only value of waste is to be dismantled for waste utilization, and zero is waste. Hyla bit her lip and said, I understand. The problem of zero is not the focus of this call. The leader changed his slogan. How is the training results of the #1 test team? It has great prospects and great potential. Very good. Let them go to Xiao base for training. I have sent Xiao team to pick them up, and I will arrive in 2 or 3 days. That's the day I visited my sister. Hyla's tone sank. You don't need to accompany the Xiao squad to carry out missions. That's good. Please recommend. Please collect. Please support. Drink. Hyla exhaled, and her pink fist exploded with a powerful force, pounding Han Xiao's chest like a bullet, making a crackling sound of air explosion. Han Xiao took a punch, endured the suffocation in his chest, grabbed the collar of Hela's combat uniform with his big hand, twisted his waist, and threw Hela to the other side with a fall over his shoulder. Hela was not panicked at all, supported the ground with his palms, turned over lightly, and easily resolved this over-shoulder fall. Seeing this, Han Xiao did not pursue him and stood there rubbing his chest. You only have such a little progress. Hela looked dissatisfied. Han Xiao didn't say a word. He deliberately hid his weakness. With his own performance, the organization should have given up on him. However, over the past 6 months, Hela has still trained him every day and is working extra hard today. Hela didn't expect Han Xiao to speak. She knew that Zero was taciturn, like a robot without emotion. Although she is the supervisor, she is actually very leisurely and does nothing at the base every day. Training Han Xiao is one of her few activities. After learning that the leader wants to hand Han Xiao over to Lin Weixian, Hyla feels very complicated. Although the two almost never communicate, they always feel a different feeling when they are together for half a year. Even if they are commonly used, they will be missed by others, let alone humans. Perhaps it is a little nostalgic. Hela couldn't bear to see Han Xiao dismembered into hundreds of pieces of minced meat on the test bench of Lin Weixian, the scumbag. How many times have those familiar faces disappeared on a normal day and never appeared again? The organization's cold style made her lose many friends. And Sister Hela was sad. If Zero could show his combat talent at the last moment, perhaps the leader would change his mind, so she worked hard to train Han Xiao today. Unfortunately, miracles are not that easy to happen. The leader agreed to Lin Weixian's anatomy and study you. Hela sighed. Strictly counting, this is the first sentence Hela said to #0 and has nothing to do with training. Hela didn't notice, and Han Xiao's eyes suddenly became sharp and then disappeared. This day is indeed coming. Han Xiao had long expected that his performance would lead to such a result sooner or later. For the budding organization, useless people are junk stocks that need to be sold quickly and recover their investment as soon as possible. But he did not regret it at all, because the importance was linked to the surveillance level. If he showed extraordinary things in a high profile, he would only be exploited more violently. His identity could not enter the core level of the germination organization and would always be regarded as a tool. At most, it would be easy to use or not. Otherwise, Han Xiaozhen would not mind working for the germination. Han Xiao suddenly caught a glimpse of a photo on the ground. It seemed that it fell out of Hyla's pocket when he fell over his shoulder. He bent down and picked it up. This is a group photo. The background of the photo is blue sea and blue sky. There is a sunset hanging between the sea and sky, smudged with rays of light. Two little girls standing side by side are the protagonists of the photo. One is Hela when she was a child, smiling brightly and lively. The other girl looks a bit similar to Hela, but her hair is snow white, gentle, and well-behaved. Hela's face changed, and she suddenly took back the photo. Seeing that the photo was not damaged, she breathed a sigh of relief. She solemnly put the photo close to her body, looked at Han Xiao deeply, and turned around to leave the training ground. A message popped up suddenly on the panel. You trigger the D-level mission Night Owl plan. Accept/give up? Han Xiao's eyes flashed slightly. This was his first time in half a year to trigger a mission. There is nothing to hesitate. Accept it. Task tips. The dark and bloody rise of the budding organization has always been a secret mystery of the six major powers of Hylon Star. Hela has an unknown past. Is she really loyal to the budding organization? You have already grasped a little clue. If you keep track of it, you may be able to gain unexpected gains, or it may be unexpected, dangerous. Of course, you can also provide this clue to some people who are interested in exchange for rewards, or you can also ruin the clue in your stomach. In any case, the right to choose is with you. The mission was obviously triggered by the photo. It happened that Han Xiao happened to recognize the white-haired girl, Hela's sister, Aurora. Aurora also has superpowers, but her superpowers and Hela are two extremes. Hela is extremely aggressive, while Aurora's blood has strong healing ability, which can even prolong her life and bring back the dead. With a guilty concealment, Aurora was brainwashed and controlled by Menya. Not only did she use her superpowers, but she also used this as a threat to make Hela do a lot of bloody work for Menya. The only thing Hela cares about is her sister. At the end of version 1.0, the war between the Six Kingdoms and the Buddies entered a white-hot stage. The war was intensified. Buddies dismembered Aurora and used her flesh and blood to make countless healing potions with the effect comparable to the Second Life, and won a great victory on the local battlefield. Hela, who was on the front line, did not know what was going on until a few months later. Hela completely collapsed. The Mungbun organization had long guessed her reaction and immediately sent a large number of experts to capture Hela and imprison her. Hela suffered inhuman torture in prison, and her deep hatred gave her terrible resilience, endured all the torture, and finally found an opportunity to escape from prison. Since then, Hela has become cold-blooded and cruel, using countless lives to develop superpowers, becoming stronger by any means, completely becoming an evil camp, and finally becoming the goddess of death, whose broken star is shy. Although Hela is cold now, she's just 10,000 times kind compared to the future female god of death who regards thousands of creatures as dust and destroys civilizations. If she has the chance, Han Xiao would like to help her and change Hela's tragic future. It was not out of pity, but to avoid trouble. Hela in his previous life was simply a crazy woman. He caught and killed anyone. Han Xiao was unlucky in Shanghai for more than a dozen times, and all of them were exposed to warships and suffered huge losses. To change Hela's future, the key point lies in Aurora. However, at present, Han Xiao does not have this ability, and escaping is the top priority. Every 2 months, Hela will leave the laboratory regularly, and there are 2 days left for Hela to leave again, and his experience reserves are enough. The opportunity finally came. Back to his mechanical modification room, Han Xiao called out the panel. He now has 3 professions: civilians, agents, and mechanical beginners. The civilian profession can be ignored, and the other 2 are his capital to escape from the laboratory. Among the 5 major professional systems, the mechanical system is relatively weakest in the early stage, but he does not regret it at all. The mechanical system is his best profession. The mechanical department tended to be logistics and life professions in the early stage, but after the high-end knowledge of the professional knowledge tree was opened in version 3.0, the combat effectiveness of the mechanical department soared and gradually became popular, and even competed with the martial arts department with the most players. In the later stage, a high-level mechanic is a star legion. There are many famous skills in the mechanical system. Each drawing invention is equivalent to a skill. There are thousands of drawings in the mechanical system, so the later development potential is very high. Different skills are matched with countless combat modes, such as trap flow, position flow, heavy artillery flow, sniper flow, legion flow, mecha flow, etc. But the disadvantages are also obvious. If you want to cultivate a mechanical master, the experience you need is more than several times that of other professions. After thinking about it, Han Xiao devoted his experience to the mechanical entry-level profession and made a crazy level. Mechanical beginner, improved to LV3, strength +10, intelligence +1, endurance +1, obtain 2 free attribute points, obtain 1 potential points. Mechanical Beginner, improved to LV10, max, strength plus 30, intelligence plus 1, endurance plus 1, obtain 2 free attribute points, obtain 1 potential points. The upper limit of each profession is level 10, and you can continue to upgrade after changing your job. A total of 130,000 experience was spent, and the Mechanical Beginner was raised from level 2 to level 10, providing 8 points of endurance, 8 points of intelligence, 100 points of strength, 16 points of free attribute points, and 8 points of potential points, and the total level was changed to level 12. The main profession is usually the most preferred way to improve, and you can gain strength and have the highest cost effectiveness. Mechanical Beginner. After reaching the level 10 upper limit, Han Xiao temporarily failed to meet the transfer requirements. He had expected this and temporarily put it aside. Han Xiao upgraded Agent to level 9 again, consuming 80,000 experience. Agent. The profession allows him to gain strength plus 12, agility plus 9, charm plus 3, 9 potential points, and 9 free attribute points. The total level reaches level 20. A character can have an unlimited number of professions, but every 20 levels is a bottleneck, and you need to complete advanced tasks before you can continue to upgrade. The total level upper limit is unlocked with a version update, and the total level upper limit of version 1.0 is level 60. Star C has hundreds of professions, allowing players to have countless combinations. In the later stage of the game, personalization is very important. There is no fixed growth strategy, and each character has differences to maintain its attractiveness. But Han Xiao found that his panel did not show the total level upper limit, which means he could have power beyond the player version. In version 1.0 and version 2.0, players' activity areas are basically novice planets. In the depths of the universe, those large interstellar forces have always existed, but players cannot access them. Therefore, the version is a restriction on players. As an NPC, he naturally does not have such shackles. Level 20 Advanced Task. Learn advanced knowledge of a mechanical department. The prerequisite for advanced knowledge requires learning 5 basic knowledge of one branch. The professional knowledge of the armed branches in the base is not complete, and he has no choice. Another 150,000 experience is consumed, and simple repair and simple strengthening modification are upgraded to the maximum level of LV10, and 2 potential points are obtained, which is related to the subsequent plan. Spend 10,000 experience, Junior Mechanical Affinity is upgraded to LV3. According to his familiarity with Star C, Han Xiao spent 60,000 yuan to upgrade Basic Fighting, Basic Shooting to LV6 and successfully obtained 2 new skills, Grabbing and Precise Shooting. The remaining last 170,000 experience is the reserve used by Han Xiao to bet on drawings. Inventing drawings is the most important capability of the mechanical department. After upgrading the knowledge of the mechanical department's occupation, the drawings will be automatically obtained. This is the first method to obtain drawings. The second type is obtained from tasks and special NPCs. It is a special drawing and is generally rare. The third type is to disassemble the machinery and study the drawings in reverse, but the conditions are harsh and it takes a lot of experience. The fourth type is the most important knowledge fusion, which integrates 2 or more professional knowledge. If the combination is correct, new drawings can be developed, and each fusion will consume experience. There are countless combinations of 60 kinds of knowledge that are matched with each other. Each combination hides many kinds of drawings, but each fusion will only develop one of them, and even some drawings have hidden prerequisite requirements. So, it is difficult to figure out how many kinds of drawings a combination can develop. The fusion experience of the same combination will be continuously superimposed. Even if new drawings are not developed, the experience will not be returned, so it is also called betting drawings. This is the characteristic of the mechanical system, which creates the changing combat style of the mechanical system, and is also the root of its strength in the later stage. It is also a bottomless pit that takes experience. Before he traveled through time, the players found thousands of combinations. After more than 10 years of experience, Han Xiao had an impression of 80% of them. Choosing a mechanical system has huge advantages and can minimize the weakness of the mechanical system in the early stage. There are a few rare drawings, but the early stage artifacts of the mechanical system. Of course, there's another function that is rarely used, free creation, and creates its own machinery according to the player's conception, but with a 99% chance, all it creates is a pile of broken copper and iron. The success rate depends on the rationality of the concept, the quality of the materials, the level of professional knowledge, expertise, tools, and other aspects. Until the version before Han Xiao traveled, no player developed and improved his own functions. Even if he occasionally created his own machine, the effect was not as good as that of the drawing machine. This function has always been regarded as a useless person. The career upgrade gave him 19 potential points, and the two skills were given 2 points, totaling 21 potential points. Han Xiao took out the professional knowledge book he had prepared from the bookshelf, took a deep breath, and invested in his potential. Does it consume 1 potential point to learn the arm branch, basic mechanical engineering? Does 1 potential point be consumed to learn the arm branch, basic bionics? Confirm. A lot of knowledge was instilled into his mind, and Han Xiao's head was swelling and he was operating overload, as if he was about to explode. The pain made his face twitch, and it took him 10 minutes to relieve it. Mechanical knowledge that I had never known before was deeply imprinted in my mind. Han Xiao consumed 2 more potential points to improve basic mechanical engineering and basic bionics to LV2 each to improve his mastery. These 2 second-level basic mechanical knowledge combinations can develop 6 drawings. The experience value of the same combination is doubled. The first fusion of the basic combination is 10,000 experience, and 170,000 experience is enough for me to merge 4 times. I must bet on that thing in these 4 times. Han Xiao was nervous, his palms were covered in sweat, and dragged basic mechanical engineering LV2 and basic bionics LV2 together on the panel. Whether to integrate knowledge, basic mechanical engineering plus basic bionics. This fusion will consume 10,000 experience. Yes, my brain was dizzy for a moment, and a new invention drawing appeared out of thin air. The integration is successful. Congratulations on developing the Yin-Yin swivel wing. Not this. Han Xiao clenched his fists and continued. This fusion will consume 20,000 experience. The integration was successful. Congratulations on developing the bionic prosthesis. I go, the most trashy drawings are out, and this is not this. Come again. This fusion will consume 40,000 experience. The integration was successful. Congratulations on developing the lightweight power arm. I have it. Han Xiao slapped the table excitedly and shook off a screw. Light power arm. This is what I want. Half a year of accumulation is almost squandered. Name, Han Xiao race. Carbon-based human, yellow, template. NPC 1.0 public beta countdown 182 days, 8 hours, 23 minutes. Total level 20, not completed advancement. Experience value 10W deputy occupation. Civilian LV1. Agent LV9 0/ main occupation. Mechanical beginner LV10 max. Not completed transfer tasks. Health 320 to 320 physical strength value. For 34 out of 434 attributes. Strength 21, agility 17, endurance 22, intelligence 15, mystery 1, charm 5, lucky 1 free attribute point. 27 power. 120 LV3, LV1, 10, strength plus 1, agility plus 1, endurance plus 1, physical strength limit plus 20 LV2, 50, strength plus 3, agility plus 2, endurance plus 3, physical strength limit plus 50, LV3, 100, strength plus 3, agility plus 3, endurance plus 5, physical capacity plus 100. Energy level, 48-55 level, F, mortal. Compared with the weakest superpower, you are a big ant. Expertise. High concentration, low-level mental toughness, well-trained, An additional 100 basic health point skills. Mechanical system, primary. Mechanical affinity LV3, simple repair LV10, max. Simple reinforcement modification LV10, max. Drawings, Yin glider LV1, 0/5000. Drawings, bionic prosthetic LV1, 0/2000. Drawings, lightweight power arm LV1, 0/agent. Basic fighting LV6, 0/. Increase 6% barehand attack power basic shooting LV6, 0/. Increase 6% shooting correction grabbing LV1, 0/3000. Increase parry counterattack rate by 3%, 2% barehand attack power accurate shooting LV1, 0/3000. Increase shooting correction by 3%, 2% long-range critical strike rate potential points. 17 professional knowledge tree. Armed. Basic assembly LV1, 0/1. Basic mechanical engineering LV2, 0/1. Basic bionics LV2, 0/1. 17 unstudied projects. Energy, 20 unstudied projects, a total of 27 free attribute points were found. Han Xiao spent 5 points to improve his intelligence to 20, meeting the manufacturing requirements of light-mounted power-arm drawings and saving the rest to deal with emergencies. The last thing is to arm yourself. Looking at the mechanical parts all over the ground, Han Xiao smiled secretly. I will tell you what it means to raise a tiger, to cause trouble. Cherish the attribute panel. He will not appear again for a long time. New books need care. Everyone should use their fingers to vote for a recommendation vote and a collection, which is the greatest support. The camouflage building on the ground of Valkyrie Laboratory is an abandoned farm with land reclamation and ruined tiles. The electric wire fence encloses the farm with only one gate, surrounded by endless forests, and there are many broken architectural ruins in the forest. This nearby is a small town in the old civilization era of Hailangsing, which is now abandoned. Decades ago, the aquarium star was in line with interstellar forces, gained various knowledge common to the universe, entered the new civilization era, and the social environment changed drastically, and many cities were abandoned, with a unique, desolate atmosphere in the post-doomsday era. A black Harrier helicopter landed on an abandoned farm. 6 fully armed agents in black walked off the plane, wearing line-shaped, pitch-black goggles, a cold-blooded aura that no one could approach. The third team of Night Owls, I am the captain, codenamed Silver Knife, and I was ordered to transfer the Valkyrie test team. The tone of Silver Knife was as cold as a stone. The sea pulled over his long hair, which was blown by the wind curled up by the wings, and said lightly, "It's fine anyway. There are off-road vehicles in the garage. I have requisitioned the helicopter. Don't waste my time." Number 1 brought 9 test team members to Indao, raised his head and said, "Testing unit number 1. Meet the commander." Indao looked indifferent. "Follow us." "Yes." Number 1's face turned red with excitement. He went to the headquarters for training, which was supreme glory in his eyes. The Night Owls and the test team came to the garage and opened the disguised jungle green dust cloth to reveal several high-power bulletproof off-road vehicles. The 2 teams drove away along the only gate and disappeared into the forest. Hela got on a helicopter and took off and stayed away. She suddenly felt restless and had an ominous intuition. Strange. It feels like I'm missing something. Hela frovnid. Today is the day when the leader approves her to visit her sister, and Hela did not think about it. Mechanical modification room. Installing the last hinge, Han Xiao put down the wrench and wiped the sweat from his head. In front of it is a hollow exoskeleton robot arm, which looks like a large silver alloy armor. The external armor is made of manganese steel alloy. This alloy is tough and hard, suitable for forging as a weapon armor. In order to reduce weight and shock resistance, the power arm uses light metal as the skeleton. All parts are polished by the lathes of the modification room. The budding workshop and equipment are very advanced, and the parts are polished tightly. These metal materials are all ready-made. Although the base has reduced the material share of its mechanical modification room, it is not difficult to find some good metals. When creating, the left arm is used as a reference. The left hand can be tightly inserted into the robot arm for control. The hinge switch can be activated by hooking the finger. The power comes from the small engine and air pump hidden in the core of the power arm. It is heavily protected by the armor and can provide strong power. The drawings contain all the production details, and, combined with Han Xiao's own experience, the process from processing to final assembly was very smooth. From the perspective of Han Xiao, Chiyue's era, the control system and power system of this light-mounted power arm are relatively backward, and the materials used are also very ordinary. However, as of now, this is already the best weapon he can build. It is considered an excellent equipment in the early stage, and the success rate of escape can be increased by at least 20%. Moreover, he found that although it is much more difficult to create personally than to read the game, it also has room for freedom to play, which is far more beneficial than disadvantages. Light power arm, left, quality, white, basic parameters, attack power 3558, defense power 1317, power level 38, durability 270, equipment requirements, power 25, attribute bonus, speed -3, length 51 centimeters, elbow plus forearm plus palm. Weight 14.7 pounds, additional effect. Additional power plus 10 judgment. The equipment level is divided from low to high, divided into gray visible everywhere, white normal, green good, blue high quality, purple excellent, pink rare, orange legacy. The panel prompted him to complete his first manufacturing and gain 3,000 points of experience. The rewards of creative technical work are richer than assembly and reinforcement. Han Xiao's current strength is blackjack, so he spent 4 free attribute points to add power to meet the equipment requirements. In his spare time in a lathe polishing, Han Xiao used simple strengthening modification to modify a Type 73 Hornet pistol with an attack power of 3847, which is greater than the ordinary version. This is his first weapon to strengthen it with all his strength. Of course, the good things are left for himself. As long as the bullet is obtained, the gun can exert its power. Han Xiao also polished a tactical dagger with the scraps used to make the power arm, and the blade was mixed with tungsten steel, which was very sharp and accompanied by 10 close-fitting attack power. Anyway, the material is not used in vain. Due to Han Xiao's long-term low keenness, no one has ever observed him for 24 hours. There is only Han Xiao, a mechanical logistics staff member at the base. In order to be cautious, he first built various parts and then finally welded and assembled. The guards who occasionally glanced at the surveillance screen could not see what Han Xiao was building. They thought they were repairing firearms like usual, so the process went smoothly and no one discovered it. Han Xiao had the light-mounted power arm and the enhanced wasp pistol. The inventory was a real load-bearing, not a different dimension space. Because the equipment was too conspicuous, he could not carry it with him. Hiding the dagger at his waist, Han Xiao walked out of the room and came to the canteen on the ground floor. When he is fine, most agents will play cards here for fun. A lot of his intelligence comes from the daily conversations of this group of agents, and everyone does not avoid him when they chat, which gives him the opportunity to inquire about the news. As expected, pretending to be slow is the wise choice. I really envy Hella for leaving the laboratory and staying in this broken place every day. I'm suffocating myself. Hella is the executive officer of the organization, and her status is much higher than ours. Hella's face and figure. If she can play with her for one night, I'll live for 3 years less. Boy is new, the last person who dares to provoke Hella. Not even a single hair left. Why do you think she can become the executive officer? You mean she's a Superman? Of course. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. It was really good news without having to face Hella head-on. He was not sure to beat Hella. He stood up and left the cafeteria without attracting attention. There are monitors in every corridor. If you want to escape, you must first clear the surveillance room. The surveillance room was on the 3rd floor of the ground. Han Xiao pretended to wander aimlessly and approached the surveillance room. The armed guards he encountered along the way ignored him. 2 armed guards were guarding the door of the surveillance room, and there were 2 guards on duty in the room. In other words, It was not easy to kill the 4 guards quickly and silently, but he had already practiced them in his heart thousands of times without any tension. There was a monitor at the corner of the corridor of the monitoring room. Seeing that there was no one around, Han Xiao took out the soft bread left over for breakfast, soaked it in his mouth, and soaked it in his mouth. He shook his hands and stuck it to the monitor lens to block the picture. There was no advanced hacking equipment, so he had to use this old method. After waiting for 3 seconds, no one came out of the monitoring room. Han Xiao felt sure that he heard the guards on duty, and his colleagues complained last time that he learned the inside story. The base has never encountered danger, so the guards on duty will not take it seriously and are all lazy. Han Xiao calmed down and came to the door of the surveillance room. He was stopped by 2 armed guards. Idle people are not allowed to enter. This is number 0. It is useless to talk to him, just drive it away. The guard on the left nodded and reached out to push Han Xiao's shoulder. Just when the 2 of them were completely unaware of their guard, Han Xiao moved. He twisted the wrist of the left guard, and his other hand pulled out a tactical dagger from his waist with lightning speed, inserted it from the jaw of the right guard, straight through the brain, and the insensation of the blade stabbing into the flesh was clearly transmitted to his wrist along the hilt. The expression of the guard on the right froze on his face, and he didn't make any sound and died instantly. Han Xiao let go of the dagger and his arm to snatch it back. Before the left guard could react, his head was held in Han Xiao's arms, forming a cross-neck posture. As a trained security officer, the guard knew very well how fatal this posture was, and in a panic he wanted to pull Han Xiao's arm away. The next second, Han Xiao twisted hard, and with a click, the person in his arms stopped struggling. It took less than a second to end 2 lives. You hit the verge of death. Normal attacks turn into lethal attacks. The light blue damage values of -162 and -171 popped up from the 2 of them. The damage of the deadly attack is the upper limit of the target's health. You killed the armed guard of the mini organization and gained 360 experience. X2 holding the corpse and letting it fall silently. Han Xiao took a big breath. He actually deduced the fierce and concise kill just now countless times. The murder did not bring him discomfort. He was secretly shocked. Has he been living too depressed recently and caused his pervertedness? The largest animal he killed in his previous life was probably the gauntless rat in his hometown in the countryside. Now he feels that there is no difference in killing people, and he feels that psychological treatment is urgently needed. The panel prompts to obtain information from the 2, agent level 7, strength 10, endurance 15, health value is about 150, which is the strength level of most armed guards in the laboratory. There are subtle differences in personal health due to physical constitution. You get 4 pistol magazines. Han Xiao found 4 Wasp pistol magazines from the bodies of the 2, took back the dagger and held it in his palm, and quietly pushed open the door of the monitoring room. Dozens of fluorescent blue lights illuminated the room, and Han Xiao saw a scene that made him confused. I saw the 300,000 on duty hugging each other affectionately. Her lips were only 1 centimeter away from being met. When I heard the movement of the door opening, I turned around in panic and looked over. The 3 of them immediately became embarrassed, and the atmosphere was very stiff. Han Xiao was stunned. A mouthful of old blood was blocking his throat, unable to get up or down. Hot eyes. What to do? It's very embarrassing. Should I quit as if nothing happened and say, please stop your performance? Han Xiao neither supports nor discriminates against this special relationship. He feels that what he sees is not just 2 men, but 2 lonely hearts. High-pressure work puts them endless pressure and cannot be vented, so some special feelings arise among colleagues they get along with every day. This is not your fault. It is all the time, Minister. Bah, the world's fault. Although his brain was thinking about the slutty, Han Xiao's reaction was not slow at all. He held the dagger back, rushing directly towards the 300,000 like a cheetah charging. 300,000 wakes up like a dream and quickly draws the gun. Han Xiaogui is the chance to swing the knife. If it weren't for the constipation brother, who kicks away the 300,000, with 1 kick, the blade can cut off the 300,000 wrist with a slight difference. Han Xiao was not discouraged at all when the attack was avoided. He raised his fingers and turned the dagger into a circle, from a reverse clench to a straight clench, and stabbed it into the abdomen of the Constipation Brother, who was avoided. He clenched his fists and hit the Constipation Brother's neck, and his movements were flowing, knocking him unconscious to the ground. -42. -45. Your power is 25. Your target power is 10. The power is determined to be successful, and you exceed the target power twice, and this attack will add an additional 50% crushing damage. The target fell into a dizzy state. Han Xiao's strength is twice that of these guards. His fists and feet can cause crushing effects to the guards and add negative states such as dizziness and broken bones. Very good, saw the threat. Han Xiao was determined. The 300,000 that was pushed away rolled out and opened a safe distance, and raised the gun and was about to shoot. If the gunshots are heard, it will alarm the entire base. Han Xiao reacted quickly, and a flying tiger pounced on the 300,000 and wrestled into a ball on the ground. His fingers immediately stuck the trigger, grabbed the 300,000 wrist holding the gun, and smashed it hard on the ground. With a painful cry, the pistol suddenly dropped out of his hand. Han Xiao kept moving, hitting his head on the bridge of the nose of 300,000. His forehead was one of the hardest parts of the human body. This blow also added Han Xiao's 25-point power bonus. With a muffled groan, the bridge of the nose of 300,000 was broken, and the blood fountain of the nose was surging, and he fell into dizziness. Han Xiao seized the opportunity and turned over and came to the back of the 300,000, locked the 300,000 waist and hips with his legs, and surrounded the 300,000 neck with his arms, and pressed hard. The 300,000 immediately turned purple, had difficulty breathing, and could not make any sound. His legs were kicking around, as if he was struggling and drowning. Naked. You use the locking technique. Your power is 25. Your target power is 11. The power is judged, and the target cannot break free. After more than 10 seconds of stalemate, the force of 300,000 resistance gradually became smaller, and I fainted after being too stressed on my neck. It's so dangerous. Han Xiao got up panting, feeling a little emotional. If he were from the martial arts department, he wouldn't be so tired. The martial arts department is the most popular profession in Star Sea. There is no other reason. It is handsome. He's so handsome. The move name is so cool that it explodes. What is the Yin King Earth Split Wave, Demon Punching Light Killing Cannon, and Star Canjing Fist? It is hard to say whether the power can reach the name of the name. At least it can ignite the soul of the second grade. When making a move, it always feels that the name of the move cannot exert all its power. Although most players feel that it is too shameful, given Han Xiao's experience in practicing martial arts small accounts, once he accepts this setting, it is actually quite exciting. Who is not as old as a middle school student? Moreover, the martial arts system has a simple fighting style, which is brainless pounding, compared to the mechanical system that is most difficult to get started. Just like the difference between Angry Birds and Dark Souls, it is simply two games with different styles, and the difficulty is too close to the people. Han Xiao has basic fighting and grappling skills bonuses, and his experience in playing martial arts entrance, his fighting ability is excellent. At least there is no problem dealing with strong people in the ordinary field. He used a dagger to kill the two people. At this time, a trace of kindness was all cruel to him. He took out 4 more pistol magazines from the bodies of the 300,000 and Constipation Brother. There's no time to rest, so he moved the 2 bodies outside the door, took off one of his combat uniforms, and wiped off the blood from the corridor, smashed all the surveillance screens with a buttstock. After checking it, there was no problem. He locked the door and left the surveillance room. His expression was light and unpredictable. No one could tell that he had just killed 4 people, and it was his first time to kill someone. I have to say that facial paralysis is a good habit, and no one could see through what you were thinking. Clearing the monitoring room is like removing the sky hanging above your head, and finally no longer having to sneak around. Back on the 2nd floor, a guard suddenly stopped Han Xiao. Mr. Lin Weixian wants to see you. Han Xiao paused slightly, his eyes flashed slightly. Sure enough, Lin Weixian couldn't help it. He knew that this day would be there, but he didn't expect it would be such a coincidence. If you think about it carefully, this might be beneficial to him. Lin Weixian is an important experiment leader with a respectable status and one of the few people who have a base access card. Han Xiao originally wanted to attack him, but the other party took the initiative to come to him. Follow the guard to Lin Weixian's private laboratory. The lights are dim, and there are bottles of transparent containers on the shelves on the wall, and the formalin solution soaks a personal organ, looking like a collection room of some perverted murderer. Lin Weixian's eyes were hot, and he looked at Han Xiao. He was very happy now and said with great enthusiasm, "The organization has finally handed you over to me. As long as you dissect you, you can find out the reasons why you're different from other experimental subjects. When I excavate your value, your body is qualified to become my specimen." The first experimental subject is so memorable. Han Xiao was silent like a stone, and his expression could not be seen clearly in the dark. "That guard, fix him for me. Don't let him struggle and destroy my experiment." After Lin Weixian gave the order, he turned his back to the two of them and took out a strange-shaped scalpel and craniotomy from the toolbox. I don't know how many human bodies have been cut, which makes people feel chilled. Suddenly, Lin Weixian heard a dull sound of falling to the ground behind him, turned around in confusion, but found that Han Xiao was standing behind him at some point, looking down at him from a high point, occupying all his sight. Before he could think, Lin Weixian suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. He looked down blankly and saw a dagger sinking deep into his heart. The force quickly passed, and the scalpel fell to the ground with a clang. Lin Weixian was frightened and met Han Xiao's eyes. The eyes that were always dull in his impression were now as sharp as a knife, making him fall into an ice cellar. His eyes passed over Han Xiao's body. Lin Weixian saw the guard lying on the ground, his neck twisting strangely, and his body, which was not dead, twitched under the nerve reflex. Lin Weixian looked confused and didn't even think that the Zero might resist. He witnessed the entire process of Zero from birth to brainwashing. Which link happened to the error in the process of Zero? By the way, there's also a monitor. With last hope, Lin Weixian looked at the camera in the corner. Han Xiao said lightly, "Give up. All the people in the surveillance room are dead." This tone is definitely not something that dull number 0 can say it. Lin Weixian was shocked, his face was ashamed, and he used all his last strength to ask hoarsely, "Have you been pretending in the past 6 months?" Han Xiao did. "How is this possible? Everyone was deceived by you." Lin Weixian seemed to have heard something incredible. In the world, nothing is impossible. Han Xiao twisted the dagger hard. Lin Weixian fell to the ground with reluctance and shock, with his eyes wide open and his eyes closed. But your creator." He couldn't believe it until he died, and it would fall into Han Xiao's hands. Han Xiao changed into the guard's uniform and left Lin Weixian's laboratory. Many people in the base knew that he was taken away by Lin Weixian and could not appear in his original identity for the time being. Only 4 people were impressed by him: Hela, number 1, Lin Weixian, and Barada. The first 2 were not in the base, and Lin Weixian was also eliminated by him. As long as he did not encounter Barada, he would be temporarily safe. The gate of the underground laboratory is an 80-centimeter thick special alloy door. Even if you spend all the explosives in the arsenal, you can't even open it. The only way is to use electronic access control. Only 3 people's identity cards are qualified to open the door, and Lin Weixian is one of them. A pure white card was lying quietly in Han Xiao's top pocket at this moment. But there are sentries standing guard beside the access control, and the underground floor is the guard's dormitory. Everyone here knows 3 white card owners, so it is impossible to hide it from it. The sentry is surrounded by an emergency door closing device. As long as the gate is pulled down, the access control system will be manually closed, and the gate will be completely locked. If Han Xiao swings and takes the white card to open the door, there will be no way out, and he will be surrounded within 10 seconds. At that time, it would be like catching a turtle in a jar. One bullet can take him away dozens of blood. If he is caught in a fire and is lucky, he will probably last for 0.8 seconds. While it is very heroic, a good way to die, keep this version as an option to be selected. Han Xiao's plan is to cut off the communication and fight for a few hours of vacuum for himself, which is the safest way. In fact, the earliest plan was to destroy the energy supply, but the access control system was powered on, and cutting off the energy would stop operating. The transmitter of the communication signal is hidden in the walls on the 3 underground floors, and a robotic arm needs to break the wall. The mechanical modification room is located on the 2nd floor of the underground, and Han Xiao wants to go back and get the equipment first. However, plans can never keep up with changes. When there were only 50 meters left of the mechanical modification room, a big hand suddenly stretched out from the side and pressed his chest. Han Xiao's eyes narrowed, and the person who stopped him turned out to be Barada. It's really a bad luck. The base is so big. Why did you just happen to meet Barada, whom you want to meet the most? Who can I ask for this luck? Could Murphy be the embodiment of fate? Which group do you belong to? Why haven't I seen you before? Barada said in confusion. Han Xiao lowered his head and pressed his hat to cover his appearance. I am new to the Group B. Barada looked suspicious. When is the newcomer coming? Why don't I know? I seem to have heard your voice somewhere. I raised my head and let me see your face. Han Xiao swept his eyes with his eyes and saw that Barada's hand had touched the pistol on his waist. He was ready to fire at any time. 3 guards next to him who noticed something was wrong also leaned over. What to do? If he was discovered, Barada would definitely send someone to find Lin Weixian. Once Lin Weixian's body was discovered, his behavior would be exposed. So should he be dismembered and left before leaving? No, for the sake of appetite in the next few days, should you not do such a thing? Die here? Don't have that kind of idea. You must have confidence in everything you do. If you lose clearly, you will die. Don't worry about defeat before you have to worry about victory. Please, I didn't want to use Plan B. What are you talking about? Barada didn't hear clearly. Han Xiao suddenly raised his head and showed a dangerous smile. I have always wanted to tell you, if Donkey Ball should go to see a psychologist. Number 0. Taking advantage of the other party's shocked lightning, Han Xiao took the lead and stabbed the dagger into Barada's chest. Barada's pupils suddenly shrank, and he tilted back in a hurry. The blade rubbed the jaw and cut the flesh, bringing up a string of blood beads. Shoot! The 3 guards hurriedly pulled their guns, but they were too close just now, less than 3 meters away from Han Xiao. This distance is not suitable for gun combat. Han Xiao strides across 3 meters, and his fist is rushing to the cheek of the person leading the way. If there's a slow-motion replay, you can see the skin hit by the fist shake like ripples. -48. This powerful punch stunned the opponent, and he fell to his 2 companions, and the 3 of them fell to the ground. Han Xiao turned around decisively and ran towards the mechanical modification room at a speed of 50 meters. Gunshots sounded behind him, bullets brushed past him, and sparks splashed on the wall. Barada covered his bloody jaw with a gloomy expression. He raised his gun and shot Han Xiao wildly, strove to catch up. All agents obey orders and immediately reinforce the 2nd floor mechanical modification room. Target number 0. The test body is out of control. Barada shouted at the micro walkie-talkie at the collar. The guards patrolling on all levels looked shocked and suspicious, thinking they had heard hallucinations. No, 0 is out of control. You're right. Isn't that experimental body brainwashed? Is this an exercise? You're stupid. I heard the sound of gunfire. Bullets roared, and the sense of crisis was like a ray of light on their backs. Han Xiao's emotions suddenly became extremely calm. This was his special state of concentration. His mind was as ice, rational and indifferent. Countless information gathered in his mind, and the world in front of him became a crisscrossing grid, like a spider web. Everything was connected. It takes 3.7 seconds to reach the mechanical modification room in 2 seconds. The 3 guards cannot pose a threat to me within 4.2 seconds. The reinforcements arrive between 25 and 35 seconds. Han Xiao has experienced countless battles, and his rich combat experience is the basis for him to maintain this state. He ran Serpent Ally, focusing on avoiding shooting. Barada was chasing him hard. He didn't care about the reason why number 0 lost control. He knew that his duty was to catch Han Xiao, and, if necessary, he would even allow him to kill him on the spot, and take action first and then report. Interesting, the little toy wants to resist. Barada licked the blood on his chin with fierce eyes. This is your own way of death. Although he was successfully attacked by Han Xiao, Barada still has strong confidence. He is an elite agent who has been in the industry for 20 years. Even if number 0 has amazing learning ability, he has only been training for half a year. How many moves can he stop him? And seeing this, number 0 is already panicked. Han Xiao crashed into the mechanical modification room and slammed the door. I actually chose to hide in the room. This is a dead end. You are too young. Barada smiled grimly, rushed to the door, raised his foot, and kicked open the door. He quickly changed the magazine and prepared to open the door and then scan it first. Abnormal mutations occur. The door burst into pieces with a loud bang, and the mechanical fist flowing with metallic colors broke out, and the engines sounded roaring, and the silver-lighted steel fist hit Barada's chest. -95. The dull sound of bone cracks. Barada flew up like a broken sack, hitting hard against the wall, for 5 ribs broke, and the pistol fell directly. He vomited blood and looked at Han Xiao in horror. At this time, Han Xiao was loaded with an exoskeleton light-mounted power arm in his left hand, like a large arm armor, wrapping his arms, hinges and gears rotating, making a rattle of spring sound. Metal fingers swing flexibly, and the exposed pipe sprayed out black smoke from the roar of the engine, like a black cloud surrounding his arms. What the hell is this? Barada's eyes widened in horror. Not far away, 3 guards raised their guns and aimed at them. Han Xiao took a step faster than them. He raised the enhanced version of the Type 73 Wasp, loaded with magazines, in his right hand and fired 2 shots. Agility affects shooting accuracy, and the skills are corrected with accuracy. Han Xiao's shooting skills are amazing at this time. Bullets hit the eye sockets and throats of the 2, hitting the vital points and triggering death damage, and shooting 2 people directly. The 3rd guard fired, and the bullet roared, and Han Xiao lifted the robot arm first. With a clang, the bullet was bounced away by the outer armor of the robot arm. Light-mounted power arm, left, loses 8 points of durability. Han Xiao shot another shot and sent the 3rd person back. The guard widened his eyes before his death, unable to believe that the silent and dull number 0 could be so powerful. Didn't it mean that the experimental subject was brainwashed? They are all I. The corridor became quiet, leaving only Han Xiao and Barada. It will take about 30 seconds for the nearest guard to arrive. Han Xiao moved his mechanical arm and said calmly, "I really want to break your neck with my own hands to thank you for the 420 swords you left on me in the past 6 months." Barada's eyes were fierce, and he spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm, pulled out a dagger from his military boots, bent down to swear at any time, and sneered, "30 seconds are enough to defeat me, but if you think that fiddling with such a broken machine can defeat me, you are dreaming. Prove it to me. 30 seconds are enough for me to kill you 10 times. Barada roared wildly, and raised the dagger and rushed over, like a cheetah. Han Xiao's mechanical arm was placed in front of him, colliding with Barada. Sure, the dagger pulled out a long spark on the armor. The moment the 2 of them passed by, Barada twisted his waist and threw his calf out, like a poisonous scorpion raising his tail, and bent towards Han Xiao's knee. Kicking the enemy down from behind in daggers to wipe his neck was a very sharp move. Han Xiao, who had been trained by Hela, guessed that Barada would use this move and reacted quickly. He hit his robotic arm back and hit Barada's calf, causing a clear sound of bone cracks. -87. The mechanical arm's power level 38, plus Han Xiao's own energy level, almost meets the standards of an E-class superpower. The light power arm doubled Han Xiao's attack. Even if he could not crush Barada, he would have about 90 points of damage per strike, which is very considerable. Barada's health is only in its early 300s, which is also accompanied by well-trained expertise. With the punch he had made before, Barada's bloodline had been pressed below half. The data reflected in the reality that Barada began to become weak. Barada groaned and endured the pain to attack. The dagger pierced Han Xiao's eyes. His movements had slowed down, and he was held in his hand by the mechanical arm. Impossible! How could I lose you? Barada was unwilling to roar and wanted to fight back to death. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly turned dark. His mechanical palm pressed his head and smashed it into the wall. His rude force directly pushed his roar back into his throat. Bang! The gravel splattered everywhere, and flesh and blood flew. Han Xiao's eyes were cold. He pressed Barada's head against the wall and pulled it hard, plowing out a crimson blood mark. Barada's face, which was rubbing against the wall, had become bloody and unrecognizable. Han Xiao let go of his hand, and Barada fell to the ground like a pool of mud, without any breath, and there was no momentum that he had just shouted. Sorry, I broke my promise and didn't break your neck. Why don't you get up and let me kill you again? Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Barada had no answer, nor had the chance to answer. You have killed Barlada, deputy director of Valkyrie Laboratory, to gain 1,500 experience. Lin Weixian and Barada, the two guys he disliked the most, all died at his hands. Han Xiao felt like he had eaten a big bite of ice cream during the dog days of summer, and he was relaxed and refreshed. The guards of A and B rushed to the second floor and looked at Barada's unrecognizable body in horror. The deputy general manager Barada was actually killed. What happened here? Where did the enemy go? Why no one answered the monitoring room? Go and ask Dr. Lin Weixian for instructions immediately. Team C found Dr. Lin Weixian's body. Oh my God! All the guards took a breath, looking shocked. Was this done by the number 0, who had no combat power in their impression? The entire base was messed up by number 0's own efforts. The powerful leader left and died. The guard were shocked to find that no one had given orders. Didn't that test subject be brainwashed? Has he been hostile long ago to wait for an opportunity? Thinking of this possibility, the guards were shocked to find that Han Xiao pretended to be low-key, like a sharp knife hanging above their heads, and could take their lives at any time, just like a killer hidden in the shadows. They had never noticed it, but instead ignored Han Xiao's existence. Everyone was immediately scared and broke out in a cold sweat. Don't panic. There's only one enemy. Carpet-style search, allowing free fire. Group A goes to the arsenal. Group B goes to check the situation in the monitoring room. Group C goes to the laboratory to protect experimental data. Group D guards the gate. No matter what, no. 0 wants to do. If he wants to escape, he will definitely go to the gate and act. At the critical moment, the captain of Group A takes over the command, has a clear mind, and makes a loud order. The order was clear, and the guards took action immediately. The 60 armed personnel in the base were divided into 4 groups of A, B, C, D. They were usually in different positions and quickly assembled if there was an emergency. However, Han Xiao has multiple plans to deal with various situations. Boom! A muffled sound suddenly came from below, and every guard felt the vibration of the ground. Captain A was shocked and hurriedly asked, "What's going on?" A fierce gunfight came from the intercom, mixed with a hurry shouting. Group C encountered the enemy in the laboratory. Repeat, Group C encountered the enemy in the laboratory. Damn, no. 0 detonated the grenade, and the laboratory was on fire. Where did he get the grenade? Captain A was frightened and furious. He and the team members were guarding outside the arsenal door at this time, and no one came at all. Reinforcement immediately. Which group is the closest to? Our Group B is also on the 3rd floor of the underground. The monitoring room has been scrapped. We are rushing to the fire exchange site. On the 3rd floor of the underground, Han Xiao hid in the corner of the corridor. The laboratory 10 meters away was rolling black smoke at this time, and the fire was fierce. He bombed Valkyrie's test data with 3 tied grenades to burn Valkyrie's test data. More than a dozen guards from Group C were firing at the corner where he was hiding. After killing Barada, Han Xiao did not go directly to the gate, but returned to the third underground floor in the opposite direction. He knew that the guards must have arranged a net of heaven and earth, and started a carpet-style search from the upper floor. If he rushed up rashly, he would inevitably encounter an ambush. Since the plan to escape secretly doesn't work, Han Xiao can only change the plan. The laboratory is on the third floor of the underground, and all the experimental data is preserved here. It can be said that it is the core area of the entire base. Blowing it up can disrupt the enemy's deployment to a certain extent. What? You want to ask where his grenade comes from? He has basically assembled and studied all the equipment in the arsenal. In this process, it is not difficult to steal some grenade gunpowder and steel balls and quietly make new grenades to hide. Cut corners and copycats of soul talents, you know. There are 77 pistol bullets and 5 homemade grenades. Han Xiao checked his equipment, and his firepower was limited. He quickly glanced from the corner of the wall, then immediately retracted. The bullets swept over immediately. If they slowed down by 0.5 seconds, they would hit 2 or 3 shots. 12 guards, 3 right in 9 micro-rushers, 9 Type 73 Hornet pistols. Firepower is stronger than me. Han Xiao's eyes turned, and 1 minute had passed before the attack on the laboratory. The people from Group B would arrive within 3 minutes, leaving him with little time. Logically speaking, he would not know the news, but Han Xiao picked up the walkie-talkie from the guard's body and learned about the enemy's deployment. The incident happened suddenly, and the guards didn't notice that the intercom had leaked their actions for a while. Han Xiao activated a grenade, threw it out, and the rumblings sounded. The guards of Group C looked for cover to hide, and the gunshots were paused. What he wanted was this opportunity. Han Xiao's face was calm, his mechanical arm blocked his body, and rushed out with great strides, quickly narrowing the distance between the two sides. Before the smoke of gunpowder had dissipated, Han Xiao broke through the smoke and rushed to a guard. The mechanical iron fist hit the opponent's belly. The guard immediately vomited blood with internal organ fragments. This punch took away more than half of the target's health and directly disintegrated the enemy's combat power. Shoot! Shoot quickly! The gunshots were loud, and Han Xiao grabbed the guard's body and advanced. The other enemies were ruthless and shot decisively. Blood shot out of the guard's back, which was shot into a ball of rotten flesh. Relying on the cover of the meat shield, Han Xiao successfully brought the distance closer, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep with a roar of robotic arms, and a punch and kick could make the guards break their bones and tendons break, and they fought against 3 people. The guards of Group C hurriedly scattered and widened the distance. Han Xiao rolled and blocked the robotic arm. The bullets were jingled and rebounded by the metal, and their durability decreased like water. He pulled out his pistol to counterattack, shot an empty magazine, and shot 3 guards to death on the spot. At this moment, Han Xiao's arms and thighs suddenly hurt. You were hit by the Type 73 Wasp pistol in the right arm. Take 17 damage. You were hit in the left leg by right N9 mini submachine gun. Take 21 damage. You suffer gun, sleeping into a slight bleeding state, losing 1 life per second, lasting for 15 seconds. Please bandage it as soon as possible. X2 shooting damage has a high chance of causing bleeding effects, which is very troublesome in the early stage. Han Xiao's eyes were slightly condensed. He was mentally prepared. At this time, he was a little grateful that Barada's torture made him accustomed to pain and injury did not affect his actions. Han Xiao had no time to find cover to shoot with others, so he gritted his teeth and pulled the grenade away and threw it out. The agents hurriedly fell down, and the gunshots stopped again. Boom! The explosion of the grenade made Han Xiao's eardrum hurt severely. He growled and rushed out again. 1 minute later, all the guards in Group C were killed under his light-powered arm, and the price was to be shot 5 times. After the battle, he hurriedly bandaged his wounds and lost a total of 110 lives, more than 1/3. After leaving the combat state, health will rise at an extremely slow rate. It's a big loss to fight hard. It would be great if you had active skills. Basic fighting and basic shooting only provide passive bonuses. Han Xiao shook his head and took out the walkie-talkie. Group C. Group C, answer quickly. How is the situation? Han Xiao pinched his throat and said, cough, cough. Group C has suffered heavy casualties. He has blocked the target in the laboratory. The target has been shot. Come and reinforce it quickly. As he said that, he picked up a slight rush on the ground and fired at will, creating the illusion of fierce firefighting. Okay, hold on. Group E is on the way. The other party did not doubt that he was. Han Xiao's disguised, taciturn image was deeply rooted in the hearts of others. He did not expect Han Xiao to use this strategy. Han Xiao tied the remaining 3 grenades together and hung them on the laboratory door. A thin line hung with a pull ring to make a simple boast that would detonate as soon as the door was opened. Then he placed a table horizontally as a cover, quickly found a large number of magazines from the surrounding corpses, exchanged 3 micro-rushes for bullets, placed them at hand, and fired at will with a pistol to create the illusion of fire exchange, and lay behind the cover waiting for the enemy to break in. The noisy footsteps were from far to near, and with a slam, the door was kicked open. Boom! A violent explosion arrived as scheduled. The flames swelled, and the airwaves flew all over the ground with several screams mixed with. Han Xiao didn't say anything, picked up a handful of rushing in with both hands, rushed to the door under the cover of dust, and the barrel stretched out of the door and shot at the walls on both sides. The smoke filled the air and blocked the sight. The dull sound of the bullet hitting the body kept ringing until the magazine was shot in the air and the surroundings were quiet. The standard way to break into the door is usually to kick the door with one person and the others hiding beside the door. Although Group B is lucky enough to avoid the first round of grenades, it cannot avoid the subsequent strafing. The kill information on the panel was brushed like a waterfall. Group B was almost wiped out, with only 3 guards left before they died, and fell into a pool of blood. When Han Xiao walked out of the smoke, his eyes were wide open, full of shock and shock. Even if you can use the thunder trap, is this still the low-key and dull experimental body of number 0? Han Xiao fired 3 shots in a row and sent the 3 back to his hometown. What's going on with the explosion? What's going on? The captain of Group A shouted loudly. Han Xiao picked up a few guns and fired randomly, pretending to be panic. Group B was ambushed and was fighting against the enemy in the laboratory. Please support. Request support. Group A immediately reinforced. The captain of Group A was shocked and led the team members down to the 3rd floor laboratory. The captain of Group A was always uneasy and felt that he had missed some key points. Until he arrived at the 3rd floor, the captain of Group A suddenly realized something and hurriedly said, "Everyone should note that number 0 may have invaded our communication network. Now, everything will be subject to my instructions." The team members' faces changed drastically, and then they considered the possibility that number 0 could get the intercom. It is because Han Xiao's previous image was too taciturn, so he ignored the loopholes. If 0 gets the walkie-talkie, then the request information from the B group members, just now, is also likely to be false. From beginning to end, no other B group member spoke. An incredible conjecture emerged from the captain of Group A. Could it be that both Groups B and C were destroyed by number 0? He shivered. If this is true, wouldn't number 0 kill all the defense forces of half of the base with his own strength? He was unwilling to believe this conjecture, but all the clues told him that no matter how incredible it was, this was the truth. He could almost conclude that the Group B member just now must have been pretended to be number 0, with the purpose of luring Group A into a trap? Or is number 0 just trying to escape from the base to escape Group A? The captain of Group A hurriedly said. Group D replied, "Is there any abnormality in the gate?" "No." The captain of Group A breath of relief. He must not be led by number 0. The guards were injured and killed more than half of the time, and the situation was out of control. It was no longer realistic to hope that the remaining manpower would eliminate number 0. Ms. Hella must be notified immediately. Group A follows the order and returned to the gate immediately. The captain of Group A made a decision. He He decided to gather everyone to guard the gate and wait for reinforcement from the organization. This is the most stable method and foolproof. No matter what Number Zero wants to do, as long as he can't escape, it will be a dead end. Group A returned the same route, came to the gate, and met with Group D. Group EC may be completely destroyed. I am ready to ask for help and stick to the exit gate. The captain of Group A glanced at the people present. There were 31 guards in total, and 31 guns were aimed at the corridor. As long as Number Zero appeared, the target could be torn to pieces with a metal storm in an instant. Suddenly, the captain of Group A felt something was wrong. Wait, aren't we 30 people, right? Dee. The access control lighted up green light and the door suddenly opened. Everyone turned around in a daze and saw a black-clothed agent with a tactical backpack standing by the gate, holding a white card, pressing his hat with his fingers up, turning his head, and whistling happily at everyone. Bye-bye. The man suddenly pulled down the door locking device, rolled on the spot, and flipped out before the door was closed and locked. All the guards were petrified, confused, and stunned. The Captain A's forehead was full of veins, and the locked door seemed to be mocking him silently. When did Number Zero get in? The 80-centimeter thick alloy door closed with a bang. Finally escaped. The long-lost sunlight shone on him, warm and comfortable, and the tightness in his chest slowly dissipated. He looked at the sky. It was around 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The stars radiating light and hot in the sky. In the scroll of white clouds and blue sky, the outlines of several planets can be seen faintly, ranging from far to near, and the nearest ones can even see craters emotionally. These planets are the moonlight sources of the sea blue star, refracting the light of the stars at night. Taking a deep breath, the fresh air cleanses the nose, and the free breath makes Han Xiao feel relaxed and happy. From beginning to end, Han Xiao did not intend to fight against all the guards. Even if the base is at the weakest time of defense, it is still secondary to whether it can be beaten or not. Once the guards are too severe and they will not see any hope, the sentry guarding the gate will definitely activate the door locking device without saying a word. Even if he turned into Rambo and staged the first blood and killed all the guards, he locked the door and announced the escape plan directly to GG. At that time, it would be Han Xiao's turn to be confused. After he pretended to be a member of Group B, he pulled out of Group A, and then he took off his relatively clean uniform from the corpses all over the ground, took off his light power arm, and put in a tactical backpack, and hid at the corner from the 2nd to 3rd floors. That place was a blind spot in the field of vision. If he didn't deliberately look at it, it would be difficult to find it. After staying in the safe environment for too long, these guards were very alert. Han Xiao knew this very well. Group A was all focused on support. After passing by the corner, Han Xiao quietly followed the last part group, very low-key, pressing the brim of the hat very low. This group of guards in Group A obviously did not expect that Han Xiao was so brave that he would count his teammates without any trouble. For a moment, no one noticed that there was one more person at the end of the team. So Han Xiao followed Group A to the gate safely. When the group of guards were distracted, he quietly approached the gate and staged a show that my door often opened and locked all the guards in the base. This is a dangerous move. Once something goes wrong, it will be sieved by dozens of guns at close range. If he can choose, he doesn't want to use a dangerous move. Unfortunately, his original plan was destroyed by Barada, and he had to take risks. The success rate is around 50, and Han Xiao is willing to try it. Around the surroundings were abandoned farms. Han Xiao discovered the ruts that the off-road vehicle left and found the garage along the ruts. Several dark, bulletproof off-road vehicles were quietly lying in the garage, with the keys hanging next to the garage door, which was convenient for access at any time. Now, of course, it is convenient for him. Reinforcements may occur at any time, and you cannot stay for a long time. Escape from the laboratory is only the first step, and the next sprouting pursuit will follow one after another. He threw the backpack with the robotic arm into the passenger seat, took the key to start the car, touched the steering wheel with both hands. It was still leather. As he stepped on the accelerator, the high-powered engine buzzed and roared. The off-road vehicle broke through the farm fence and rushed into the woods dirt road. Han Xiao was blinded by the nearby terrain and could only identify one direction. Black Harrier helicopter. Hella's cell phone rang. She frowned and answered the phone. Who? Hella's supervisor. Something happened at the base. Number 0 lost control, killed more than 30 guards, Deputy Director Barada and Dr. Lin Weixian, and destroyed the experimental data of the base. The captain of Group A's tone was depressed, and they had to take the blame for the unfavorable work. If they did not notify the supervisor, not only would there be problems in the future, but even their lives would be in trouble. Not to mention that their large group of brothers are still locked in the base. If no one comes to open the door, would they have to stare at each other until the end of the world? Hella looked shocked. Are you having fun with me? She personally brainwashed Number 0, and Number 0 was pretending at that time? There's no problem with the brainwashing effect of other test subjects. Have you been deceived from beginning to end? Hella hurriedly contacted the leader and repeated the words of the leader of Group A. The leader's breathing on the phone became heavy, as if he was suppressing his anger. Change immediately and chase me. Hella was reluctant. My sister. Shut up. You are not qualified to bargain with me. Hella bit her lip unwillingly and shouted to the pilot. Change and go back to the base. Executive Hella, the plane needs to land and refuel first. Hurry up. The Yi Xiao squad received the command from the leader halfway, and several off-road vehicles returned the same way, opened the base gate from outside, and the agent locked inside walked out in a dusty face. Looking at the tragic situation of the base, Number 1 was full of shock and anger, mixed with disbelief, pointing at the captain of Group A, and said angrily, You dozens of people can't stop him alone. Is there a traitor? He felt that he could not do it, and he also did not believe that Han Xiao could do it. The guards' faces changed drastically, and no one could afford to betray the organization. Okay, stop arguing. The leader ordered us to pursue. Silver Knife interrupted the conversation. His face turned cold, and he took the Yi Xiao team members into the car. Wait, our test team will go together. Number 1 shouted loudly and took the team members into the other 2 cars. He always thought he was a perfect test body and was very disdainful of Han Xiao, who was codenamed before him. However, Han Xiao's record inevitably made him fall in his self-denial, so he felt very irritated. Number 1 felt that only by defeating Han Xiao can he prove his value to the organization. From beginning to end, the Yi Xiao team ignored the surviving guards and ignored them indifferently. They clearly believed that dozens of them could not stop Han Xiao, and they were simply a bunch of waste. The guards were indignant. When they really meet Number 0, they will know what they are facing. Instead, the guards hoped that Number 0 would successfully escape. If the OWL team failed even overnight, wouldn't their mistake be excused? As night falls from the gaps in the woods, you can see the outlines of several asteroids in the sky emitting misty blue light. Several moons with different shapes are light and mysterious, with a brilliant galaxy and beautiful. Every planet in Shanghai has different environmental styles. In the past life, there were special casual players who liked interstellar travel, photographed beautiful scenes of different planets, and made them into picture albums, but they were sold out on the official forum. At this time, the moonlight is difficult to penetrate into the woods, and the view is unclear. Han Xiao drove carefully, afraid of hitting the tree, which was very unfavorable to him at night. The sound of the engine exposed his position, and the dark vision could not drive too fast. It's too bad to drive at night, so it's better to walk. Han Xiao decided to abandon the car, park, and pull out the keys. Without the sound of the engine, the silence of the forest immediately surrounded him. The shadow of the tree under the moonlight was like a ghost hand looming, and the atmosphere was mysterious. You get military compressed biscuits X5, mineral water X3. There were several bottles of water and military compressed biscuits in the trunk of the car. Han Xiao packed them into his bag and walked into the forest alone. The car left ruts on the forest dirt road. He had no way to erase the traces, so he could only get out of the car and fled in a different direction. Without the car, the dark night suddenly became his protective color. He was very tired and had little physical strength left, but Han Xiao did not dare to rest, and he was not completely out of danger. Buzz buzz. After walking for a while, the roar of cars sounded from behind. Han Xiao hurriedly hid behind the tree and quietly looked at it. He saw 6 beams of headlights appearing in the forest, heading in 3 different directions. The enemy of the 3 cars. Han Xiao pursed his lips. He abandoned the car and fled, causing the enemy to lose clues, resulting in the pursuits being able to track them separately. Han Xiao sneaked and moved in the other direction. Suddenly, a gunshot broke the silence of the night. Han Xiao felt a sudden alarm and suddenly threw himself to the ground. His shoulders were so painful. He turned his head and glanced at a bloodstain that a bullet rubbed across his right shoulder, and a hole was shot out a tree trunk more than 10 meters away. A car was parked more than 300 meters away, and all the Night Owl's 3rd team got off the car, wearing line-shaped black goggles. The person who shot was the captain's silver knife, holding a sniper rifle in his hand. 6 Cyclops. Han Xiao was shocked by their outfit and immediately reacted. It's a night vision device. Han Xiao shouted unlucky and hurriedly hid behind the tree. You're bruised by the SWP sniper rifle. Take 18 damage. Good. Just being hit by a sniper rifle will have the damage comparable to that of a pistol. You enter the battle state. Based on your level, you get the details of the enemy. Night Owl Agent. Total level, 15 occupation. Agent LV10. Elite Agent LV5 attributes. Strength 18, Agility 15, Endurance 25, Intelligence 10, Mystery 3, Charm 8, Lucky 1, Power, 0 energy level, 40 health, 350 specialties, well-trained, added 100 basic health points, pain ignorance. Combat power does not decrease due to injury. Skills, basic fighting LV4, basic shooting LV5, accurate shooting LV2, sniper LV1, captain configuration, equipment. SWP sniper rifle, captain configuration. Quality gray, large caliber sniper rifle, attack power 7088, firing rate 0.5 rounds/s, magazine capacity 5 rounds, output energy level 30, usage requirements, master, sniper, LV1. Thermal imaging goggle protection night vision instrument, quality gray, essential for night battles. Type 73 Hornet pistol, quality gray, small caliber portable gun, attack power 2835, fire rate 1.1 rounds/s, magazine capacity 10 rounds, output energy level 13. G-type fragment grenade, X3 cost. Explosion killing in the 20-meter area of 50-80 points. Chance of causing multiple damage, output energy level 45. Jason submachine gun, quality gray, attack power 3642, single fire rate 1.5 rounds/s, continuous fire rate 4 rounds/s, theoretical maximum fire rate 10 rounds/s, 3 seconds overheating, magazine capacity 30 rounds, output energy level 33. Kira light bombshell, quality gray, long-range defense 10-12, durability value 50, alloy dagger, quality gray, attack power 8-12, length 0.28 meters. These 6 Night Owl agents are elite enemies. Although their total level is lower than him, they have second-level professions specializing in combat, with high panel attributes and fully armed. I'm in trouble. Han Xiao's face was solemn. The light-mounted power arm with only 130 points left, the enhanced version of the Type 73 Hornet pistol, a right in 9 micro-rush, and 15 magazines. This is Han Xiao's full wealth. Compared with the well-equipped Night Owl team, it is so shabby that it makes him feel sad. Bang! The sniper rifle fired again, and a scorching bullet passed through the trees he was hiding, almost hitting him. Han Xiao complained secretly that the enemy had a night vision device, and he could only determine the enemy's position through the firelight at the muzzle. The power of the sniper rifle is too great. It depends on his health. I'm afraid that 3 shots will be full of braids. There are 18 free attribute points on his body. Han Xiao didn't think about it. He invested his endurance at 14 o'clock and his strength at 4 o'clock. The former saves his life, and the latter guarantees a crushing attack on the agents of Han Xiao. He had already seen that shooting against the enemy is to sway the weakness and avoid strengths. Although it is dangerous to fight in close combat, he has a chance. In this situation, thinking of escaping will only reveal flaws. The enemy has a night vision device, and there is no way to escape unless they kill all the other party. The strength reaches 29 points, and the special effect of the robotic arm determines plus 10. Just form a force crush. The endurance is increased to 36, the health value reaches 460, and the blood volume, after adding points, instantly increases, which is equivalent to an additional 140 points of blood immediately, which is very critical. I had some blood back from escaping before, but now my health is close to 400 points and my condition is okay. Han Xiao had just observed for a while, and the Han Xiao team prevented him from escaping, forming a fan to encircle the formation, and did not form a close support between each other. The enemy's sparse formation plus forest environment plus night equals support interval from 5 to 8 seconds. In other words, all he has left is a few seconds of close combat time. If he cannot kill the chosen target in seconds, he will definitely fall into a desperate situation. He killed many enemies in the base, and with his previous savings, he left a total of 116,000 experience. There is nothing to hesitate to fight for life and death. He devoted all his experience to fighting skills. Graper is increased to LV5, increasing the parry counterattack rate by 7% and 10% bare-hand attack power. Basic fighting is increased to LV8, increasing the bare-hand attack power by 8%. Basic fighting reaches level 8, and the grapple exceeds level 3. Please select one of the following 3 advanced skills: Special Fighting, Jiu-Jitsu, and Hard Fist. The tendency of special fighting explodes instantly, assassinate, and use of weapons. Jiu-Jitsu tends to lock technical uniforms, and the Stiff Fist increases the strength of the fist and foot and resists hits, representing 3 different development directions. At present, what Han Xiao needs most is explosive power. Get advanced skills: Special Fighting LV1. Increase the close-range critical strike rate by 6% and 4% bare-hand attack power. His experience was squandered, and his close attack power increased by nearly 15%. Han Xiao's fighting ability was immediately improved. He felt that he could instinctively use various fighting moves and was very proficient. It's a pity that there is no combat-type active skill that can use power. Han Xiao secretly regrets that the mechanical system has few active skills in the early stage, and it is difficult to exert the role of power. Attribute bonus is not the main function of power. The real purpose of power lies in the use of active skills. Consumption of physical strength can quickly return and conform to the setting that strength is extracted from cells. When to use skills, when to return a breathe, and how to avoid wasting any physical strength and strength are all details that affect the outcome and are a micro-work of experts. Han Xiao wore a light-fitting power arm, like a dormant leopard. He took deep breaths to fill his lungs. Oxygen passed through the alveoli and into the blood vessels, through the cell membrane and into the red blood cells. By increasing the oxygen content of the blood, he adjusted his own state to the peak. The next moment, Han Xiao suddenly exerted force with his legs, and his whole body rushed out like a cheetah, leaning forward and running towards the target he had already chosen, the leftmost wing of the enemy formation and the closest him. The moment he jumped out, the gunshots were loud, and 6 Jason submachine guns were gathered for the first time, followed his body and fired, exploding pieces of soil. The wood's environment is a natural barrier. Han Xiao raised his mechanical arm to block his side, ran around the tree, avoiding a large number of bullets, and with his other hand, he held a slight rushing shot to suppress the firepower of the Night Owl's team. The faint smell of bullets rubbing against the air rushed into his nose. 3 seconds. Han Xiao rushed to the target, slammed the slight rush out with a swing, and hit the gun of Agent Yi Zhao's muzzle. The robotic arm suddenly hit the Yi Zhao's arms, which hit the slashing bone cracks on the arms that Agent Yi Zhao was hurriedly parrying, making a cracking sound. The arm bones collided with metal, and the former was obviously at a disadvantage. Agent Yi Xiao reluctantly pulled out his pistol and fired at Han Xiao's head. Han Xiao's agility was not a decoration. He reacted quickly and held the muzzle with his steel hand. With a bang, the bullet was held dead in his hand. Han Xiao clamped the arm holding the gun with his armpit with his right hand and pulled it hard to destroy the enemy's center of gravity. The agent Yi Xiao stumbled into his arms. At this time, Han Xiao seized the opportunity to raise his knee quickly and pressed heavily against the enemy's lower body. He could clearly feel the two balls deformed under the squeeze of his knees. You hit the enemy's key, inflicts twice the critical damage. The enemy falls into 2 seconds of staggering. He couldn't see the expression of Agent Yi Xiao under the goggles, but his scream told him that the attack worked very well. At the critical moment of life and death, Han Xiao could not care about whether he was vicious or not. He took advantage of the opponent's stiffness and frantically pushed the enemy's lower body into a chain of knees. Dong 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 dong. -78. -81. -84. 2 balls jumped up and down. Sorry, brother. I can feel your sorrow. The bulletproof vest is not designed by me. The enemy's health is like water leaking. Han Xiao's last elbow smashed the enemy's fragile throat, and the agent Yi Xiao fell down softly. The smell was pungent, and the white, yellow, and red in his crotch was probably mixed in a ball. Han Xiao didn't have time to be happy, and his back suddenly hurt. He hurriedly lay down and pulled the body behind the big tree next to him. You were hit on the back by a SWP sniper rifle. Take 68 points of damage. You were shot by a large caliber and fell into a moderate bleeding state, losing 3 lives per second for 15 seconds. Please bandage it as soon as possible. With strong enemies around, there is no time to bandage. Han Xiao's face turned pale because of pain. This shot caused a lot of blood to be lost, and his attack power was too strong. Damn it! The remaining 5 Night Owl agents were obviously angry by Han Xiao's behavior of slaughtering his companions. They quickly approached with double teams, spitting fire at the muzzle, maintaining firepower suppression, and making wood chips fly. Han Xiao couldn't even show his head. Han Xiao plundered all the other party's equipment from the body of Agent Yi Xiao and quickly put on the bulletproof vest. This should be able to block 1 or 2 shots for him. The most important gain was 3 G-shaped fragmented grenades. This thing is a good thing, so he shook his hand and threw one out. Boom! The explosion sounded, and the enemy hurriedly found cover, and the suffocating firepower suppression stopped. Let you shoot me. Han Xiao was full of resentment and threw out another one. The 5 Night Owl agents who were about to get up quickly fell down again. Come again. The third black thing was thrown out, and the 5 people subconsciously lay down. After waiting for 2 seconds, they found that there was no explosion. They looked closely and found that this was not a grenade. It was clearly a stone. The 5 people immediately understood that they had fallen into the trap. At this time, Han Xiao seized the opportunity and rushed out, holding a submachine gun and firing it out loud. He didn't care that the barrel was overheated and shot the magazines in an instant. A Yi Owl agent lying in the grass was swept into a sieve by him. Han Xiao threw away the submachine gun, turned his head in another grenade, which made the remaining 4 people stop to counterattack. This time he rushed out and knocked over the Yi Xiao agent in the other direction, but this time it was not unscathed. The silver knife opened fire in the chaos, and the submachine gun hit his calf and was injured again. Han Xiao gritted his teeth, and the injury to his calf affected his movement speed. He struggled to pull the Night Owl agent who was knocked down by him and rolled to the tree, quickly pounding the agent. With his upgraded fighting ability, these Night Owl agents were vulnerable in melee combat. There are only 3 enemies left. His health is only half the amount. Faced with such a crisis, Han Xiao became more and more calm, and his mind quickly turned off his tactics. He was able to train himself and understand his enemies. No matter at any time, panic was useless. If you guess correctly, the enemy will. Han Xiao's eyes suddenly shrank, and he thought to himself that it was not good. Yindao's face turned pale. He didn't take a test object seriously at first. Unexpectedly, He would lose half of his hands here. He put away his contempt and lost his patience. He shouted, "Blast him to death." The remaining 3 people used grenades together, drew a graceful arc, and landed behind the tree where Han Xiao was hiding. Boom! The swelling fire, the roaring explosion, the rippling dust. When these were over, everything returned to silence. Is he dead? Isn't clear. Silver Dao shook his head and made a tactical gesture to move forward. The 3 of them squatted down and slowly moved towards the explosion range. Be careful. After coming to the tree, a charred body was quietly lying on the ground, emitting white smoke. From the broken uniform, it was recognized as Zero. I finally killed it. An agent breathed a sigh of relief. No! Yin Dao widened his eyes, hurriedly leaned back, and shouted, "Let's fall down right away." Before the 2 companions of the Silver Sword could react, a rotating bullet shot out from the jungle not far away, hitting the 3 grenades hidden under the palm of the corpse. With such a close-up explosion, the 2 Night Owl agents were instantly injured by multiple grenades, and the dazzling fire suddenly swallowed the 2 of them. You deal 60 explosion damage to the enemy. X8, you kill the Night Owl agent. Gain 1,500 experience. X2, the grass was rustling, and Han Xiao stood up. He was now in a very embarrassing state, with half of his body charred, with only more than 50 lives left, and he was still in a bleeding state. His physical strength was almost over. His life was like a candlelight swaying in the wind, which could be extinguished at any time. His eyes were black, and the feeling of fatigue was impacting his nerves like a tide. He forced himself to get angry and did not faint. Han Xiao used the body of the Night Owl agent who was killed by him as a flesh shield to save his life under the bombardment of the grenade. He endured the pain and covered the corpse with his own clothes. He used the newly seized 3 grenades to form a corpse thunder, and then hurriedly hid in the grass's side, waiting with his breath like a hunter. Only Silver Knife discovered the problem and escaped the disaster. Blood blurred his vision. Han Xiao was in extremely poor condition now. His hands and feet were trembling weakly and uncontrollably. The last enemy was in good condition. He realized at the first time that he could not give the enemy a chance to distance himself. As soon as the Silver Knife got up, a bloody black shadow rushed to his eyes. "You are seeking death." Silver Knife was furious, pulled out the dagger from his waist, and stabbed it out fiercely. The plane's searchlight illuminated the forest. The Black Harrier helicopter descended the soft ladder, and Hela landed on the ground along the ladder, and the area under her feet was full of bullet holes and explosive scorch marks. It was obvious that a fierce battle had occurred. The first test team to come over collected blood from all over the field. Number 1's face turned pale and clenched his fists without saying a word. Hela looked at the 6 corpses lined up in front of her, looking shocked. The third team of Night Owls will be destroyed. Number 0, lost track. The results are simply unbelievable. Hela lost her mind for several minutes. The corpse is good at talking. Hela squatted down to observe. 2 were killed by bombing, 1 was shot, and 3 were killed at close range. The goggles of the Silver Knife were broken, and the fragments were inserted into the eyeballs in the opposite direction. The death was miserable. She reached out and pinched the body of the Silver Knife. The touch was soft, and most of the bones were broken, especially the pelvic bones and lower body, which were broken into pieces. The injury was obviously beaten to death by a fighting expert close to him. No matter how he looked, it didn't look like number 0. She knew best that Han Xiao's melee level was better than ordinary people. No, there weren't necessarily other ordinary people. Fighting could not be achieved quickly. None of these agents were not soldiers who had been training for more than 10 years. The Night Owl team was even more elite. Even if Han Xiao had been hiding his strength, he had only been training for half a year. If the facts were not in front of him, Hela would not believe it at all. Did he awaken his supernatural powers like me? Hela regretted it a little. If he had paid more attention to Han Xiao in daily life, he might have discovered the clues long ago. When Zero escaped, she happened to be out of the base, which made Hela very depressed. If she were present at the time, she would be confident that she would win Zero 100%. Is this luck, or did Zero specifically seize the opportunity? The equipment of the Night Owl squad is gone, but we found this thing. An agent walked over with a light power arm. At this time, the power arm was covered with blood. A dagger inserted into the gears and penetrated the engine, which was broken. Take it back. A day later, a large number of personnel from the Miao organization arrived at the base, mobilized unlost surveillance videos, collected clues, and the leader even arrived in person. The leader of the budding organization was wearing a black windbreaker, a black mask, and a black glove. His whole body was tightly wrapped, and it was so dark that it was as if he had run out of the set of Detective XX. Even in the organization, he knew that the leader was true to him. "Where is number 0? The leader said concisely. "I've lost my pursuit." Number 1 gritted his teeth and said, "If I could give me some more." The leader suddenly raised his palm. This action included impatientness and anger, so number 1 had to shut up in disappointment. The leader was very angry. A few days ago, number 0 was still a useless abandoned son in his eyes. However, not long after, the abandoned son caused him huge losses and escaped successfully, which made him take a look. A failed experimental body killed 30 armed guards, destroyed experimental data, and destroyed an elite team of night owls, causing me to lose Lin Wei-Xian and finally escape successfully. Did I listen to the fairy tale? Everyone looked at each other. The leader Lung Ran said, "I want to know, when did Zero start to have a sense of resistance? Why did he have such combat power?" The researcher hurriedly said, "We have studied the surveillance videos preserved for half a year and came up with some speculations. Say, the operation mode of Zero before and after the experiment has changed greatly. According to the report provided by the team that captured human raw materials, Zero was originally named Xiao Han, the third son of the second in command of the Offmara family." Everyone was shocked. The Offmara family, a famous warlord family, and a partner of the country of Tillus. The human raw materials for organizing the experiment are basically prisoners and wilderness wanderers. How could he catch a guy with a background? The leader exclaimed, "The son of the second leader of the Offmala? What's going on?" According to our investigation, Xiao Han is the most ordinary son of the second leader of the Offmala. He has neither awakening strength nor extraordinary leadership skills, and is very weak in character. The researchers looked through the report. We found Xiao Han, who was surviving among the dead bodies on the battlefield. According to our investigation, Xiao Han followed his elder brother Xiao Hai's team at that time and escorted a batch of supplies, and was attacked in the middle of the journey. Continue. Xiao Hai was the commander of the team at that time. The target of this group of attackers was not supplies, but intercepting Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai was the rising star of the Offmala family. If nothing unexpected happens, he will inherit the status of the second leader. According to our informant report, it is believed that this attack was the result of an internal struggle, and the cause was that someone wanted to eradicate the second leader's heir. Xiao Hai forced Xiao Han to change into his clothes as bait and escaped separately. In the end, Xiao Han was hit by a shell, and Xiao Hai fled safely. The leader frowned. Does our informant know so much? Xiao Hai did not hide detailed information, including the behavior of forcing Xiao Han, and he was fearless. Xiao Han's death did not cause dissatisfaction with Xiao Hai. The original words of the second leader of the Overmara family were, "As long as Xiao Hai is safe." You know, the Overmara family advocates power. Xiao Han's status in the family is dispensable, and his brothers and sisters did not seem to care about his death at all. Afterwards, we accidentally discovered Xiao Han, who was not dead yet. The life and death of the original body was like a small wave, and no one cared about it. In the eyes of the Overmara family, using an incompetent young son to survive an excellent heir is acceptable, and the benefits exceed feelings. Han Xiao did not have these memories. When he traveled through time, his original memory had been violently cleansed by the budding organization. The leader sneered. The weak is the original sin. The incompetent person is not worthy of pity. I want to know what he is doing now. The researcher said, We infer that the Valkyrie experiment has mutated on number 0, and the effect may be beyond our imagination. What he gained is not only mechanical talent, but even extraordinary IQ. Number 0 showed harmlessness within half a year after the experiment and a 90% chance of being disguised. He began planning to escape since half a year ago. Hela couldn't help but interject. You mean brainwashing has no effect on him? I'm afraid yes. Hela looked annoyed. The researchers continued. Why did a human raw material that has been cleaned by us suddenly have the consciousness of resistance and escape? There's only one possibility. That is, the experiment helped him find his memory. But according to the investigation, number 0 did not have the ability to be extraordinary. Such a cunning and experienced means that he not only recovered his memory, but also awakened some strange personality. This is the most reasonable explanation. Can you guarantee it? The leader's tone was cold. No. The researchers were bitter. Who knew what happened to 0? This was just the most reasonable guess. Number 1 couldn't help but say, is it because of luck? The leader suddenly stared at him like a fool. You can copy the record of number 0 by luck. Can you sit in this position? By the way, the guard brought back the exoskeleton robot arm used by number 0. The researcher took out the report and exclaimed, although it seems very rough in technology, it is very innovative. It is estimated that most of the combat effectiveness of number 0 comes from this machine. The weapon development department is willing to imitate and improve it. Of course, this requires a lot of money. The weapons department requires funding. Finally, there was good news. The leader was in a slightly better mood. Money is not a problem, as long as they can give the finished product. The researcher nodded and turned back to the original topic. No matter what the reason, number 0 endured it for half a year. With the mechanical talent and combat power it showed, he was undoubtedly a meticulous and extremely fatal dangerous person. Everyone was shocked. No, 0 is a special experiment case and has high research value. If he can obtain his body, even if he is dead, he can further improve the experimental data. When sorting out the previous surveillance video, no, 0's disguise for half a year. Such patience made people shudder. All researchers felt frightened from the bottom of their bones, but at the same time, every researcher developed a fanatical desire for Han Xiao. Number 1 noticed the yearning in the researcher's eyes, and his face suddenly became gloomy. What he couldn't stand the most was losing to number 0. At the beginning of his birth, number 1 knew that he was the second experimental subject, and there was also the code name before him. So he has always regarded Han Xiao as an imaginary enemy. When he thought he had finally stepped on Han Xiao, reality gave him a blow. The leader remembered something. By the way, before detecting the hidden dangers of Valkyrie's potion, suspend all experiments and brainwash all existing test subjects. I don't want to give birth to another 0. Number 1's eyes were full of anger, and he felt that his loyalty had been insulted, and he shouted, I am willing to lead the team and chase 0. The leader glanced at him, put high hopes on the test subject team, and slowly said, Can you do it? Please ensure that the task is completed. Number 1 felt the leader's attention and was full of fighting spirit and made a loud military order. Okay, catch me number 0. Don't care if you don't know how to do it. The sun shines through the shade of the trees, leaving mottled light and shadow on the ground, and one hand pushes away the bushes, revealing a haggard face. It has been 7 days since Han Xiao has lived in the jungle for 7 days. After eating military dry food and fresh water, only a bunch of equipment from the Night Owl's team was left in his backpack. He got stuck with the silver knife dagger at the cost of destroying the light power arm. The next thing was natural. Even if he only had a layer of blood skin, he could still beat the silver knife that was not good at melee combat. How could the Phylong Rider lose? It's impossible for poisonous milk to lose. Anyway, he has drawings and materials to rebuild equipment, so he doesn't feel bad at all. It's so common for mechanics to damage equipment in combat. The medical conditions in the jungle are very poor. Fortunately, his endurance attribute is high enough, so he doesn't have to worry about problems such as inflammation of the wound. If you endure the pain and dig out the bullets, the wound will slowly heal. The wound caused by the sniper rifle was a little troublesome and was stuck in the gap in the shoulder blades. In order to dig out the bullet, Han Xiao failed to recover after half an hour. The second master scraped his bones and sat down to watch the style of spring and autumn when he sat in the painting style of spring and autumn. Han Xiao felt that he had nothing to do with him. Along the way, the goddess of luck protected her, but she did not encounter a ferocious beast. The few long-eared rabbits she encountered entered his stomach. The wild beasts of the sea blue star are very ferocious, and there are even some smart beasts. They have hit cities many times in history. Some powerful beasts, such as whale elephants that are both sea and land, are more than tens of meters long, wide and high, and cannot enter the guns and cannons, and can even destroy a city alone. Although Han Xiao remembers the map of Hylon Star, he has no choice but to know where he is. He can only learn from Quafu to run in the direction of the sunrise, sleeping on trees at night, and is awakened by insects 7 or 8 times in one night. It is more frequent than at night. He deeply realizes that mosquitoes are the most annoying creatures in the world, no doubt about it. When will we get out of this forest? Han Xiao was panting. At this time, a camp appeared in the distance, with wood, cement, and scrap metal forming strange-shaped fences and ground thorns. This was a simple defense measure. There were dozens of felt tents in the camp, and wisps of smoke rose, which was clearly a common settlement of wanderers on the sea blue star. Han Xiao was immediately delighted. He was in urgent need of supplies. After walking forward for dozens of meters, Han Xiao's face changed suddenly, and he retreated quickly. The dust in front of him surging, and a thick rope net suddenly rose, with thin metal pieces tied to the mesh. This was a dangerous knife net trap. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, otherwise there would be a bunch of holes on his body. This guy actually avoided it. A long-haired young man walked out from behind the tree, wearing a wanderer outfit sewn with various animal skins, looked at Han Xiao maliciously, holding an earthen shotgun, aiming it at Han Xiao's head, and said arrogantly, "Stop, don't move." The young man was obviously a resident of the settlement. Han Xiao didn't want to cause conflict and raised his hands. "I'm just a passing person." Passing. The long-haired young man noticed Han Xiao's bulging bag and immediately felt wealthy and looked greedy. "What is your bag in? Take it out for me." Seeing this, Han Xiao sighed secretly, probably because he had encountered a robbery. No wonder the size of the knife net trap happened to be similar to the human body, and it turned out to be used to catch people. People's lives are as cheap as grass in troubled times. Most wanderers are those who refuse to join the 6 countries. The harsh environment in the wild cultivates their habit of being greedy like hyenas, and killing people and robbing resources is too common. "Are you deaf? Take out the things for me." The young man with long hair cursed and approached, and a local shotgun was pressed hard on Han Xiao's forehead. The backpack was full of guns and ammunition, and it was a Germanation organizational standard equipment. How could it be displayed? Han Xiao was indifferent. "Don't you understand what I said? Believe it or not, I will fuck you in one go." The young man with long hair pulled the bolt of the gun and was fierce. At this moment, Han Xiao moved and the bell was jingling. He raised his elbow and slapped the chest of the long-haired young man. The long-haired young man screamed and flew backwards. Han Xiao snatched the earth-made shotgun with his other hand. "Don't have you met a tough guy?" The young man with long hair covered his chest, panicked, and crawled back with his hands and feet, just trying to stay away from this fierce man. Han Xiao untied the knife net trap, pulled out a thick rope, tied the humming young man with long hair on the tree, picked up the earthen shotgun, and looked at it. The gun is roughly crafted and the barrel is crooked. When you fire it, you will definitely explode the chamber. Using this kind of thing to rob is purely a lack of root strings in your mind. However, this also proves that this young man must have never killed anyone, and it is all a bluff. Seeing Han Xiao picking up the gun, the young man with long hair panicked and hurriedly begged for mercy. "Big brother, I don't know how to recognize Mount Tai. Please forgive me." Han Xiao slapped him on the head and asked, "I just realized that I was wrong now." The young man with long hair had no backbone and hurriedly said, "I'm wrong." Where was wrong? The young man with long hair hesitated for a while and asked carefully, "I should bring another gun?" Han Xiao laughed angry. "You are quite fucking playful. You have a lot of sir. Just treat me as a fart." The young man with the long hair was sad. "Get out, I'm not as big as you." Han Xiao raised the stock and knocked the young man out of his hair. He had no choice but to shake his head. This man was a resident of the settlement, and he had to enter the settlement to buy food and water. He didn't want to kill someone and cause a bigger problem, so he had to tie it up and knock it out. "You're lucky." Han Xiao. After half an hour of trekking, Han Xiao finally walked into the loafers' settlement, and the residents here looked at him with alert eyes. The wilderness environment is dangerous, and wilderness wanderers are xenophobic. Although outsiders are rare, they have not been seen before, so Han Xiao is not like a monkey in a zoo. The lifestyle of wilderness wanderers is like the gypsy, which often migrates. Next to each tent, there is a small pickup truck covered with dust-proof cloth. These pickup trucks are basically modified cars with rust. Some cars even have no shells and their skeletons are exposed to the air. A pickup truck represents a family. The settlement is not large in size, only dozens of families. However, although the sparrow is small, Han Xiao successfully found a market, and a big bearded white man was doing business in the pickup truck's car pocket. External. The bearded businessman glanced at Han Xiao coldly. "Do you know the rules here?" "What rules?" "We only accept bartering." "That's good. I don't have half a cent on me. I need a map, 3 buckets of water, 5 kilograms of food, jerky and bread." Han Xiao grabbed a bunch of bullets from his bag. "I want to pay with these." "Ammunition." The bearded businessman's eyes lit up, and he subconsciously looked at Han Xiao's bulging backpack. A look of greed appeared. Ammunition is a hard currency in the wild, and all rogues have a need for bullets. The craftsmanship of bullets is more complicated than that of earth guns. Even if small rogues can make ammunition, their production capacity is terribly low, and one shot is less than one shot. 150 bullets, said the bearded businessman. Han Xiao's face darkened. You are asking for a price all over the world. What he wants is just daily supplies, and the market price will not exceed 100. Even considering the scarcity of outdoor environment resources, the premium cannot exceed 500%. And what about the bullet? One is at least 3 pieces, which is the worst quality earth bullet. Each brass bullet given by Han Xiao is a high-quality ammunition produced on the assembly line. The shell is shiny and brand new and exquisite. 10 pieces are not expensive. 150 pieces are worth at least 1,500. Han Xiao only brought 300 bullets, and he wanted half of it, which was clearly slaughtering people. If you have the ability, don't buy it. The bearded man was so cautious that he lowered his head and grinded his fingernails, looking like I could eat you. I recently watched Prison Storm 2 again. The leopard-headed chicken is so domineering. I will fuck you in one go. Supply was too important to him. Han Xiao sighed and ordered 150 bullets and was about to pay the money. The bearded man shook his finger and raised the price on the ground. 180 bullets. Han Xiao's eyes were angry. Your uncle's profiteer, you are starting the price on the ground. You will have no chance to have a baby. Seeing this, the bearded man shouted exaggeratedly. Oh, what a scary look. You still want to kill me? Come and have a look. Someone here wants to kill someone. As soon as this statement came out, dozens of wanderers around him surrounded him, and some even picked up weapons such as crowbars and iron rods, staring at him covetously. This is our territory. Do you dare to cause trouble? Success. You are awesome. 180. This price is just for you. You could just beg for it. Han Xiao was so angry that he didn't want to cause more trouble. He squeezed out his words from his teeth and threw the bullet to the ground. The bearded man smiled proudly, and someone brought everything over and handed it to Han Xiao. Confirming that the map and supplies were correct, Han Xiao raised his middle finger to the bearded man, not wanting to stay for a second more. So he turned around and left. At this time, the bearded businessman spoke again. Hey, do you want to walk out of this forest with your legs? What? Do you have a problem? Han Xiao stopped and said angrily, I have an old pickup truck. Do you want it? The bearded man calmly, as if the unhappiness just now had never happened. I can't afford to pay you. Han Xiao stabbed him. You can afford it. The bearded man pointed at Han Xiao's backpack. You have so many bullets, you must have brought a lot of guns, and you can use those guns to pay. High-quality guns are very popular among wanderers. They generally rely on hunting to maintain their food sources. One more good gun can be one more hunter. Han Xiao was equipped with the equipment of the Night Owl Squad, which was of good quality. There were also hot goods, such as sniper rifles and bulletproof vests. It was more than enough to replace an old pickup truck, but he shook his head and rejected the bearded man's proposal. The traces left by driving in the forest are too conspicuous, basically saying that I didn't walk on this road when I saw that I didn't want to race against the helicopter. It would be better to walk. And he has another consideration. These guns are all germinated standard weapons. Once a germinated team comes to this settlement and discovers the organized standard weapons, the settlement will suffer a catastrophe. Selling these guns is equivalent to indirect killing. Although Han Xiao had just been killed by a businessman, he was not so crazy. The bearded man still didn't give up and wanted to sell a few words, but suddenly a loud, bell-like voice sounded next to him. Kylo, you're cheating outsiders again. A burly man in animal skin hunting suit strode over, and the crowds separated automatically wherever he passed, obviously very prestigious in this settlement. The bearded Kylo's face turned bitter. Hu Hongjun, I finally started a business. Don't meddle in other people's business. Hu Hongjun snatched the bullet he got from the beard and handed it to Han Xiao and said proudly, the things you want are not worth much money. I'm giving it to you. Look, this is your bullet. Han Xiao was stunned and looked at Hu Hongjun carefully. This man is a yellow man with a strong figure, slightly white temples, sharp eyes, and heroic spirit in conversation. The righteous behavior of returning the bullet immediately made Han Xiao feel good. Hey, what should I do? Kylo shouted. Hu Hongjun didn't look back. Isn't it just a little food? I'll give it to you tomorrow. Kylo was furious and finally opened to slaughter. You set up an affordable exchange for me. Do you know what business is? Hu Hongjun was very hospitalized and said, you are a guest from afar. Look at your haggard appearance, and you are not used to the life of the forest. In this way, stay at my house for one night and set off on the road tomorrow. Han Xiao hesitated for a moment and nodded in agreement. He really wanted to have a good rest, and the first impression Hu Hongjun gave him was a straight and generous man, not like a bad person. Of course, even if the other party has bad intentions, Han Xiao will not be timid. The two left together, and the wanderers' onlookers also dispersed. Only the bearded Kylo beat his feet and stamped his chest. He dared not speak out. There was no way. Hu Hongjun was one of the hunters in the settlement. Everyone had to rely on him to hunt and bring back food. He was generous and had a very popular relationship, so he did not dare to offend him. Hu Hongjun took Han Xiao back to his tent, lifted the curtain and shouted, and I have guests. I can cook more today. I understand. A woman replied. Han Xiao walked into the tent and saw a woman called in, who looked ordinary and wore a simple cloth skirt. Han Xiao noticed that her eyes were dull and she was clearly blind. This is my wife. Hu Hongjun smiled. Hello, and heard the voice and smiled in the direction of Han Xiao, groping out the pots, pans, and jerky wild vegetables, and put them on the simple stone kiln stove in the center of the tent to cook. Since the other party was so enthusiastic, Han Xiao was not restrained. He sat on the ground and started chatting with Hu Hongjun. After a conversation, Han Xiao confirmed that Hu Hongjun had no other intentions and was simply hospitality, and he couldn't help but let go of his guard. I noticed just now that most of this settlement is white. How could you join them? Han Xiao asked. The intelligent species of Aqua Blue Star are humans, with a total of 4 species, black, white, yellow, and Sinu people, all of which are derived from natural selection. Darwin once said that the more dangerous the environment, the stronger the life, the stronger the Sinu people are. There is no special reason. At that time, I happened to meet this group of wanderers. At that time, Sheng was sick and needed care, so he stayed. Although the motherland and race were different, we were all remnants of the old era and the deceased. What we divided between you and me was just to share the same illness and keep warm. Hu Hongjun's side. There were originally hundreds of countries on the Sea Blue Star. After contacting the interstellar forces, they realized that the existence of so many countries on a planet is a waste of limited planet resources. Inconsistent means endless internal friction. If it continues, when the planet's resources are exhausted, civilization will be trapped on the planet and lose the opportunity to enter the universe. Therefore, with the help of those who are interested, the social environment has undergone drastic changes over the past few decades, with war, negotiations, and economic pressures. Through peaceful or unpeaceful channels, the waves washed away the sand and finally reduced to only 6 countries. Some of those who lost their motherland chose to join the 6 countries. Some chose to join the budding world, and the rest were wanderers. The world of the Sea Blue Star is in the pain period of the old era moving towards the new era. Those people whose countries were annexed, destroyed, and disintegrated were immersed in grief and disillusionment. Everyone hoped that their country would survive. But when the wheel of history felt that it had stopped for a long time and needed to continue moving forward, some things that seemed indispensable could only accept the fate abandoned by the times, and became a few words left in history books, giving some simple examples, such as the laid-off wave in the early 1990s. Countless iron rice bowls were broken, and China's 5,000 years of history was not destroyed until the Republic of China and the dynasty system that lasted for thousands of years. Before that, the existence of the emperor was something that everyone thought was natural, and for example, the dark religion of the West in the Middle Ages. The progress of civilization is like a surging river that cannot be stopped. Everyone, everything, and even the country are just sand wrapped in the rivers, drifting with the flow. People with limited individual strength can only vent their grief on the internet or parades, or depressed by the honors of the past. Those who are more radical refuse to accept the invitations of citizens of the 6 countries and become wilderness wanderers, living together in the wild, and wanderers account for 30% of the population of the entire planet. Some soldiers who once donated blood and con to the country oppose the 6 countries with more extreme behaviors. The budding organization is a behemoth born in this social environment. The idea is to overthrow the 6 countries, share the same hatred of the enemy, and be a well-deserved leader in the underground world. It is easy to keep the achievements, and reform is always accompanied by pain. Even the universal knowledge of the universe is still unwilling to accept it. Compared with private interests and social progress, there are always some people who choose the former. I don't care about the flood after I die. These people usually play the role of resistance on the road of evolution. After all, selfishness can bring actual benefits, and righteousness is just an illusory belief. Selfless people are rare animals. Otherwise, selflessness will not be called virtue. Otherwise, there is no need to do the annual China selection. It is not to tell everyone, look, there are still good people in the world. You can study hard and let the organization save you some fun. Hu Hongjun said, since the Battle of Andia, history has been divided into 2 halves. The past few thousand years have been called the old era, but now it is a new era. Sometimes, thinking about it, what's wrong with life in the past? Peace and stability have started a war because of the so-called internal friction theory. The consequences of hard work are probably more serious than internal friction. Besides, even if it happens, it will only be thrown into future problems for future generations in a few hundred years. What's our business? Han Xiao sighed. Who knows? Maybe in the eyes of most people, internal friction is boiling frogs in warm water. Long pain is worse than short pain. Han Xiao frugit. The Battle of Andia, the end of the long war, laid the key battle to establish the pattern of the 6 countries. Andia is the name of a land plate. There were some countries. When the war broke out, the countries of other continents seemed to have a silent, tacit understanding. They all regarded Andia as the main battlefield and controlled the scope of the war. They did not want the war to destroy the ecology of the entire planet. Countless missiles, tanks, and aircraft bombed, and hundreds of millions of people lost their lives on Andia. After the war, the plants and trees on Andia continent withered, scorched earth was everywhere, and life was devastated. The rivers and lakes emitted the stench of rotten corpses, and the fertile green mountains were covered with dark yellow shade, forming a dead land. The six kingdoms patted their butts and stopped the army, leaving a mess, completely abandoning the Andia continent like a ruthless scumbag. The survivors on Andia are now sparsely populated and all hate the six countries extremely. Han Xiao noticed the calluses in Hu Hongjuan's palm. Have you been a soldier before? Yes, I've been in the army for more than 10 years. I thought that soldiers who lost their country would choose to join the Manya organization. Hu Hongjun shook his head and said, My motherland was merged by Xinglong through military negotiations, and those leaders have compromised. Why should soldiers like me be so hated? Although I don't like the six countries, I cherish the hard-won peace. The war lasted for so many years and was about to end, but Manya emerged from nowhere, shouting the slogan of overthrowing the six countries, attracting countless soldiers who shared the same hatred of the enemy to join, wanting to start a war again. Alas, I am just a rough person. I don't understand the concepts of the six countries in Manya, and I don't want to be involved in the war again. And interrupted, Yes, the war is too cruel. My eyes were blinded by a flash bomb that suddenly exploded. Old Hu led me around and finally settled down. Although life was a little harder to be a wanderer, it was much better than before. As he spoke, the meat in the pot gradually emitted a fragrance. Han Xiao sniffed it greedily and said curiously, You can't see things, how do you cook? And said, dissatisfied, Don't underestimate people. Although I am a blind person, I still have a sense of smell, hearing, and touch, and I am not a useless person. Hu Hongjun smiled bitterly and said, She has a strong temperament and will not let me take care of her. I can't be a useless person to drag you down. And his tone was full of tenderness. Hu Hongjun scratched his head awkwardly, as if he was not used to teasing his wife in front of outsiders, and hurriedly changed the subject. By the way, let me see my baby. Han Xiao's face changed slightly, and he thought of some unhealthy things, and moved back quietly. Fortunately, Hu Hongjun did not take out the big treasure. He opened the box next to him and took out an old rifle wrapped in a cloth strip, and said proudly, Look at whether you know the goods. Superiority, old, quality, gray, white. Basic attributes, attack power 3840, fire rate 0.9 round/s, magazine capacity 20 rounds, effective range 200 meters, output energy level 25, durability 5/300, attribute bonus, agility +1, length 0.77 meters, weight 7.1 pounds, other effect, accurate, stable ballistics, extremely low impact on the wind direction. Note: this weapon has followed his master to participate in many battles. Good gun. Honda Technician's professional quality burst out and exclaimed, Although I've been using it for many years, the feel is still so smooth, the barrel is long and straight, the ammunition has enough acceleration distance, the jet force is absolutely strong, the appearance is dark and shiny, murderous intent, and magnificent and upright. Well, it is really a weapon. Hey, why did the atmosphere suddenly give it? Could it be an illusion? This is my old friend. I have been with me for almost 10 years. Hu Hongjun laughed. Don't look brand new. It's because I often use oil. In fact, the components inside are aging. I haven't used this gun to hunt for a long time. The two had a great time talking, and it was dark before they knew it. After and finished the rice, a pot of rich and fragrant broth was rich and pure white, with a milky texture. The meat was stewed thoroughly, and pieces of wild vegetables were floating on the oily soup noodles, decorated with touches of green, making people's index fingers move. The smell of meat was like a seductive little goblin, locking Han Xiao's gaze firmly. He swallowed. His stomach, which had been tortured by dry food for 7 days, was constantly roaring with good feelings for Hu Hongjun +1 on his head. After eating supper, Hu Hongjun spoke up and stayed Han Xiao for the night. It was hard to refuse the kindness, considering that it was really difficult to travel at night. Han Xiao agreed, and used a curtain to divide a compartment in the tent. Hu Hongjun and made a bed for him. "Your backpack is too big. I'll put it outside for you," and said. The tent space is limited, and his compartment is very small, so he can only place a bed, and he really can't put on a backpack full of various guns. He thought about it, and asked Hu Hongjun for a piece of animal skin, picked out the excess guns from his backpack, removed all the bullets, removed the trigger, wrapped them tightly in the animal skin, and placed them in the corner. He was careful and put a leaf on the animal skin. If the package was turned around, he would find it the next day. The backpack was filled with all the ammunition, and the size was just at the end of the bed. Han Xiao filled a Type 73 Wasp pistol with bullets and pressed it under the pillow. Although he was very grateful for Hu Hongjun's warm hospitality, he could not relax the warning he should have. However, when Han Xiao's head was touched by the pillow, the fatigue that had been tensed for 7 days burst out, and he almost fell into the deepest sleep in the blink of an eye. Hu Hongjun heard the slight snoring, smiled and shook his head, and said to him in a low voice, "It seems that he is very tired. Don't disturb him," and nodded, took the action of cleaning lightly, walked out of the tent with a pot and pan, and went outside to wash dishes. Uncle, I'm hungry." Hu Fei broke in with a dirt face, with a big bag smashed out a hard object on his forehead. If Han Xiao was awake, he would recognize that this guy was the young man who robbed him during the day and was also Hu Hongjun's nephew. Hu Hongjun frowned and said, "Where did you go today? No one can see you all day." I'll go out to hunt." Hu Fei was timid. Since his father died, he had been living with Hu Hongjun. He was very afraid of Hu Hongjun as his uncle. Seeing his nephew's cowardly look, Hu Hongjun knew that he was lying. He grabbed Hu Fei's ear and shouted in a low but stern voice, "Are you going out to fool again? Last time I told you that if you take that broken gun to scare passersby, I will break your 3 legs." His ears were twisted, and Hu Fei was so painful that he burst into tears. He felt very aggrieved. "Your nephew. I stepped on the tough stubborn today, and not only was he beaten, but he was tied to a tree for most of the day. He was so hungry that he was dizzy. It was me who suffered a loss. Uncle, can you reason?" "Don't, uncle, leave me a leg." Hu Fei cried with a sad face. "Then do you want to leave your left leg or your right leg?" "The one in the middle." "Don't think about it. I will definitely have a fracture of that one." Hu Hongjun raised his slap and suddenly thought that he could not disturb Han Xiao's sleep. He let go of Hu Fei and said hatefully, "I will beat you tomorrow." Hu Fei noticed that there was one more person in the tent and was curious to look over. His eyes crossed the curtain, wanting to see who the guest was. It would be fine if he didn't look at it. When he saw it, Hu Fei's face turned pale. "Isn't this the fierce man during the day? Oh, my forehead hurts even more. What are you looking at? Get out and fall asleep today," Hu Hongjun said angrily. To his surprise, Hu Fei did not refute. He looked like a ghost and crawled out, making Hu Hongjun see it inexplicably. He touched his face and thought to himself, "Thinking I am that ugly?" Hu Fei ran out of the tent in panic and realized it when he was blown by the night wind. "No, why am I running for? This is my home. The murderous man was so desperate that he hit me. Can I spare him so easily?" Hu Fei was about to turn around, and suddenly the scene of Han Xiao knocking him away flashed in his mind. He became timid in an instant, and he stopped and didn't have the courage to settle the score with Han Xiao. Even if he is afraid, if Hu Fei has no resentment towards Han Xiao, that is pure nonsense. He dare not cause trouble for Han Xiao, but he is unwilling to let it go. Hu Fei, show some of the courage of a man. Revenge and revenge. Hu Fei made up his mind and thought of a way to take revenge. He was very curious about Han Xiao's bulging backpack. He noticed the animal skin package in the tent just now. Hu Fei clearly remembered that there was no such thing at home, so it must be the baggage of the fierce man. In the middle of the night, everything was silent, and everyone in the settlement fell asleep. Hu Fei, who had been waiting for a long time, finally started to act, tiptoed, and sneaked into the tent like a thief, carefully touching the animal skin. "Hee, let me see what you brought." After turning on the layers of animal skins, Hu Fei's eyes widened instantly. almost frightened to the point of falling. Firearms. All are excellent guns. Hu Fei's face was ecstatic and his eyes were greedy. It was indeed a good thing. He wanted to take all the guns away, but when he thought of Han Xiao's fierce appearance, his courage immediately shrank. If the fierce man found out that his luggage was missing, he would definitely beat him to death. You can't take them all. Hu Fei gritted his teeth and picked up 2 Type 73 Wasp pistols, without the courage to take them more. Forget it. At least my uncle has treated you. It's not too much to take you 2 guns. Hu Fei convinced himself in his heart, returned to his original appearance, and tiptoed away. Only 2 small pistols were missing, and a murderer should not be able to detect it. The next morning, Han Xiao woke up and felt relaxed all over, and the fatigue of escape was wiped out. Brother Han, you are awake. Hu Hongjun was exercising his muscles at the door and smiled. This family was so enthusiastic that they gave him food and accommodation. Although they were reluctant to leave, Han Xiao still expressed his intention to leave. I thank you for your hospitality, but unfortunately I can't stay for a long time. If I have the chance, I will repay you. And came with a small package and smiled. I made some pancakes. You can take them on the way. Han Xiao felt warm and took the package with both hands. The warm heat of the pancakes came into his heart through his palms, and a smile appeared. Then he realized that he could not see it, so he sincerely said, I slept very well last night. Thank you very much for your hospitality, and covered his mouth and chuckled. Haha, you're welcome. There are brothers in the world. Hu Hongjun said proudly. Han Xiao packed his luggage, brought his backpack and animal skin package, and suddenly noticed that the leaves wrapped in animal skin were gone. His face slightly darkened, and he said, Someone moved my package. Hu Hongjun was shocked. No, and I don't. Wait, Hu Fei, get out. Hu Fei, who was hiding behind the tent, shook all over and walked out in shame. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he said with a smile, It's you again. Hu Fei shrank his neck and did not dare to look at Han Xiao. Hu Hongjun kicked him in the ass and said with a grudge, Have you stole other people's things? Take it out immediately. Hu Fei bit his lip, reluctantly took out a handful of Type 73 wasps and handed it to Han Xiao. Brother Han, just beat him up. This kid deserves a beating. Hu Hongjun began to consider what position to beat his nephew later. No need, just take the things back. Keeping them is dangerous for you. Han Xiao took the pistol back and breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't care about his equipment, but was worried that keeping the weapons would cause trouble for the settlement. Hu Hongjun treated him for one night, so he naturally could not leave any disaster. Hu Fei curled his lips and disagreed. He felt that Han Xiao was stingy. He obviously had so many guns, but he couldn't bear to leave him alone. The mountains do not turn, the waters do not turn, and we will meet again if we are destined to be in the world. Goodbye. Han Xiao said goodbye officially. Hu Hongjun nodded. Be careful on the road. Han Xiao carried his bags and turned around and left. It is said that you will be grateful to others for being favored by others. If you have the chance in the future, Han Xiao will repay the kindness of timely help. This murderous man finally left. Hu Fei wiped his cold sweat, then looked secretly happy. Fortunately, the guy didn't notice that I had stole 2 guns. Hu Fei got rid of Hu Hongjun's criticism, returned to the back of the tent, took out another Type 73 Wasp pistol from the box, and couldn't let it go, and played with it. He made up his mind that even if Han Xiao came back to provoke the crime, he would never admit it and would not return anything. But why doesn't this gun have a trigger? The map drawn by the Wanderer was like a quarrel with the primary school students, but it indicated its current location and was enough for Han Xiao. He remembered the complete full picture of the sea blue star. You're located in Xinglong Kingdom. Please refer to the map. You can walk out of the woods and find a railway in another 3 days. You can take a ride to the city. At noon, Han Xiao found a place to eat something to replenish the energy consumed. He saw that there were several more holes drawn by thorns and branches wrapped in the animal skin. Han Xiao spread out his animal skin and was about to put the guns into his backpack one by one. He suddenly stopped and exclaimed, It seems like a gun is missing. I counted it again, not an illusion. Han Xiao felt a thrill in his heart. If the gun was left in the settlement, it would be awful. Without having time to eat, Han Xiao hurriedly sorted out his things and walked towards the way he came. Two dark, bulletproof armored vehicles arrived at the loafers' settlement. Number 1, with a fully armed test body team, threatened all the loafers to gather in the square with their guns and squatted together with their heads in their hands. All the wanderers recognized the emblem of the budding organization and were panicked. Had you ever seen this person? Number 1 pressed the terminal on his handheld, and a virtual image appeared in the air, which was Han Xiao's photo. I haven't seen it before. Everyone denied it. Everyone knows the style of the budding organization. As long as you clear the relationship, you will not attack the wanderers. The 6 kingdoms and the buddy are opposing camps, while the wanderers are fence-bearers who are swaying in the middle. They usually remain neutral, but they may also go to either side. Therefore, the 6 kingdoms and the buddy organizations have regulations that they do not easily use force against the wanderers. Only Hu Fei trembled all over and felt guilty almost written on his face. Number 1 was angry and frustrated. He tracked Han Xiao for 7 days before he met a settlement, but everyone said that he had never seen Han Xiao, which meant that he was chasing the wrong direction. Let's go. Number 1 snorted and led the team to get on the car. As he turned around, he suddenly noticed Hu Fei's expression. Number 1 was suspicious, stopped and shouted, "Catch that kid!" Hu Fei was shocked and was pulled out of the crowd by the test-type soldiers, trembling like a trembling quail. Number 1 squinted his eyes and asked, "Do you know the person in the photo?" Hu Fei shook his head quickly. "I don't know." Number 1 glimpsed that something hard stuff was stuffed around Hu Fei's waist and shouted, "Search him." Hu Fei was pressed to the ground, watching the Type 73 wasps being searched. "This is our gun." Number 1's face suddenly turned cold. He raised his gun to the crowd and said angrily, "Number 0 has been here, but you dare to hide it. Do you all want to die? Say, where has he been?" The deterrent force of the gun made the wanderers turbulent, and they all turned their eyes to Kalo, the bearded man who was the first to contact Han Xiao. Kylo was huddling in the corner like an ostrich and dared not appear. Seeing this, he was anxious. "Look at what I do. I just sold some things to him." Hu Hongjun only knew the whereabouts of that guy. The people around Hu Hongjun immediately dispersed like avoiding the plague. Seeing that things had come to this point, Hu Hongjun could only stand up slowly and said in a deep voice, "I don't know." The bearded Kalo was eager to clear the relationship and immediately refuted, "How could you not know that you stood up for him and even hosted him for one night?" Number 1's expression suddenly became cold. The wanderers were frightened and urged Hu Hongjun one after another. "Hurry up and say what you know. Do you want to kill us for an outsider?" Hu Hongjun cursed Kalo in his heart, took a deep breath, made up his mind, pointed his hand in one direction, and said in a deep voice, "That person is heading in that direction." "Very good. You are very sensible." Number 1 smiled gloomy and shot without warning. Bang! A bloody hole appeared on Hu Hongjun's forehead. His face freezes. His face was shocked, his body shook, and he suddenly fell to the ground, and a pool of blood was gushing under him. Hu Fei screamed and looked at Hu Hongjun's body in horror. Just die like this." Number 1's face was as usual, as if he had just killed a chicken. The wanderer's concealment made him angry, especially after hearing Hu Hongjun entertaining Han Xiao. He became more and more interested in killing. As long as someone has a little bit of a relationship with Han Xiao, Number 1 doesn't mind sending him to hell to confess. Old Hu, and noticed something, his face was pale, he stood up shakingly and followed the sound to his husband, staggering and stumbled. Number 1 drew out his pistol and shot him from distance. Half the back of the head was blown up by a bullet, and the brain and blood were spilled all over the floor, and fell down halfway. Only one arm away from Hu Hongjun, but it was like a natural barrier, and his godless eyes were dyed red by the splashed blood drops. Number 1 glanced at the body and sneered, looking for death. Hu Fei collapsed to the ground, and cried loudly. He regretted it extremely, and his greed killed his uncle's family. The wanderer dared not speak out. Looking at Hu Hongjun and Anne's corpses, He felt sad that the rabbit died and the fox was dead. The terminal on the palm was connected to the surveillance screen of the Bud leader. The leader asked, "What are you doing? Who made you kill someone?" Number 1 hurried and admitted his mistake in fear. This group of wanderers know that they don't report it. I just want to establish my authority, so let's leave immediately. The leader shook his head and said, "Forget it. Since you have killed all the kills, then do it clean and don't let the news spread." Number 1 nodded. His face turned cold, and he made a gesture. The continuous gunfire shocked countless birds in the forest. The dusk was like blood, and Han Xiao rushed back to the settlement before dark. From a distance, he smelled a pungent smell of blood, and his heart immediately sank. It's late. The noisy settlement was silent, and it was a scene of massacre. There was shocking blood everywhere. The land under my feet was soaked in blood, soaking and sticky, with bloody footprints every step. Han Xiao saw the tragic death of Hu Hongjun and Un, and his pupil shrank, and his anger rose from his heart. At this time, a figure got up from the dead body on the ground, and Han Xiao recognized it as the bearded businessman who had blackmailed him. Kylo was still in shock. He was shocked at the beginning of the massacre, but he was lucky enough to escape. Before he could be ecstatic, he saw Han Xiao standing aside and looking at him, and his body suddenly trembled like a sieve. Han Xiao took 2 steps at a time, grabbed Kylo's collar, and shouted, "What happened here?" Mengya organization was done by Mengya organization. We did not reveal your whereabouts, so they killed people to vent their anger. Our people died so miserably. For the sake of Hu Hongjuan's hospitality, you have to avenge us. Kylo burst into tears and snot, acting like the real thing. He didn't dare to tell the truth, but just wanted to instigate Han Xiao to take the initiative to find Mengya organization and not involve him. Cough, cough, cough. A weak cough sounded not far away. Han Xiao walked over and saw that Hu Fei, who was shot 5 or 6 times, was not dead yet. He was so angry that he could not save him. When Han Xiao saw the 73-type wasp in Hu Fei's hand, he understood everything. For a moment, his emotions were complicated. Tell you that there is danger. Why do you have to not listen? Hu Fei trembled and stretched out his hand, grabbed Han Xiao's trouser legs tightly, and cried bitterly, crying heart-wrenchingly. I shouldn't be greedy. I regret it so much. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Hu Fei pointed at Kylo, tremblingly. Don't believe him. He betrayed my uncle, Hu Hongjun. As he said that, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. You can't save me anymore. I can only make you less pain. Han Xiao shook his head, stretched out his hand, and broke Hu Fei's neck. Don't listen to him. Kylo hurriedly wanted to defend himself, and Han Xiao suddenly stood up, pulled out his gun and fired, and the bullet penetrated Kylo's head. Kylo fell to his knees in shock and died with his eyes closed. Everyone is dead. You can go down and accompany them. Han Xiao lowered his eyes. Since discovering the tragedy of the settlement, Han Xiao's murderous intent has been bound by his cold reason, as if he was imprisoning a tiger with a cage. The more irritable he was, the calmer he was. Han Xiao came to Hu Hongjuan's body and looked in the direction of Hu Hongjuan's finger. It was the direction the test team was chasing him, and the ruts went deep into the forest. It was a direct departure from the direction he left. Hu Hongjun did not betray him. Han Xiao's heart twitched suddenly, as if a nail was pierced in, heartache. Even in the end, Hu Hongjun never betrayed him as an outsider. Is it worth it? You trigger the E-level mission, Revenge. Task tips, kill the test team. Task reward, Experience. Han Xiao no longer looked at Hu Hongjun and Anne's corpses, walked into the tent, and took out the old saber rifle that Hu Hongjun regarded as the treasure. I wonder if it was an illusion. A black light flashed across the surface of the saber rifle. You really want to avenge your old friend, right? Han Xiao's face was tense. He took out all the guns in his backpack and dismantled them into parts on the ground. With the saber rifle as the main body, he gradually modified them into shape with these parts. Simple maintenance and simple strengthening modification both reached level 10. Although the name was a little frustrated, they were the core skills of the mechanical system in the early stage, and the maximum level effect was outstanding. Han Xiao was able to modify the basic guns at will. Saberatus rifle, sniper improved, quality white, basic attributes, attack power 66-69, fire rate 1.1 round/s, magnet capacity 10 rounds, effective range 450 meters, output energy level 37. Attribute bonus, agility +2, length 0.86 meters, weight 8.3 pounds, additional effect, accurate, stable ballistics, extremely low influence on wind direction. Additional effect, penetration. After special modification, you can use sniper caliber bullets, which have stronger penetration. Note, it is eager for revenge. After counting the ammunition, there are only 25 sniper bullets, all of which were seized from the silver sword. There were 4 ruts on the ground, which meant that there were 2 chases of pursuers, no more than 12 people at most. Han Xiao raised his gun and headed towards the direction where the pursuers left, and his back disappeared into the woods. It is naturally impossible to travel faster than a car with your legs, and Han Xiao didn't plan to catch up. Hu Hongjun pointed to the wrong path. When the pursuers could not find their clues, they were 80% likely to return the same way. All Han Xiao had to do was to ambush this necessary path. It is true that if Han Xiao turned around and continued to run away at this time, the enemy would definitely not be able to find him. But the voice in his heart told him that if he did not use the enemy's blood to vent his almost uncontrollable anger, he would regret it. Even if there is no task, he will make this choice. Breast, gripping his teeth and murderous intent. At night, the forest could not see its 5 fingers, and a long wolf howl came from the distance. Han Xiao was quietly lying in the forest, his eyes slightly closed, and his saber and rifle were placed at his hand. He had been in this position for 3 hours, like a patient hunter, waiting for his prey to step into a trap. The engine roared quickly, and Han Xiao opened his eyes suddenly, and 6 high-speed moving car lights appeared within the range. Here you come. Han Xiao's tone was like receiving visiting guests at home, as calm as water. He put on the single-shaped infrared night vision device that sees the Night Owl's team, and the outlines of the 2 orange-red cars jumped into his eyes. Han Xiao pulled the bolt, put the target into the sniper lens, and carefully adjusted the visual range. He held his breath and focused, aimed for 8 seconds before pulling the trigger with a bang. In the flames and gun flames, yellow sniper bullets jumped out of the muzzle, passed through the gaps in the woods, flew hundreds of meters away in the blink of an eye, accurately hitting the tires of the high-speed moving vehicle. Bang! The tire burst. The first armored off-road vehicle hit the tree on the ground, and the car behind was forced to stop. Number 1 got out of the car dizzy and scolded. "Can you drive?" "Captain, the tires are blown." "How can the low-pressure tires explode?" A team member squatted down and said in horror, "A bullet embedded on it." Enemy attack. Number 1's brain buzzed. At this moment, gunfire sounded hundreds of meters again, and the team member who checked the wheels exploded his head in front of Number 1, and blood spilled on his body. "It's a sniper. Look for the enemy's position. All be alert and hide behind the car." But this was the first time that the test team had participated in a real battle. According to the battlefield theory I learned on weekdays, they were busy looking for cover. In the process, the deadly gunfire sounded again, and another team member was shot in the head. Number 1 shouted, "Look down." All the team members hurriedly fell down, and the gunshot stopped, followed by a solemn silence. Everyone was panicked, and only Number 1 could barely calm down and hurriedly ask the organization for help through the handheld terminal. The scene was deadlocked, and no one dared to get up and expose to the sniper's vision, as if there was a demon in the dark, waiting to harvest his life at any time. "Who attacked us?" "I don't know. It's so dark around. The other party must have a night vision device." "What should I do now?" Lying on my lie, waiting for reinforcements. Number 1 shouted, "Don't be stupid. Won't the enemy escape?" "There is only one enemy, but we're like a group of frightened ostrich burying our heads in the soil. What will the organization think of us cowards?" The faces of the test team members changed. Number 1 said fiercely, "But an enemy We have cars and guns. Can't we win? Yes, we have to fight back. Confirm the sniper's position first. A team member put his heart on his mind, stood up quickly, and then fell down, tried to lure the sniper to expose his position, but a fatal bullet hit his heart almost instantly, blood blooming, and the pushing force collapsed him for several meters. After landing, it was silent, and it immediately dispelled the idea of other team members to follow. Number one's back felt cold. With such accurate marksmanship, who was the enemy? The team members did not die in vain, and the test team saw the gunfire flashing in the darkness. Finished 300 meters south. Get into the car and rushed over. Han Xiao saw from a night vision camera that the huddle enemy stood up at the same time and rushed towards another intact armored off-road vehicle. He immediately understood the enemy's plan and wanted to rush over with the armored vehicle. Thermal imaging showed that there were 7 enemies, and they obviously understood the sniper's slow firing speed. They were ready to sacrifice 1 or 2 people to get on the car. Han Xiao couldn't kill 7 people in an instant, so he calmly fired 2 shots and shot 2 enemies again. He watched the enemy get into the car, and the armored off-road vehicle engine roared and rushed towards him quickly. The saber rifle fires without wearing heavy armor and cannot aim at the enemy's hub from the front. Han Xiao was alone and was immediately in danger. The correct tactic. Han Xiao's eyes were deep. It's a pity that it was too easy to guess. Go to die. Number 1 grinned and drove towards Han Xiao's position. No one noticed that there was a rope between the 2 trees, and a string of grenades were tied in the middle of the rope. The armored vehicle hit the head-on, the ropes suddenly tightened, and the 2 trees were almost uprooted. The armored vehicle was also beaten up, and the people in the car immediately crashed and overturned. Before they could react, the grenade exploded, the flames soared into the sky, and the bulletproof glass of the armored vehicle was blown out with large snowflake-like radiation cracks. Since it was an ambush, how could Han Xiao not prepare early? He used a thick rope and the last few G-shaped fragment grenades to arrange a simple car-blocking trap. At the moment the grenade exploded, Han Xiao took off his night vision device. The fire was bright in the darkness and could see clearly with his naked eyes. He aimed at the front window of the armored vehicle without saying a word. The recoil was transmitted from the buttstock to his shoulders, and even his power could not help but shake slightly, which was enough to show that the saber rifle was powerful. Bang! One bullet after another hit the window, cracks spread rapidly, and the target was the driver's seat. Number 1 gritted his teeth and pulled the crew in the passenger seat up to block the front. The next moment, the glass shattered, the bullet penetrated, lifting the scapegoat's skull away, and the brain spilled Number 1 on his face, making it smelly and unbearable. Abandon the car. The team hurriedly acted. At the moment of life and death, Number 1 did not care about the range issue. The submachine gun poured out ammunition and shot Han Xiao from a distance, and the remaining team members followed suit. Han Xiao paused his attack, hiding his back, and changed his magazine. Bullets roared over his head, knowing that the opponent was already in chaos. After a volley, all enemies would have to change bullets, and he would be slaughtered at that time. Soon, the test team tasted the consequences of impulse. When they shot empty magazines at the same time, it was like the sound of a deadly sniper rifle that was ringing the bell by the King of Hell, and it rang out again, one shot after another, accurate and fatal. Bang bang, the rhythm of the shooting has a special beauty, which makes people think of precision machinery for no reason. The enemy was shot at the head by him one by one, and Han Xiao consciously avoided Number 1 and let Number 1 stay until the end. The teammates around him fell down one by one. Number 1 was so angry that he trembled all over, raised his gun and shot wildly, roaring, "Who are you? Get out of here!" He was originally full of confidence in the test team, but in his first battle, he experienced such a crushing defeat, which shattered all his confidence. Ka. Number 1's magazine was empty again, and he roared angrily, "Come out for me!" Han Xiao showed up with a cold face. Number 1's eyes suddenly widened, and he said in disbelief, "How could it be you?" In his opinion, Han Xiao would definitely run away like a stray dog from a base. He never dreamed that Han Xiao would dare to attack the pursuers in reverse. Even if number one suspects Han Xiao's record of escaping from the laboratory, he knows that he is wrong, and he is ridiculously wrong. Number 0 is much better than him. This discovery ignited the fire of jealousy in number 1 in an instant. I am the best. You are just a failure. A waste. New and old hatreds surged into my heart. Number 1 lost his mind and pulled out his pistol to attack. Han Xiao raised his gun a little, and a large-caliber sniper bullet broke number 1's right arm with a slam, leaving only a layer of bloodskin adhesion. Flesh and blood fly. Number 1 stared blankly at the broken arm, at a loss. Han Xiao fired again, breaking one of number 1's legs. Number 1 fell to the ground. At this time, Han Xiao slowly changed the magazine and then broke the remaining hands and feet of number 1. Number 1 collapsed on the ground and could not move. His eyes were filled with extremely vicious hatred, staring at Han Xiao. No fiddle. The howling sounded hoarse and gloomy, like a wounded beast. It's too noisy. Han Xiao strode forward, kicked out, and directly kicked the jaw that broke the size 1. Do you know why I keep you until the end? Because I don't want you to die so happily. Number 1 couldn't speak, and could only make a humming sound from his throat, like a snail twisting and struggling on the ground, spraying blood on the broken parts of his hands and feet. At this moment, the palm terminal that fell on the side automatically lighted up, and the leader's virtual image appeared. He said lightly, "Number 0, it's enough." Han Xiao frowned and said without saying a word, "I am the leader of the Minyao organization." The leader's tone was domineering with a long-standing position. Defection is a dead end. You can't play with the organization. No matter you escape to the end of the world, the organization has the ability to capture you back for trial. Every minute and every second you live will be immersed in endless fear, but I can give you a way to live. Han Xiao had an expressionless face. What way to live? Go back to the organization obediently, admit your mistakes sincerely, and accept our trial. I can give you the opportunity to keep your memory and give you a higher status. It is no longer a test body. The leader said. He admired the ability shown by 0 very much and wanted to figure out the reasons for the mutation. If it could be copied, the organization would have a more powerful combat power. When number 1 heard this, he burst into extreme anger. Why did he let number 0 get better treatment than him? He killed so many people in the organization. Why did he win him over? Han Xiao understood number 1's face and asked playfully, "I have killed so many people. Do you still want to win over me? Some wastes are not worth dying." The leader answered decisively, as if the corpses on the ground did not exist. Number 1 shook his whole body and felt as if he was dying. "Why do you think I will serve you?" The leader said for granted, "Organization is the destiny, and it is natural to do great things. It is natural for us to serve us. What should you hesitate?" "Oh, I understand. Is it because you think the treatment before is unfair? Don't be so petty. Those who accomplish great things are not care about small matters. Just a little insult compared with our ultimate goal. It is insignificant." Han Xiao said lightly, "I am not interested in your ideas at all. If you kill my friends, we are enemies, and you don't have a single sentence." The leader's tone cold. "If you reject me, the world will be big, and there will be no place for you. I will destroy you." Han Xiao said seriously. Mengbeng will not be convinced by anyone, nor will he feel a little guilty. The only way to solve the violence is to be greater violence. The leader seemed to hear a huge joke. Destroy the organization? Just you? What do you think you are? Compared to the organization, you are a sad ant that can be crushed to death with your own hands. Killing some waste will make you swell. Thinking you can fight against the organization alone? Watching the sky in a well? Overestimating your ability. Then wait and see. By the way, you don't know how big the world is. Han Xiao shook his head, shot 3 times at the chest under his feet, and sent the bullet into his heart. Number 1's eyes quickly dimmed. The test team will be destroyed. The leader was wearing a mask and couldn't see his face clearly. Even through the virtual communication, he could feel the leader's rage. "You will regret it." The leader left a cold assertion and ended the call. You have killed the number 1 Valkyrie test body and gained 900 experience. Revenge completed. Gained experience. Kaka. The saber rifle automatically disintegrated, and the internal structure of this old gun has long been aging. This battle is the curtain call of its service career. The SWP sniper rifle seized from the Night Owls team requires mastering the sniper skill, so Han Xiao dismantled it into parts and modified the saber rifle. The Killing All Test team brought him thousands of experiences plus mission rewards. A total of more than 20,000 experiences were purchased. Since he became enemies with the Booty organization, Han Xiao not only wanted to escape, but also found ways to cause damage to Booty. His current personal power is indeed insignificant compared to the Minyao organization, but he has the ability to severely damage the power of the Minyao organization. The countless advanced intelligence in his mind are his real trump card. To play the role of these intelligence, we must take advantage of the situation, and the target of the situation must be strong enough to compete with the budding organization. Then there are only 6 countries left to choose. Star Dragon, Red Maple, Tilus, Roland, Haixia, Odafena. Xinglong is closest to him, compared with Roland's cold-blooded and fierce ruthlessness, Hongfeng's bureaucratic rigidity, Haixiao's supremacy, Tilus's eagerness for quick success, and Odafena's scheming. Xinglong's internal atmosphere is the gentlest, and the hatred with the budding organization is deeply rooted. From various perspectives, Star Dragon is the best choice at present. At dawn, the Black Harrier helicopter arrived late, and the leader, Hela, and a group of Aftermath arrived at the place where the test team was wiped out. He glanced at the twisted corpse of number 1, and a cold snorted dissatisfied under the leader's mask. Waste. The researchers moved the bodies of the experimental body team together and said, "Everything is dead." The leader looked at the valley in the distance with his hands behind his back. He was silent for a long time and said, "In the name of the organization, the reward number 0 is issued on the dark web. Whether life or death is concerned, the reward amount is 1 million. Everyone was shocked. The budding organization is a giant crocodile and king of the underground world. It has not issued a reward for at least 3 years. Do you need to do a small problem with a defected experimental body? You seem to pay too much attention to him. It's too late for now. 0 to escape. What harm can it cause to the organization? Since he declared war on the organization with shamelessness, let him know his insignificance and completely destroy his ridiculous determination." The leader's tone was heartbroken. If 0 is captured alive, no matter what method you use, whether it is interrogation or experiment, you will find out the cause of 0's mutation. Even if it is dead, the body will be taken for dissection and research. The researcher pointed to the body of number 1. What should these people do? The leader wanted to throw it away, but suddenly thought of something and asked, "How is the preparation of the super warrior plan?" The basic theory has been improved, and the next step is to conduct cell and animal tests. It is expected that human experiments without sequelae will be started in 8 months. The leader interrupted, "Skip the cell-animal test and conduct human experiments directly. The risk is very high. Only Valkyrie's test can withstand the transformation. The test body is hard-won. In advance, the timetable will cause unnecessary damage." The leader's tone was unpredictable. Experiment can only create cannon fodder. Hatred can create real demons. He pointed to number 1. He is the best raw material. Hate will drive him to withstand painful transformations, and hatred is his power furnace. "I understand." The researcher nodded. The leader looked at Hela, summoned the soul. Hela exhaled a breath of turbid air. His hands lit up with gray light, and the temperature around him seemed to drop 10 degrees in an instant. The faint crying sound came from the gray light from Hela's palms, like a ghost cry. The body of number 1 seemed to resonate, and wisps of free, gray mist appeared in the air, and the bloody facial features of number 1 were gently seeping into the body, as if it had been absorbed. The leader lifted his windbreaker and took out a tube of bright red potion from his pocket. Hela's face changed slightly, and murderous intent appeared in his eyes. which was immediately suppressed by her. Aurora, Resurrection Potion. Extract her sister's bone marrow and simmer it into a super strong healing potion. The test tube was poured, and the potion was poured onto the body of number one, and the red liquid instantly dissipated and drilled into the skin from the pores. A magical change occurred. The already cold corpse of number one restored the temperature. The wound recovered at high speed. The jaw was connected, and granulation began to grow from the broken limb. The sound of the heart beating gradually became louder. Number one suddenly opened his eyes. His face was vicious and distorted, and he let out a shrill roar full of hatred, which made the listener creepy. Nocero. You start the budding organizational camp relationship. The favorability of the budding tissue is reduced by 1,000. Berry organization. Hate. Minus 1,000. Dash defector. System tips. You've triggered the A-level task. Seeds sleep in the dust. Task tips. Freedom is priceless. For this you are willing to risk death and finally get freedom in return. But the budding organization cannot tolerate your defection. They issued a generous reward. You will face endless pursuit, panic all day long, and will never be at peace. This is a disguised cage and a hazy sky. If you want to gain true freedom, there's only the only way out. You know what to do. Task tips. This task is a long-term task, and the task reward depends on your destruction progress, direct and indirect, to the budding organization. Current progress, 0%. Note, the progress is not fixed. If the budding organization expands and develops, the progress will also decrease accordingly. The task can be terminated at any time. When the task is completed, a progress below 20% is equivalent to failure. If it is higher than 20%, the task is completed. The reward depends on the final progress. Generally speaking, tasks above level B involve the power changes of the current planet. The main event of the 1.0 version of High Blue Star is the conflict between the Six Kingdoms and the Berry organization, and players are also divided into different camps. According to Han Xiao's memory, there seemed to be quite a few players who chose to join the Mengber organization at that time, which provided great help for the development of the Mengber organization. If you want to get high rewards, you would be enemies with the players who chose the Mengber organization in the future. The requirement of this task is Han Xiao's direct or indirect damage to the budding organization. In the original time and space, although the budding organization did not lose or win, it did suffer heavy losses. He realized that there were potential competitors in this task, that is, other forces that were enemies with the budding organization. The blow to budding organization by these forces will naturally not be counted in his mission progress. 20% of the damage. Wouldn't it be a matter of his own output to make the buds hurt? There is no other adjective except cheating people. Although this mission is a big pit, Han Xiao did not hesitate to accept it. He and Mingyao organization had no reason to refuse. It seems that this is my temporary main task. The Bud organization is the main event in the 1.0 era of Hylon Star. Han Xiao would stay at Hylon Star before he grew up, so the battle between the camp is inevitable. When creating new characters in Star C, the system will ask the player's tendency, such as what kind of world you like and what profession you like. Through the results of the questionnaire, the system will assign new players to random novices planets of different styles. The Star C world has various styles of civilization, and players can always start with the world they like, including ancient times, magic, urban, science fiction. Each planet has one or several main events. This is also one of the attractions of the game. There are many casual players who like to explore the universe and try civilizations and planets one by one. Sea Blue Star is one of the low science fiction urban novices planets, similar to Earth. Of course, the most core worldview of Star C is still the universe and starry sky. With the upgrade of the version, the overall worldview will be open to players step by step. There are also some players with bad taste who will give spoof answers when the system asks, such as terror, supernatural, and haunted. For such people, the system will also use full of bad taste to satisfy their bad taste, such as throwing a planet full of ghosts and ghosts but having nowhere to learn to solve ghosts. These players generally have two outcomes. One is to change the number, and the other to play with it, the latter can only seek blessings for themselves. The game cabin of Star Sea is immersive, and in addition to pain, the experience is extremely real. In the disclaimer of most unwatched games, it clearly states that if the player feels uncomfortable during the game, causing physical or mental illness, the company is not responsible for the Overlord clause. In fact, Han Xiao could find a very secret wild place and hide until the budding tissue was severely damaged, but in this way he could not grow up. Although it was safe, it was meaningless and would inevitably be overtaken by the players later. Following the main line of the planet, events can trigger a large number of tasks. The magnificent and chaotic times are an excellent opportunity for growth. Countless events have clear context in his mind, so how could he choose to escape? Han Xiao spent 3 days walking out of the forest. This forest was within the Xinglong border. It has to be said that the budding organization is really brave enough to build a base in the Xinglong hinterland and is well aware of the truth about darkness under the lamp. After walking out of the forest, Han Xiao found the railway tracks and took a long-distance train to transport livestock to the west of Xinglong capital. Due to the danger of the wild environment and the undercurrents between the 6 countries and the buds, it is in a wartime state at any time. Most of the roads connecting cities have been abandoned. The military uses rails to connect various cities to transport supplies. The beasts are strong, and every city has stationed troops and set up checkpoints. The tall wire grid barrier is the first line of defense in the city. Generally, when you see the wire grid, you will know that the city is not far away. After taking the train for 2 days free, the figure of the electric wire net finally appeared in the distance. Han Xiao pushed away the hens that were rushing around him and breathed a deep breath with a distant look. Xinglong, Shidu, 13th game. I'm here. Google. Star Dragon, one of the 6 kingdoms, is the main group of people of yellow race, and the totem is the star-casting dragon entrenched in the 9 heavens. Xinglong and Mengya have the deepest hatred. It traced back to the Andio War. Mengya reached a secret agreement with the hostile countries of Xinglong. At a critical period of the war, many super-large terrorist attacks were launched in Xinglong's territory, with more than 100,000 deaths. The frontline troops were forced to return to aid, and Xinglong almost lost the position of the 6 countries. The edge of each city is surrounded by a barbed wire that can be seen at a glance. The checkpoint is the only way to enter the city, and the army is stationed and inspected. The train stopped at the open-air platform outside the iron net barrier, and large areas of military facilities were built around it, including bunkers, watchtowers, and sniper posts. Soldiers were all stationed, monitoring the arrival train seriously. Thousands of wanderers gathered in the station square, lined up in a long queue, and were inspected one by one, and confirmed that they were not armed, not wanted, and not infectious diseases, so they were allowed to pass the checkpoint. The 6 countries have a policy of accepting wanderers, and by absorbing talents and elites who are lingering outside, they can improve their population potential in the country. Han Xiao naturally refused to accept the inspection. The Mengya organization must have issued his reward, and it will be exposed as soon as it is investigated. Although his goal is to contact the 13th Bureau of Xinglong's intelligence agency, he cannot be surrounded by the army. It just so happens that there is a way to not pass the checkpoint. The red name player who was wanted in his country in his previous life could not pass the inspection. As long as you find the hidden NPC responsible for smuggling and pay some money, you can smuggle into the city smoothly. There was an inconspicuous man sitting in the corner of the square. He neither lined up nor left, and he felt very invisible. This person is a snakehead who runs a smuggling business. Ordinary people don't know their existence. They usually only accept business introduced by regular customers. At this time, a young man who looked thin came to him and asked, "Is it safe?" The snakehead looked up at Han Xiao, sure it was a freshman, pretending to be stupid, and said, "What's safe? Is it enough to pay with these things?" Han Xiao didn't want to talk nonsense, so he threw the backpack full of guns to the snakehead. The snakehead opened the zipper and took a look and hurriedly closed it again. "Be good. Dare to sway around with so many guns." Which path is this young master? The gun control in Shidu and Han Xiao entered the city without causing trouble. These guns would be useless to him. Enough, of course, enough. Snakehead was puzzled. Where did you know that I was in the smuggling business? Don't worry about this. It is the rule of this industry to only do business without asking the details. Snakehead suppressed his curiosity and stood up to lead the way. A van truck was parked outside the station, and there were already several passengers inside. They all looked at them, and Han Xiao looked as usual and found a place to sit down. The car window is sealed with light-absorbing black tape, and the view outside cannot be seen. The car will send passengers to a secret entrance of the iron mesh barrier. The officers there are bribes from snakeheads. As long as there are not too many smuggling people, they will turn a blind eye. On the car, a short man next to him was bored and asked Han Xiaopan, who looked tender-looking. According to his experience, this kind of young man is best to fool him. Little brother, is it the first time I came to Shidu? Han Xiao glanced at him. Yes, I don't know what to call him. Ma Jie, where are you? Han Xiao. Ma Jie said with his age. Xiao Han, your first time in Shidu, I will introduce you to you. Shidu is divided into 8 urban areas. The first district is the political core and the territory of those high-ranking officials. No one can enter. The other 7 districts have their own characteristics and are secretly controlled by big figures in the gray area. I have to remind you, don't provoke gray people, otherwise you won't know how to die in a minute. Han Xiao shook his head secretly. The so-called gray area is a gray interest chain composed of drugs, flesh business, smuggling, and arms. Every city has a person who has a scattered family, but compared with the official forces, is not even as good as a fart. It's just that civilians subconsciously fear the vicious gray characters and disdain for the forces on the official side, because they know that the official forces will not hurt them, while the gray characters are the opposite. This is human nature. It is like seeing a gun car guard on the road. Not many people will be afraid, but if a fierce guy in a uniform is replaced with a fierce guy holding a gun, most people will definitely hide as far as they can. Ma Jie showed off his skills in front of him, and Han Xiao didn't expose it and cooperated with the other party with a funny look. Then the army doesn't care? Hey, what can the army do? Will it directly attack the city? Ma Jie looked disdainful and highly praised the gray area. He had a sense of showing off and said loudly, My cousin is the leader of a boss, and his future is promising. This time I'm here to join him, help him. So amazing, Han Xiao said perfunctorily. Someone supported him, and Ma Jie became even more excited and said, Of course, my cousin is also a well-known figure in Shidu. Have you ever heard of the name of Yellow-Spotted Leopard? Oh, forgot. Xiao Han, you have never been to Shidu before. Are you going to the city to join your relatives this time? Han Xiao casually said, No, I want to find a job to settle down in the city. Ma Jie's thoughts immediately became lively. If a young man was to join his cousin would look up to him and said carelessly, How is it? Do you want to follow me? Brother, I guarantee you a bright future. Han Xiao declined politely, but in Ma Jie's eyes, the young man's arrogance was caused by his arrogance, and sneered, I tell you, what kind of life do ordinary wanderers live in the city? Live in slums. Eat moldy food. Don't look at the 6 kingdoms' high-sounding acceptance of wanderers, but just pretending and don't take you seriously. You are a helpless young man. What future can you have? Why don't you follow me? I dare not say anything else. At least you can have enough food. No need. Han Xiao shook his head. Ma Jie felt that Han Xiao was ungrateful and looked dissatisfied. He said sarcastically, I don't know how to live or die. It depends on how you regret it in the future. It's too late to please me. Han Xiao closed his eyes and said that he didn't want to talk nonsense. Ma Jie asked for it, glared at Han Xiao, and stopped talking. The car parked outside a section of iron net far from the railway station. There was a gate with danger signs here, which seemed to be a dedicated passage for transporting arms. An officer was waiting behind the gate, and the snakehead stuffed a stack of coins to the officer through the iron net. The officer showed a satisfied smile on his face and actually opened the door to the arms transportation channel, allowed Han Xiao and other smugglers to enter. Follow the officer, He will take you to the suburbs of the city, and there will be no investigation." Snakehead said. The officer did not speak a word and led the way ahead. Han Xiao and others turned over various military buildings and walked out of the checkpoint base. Finally, they saw the tall buildings in the distant western capital, shining and reflecting in the sun. The stowaways were like birds and beasts scattered, each on their own paths. Ma Jie glared at Han Xiao fiercely and turned around and left. Han Xiao walked on the street. His clothes were torn, and pedestrians looked at him disgustedly, and he couldn't avoid it. He traveled in the forest for 10 days and stayed on the train, carrying livestock for a few days. The smell on his body was so touching that it made people cry. It is hard to move without money, and when you are thirsty, you can only find a square fountain to solve the problem. The most valuable thing on your body is probably the original flavor that this 20-year-old virgin has not changed in 7 days. Of course, the above are all small problems. Half an hour later, Han Xiao walked out of the department store and had already changed into a suit, a neat white shirt and black pants, and a cigarette in his mouth, filled with smoke. You have unlocked the skill Pickpocket LV1. Pickpocketing. Increase the success rate of theft. If you have a certain ability in reality, it is very likely to be brought to the game. For example, if you are a soldier in reality, you may automatically master basic fighting and basic shooting skills. As the saying goes, you can't help but have more skills. In the past, in order to fight wits and courage with a theft gang that was wandering between several blocks downstairs, I learned to pickpocket myself, with the purpose of breaking the blame. Well, I believe it myself. Thief. If there is no evidence, I will sue you for slander. I, a technician from Han, abide by the law and love the motherland. My junior high school and high school ideological and political exams have never been less than 80. I have a scholarship for 3 good students every year. I am just a matter of joining the party and can complete the achievements of the Young Pioneers, the Communist Youth League, and our party. I am known as a jealous of evil and a young man who is convinced by virtue. I have never done anything to steal things, and I have never done it. As for stealing, cough cough, borrowing passers-by's wallets, this is a force of life. The political textbooks are well said, and specific analysis of specific issues can be understood and understood. Han Xiao did not intend to be a wanderer. After defecting to the budding organization, he no longer enjoyed free resources. The growth of the machinery department is very expensive. Many equipment, materials, and parts are valuable. Funds and resources are a big difficulty. Although the wilderness is free, resources are scarce, not stable enough, and growth is too slow. Moreover, I am weak and need the protection of major forces before I grow up. If I am locked in the position by the budding organization in the wild, the other party has no worries when he starts. Maybe he will make up his mind to throw a heat-tracking missile array and carry out carpet-type area bombing, and it will not be able to escape. The Ming organization did not use this method to deal with him before, because Han Xiao was located in Xinglong Kingdom and the missile would be intercepted. It would be unprofitable to expose the organization's other bases in Xinglong. Another reason is that the leader did not use all means to deal with him, which was not worth it. Han Xiao chose to join the 6 kingdoms, and most importantly, except for the budding organization, only the 6 kingdoms mastered advanced knowledge. For the sake of his own advanced tasks, joining the 6 kingdoms camp is imperative. The most urgent thing is to choose a place to settle in Shidu. From the moment Han Xiao decided to come to Shidu, he thought of the goal at the first moment. That was a hidden plot point. He also looked at other people's information in his previous life and did not personally get this opportunity. Now there is no competitor, Han Xiao can take the lead. In front of me is a repair shop with an open store, similar to the door of an auto repair shop. The store has no name, and the sign is a wrench pattern, which only lets pedestrians know that this is a mechanical repair shop. There are not necessarily pedestrians here. The repair shop is hidden in an inconspicuous alley with walls on both sides. The entrance of the alley is about 200 meters away from the shop. If you don't walk in, you will think it is a dead end. This opportunity in my previous life did not belong to me, so I cannot miss it this time. Han Xiao's eyes flashed slightly. Although this repair shop is not amazing, it hides precious opportunities in the early stage of the machinery system and is unique. There was a chess table in front of the repair shop. Two old men with gray hair sat opposite each other, one tall and one short. The short old man had a stubble face and a long Mediterranean shawl with long hair, which looked like he was doing art at first glance. Another old man, Gao, had his short gray-white hair neatly combed, meticulously, and sat upright like a green pine tree, staring at the chessboard with concentration. The most conspicuous thing was that his left sleeve was empty and he was a disabled person. The two old men glanced at Han Xiao and continued to play chess on their own, with a serious expression, as if they were facing a great enemy. Han Xiao glanced at it and was slightly shocked. It was amazing. He was playing Go, entangled in black and white, and the situation was fierce. Old man Gao was making a big dragon, while the short man surrounded and blocked him, and his strength was not caught. Both sides played chess like antelope hanging on their horns, killing and attacking, which was extremely dangerous. Take a closer look, it's Goji. Your expressions are wasted. Are you going to repair something? A nice female voice rang out. A woman hurried out of the repair shop, which immediately made Han Xiao's eyes lit up. Her skin is fair and healthy rosy, about 1.65 meters tall, and her appearance is not amazing. She belongs to the type that is very pleasing to the eye. Her eyebrows and eyes are gentle, and her smile is friendly, like the eldest sister next door, about 5 years old, and is the most beautiful age of a woman. She has a towel on her fair and slender neck, a black hairpin, and a simple black elastic vest on her upper body. She wears a pair of jeans, revealing her straight and fair legs. The crystal sweat on her forehead is slightly reflected in the sun. She holds a wrench in her hand. It seems that she is working just now. The way of appreciating women is that young perverts look at their faces and breasts, and experienced ones look at their legs and waists. The experienced drivers mainly look at their temperament. Of course, there's also a group of Teddy's outliers, who are hungry and have no limit on men and women. As the saying goes, a woman in her 20s looks like cherries, but not delicious, and a woman in her 30 years old looks like grapes, but looks good and delicious. Han Xiao always believes that between the ages of 20 and 30, it is the most beautiful age for women. As for women in their 40s, they are like pineapples which taste good, but not good-looking. What? You want to ask a 50-year-old woman? Hey, a 50-year-old woman looks like a tomato and treats herself as a fruit. Are you recruiting apprentices here? The woman's eyes immediately lit up, which made Han Xiao feel chilled. Her eyes were more elegant, just like a person who had been hungry for 3 days saw a table of Manchu and Han chiquets, and a person who had been trekking in the desert for 10 days saw an oasis. In layman's terms, it was like a puppy saw poop and a baby saw grandma. First sound. Come in and sit in quickly, don't catch a cold. The woman hurried forward and pulled Han Xiao's arm to pull him into the store, as if she was afraid that he would run away. Looking up at the vicious sun at noon, Han Xiao said with his eyes, "Is it the cold that means heat stroke in your dialect?" The architectural style of the repair shop is mainly white, yellow, and black, and is divided into 2 floors. The first floor is the workshop with several load-bearing columns separating the space. 3 work areas are drawn, several lathe workbenches are placed, and a complete set of mechanical tools, grinding wheels, cutters, drill bits, welding guns, etc. The workbench is scratched, and it looks a bit old. There are several multi-layer iron racks next to the wall, stacked with many mechanical parts and metals, similar to hardware stores. Walking inside, there's a black metal hollow staircase leading to the 2nd floor, which is probably the living room. My name is Lu Qian. I'm the owner of this repair shop. You can call me Sister Qian. Lu Qian said generously. Sister Qian. Han Xiao didn't care about the title and said, I want to be an apprentice here. I don't know what requirements are. Tell me about your situation. Lu Qian smiled with a kind smile. She had a good first impression of Han Xiao. She liked Han Xiao's eyes very much, and she looked like a decadent young man who had no fighting spirit when he was eating and waiting to die. The salary requirements were definitely not high. Han Xiao, this year's 21st. I came from another place and knew some shallow mechanical techniques. You can also call me Technician Han. Technicien Han. Lu Qian thought this title was weird. After coming from other places, aren't you a student of Shidu College? The general knowledge of the universe obtained by He Lengxing includes basic training knowledge of superpowers. Shidu College is Xinglong's official college. All the geniuses studied nationwide, and they systematically impart superpower knowledge from the Department of Martial Arts, mechanical departments, and superpower departments. Outstanding graduates even take up important positions in the government and are the country's talent reserve. However, there are no one and many people who can become superpowers, and even with perfect training courses, the proportion is still very low. I just learned a little shallow mechanical theory. Han Xiao is a modest, low-key person who remembers the 8 honors and 8 shames. What a pity! Lu Qian felt a little regretful, and then realized that this was a bit disrespectful to others, and hurriedly explained, "Sorry, I didn't mean that. It's okay. I have to check it out. Although I need an assistant, if my skills are not up to standard, I will not be able to recruit." It's reasonable, and Han Xiao naturally had no objection. Lu Qian took out a faulty home appliance and was about to let Han Xiao repair it. At this moment, the short old man playing chess at the door suddenly spoke. "Boy, why are you here to apply for an apprentice?" Lu Qian looked puzzled. Grandpa's question is really strange. Of course, they are looking for a job. Han Xiao turned around, looked at Lu Qian's grandfather, Old Man Lu, and said, "I just want to find a job." Old Man Lu snorted without comment, pushed the chessboard away, got up, and walked over. "I'm the owner of this store. I will allow you to stay after passing my test." Old Man Gao, who was holding the chess piece and was about to connect 5 white chess, said helplessly, "Hey, you are cheating again. I have something to do." Old Man Lu didn't blush or breathe. Shameless. Old Man Gao looked helpless and could not play chess, so he had to follow him. Xinglong Land and Strategic Defense Bureau, referred to as the 13th Bureau. Han Xiao's thoughts were heard. Old Man Lu is the core character of the hidden plot, and is also the goal of Han Xiao's trip. It was purely an accident when meeting Old Man Gao. This was a big man in a high position. Han Xiao knew that his identity could be hidden from others, but he could not. The original plan was to deliver the budding information anonymously, first show goodwill, and then appear again when the time is right. But now the plan cannot keep up with the changes and has to make adjustments. The rash contact with the senior management of the 13th Bureau made his situation a little passive, but Han Xiao rarely got depressed. If the situation changes, he will only think about new ways. Since anonymity is no longer possible, just expose it directly and show your own value, so that the other party feels that he is worthy of winning over, and wait for the 13th round to come to him personally. The so-called enemy's enemy is a friend, and there is a potential cooperation basis between Han Xiao and Xinglong. Fortunately, I have entered the city, and the 13th Bureau will be cautious and worried about destroying the city, so I acted cautiously. If I were exposed at the checkpoint, I would be surrounded by the army and be slaughtered. Changing the plan may not be a bad thing. Old Man Gao has a respectable status. As long as he gains a little trust from Old Man Gao, his plan will be mostly successful. While thinking about how to talk, Han Xiao asked, "What test?" Old Man Lu looked around and couldn't find any problems. Suddenly his eyes lit up and pointed at Old Man Gao's broken arm. "You make him a prosthetic limb, and he is satisfied, you'll pass the test." "Why did you get me?" Old Man Gao was stunned, but seeing Old Man Lu winked at him, he understood that Old Man Lu wanted to make things difficult for him and drove Han Xiao away. "Grandpa, you are too much. Why are you so harsh? What should you do if you scare others away? You drink, play chess, and take a walk every day. How long has it been since you took care of the work in the store? Why don't you let me find an assistant?" Lu Qian was angry. Old Man Lu ignored his granddaughter and looked directly at Han Xiao, waiting for his answer. Han Xiao looked strange and emphasized, "Are you sure you want me to create a prosthetic that is satisfactory for this old man? If you don't dare to accept it, then leave quickly." "I accept it," Han Xiao agreed with a smile. The bionic prosthetic, drawings he obtained before were still accumulated in the panel, and the drawings were already made. Old Man Lu's request was considered to be hit by his own hands, and he could naturally get in touch with Old Man Gao. I don't know if it was his illusion, but he always felt that his bloodline was a bit Europeanized recently. These days, he always felt that some kind of existence was staring at him. You only have 3 hours, and I don't have the leisure to wait for you to make a day or two. Old Man Lu snorted coldly. Grandpa, Lu Qian was so angry that she wanted to create a prosthetic limb. She first had to measure the size of Old Man Gao's arm, then draw a structural diagram, and finally create a finished product. It may take several hours to draw the drawing concept. Even if the lathe can simplify the manufacturing process, it will not be less than 2 hours, which means that Han Xiao has almost no time to conceive, and the final product will be evaluated by Old Man Gao. This is simply a deliberate way to make things difficult, and the designer's treatment is not so miserable. However, Old Man Lu is the head of the family, and Lu Qian's protests are useless. Han Xiao had no reaction, so he took out the tape measure and asked, "Old man, is that okay?" Old Man Gao took off his coat generously and signaled that he could measure his broken arm at will. When Han Xiao was measuring his size, Old Man Gao was also observing Han Xiao. Being so obviously made things difficult for Old Man Lu. There was no displeasure on his face, but instead he was confident and seemed to be really capable. I just don't know why he was offered a reward of 1 million by the budding organization. Old Man Gao recognized Han Xiao as soon as he saw him. The buddy organization's rewards caused a stir in the underground world. Almost all intelligence agencies remembered the appearance of Zero. Old Man Gao's position was responsible for such incidents, so he was naturally clear. Seeing Han Xiao appearing in the city with a reward, he knew that there were garrison officers on the checkpoint that were corrupt again, so he really had to find an opportunity to clean up the internal team. What is Han Xiao's purpose in coming to Shidu? Is it threatening? These are all issues that Old Man Gao is concerned about. At present, it seems that the other party's behavior is normal, so Old Man Gao continues to observe. Old Man Lu is different from him. When he was young, he wandered between life and death. He was experienced and keenly discovered that Han Xiao was infected with the evil spirits of human life. So he deliberately made things difficult for him and did not want Han Xiao to stay in the repair shop, worried about causing trouble. However, Old Man Lu has not entered the underground world for a long time and is not sure that Han Xiao is the budding reward target. Old Lu's request is really harsh. I handed over the choice to me. I want me to help. Old Man Gao and Old Man Lu winked at each other. Han Xiao quickly finished measuring the size. Lu Qian was dissatisfied with his grandfather's actions and came to help him enthusiastically, saying, "Come on, tell me your idea. Let's draw the drawings together so that they can save time." Unexpectedly, Han Xiao refused her help and smiled and said, "No need to draw pictures. I already have a complete idea." Lu Qian widened her eyes and said incredibly, "You have an idea in just 2 minutes?" Almost all the time was blown to the sky by you. Old Man Lu sneered and conceived a complete drawing in his mind in 2 minutes. Even a mechanical expert could not do it. Just this kid? Just talk nonsense. Han Xiao didn't explain much and quickly wrote a list of materials and equipment to be used on paper. Lu Qian was the store manager, so she asked her to come and find things much faster than herself. Lu Qian quickly prepared all the materials. She was very dissatisfied with Old Man Lu's behavior and had to do her best to help Han Xiao, but she did not have much hope. With such harsh conditions, Lu Qian really didn't believe that Han Xiao could complete it. Han Xiao picked out the materials and started working. The raw material metal with different shapes gradually became what Han Xiao thought with the workmanship of stampers, cutting wheels, and other equipment. The main material he used is a commonly used model of aluminum alloy, which is light and strong, easy to polish and shape. Some rivets, screws, and chains have ready-made products, saving a lot of time. Junior mechanical affinity give Han Xiao an extraordinary perception of metal components. When touching the metal, he could vaguely feel the impatient emotions coming from the materials about to be polished. This feeling was fleeting, like an illusion. Mechanical affinity skills are the core capabilities of the mechanical system, which affects all aspects of the mechanical system's use of equipment and manufacturing machinery. Each level of primary mechanical affinity increases the mechanical quality and manufacturing speed by 1%. The top bionic prosthesis can collect electromyography signals. The wearer only needs to think. The brain's nerve electrical signals can direct the arms, which is no different from the real arms. The metal arm of the Winter Soldier is an enhanced version of this type, but it requires the establishment of a neural link with the body through surgical procedures. The basic electromagnetic principle and nerve connection of the mechanical system manipulation branches should be used. If this technology is deepened, it is the breeding technology which can even replace all limbs outside the brain with machinery and turn them into mechanical warriors. This method is equivalent to embarking on the path of mechanical life. The mechanical body cannot produce strength, so it can only constantly find stronger machinery to update its own modules and use external forces to strengthen itself. The only benefit is probably that the lifespan is extremely long, and there is no need to consider the character's hunger value and thirst value. However, if you lose your senses, you're easily influenced by the whispers of the mind flowing through the universe. You're subtly brainwashed by certain forces or powerful forces, and you lose yourself. Unless you program your own thinking, set a logical cycle, and become a spiritual immune body, you will lose your free thinking and become an intelligence that follows program thinking. Advanced civilizations generally use this method to create cannon fodder, and basically no players choose this development path. A slightly worse bionic prosthesis can adopt a voice control mode, but it also has prerequisite requirements and requires the operation of the branch basic acoustics. Mechanical technology is linked one after another. If the same creation is used with different knowledge, there are endless possibilities. Mechanical knowledge is a big tree, and the more branches it goes up. Han Xiao retreated and looked for the second best. He moved the principle of the light-fitting power arm to the bionic prosthesis, with mechanical power as the core, weakened the power, and used batteries as energy to prevent black smoke from spraying everywhere like light-fitting power arm to pollute the environment. The transmission of force is completed by the traction cable between the prosthetic skeletons, and the effect is like tendons, following the wearer's broken limb movements to complete consistent coordination. Old Man Lu took out a green glass bottle of beer from somewhere, and watched while drinking, wanting to see what Han Xiao could make. If he blows the cowhide, Old Man Lu will not be stingy with his ridicule. As the parts were quickly polished out by various equipment, assembled and welded together, everyone could see that this was the prototype of a prosthetic limb. What was even more surprising was that Han Xiao did not create extra parts from beginning to end, and did not waste any time, proving that he really came up with a draft to the abdomen within 2 minutes. "My good dear, can I really make it?" Old Man Lu murmured, which attracted Lu Qian's glaring eyes. Grandpa really didn't have a good intention. Seeing the surprise of several people, Han Xiao almost laughed out loud. The drawings were already made, and losing was a technical job. You have created bionic prosthesis left arm, mechanical power type, and obtained 2,000 points of experience. Bionic prosthesis left arm, mechanical power type special item, highly simulated skeleton, using mechanical power to cooperate with traction cable. The shape can be adjusted freely at the fitting area. Perfectly adapted to the disabled area, soft, and does not damage the skin, and is super wear resistant. A prosthetic skeleton with a metallic luster was created by Han Xiao, and it took 2 hours and 33 minutes. All the experts here are experts. The shape of the prosthetic skeleton is very consistent with human dynamics at first glance. It is powered by precise parts, chains, and large capacity batteries, making it new and bright. Everyone looks shocked. It's really done. Lu Qian covered her little mouth. Her eyes flashed incredible, and a thought arose in her mind. I have picked up the treasure. Just cover a layer of silicone skin on the outer skeleton. It can be faked and real. Han Xiao introduced. Stop talking nonsense. Try it quickly. Old Man Lu swallowed. Although Han Xiao did surprise him, he was still confident that he could drive Han Xiao away in the hands of his friends for many years. Old Man Gao had no choice but to pick up the bionic prosthesis and looked at it. He immediately fell in love with it. As soon as he connected the broken arm, he found that the touch was very soft, not at all like other prosthetics rubbing the skin, like falling into a sponge, but it was very tightly fitted. Old Man Gao was unwilling to wear the prosthesis before because it hindered movement, but the bionic prosthesis made by Han Xiao had no such limitation at all. He even had the illusion of the surprise that the arm was still there when swinging. The traction cable was bouncing, allowing him to use the prosthesis to complete simple arm movements without any effort. Perfect. Only these two words can express Old Man Gao's feelings at this time. What do you think? Is this thing okay? Old Man Lu drank calmly. Everything was under my control until you played your best. Lu Qian looked at Old Man Gao nervously, afraid that the word no would pop up. Old Man Gao was in trouble. On one hand, it is the request of a friend, and on the other hand, it is the personal feelings. Which one is important? This issue doesn't need to be considered at all. The thing is very good. I'm very satisfied. Old Man Lu squirted, overwhelmed with a mouthful of wine, coughing repeatedly, and glared at Old Man Gao in anger. What about the teammates who agreed to do it? You don't play by the rules. If you like it, I'll give it to you. Han Xiao was not surprised. Old Man Gao nodded. I have recorded this favor. Old Man Lu was shocked. Isn't this the material used by my family? If you want to say favors, it should be my favor, right? Have you asked me if I borrow flowers to offer Buddha? Then can I stay? Han Xiao smiled. Old Man Lu's face turned blue and red, and he could only pinch his nose and admit it. He turned around and begged for a moment without seeing it. He threw a resentful sentence. Just stay. I see how long you can stay. Lu Qian looked excited and waved her fist excitedly. Seeing this, Old Man Gao smiled at Han Xiao, waved his hand, and turned around and left. After walking out of the alley, he got into a dark, bulletproof sedan that had been waiting for a long time. The driver respectfully handed over an encrypted mobile phone. Old Man Gao dialed a phone call. His momentum changed completely and was majestic, completely different from the peaceful old man just now. He said in a deep voice, Menya Bounty Criminal 0 smuggled into Shidu. The coordinates are... Let the people of the intelligence department pay close attention. I have a brief contact with the target. It is recommended to test gently. If necessary, do not use tough methods. The traitors of the Mingya organization have always been in existence that the 6 countries tried their best to win over in order to learn about Mingya's intelligence. Unfortunately, the defectors in the past were all small fish and shrimps, while Han Xiao was Mingya's only defector who issued a reward. Perhaps he had very important information. For this reason, Old Man Gao decided to test carefully. Han Xiao withdrew his gaze. His own performance should have made Old Man Gao feel that the threat is very small, and it has set a good foundation for the contact between the two parties. There are 3 benefits to coming to the repair shop. First of all, Old Man Lu treasures the complete basic knowledge of the machinery department, saving him time to find professional knowledge everywhere. The second advantage is that the repair shop can serve as its hiding place to escape the germination of the buds. The 6 countries have germinated intelligence spies, but this repair shop is a very small number of places where the buds are unclear. Even if the enemy is really chasing him, there are tall people holding him up when the sky falls. Old Man Lu's combat power, conservatively, can beat a bunch of hella at this stage. Although Old Man Lu looks like a slut, he actually hides strong combat power. He is one of the only D-level superpowers on Hylon. In the 1.0 version of the Novice Planet, the strongest man is at most sea level, and he can already be the king and dominate, even if he is considered a backbone force. The mechanical system is ranked as a super energy system, and there is a famous theory. If the machinery takes the quality of ordinary people as the limit, it will limit more than 90% of inventions. Only powerful individuals can use stronger machinery. As they grow, the restrictions on the use of mechanical creations in the mechanical system are becoming more and more stringent. Some powerful machinery is only for mechanics, and other force systems cannot be used. The mechanical system is not all about fighting with giant guns and cannons. Senior mechanics use different machinery as the tactical core and cannons to create a variety of combat modes, such as attack, control, assassination, defense, long range, etc., robot army, guns and cannonists covered by firepower, mecha warriors who fight with high-tech cold weapons, virtual illusions, fortresses, and even transform themselves into mechanical bodies. There are many possibilities. The official information given by Star C introduces the mechanic as follows. Proficient in using mechanical weapons to fight, have the ability to assemble a high speed, and has excellent comprehensiveness. The most important word among them is high-speed assembly. After learning high-density material compression technology and primary space technology, the mechanic can fold the huge weapon into a finger-sized metal piece, carry it with you, and instantly unfold it during the battle and restore it to its original state. Power is the energy trough of the superpower system, the attack power of the martial arts system, the magic power source of the magic system, and the mental power reactor of the mind power system. The power of the mechanical system is, of course, not a decoration. When the power reaches a certain level, it will replace the role of hands, lathes, and equipment. In combat, new machinery can be manufactured at super high speed. As long as the raw materials are not stopped, the mechanic's weapons will continue to flow. Of course, the prerequisite requirement is to learn second-level splitting and reorganization and some other professional knowledge. Since the player's inventory is a real weight-bearing, the only professions that can achieve the effect of space bags are mechanical and magical systems, as well as extremely rare space psychics. The third advantage is that the top priority is that the repair shop is related to a hidden plot, and you can obtain several artifact drawings from the early stage of the mechanical system. Old Man Lu will leave the repair shop in the future and leave a code box containing drawings of years of research, so that Lu Qian can hand it over to her father Lu Cheng, who is a wandering warlord, and Old Man Lu and his son have always had a bad relationship. In my previous life, a mechanical player ran a complex task of dozens of rings before finally getting the password to open the box, and then worked hard to get all the materials. After completing the manufacturing, the rewards were immediate, and the combat power sword, becoming the overlord of the PK field, with a record high of 38 consecutive victories, and even 3 other players of the same level were still beaten. Those drawings are early-stage tools of the machinery system, and Han Xiao doesn't have to do the complicated running ring tasks in front. He knew the password from the beginning. Hidden plot is a competitive task. Although only one person can complete it, other players will also know the password after completing the running ring mission. So later someone posted a popular science post on the forum, and this is how Han Xiao learned about it. It was after the public beta that Old Man Lu left the password box. Han Xiao got the moon first and started to get a good relationship. For those magical artifacts, it's worth it. I'll tell you about the treatment of apprentices. The monthly salary is 1,000 yuan, and it's free room on the second floor. My usual job is to carry out mechanical repairs and complete customer orders. Is it okay? Lu Qian looked at Han Xiao anxiously and saw Han Xiao's ability. She was worried that such a salary would get rid of the other party, but she really had no extra money. I can accept it. Lu Qian was overjoyed and suddenly felt good about it. The second floor is a full living room, bathroom, kitchen, and several bedrooms. Lu Qian took Han Xiao to his bedroom, a wooden bed without a mattress, a wardrobe, a bookshelf, and a small workbench. This is your room. Lu Qian handed the room key to Han Xiao and enthusiastically helped him clean the room. 1,000 salary is not necessarily enough for a month's food expenses. Lu Qian is no longer satisfied with Han Xiao. How can she find such cheap and high-quality labor? This young man is probably not smart. I have to treat him well and don't let him run away. Han Xiao was amused and crying. He was not nervous when he came to apply for the job. Instead, the store manager was walking on thin ice. What's the matter? Lu Qian left after cleaning the room. Lying on the bed, Han Xiao narrowed his eyes comfortably, relaxed his body and mind, and then waited for the 13th game to come. The strength is still not enough now. Han Xiao knew very well that if he wanted to deal with Mingya, taking advantage of the situation was just a shortcut. He really relied on his own strength, and he also needed strength to look at the 13th games. At present, there is no chance to do tasks or fight monsters, so only technical work is left. Making machinery requires money, and it is imperative to go out to find external excitement. There are many opportunities in the West. If you want to transform it into your own strength, you still have a long way to go. There's a classic song that is sung well. Zhang Guolao, with his hooves facing west, carrying the monk Xia to follow the brothers of the gourd, and he went to the west to get the scriptures and go on the road. There is still half a year before the public beta, and before that, I have to be prepared. After packing up the room, Han Xiao returned to the first floor. Lu Qian was working in front of the lathe to repair a certain household appliance. Her round and perky buttocks were wrapped in hot pants, revealing a pair of straight, tender white legs, which made him look at them twice more. Lu Qian wiped her sweat with a towel and said, "The orders are all in the drawer. The repair shop business is deserted, and most of the orders are backlogged." Han Xiao chose a casual one and started working in front of the lathe. "When we work until 7 o'clock in the evening, the repair shop will close." Lu Qian changed into a white long dress and home clothes, unbuttoned her hair, and her long black and shiny hair draped off her shoulders, making her more friendly and gentle, with her sister-like temperament. There were traces of sewing on the dress, which showed that her economy was not very abundant. Han Xiao couldn't help but guess that Lu Qian was wearing so cool when she was working, and I wonder if it was to save fabrics. It was time for dinner that old man Lu appeared and locked himself in the room all day long and didn't know what to do. "It's time to eat." Old man Lu, who had long hair and Mediterranean, looked like a person who did housework, and Lu Qian took care of the meals. He picked up a piece of braised pork and stuffed it into his mouth. It was fat but not greasy, and the juice was filled with fragrance, and Han Xiao's eyes lit up. "It's delicious." Lu Qian smiled. Han Xiao had no time to answer, and he never stopped talking. "This is food. What have I eaten in the past 6 months? There are still many. Eat slowly." Lu Qian was very happy that her cooking skills were recognized and kept picking up food for him. After eating for a while, old man Lu suddenly spoke. "Who are you?" Han Xiao's moved to pick up the food. "I'm just an ordinary person. How can such a clumsy lie deceive me? Boy, come here to make a real trick." Old man Lu sneered, stroked his palm over his bald head, and combed his long hair, looking like a hairy braised egg. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. "What if I don't say it? Not to say it?" Old man Lu raised his tone and shook his hair suddenly, which shocked the earth. He threw out the will of the heavy metal band guitarist and the heroic spirit of Mo Ting the toast glass. A large area of loneliness and sorrow floated towards Han Xiao. What a dangerous country. The snow drifted from thousands of miles away. Han Xiao's eyes narrowed, and he quickly turned around and jumped out of 5 meters away, crossed his arms to make a blocking posture, waiting for the battle. Old man Lu narrowed his eyes. "Good kung fu. Is it the legendary 4 old black goose ballet step?" "Seeking." But I have another move of white shavings of 3,000 feet. If you touch them, you will die. If you touch them, you will lose your soul. Do you dare to take this move of me?" Old man Lu raised his fingers slightly, holding his long hair as if holding a weapon, and was full of priesthood. There is such a magical power in the world. Han Xiao's face changed. "How can you understand my realm?" Old man Lu snorted. Lu Qian smiled with an approachable smile on her face, and a black cloud of lightning and thunder condensed from behind, like the Dharma image of heaven and earth. She knocked on the table with chopsticks and said lightly, "Sit down and eat." The two returned to their original position in the blink of an eye, with a light face, as if nothing had happened. The Shidu is vast, divided into 8 districts, and there are 3 acropolises connected by military railways. District 1 is the core area of the city center, and all government office buildings are located here, and no citizens are allowed to enter. Undercurrents are surging between the 6 countries. Although the budding organization is a common enemy, the 6 countries are also competitive relations, and no one has absolute allies. Assassination against the senior executives of various countries has never stopped. Although the assassination incidents are blamed on the budding organization and some super criminals on the surface, the intelligence agencies of various countries know that at least 70% of the assassinations are all other countries making trouble. The intelligence agencies of various countries, budding organizations, wanderer warlords, arms dealers, intelligence dealers, super criminals, killer organizations, hackers, and other outlaws constitute the underground world of this planet. The Han Xiao building is the core government agency of Xinglong, the office of the highest level leaders. Theoretically, the exterior wall of the Han Xiao building can carry intercontinental missiles, so the big guys of Xinglong Kingdom don't have to worry about a missile hitting their heads during the meeting. Under the Han Xiao, it is the base camp of the confidential department. The Han Xiao building, underground and unmarked floors on the elevator. The headquarters of Xinglong Land and Strategic Defense Bureau. Dozens of huge black screens hung on the wall, massive matrix data flashed by, and the sound of typing the keyboard was connected, and countless intelligence personnel came and went, busy just like gears on the machinery, maintaining the operation of this intelligence agency called the 13th Bureau. Countless pieces of intelligence, large or small, gathered here and processed, and then sent to the department they should go to. The 13th Bureau is the sharp knife hidden in the sleeves of Xinglong. Report to the minister, the whereabouts of Zero have been located. The female secretary Wenjing, wearing glasses, hurriedly knocked on the intelligence minister's office and saw the intelligence minister sitting behind the desk with a serious face, with a shiny water stain on the corner of her mouth, and said in a deep voice, "Say, Minister, you were just lazy and taking a nap, right?" The female secretary with glasses looked at her with slightest eyes. "Talkful." The Minister of Intelligence glared. "Talk the serious business." "No. Zero is currently hidden in a machinery repair shop in District 7. The Minister of Intelligence carried the chair over, pondered for a while, before turning back, and said seriously, "The above means gentle contact. You just turned over to sip your saliva. I really regret giving you a promotion." The female secretary of glasses pushed her glasses, and a light flashed across the lenses. How to implement it specifically, since number 0 has come to Shidu alone. The subtext is to seek asylum and has shown its intention to cooperate. Make plans for both hands and adopt informant protection procedures, and do not let the spies who are budding in Shidu know about his existence. Ask the hacker to intercept all information that mentions the whereabouts of number 0, and do not let any information leak out from the network. At the same time, I sent someone to secretly test it to see if he was a spy sent by Meng Ya on purpose, and confirm that he should not contact him rashly before. There are two possibilities for 1,000,000 defectors. First, he has some key information. Second, he has strong strength, and the danger is difficult to assess. You must not alarm the snake. I don't want to blow up 2 streets like the last time I captured the Black Spider, and it failed, causing me to be scolded by the director for 2 hours. The repair shop is free, and Han Xiao has a lot of extra time to do his own business and go out to find extra money. Chloe Way Station, the largest garbage station in District 7, is piled up into hills, and various large equipment is constantly dealt with. This is the territory of the old raccoon cat in the gray area of the 7th District. As long as there is a legal system and civilization, such gray characters who form cliques and catch sidewings cannot be avoided. They are like shadows under the sun, not to mention such a chaotic social environment. Although the capital of Xinglong in the west, many other countries and forces detailed works are lurking in this city, and there are many arms dealers, intelligence dealers, and dark web killers who operate secretly, hiding dirt. This gray force is a local snake. Although it is not low in the west, it is actually not up to the top. Han Xiao walked into the scrap station wearing a mask and was stopped by several fierce men. "Boy, this is not where you should come." A strong, bald man stood in front of Han Xiao and looked up and down with malicious intentions. Han Xiao's thin physique was as easy to bully as a sheep in their eyes. "I want to see the raccoon cat," Han Xiao said calmly. The workers burst into laughter, as if they had heard a huge joke. "We don't have time to play house with you. Hurry up and go home to find your mother, otherwise you will break your legs. The bald, strong man raised the wrench in his hand and intimidated. Did the raccoon just let a small guy like you speak for him? What did you say? The bald, strong man was furious and grabbed Han Xiao's collar. Han Xiao stared at the dead fish's eyes without saying a word, put his palm on the strong man's wrist, and pinched it gently. The bald, strong man felt a pain in his wrist and subconsciously let go. He glanced at it and was shocked to find that there were a few more blue-purple finger marks on his wrist. Friend, which one are you doing? The bald, strong man's face changed, and he was full of alertness. At this time, the bald man suddenly tilted his head, listened to the tiny headset hidden in the cochlea, put away the hostility on his face, turned sideways to make way, and said in a deep voice, "Boss wants to see you." He followed Wu Ku to a rest station inside the scrap station. A thin man leaned against the sofa with his legs crossed, shaking his 2 fingers with a red wine glass. Just looking at his appearance, it is hard to imagine that he is a raccoon cat who controls the gray area of Area 7. The raccoon casually said, "I heard you want to see me. What do you call me?" "Technicien Han." Han Xiao said casually. The raccoon sneered. "If I think you're wasting my time, you should know the outcome very well." No stranger dared to come to the door to discuss cooperation for a long time. He was still a young man who was still a stinky man. Out of curiosity, he wanted to meet Han Xiao. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows, suddenly stretched out his hand, swept across the waist of the bald, strong man beside him like a phantom. Before the raccoon could see clearly, a pistol had already appeared in his hand. The bald, strong man looked horrified and hurriedly touched his back, finding that the hidden gun had been taken away. The younger brothers behind the cat immediately drew their guns, looked nervous, and aimed at Han Xiao. "What do you mean?" The cat paused. His heart was filled with anxiety. He knew very well that the strength of the bald man was his capable general. It was no problem to fight 10, but he could not keep up with the young man's actions. What is this person's background? Han Xiao's fingers moved like a Rubik's Cube, and his pistol was like a withered flower, turning into parts and scattered all over the ground in the blink of an eye. Martial artery is a huge profit-making product of major forces, and I can help you omit costs. All I need is a small reward. The raccoon was moved immediately. The boy in front of him could make a gun. Arms are hard currency in the gray area, and guns in the black market are very expensive, so they are just slaughtering people. Knowing how to use guns and making guns are 2 different concepts. Mechanics who know how to make guns are popular. Local forces like Limao cannot attract mechanics who are wise. Now serious mechanics come to the door on their own initiative. Limao thinks this is an opportunity. How do you want to cooperate? I'll make a list later. You bring your own materials and parts. I'm responsible for manufacturing and assembly. I come to work for 2 hours every morning. The manual fee is 1,500 per pistol, and I want to take away the mechanical garbage I like. Han Xiao, the gun organized by the Bud, has thoroughly studied, and basic guns can be easily manufactured. The raccoons severely suppress the price. The materials are mine. I can only give you 1,000. Han Xiao turned around and left without saying a word. The raccoon was suddenly panicked. He just wanted to try Han Xiao's bottom line. He didn't expect that he would react so much. He hurriedly said, "No, it's up to your price." The price of a pistol in the black market was 3,000 to 4,000, and Han Xiao's handmade fee was within the range of the raccoon's tolerance. You prepare the lathe equipment and materials. I'll come here tomorrow. I'll get some mechanical garbage first. Han Xiao knew that mechanics who mastered technology had a great advantage in this kind of negotiation, and the other party could not understand their identity and combat effectiveness. The cat's eyes sank, signaling the bald, strong man to follow the surveillance. He didn't care about letting Han Xiao taste the sweetness first. Anyway, the scrap station is his territory, and he has some means to deal with the scammers. Han Xiao picked out a lot of useful parts, sure Shiran left, and found that there was an extra tail behind him. He knew the idea of the raccoon cat and wanted to find out his identity and address. After leaving the scrap station, Han Xiao quickly circled a few streets and got rid of the stalker. In this way, The 13th Bureau will also understand my mechanic ability. Han Xiao said intimately. With the 13th Bureau's intelligence ability, it is easy to find out that he earns extra money for the work of the raccoon cat. This is also a way for him to indirectly show his real strength. And he also needs the opportunity to create machinery. Although the mechanic is weak in the early stage, it has both advantages and disadvantages. It is more popular with the camp forces than the combat profession, and its contribution is faster. As for why he chose the raccoon, there is no reason for it. The distance is close enough to save him time on the road. When he returned to the machinery shop, Han Xiao was questioned by Lu Qian. He had already thought of the words and pointed at a large bag of parts he had brought back. I went to the scrap station to buy goods. Scrap station? There is a bad security in that kind of place, so I will not go there in the future. Lu Qian didn't think much about it. As long as she did not delay the order, she would not care about Han Xiao's free time. She had a natural favorable impression of people with low salary requirements and almost responded to every request. Han Xiao put down the parts and put his mind into the panel. There were still many potential points that were not used, and he just finished learning the remaining 2 basic knowledge of the arm branch. The repair shop has a complete collection of basic knowledge of the machinery department. There are few places that are more suitable for the early development of the machinery department than the repair shop. The knowledge books are all private treasures of Old Man Lu. Han Xiao went to ask Old Man Lu for books and was turned away without any accident. I want to read mechanical knowledge books. Go and go. There's no book for you to read. Don't be so stingy. Just act as a funding outstanding young people and cultivate potential employees. Your skin is thicker than I thought, but it's useless. I just don't want to show it to you. What can you do? This question is good. What can Han Xiao do? The next day, when Lu Qian handed the stolen book to Han Xiao, Old Man Lu was so angry that he beat his feet and stamped his chest. Why do I have such a granddaughter who is elbowing out? Lu Qian also had the key to his room, so it was obviously impossible to take it back. Old Man Lu was so angry that his teeth were itchy. Wait for me. Sooner or later, I will avenge you and let you get out. Basic weapons science and basic materials collection, the last 2 basic-level professional knowledge of the arm branch. Han Xiao's level 20 advanced task is to learn 1 advanced knowledge, and the prerequisite is to learn 5 basic knowledge of the same branch. The player's advanced tasks are not fixed. His level 20 advanced tasks are the most demanding difficulty. On the novice planet, advanced knowledge is very rare. Han Xiao's advanced requirements are difficult even as a player's level 40 advanced tasks. Ordinary level 20 players may not even find the basic knowledge of a branch, and the most unlucky one has not even unlocked the main profession. The repair shop has no advanced knowledge, so you can only learn the basic knowledge first, but Han Xiao is already very satisfied. Finding knowledge books is a headache for all players. Some players at level 40 and 50 have not yet learned all the basic knowledge, while the repair shop has a complete set of basic knowledge in the mechanical department, which is more excessive than leading at the starting line, and they are directly at the end. The Treaty on Contact of Pan-Cosmic Civilizations, 7th Revised Edition, between the 3 cosmic forces of Shanghai. If smart species are discovered, it is not allowed to viciously interfere with the development process of low-level civilizations using 127 means such as war, genetic means, pheromones, etc. Therefore, Hylon did not obtain advanced scientific and technological knowledge from interstellar forces. Advanced knowledge is already at the peak and is strictly controlled by major forces and regarded as confidential. Does it consume 1 potential point to learn basic weapon science? Does 1 potential point study basic material collection be consumed? Sure. Basic weapon science contains knowledge on manufacturing basic firearms and basic cold weapons, reduces the number of assembly times of basic firearm drawings, and accelerates the efficiency of manufacturing weapons. Basic material collection is the core knowledge of the arm branch. The basic attributes of mechanical equipment depend on raw materials. The new generation of materials can even launch technological innovations to increase the overall quality of machinery to a higher level. Many synthetic materials are prerequisites for advanced machinery. You have learned the 5 basic knowledge of the arm branch, and you have understood the skills primary refinement and overload. You understand the drawings robot E-Ranker. Elementary refining allows him to refine materials, improve the material level, and skills with the words primary and simple are generally the original version of the core skills of the profession. Advanced molecular refining can directly use pneumatic force to change material characteristics. Materials are also graded like equipment. The higher the quality, the higher the value. Materials of the same quality can also be divided into high and inferior. For example, a common raw material, rock iron, 1 pound of 13C blue coins, which is refined into ink rock iron, and 1 pound of 45C blue coins, which are also great quality. Materials also have their own characteristics, such as metals suitable for transmitting energy, which are not suitable for armor. Overload. Active skill consumes energy and increase the power of the machine in a short time, greatly consumes durability. For example, the light-mounted power arm used by Han Xiao, once overloaded, the attack power and defense can be increased by 30 to 50%. His 120 points of strength can only support about 10 seconds, which is an explosion method. Finally got the active skill. Han Xiao looked excited. The mechanical system had very few active skills in the early stage. If he had the active skills when he escaped from the budding organization, he would not have escaped so miserably. Robot Ranger, one of the most easily obtained robot drawings in the early stage. It's quite easy for him anyway. It is a low-end technology multifunction robot that can be equipped with various equipment and machinery and is used for combat, detection, defense, assistance, and even self-destruction. It has high comprehensiveness, does not have a prominent focus, and has great transformation potential. Han Xiao knows that many guild logistics production teams use auxiliary rangers to explore and mine. Some of the drawings that the mechanics have understood have existed, and some have not appeared. The situation on each planet is different. Spending 2 potential points to get so many skills, you're making a lot of money. Old Man Lu came over slowly, curious. You have been excited since the beginning. What are you doing? Han Xiao glanced at Old Man Lu. Don't you think it's inconsistent to wander around here? Inconsistent? What? Old Man Lu looked down at his beach pants outfit, shook the bottle in his hand, and burped, not feeling anything wrong. Lu Qian put down the welding gun in her hand. Her face flushed and sweated from the heat waves. She rolled her eyes through her protective glasses and said in a hard tone, "Work hours. Please go as far as you want." "Stupid girl." Old Man Lu muttered, took a sip of wine, and Sir Shiran went out for a walk. His life was extremely comfortable. "Boss, are you repairing things here?" As soon as Old Man Lu left, a guest came to the door, and a middle-aged man walked in. Han Xiao looked over and found that the middle-aged man was also looking at him. His eyes touched each other. The middle-aged man turned his eyes away. Han Xiao was slightly stunned, then lowered his eyes and noticed that the middle-aged man's steps were steady and powerful. He immediately understood something, and his face remained silent. It is 80% possible that this person was an intelligence officer from the 13th Bureau who came to test him specifically. Lu Qian greeted him with a polite smile on her face as a customer. "Hello. What are you going to repair?" "My car broke down. It's at the intersection." The middle-aged man looked over Lu Qian and observed Han Xiao. "Okay, no problem." Lu Qian was about to lift the toolbox to go out, and the middle-aged man suddenly pointed to Han Xiao and said, "I want that guy to help me repair the car." Lu Qian was stunned, a little depressed. Does it seem that her technology is not up to standard? You are discriminating against women. I'll do it. Han Xiao took the toolbox from Lu Qian, who was full of resentment. The two walked out of the alley, and an old car parked on the side of the road. "It's this car." Han Xiao opened the front cover of the car, looked at it for a moment, and took out the repair tools from the toolbox for repair. The middle-aged man leaned against the car, pretending to find a topic to chat, and asked, "Young man, are you not old?" "I'm 30. 30? You think I'm blind?" The middle-aged man almost choked, and the corners of his mouth twitched. "What do you call me, little brother?" Han Xiao didn't raise his head. Before asking someone else's name, You must show sincerity first. The middle-aged man had to say, "My name is Feng Jun." A good name. Han Xiao's tone was calm, and he could not hear the meaning of praise at all. Feng Jun was very distressed. What was the tone that seemed to be praising Lifu and Wang Kai? Besides, where's my name better? But you misunderstood what I mean, Han Xiao rolled his eyes. I just want a cigarette. Feng Jun's face was very stiff, and he lit a cigarette for Han Xiao. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and held a cigarette in his mouth, burying his head to repair the car. You can call me Han Xiao. Feng Jun remembered secretly and continued to test. Han Xiao, you are not from Shidu. Where are you? Repaired. Feng Jun was suffocated to death in his stomach. His expression was like constipation. What the hell? My temptation has just begun. Do you have such a strong skill? You are so weak. Han Xiao stretched out his hand without expression. The hydraulic tube is broken. You are 60. Please give me money. Nonsense. Of course I know it was the problem with the hydraulic tube. That was what I did myself. Feng Jun took out his wallet with a dry smile and paid as slowly as possible, as if the wallet was a bottomless pit. He wanted to delay time and asked a few more questions. Your skills are really good. Where did you learn it? Self-study. Oh, it's so amazing. Where are you from? Where are you from? Countryman. Han Xiao saw Feng Jun take it for a long time and raise his eyebrows and said, Are you reminding me to give you a discount? Feng Jun coughed dryly and finally took out the money and handed it to Han Xiao. What else can I do? I have to pay the money, and I don't know if the organization will reimburse it. Han Xiao smiled. The first time I saw such an unfathomable wallet, I thought you would pay half an hour. Feng Jun dared to swear to the sky that if he didn't want to complete the tentative task, he would be considered losing in one more second. Han Xiao whistled, carried the toolbox, and returned home swaying. Feng Jun called with a depressed look on his face. The preliminary observation results are the mechanics, and the danger is not predictable for the time being. The conversation process is 4 minutes and 38 seconds. I only learned that the target calls himself Han Xiao. It is recommended to further test and investigate and not to conflict with him. Target personality analysis? Well, it is very bad. Feng Jun gritted his teeth in his tone. The next 10 days were calm, and Han Xiao maintained a regular life. In the morning, he went to the Chloe Way station to make guns for the cat. The reward was paid every day and every day. He also found a lot of useful mechanical parts at the scrap station and quietly made ranger robots. Han Xiao hid the finished parts in a room and then welded and assembled after all the parts were completed. At other times, he basically stayed in the repair shop to handle orders. The intelligence agency never gave up on testing. Different intelligence personnel came every day for 2 or 3 rounds. Lucien thought that the business had finally improved and was so happy that he made 5 dishes and 1 soup to reward Han Xiao every day. Sometimes when Han Xiao passed by her, he could always hear Lu Qian muttering words such as expansion and chain, which scared him into a cold sweat. He always felt that the boss lady had some amazing illusion. Old man Lu would occasionally wander around Han Xiao, trying to see his origin from the assembly techniques, but it was futile. Han Xiao was completely self-taught and had no trace of his techniques. Old man Gao often comes to compete with old man Lu for chess skills. To be honest, Han Xiao doesn't think there is anything good at Gozi chess and often talked with Han Xiao. Han Xiao is happy, slowly increasing old man Gao's favorability. In the technical work of the mechanical department, the most experience in manufacturing is, then strengthening, and then repairing, and the least assembly is. Since there is no chance to obtain advanced knowledge for the time being, Han Xiao uses his experience to improve the 3 skills closest to the maximum level: Junior Mechanical Affinity LV3, Basic Fighting LV8, and Basic Shooting LV6, to obtain more potential points. The transfer requirement of Mechanical Beginner is to understand Intermediate Mechanical Affinity and need Junior Mechanical Affinity to reach the upper limit of level 5. Mechanical Affinity is the most core skill in the mechanical department and is the prerequisite for many drawings and skills. Although he has 15 potential points now, it seems that he has a lot of them, but when it is time to use it, it is faster than the flowing water. He has a deep and painful understanding of this. If he had not spent the potential points indiscriminately back then, he would not have to spend tens of millions of anals, universal currency, to buy the magic civilization's forgotten water, to wash some of them, and the wealthy merchants were directly emptied. At the Clow scrap station, Han Xiao operated the lathe and assembled a Type 73 Wasp pistol into molding. The raccoon handed a stack of banknotes to Han Xiao. Han Xiao didn't count it and stuffed it into his pocket. "Let's do it today. I'm leaving. Thanks to you during this period. I don't need more guns for the time being, but the promise is still valid. You can pick the mechanical garbage here at will." The raccoon smiled and said that he wanted to temporarily stop his cooperation with Han Xiao. The number of weapons under his command was saturated, but it was not the time to kill the donkey. He coveted Han Xiao's gun-making technology and imagined more than once how huge profits would be if he mastered this technology. The cat was very cautious. When he met Han Xiao easily grabbed the gun for the first time, he did not dare to act rashly. In addition, Han Xiao could throw away the stalker every time, so the cat did not dare to use tough measures. He was very curious about Han Xiao's true face under the mask. "It's up to you." Han Xiao knew that extra money had made a fortune. After a while, Han Xiao left the scrap station, turned a few streets, and threw away the stalkers every day and came to a large machinery market. Various metals and parts are sold here, and many students of the Mechanical College of Shidu College also purchase them here. Han Xiao earned a total of 70,000 yuan in extra money from the Sea Blue currency, bought all the materials for the Rangers, and also bought additional materials for the light-mounted power arm. So the money came and went quickly. After transporting the things back to the repair shop, Han Xiao began to manufacture them behind closed doors. A few days later, all the parts were finished, and Han Xiao assembled the Ranger robot in the room. 1.2 meters in height, thin armor is welded on the outer layer, protecting the gears, precision parts, wires, and energy inside. The upper body is humanoid. The oval head is huddled in the torso. Without a neck, a pair of mechanical eyes are equipped with a simple remote control and imaging system. The chip is a regular product bot, and the calculation speed is average. There are a pair of robotic arms on both sides of the torso, and the elbows and shoulders are bearing torques that can rotate like human arms. The fingers are transformed into a barrel, with a shooting range covering the front of 170 degrees, and the waist can rotate 90 degrees left and right. The ribs are magazines, and the lower body is track tires like a small tank. The system prompted him to name the finished product, and Han Xiao named it a Generation Ranger, according to his custom in his previous life. Generation Ranger, crawler type, robot, quality, gray basic attributes. Armor value 800, defense power 18, power level 58, maximum movement speed 23 kilometers per hour, energy value 121.28, 1.18 meters, weight 143 pounds, control method. Remote control, electric signal propagation. Remote control range radius, 50 meters, energy, battery pack, combat consumption, 8 energy/min, core power, 36/80 OMS. Right arm module, small caliber continuous machine gun, attack power 3540, fire. Rate 4 rounds/S. Maximum fire rate 7 rounds/S, 10 seconds overload. Ammunition capacity 30 plus 60 rounds. Project link. Output energy level 40. Occupying power 18. Left arm module. Small caliber continuous machine gun, as above. Second ability. Self-destruction. Causes 28430 fire damage within a range of 30 meters and is destroyed after use. Second ability. Metal. There is an additional 8% reduction for any damage other than armor piercing. Remarks. Don't look at this little guy who looks stupid. He can mess with you at critical moments. Ranker is a general term for models. It is divided into various types according to different configurations of power systems, weapon systems, control systems, etc. Most mechas, robots, and large machinery have this naming mode. Raw materials affect the attributes of the finished product. The main materials of the first generation Ranger are steel alloys and AS resin plastics. both common, ordinary materials. If Han Xiao used more advanced steel and alloys, the first-generation Ranger would have higher defense and armor value. The technologies contained in machinery are interconnected and influenced by each component. Each component contains different technologies. If some components cannot be manufactured by themselves, you can purchase ordinary parts instead. As knowledge accumulates, the process of manufacturing machinery will become more free, and even the smallest screws can be polished by oneself. The final product will be stronger than the next generation. For example, if you learn more advanced control chip technology or advanced energy, you can change the remote control mode and power level of the robot. This is the charm of the mechanical system. Any robot, vehicle, or mecha has energy power limits. Mounting a new module will increase the power load. The stronger the load of the carrier and module, the higher the load, so accessories cannot be added without restrictions. Only by upgrading energy technology can we update. The energy used by the first generation of Rangers is conventional batteries with low power. Only by learning the knowledge of energy branching can we make our own energy. After completing the first generation of Rangers, Han Xiao immediately gained 24,000 experience, and the manufacturing experience was the most abundant, depending on the production cycle, finished product quality, and technical content. Han Xiao spent another day to build the light-mounted power arm, and he was familiar with it. You make a light-fitting power arm, left, gaining 2,500 experience. The new light-fitting power arm is still left-handed equipment. The materials used this time are simpler than the first time, and the quality is reduced by one level. Light power arm, left, quality, gray basic attributes. Attack power 2845, defense power 812, power level 26, durability 205-205. Equipment requirements, strength 23. Attribute bonus, attack speed 4, length 0.51 meters, elbow plus forearm plus palm. Weight 13.5 pounds, additional effect. Additional power plus 6 determination. His strongest ability now is fighting, and a light power arm is the most suitable weapon. The mechanical department learns martial arts fighting, which is called the mechanical martial arts flow. Han Xiao is not ready to maintain this style all the time. After all, the advantage of mechanical flow is long-range attack, but the mechanical martial arts flow is one of the most powerful schools in the early stage of the mechanical department and can be used as a transition. Han Xiao hid his robot arm in the room and returned to the first floor. A customer was talking to Lu Qian, and his eyes looked at Han Xiao from time to time. This man was also an intelligence officer. During these days, all the intelligence personnel who pretended to be customers were disappointed at Han Xiao, so they changed their strategies and asked Lu Qian for Han Xiao's information. After sending the client away, Lu Qian's eyes looked strange. Why are so many people asking me about your news? I'm popular, but they are all men. Han Xiao's face froze. You misunderstood. Don't worry, I won't discriminate against you. Lu Qian giggled. No matter how she looked, Han Xiao felt that this smile was weird. You have definitely misunderstood. Han Xiao suddenly felt his mind, and the system had a new prompt. You have triggered the E-level mission, chasing, accept/reject. Han Xiao was slightly stunned. How did this task be triggered? Accept. Task tips. Some people have already set their sights on your high rewards. Where you can't see, they are ready to move with hostility. On the other hand, some institutions are also waiting for your performance. What do you choose to do? Task requirements. Successfully escaped and hunted. Reward. Experience. Special reward. A skill upgrade card. Basic. It is obvious that someone has set his sights on his reward. Some institutions in the task prompt made Han Xiao roll his eyes. It is no need to guess that it is the 13th game. The connection between the two gave Han Xiao a new guess. Perhaps the 13th game deliberately leaked his news to a pursuer in order to test his combat effectiveness. If this is true, this group of people will definitely have limited destructive power and are easy to control. The 13th Bureau will not tolerate large-scale sabotage incidents in the national capital, nor will his intelligence be easily disclosed. The E-level mission reward is average, but the special reward makes Han Xiao a little concerned. The skill upgrade card can immediately increase the level of the corresponding level skill, which is very useful to him. The hidden requirements of the special rewards correspond to the task, and the clues are hidden in the task prompts. Han Xiao believes that the hidden requirements of this task should be to kill all pursuers. The enemy will appear at any time. It's best not to stay in the shop. Han Xiao said intimately that since the pursuer is not strong, he did not want to rely on the power of Old Man Liu. After thinking a little, a suitable battlefield popped up in my mind. Clow Scrap Station. Chloe Way Station is the territory of the raccoon cat. If you can fight the pursuers there, you may be able to solve this hidden danger of the raccoon cat. Han Xiao put down his work, called Lu Qian, and when she turned around, she said, "I want to take a day off." "Okay." Lu Qian blinked and suddenly asked, "Is it okay?" Han Xiao was stunned. "Why do you ask that?" Lu Qian was quick-witted. Han Xiao was usually lazy and unenergized, staring at a pair of dead fish eyes, as if he was distracted at any time. However, his temperament changed instantly just now, and he happened to be caught by Lu Qian. It was difficult for Lu Qian to describe the feeling of that moment, as if the feeling Han Xiao gave her suddenly became a bit dangerous. "If there are any difficulties, I will find a way for you," Lu Qian said seriously. Han Xiao stared at Lu Qian's bright eyes for a long time. Lu Qian was a little unnatural when he looked at her. She turned her face slightly, stretched out her hand and stroked her temples, and joked, "It's rude to keep staring at others." Han Xiao withdrew his gaze and said, "I won't come back to have dinner tonight." Lu Qian was a little disappointed. "I originally wanted you to try my latest dish, stewed with pepper and pineapple, kelp, baked pork ribs with coriander." Han Xiao shivered. "I'll go, what kind of dark dish is that?" The leave was very smooth. Han Xiao returned to the room, found a robotic arm on the back, wrapped it with a dust-proof cloth, put on the trolley, and went to the scrap station. "Boss, that boy is the target." A man wearing sunglasses quietly followed Han Xiao. Every time Han Xiao turned, he could use the environment, crowds, public telephone booths, and newspaper booths around him as soon as possible to hide himself, obviously after professional training. He wore miniature headsets and communicated with his accomplices in an old car 2 streets away. There were 5 masked men sitting in the car, and this group of people were the pursuers who were targeting Han Xiao. They are mercenaries, part-time bounty hunters, codenamed Stormby Squad. They have completed several missions and have a good reputation on the dark web. They accidentally discovered Han Xiao's whereabouts. The Stinger team realized that this was an opportunity to eat alone, and money was second. If they could be appreciated by the budding organization, they would find a backer. "That kid is worth 1 million. He looks like an ordinary person, and it's not difficult at all." The second-hand figure in the team, the long-haired man, curled his lips, his tone with 3-point doubt and 7-point contempt. Captain Kelly was inspecting the firearms and said in a deep voice, "This is the capital of Xinglong. We must act quickly. Retreat immediately after killing the target." The target has set out. A dark jeep without a license plate followed Han Xiao from a distance. A field team of the 13th Bureau was sitting in the car. Captain Li Hui was the person in charge of the operation. Feng Jun was the operation consultant, and 8 field personnel were wearing full combat uniforms and equipped with anesthesia bullets. As Han Xiao expected, the skull team that chased him was indeed the last test of others in the 13th game. The task of this group of agents is to secretly observe Han Xiao's performance and intervene in eliminating the mercenaries at the necessary moments and inviting Han Xiao to the Bureau as a guest. The Spike B team is a screen piece with limited destructive power. When it is used, the 13th game will be handled well. Feng Jun changed the picture and said, "Han Xiao's route is to go to the 7th District Chloe Station. The Spurs team is tracking the target. If the battle occurs at the Shuangshi Station, the economic losses caused will be minimized. The 13th Bureau is clear about the power and backing of the raccoon. As long as they are willing, the raccoon can evaporate in the world at any time. The National Intelligence Agency has this confidence. In the eyes of ordinary people, raccoons are a person who is not easy to mess with, but they are not comparable to state institutions." The setting sun sets in the west. and the sky is covered with a layer of golden yellow. At Chloe Way Station, the raccoon was surprised by Han Xiao's arrival. Usually, Han Xiao came in the morning and left on time for 2 hours and never stayed for too long. What happened today? I'll come to your territory to find some materials. Han Xiao made excuses. The raccoon did not doubt that he had him and asked symbolically whether to have dinner together. He thought that technician Han, who was as proud as gold, would not agree. Unexpectedly, Han Xiao nodded immediately and agreed, as if he was waiting for him to speak. The raccoon was stunned for a moment before he could react. Han Xiao took off his mask. The first time the raccoon witnessed his true face, he felt a little familiar, but he didn't think much about it. Although there is a reward from Han Xiao on the dark web, it is a struggle at another level. Generally, the forces do not know his background. The power of a raccoon is limited to 1 acre and 3-point land in the 7th district of Shidu. It rarely logs onto the dark web and has no deep impression of the budding reward. Just like the police issued a wanted order, most people forget it at a glance. Han Xiao wore a mask to keep it confidential, and it was no longer necessary now. The 13th Bureau would not sit idly by and watch his identity leak, and would help him deal with the raccoon cat. The rest stop of the scrapyard was set up, and the two sat down and chatted casually. Is the gun made last time easy to use? Type 73 Wasp, a well-known gun. Even the army is using it. Other arms dealers cost 6,000 to 7,000 yuan per gun, but you save me a lot of money. The cat said in a comfortable tone. He took out a cigar and cut the cigarette butts, lit it, took a big mouthful of cigarettes, and praised. And the weapons you made are of far quality than their second-hand goods. Han Xiao did not comment. Although the quality of the production line's standard products is guaranteed, they cannot take into account the nuances of each gun. These differences come from the nuances of the materials themselves. If a skilled mechanic makes a gun manually, it can fine-tune and strengthen it to adapt to the details of each gun, which is more energetic than the flowing products. Experts who often use guns can understand this difference. If you have to describe it, it is like a customized suit more refined. The raccoon noticed the bulging backpack and trolley that Han Xiao had been carrying around him and asked curiously, "What is it in there?" "Some parts." Seeing that Han Xiao was unwilling to say more, the raccoon didn't ask. After chatting for a while, it was getting late outside. The golden afterglow sky is occupied by the gradually descending night. The junction of dusk and night is a gradient orange and blue-purple. The sky is rendered into dim gray by the last ray of sunlight. A subordinate suddenly ran in and said, "Boss, someone wants to see you." "I haven't seen me. Have you seen me entertaining guests?" The cat frowned. The subordinate hurriedly said a few words. The raccoon's eyes flashed, and he looked at Han Xiao with great meaning, and changed into a smile. "I'll be with you for a while." After that, the raccoon got up and left the seat. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and thoughtful. "Half an hour ago. Cousin, I finally came to Shidu, and I hope you can bring me some delicious food and drinks. You can't abandon me." Ma Jie followed a yellow-haired young man and chatted endlessly. He came to Shidu to join his cousin and wanted to live a good life, but his cousin seemed to look down on him and send him to work as a cleaner. How could Ma Jie be satisfied? He pestered Huang Mao and wanted to play the family card, but he didn't dare to go too far. He was worried that his cousin would drive him away, so he was very flattering. The yellow-haired young man was so upset that he cursed. "I have told you so many times, don't call me cousin outside." Ma Jie smiled, apologized, and said, "It's mine, I'll slap myself." As he said that, he slapped himself twice. "Look at you, that slut." Huang Mao looked contemptuous. "For the sake of relatives, I asked you to guard the door on my territory. Do you know how many wanderers are eating moldy food? You are picky about me. I'm going to hand over to the big guy this time. Don't follow me." "Big guy." Ma Jie's eyes lit up and asked with a shy face, "Who is it?" "Boss of the 7th district, my immediate boss, Mr. Cat." Huang Mao saw Ma Jie's face was confused and said proudly, "Except for the first area, there's a boss in the other 7 districts who control the drug and flesh transactions in the area and hold a gray industrial chain in his hand. Think about how high the status should be." As they spoke, The two came to the gate of Clow Scrap Station. Ma Jie followed him with a stern face, and Huang Mao was about to get angry again. Seeing this, Ma Jie did not dare to continue to follow. He was about to leave when he suddenly turned around and saw Han Xiao, who was greeted by a raccoon cat, and was immediately stunned. "Isn't that the boy I met with smuggling with me?" A direct subordinate of a raccoon came over and frowned and asked, "Don't stay here." Huang Mao changed into a smiley face in the blink of an eye, as if he was shortened out of thin air, and said with a flattering voice, "I'm also the boss of the raccoon, and I am here to hand the confession today." Ma Jie pointed to Han Xiao's back and asked, "Who is that person?" Huang Mao wanted to slap Ma Jie a few times and said angrily, "Is there any share of your words here?" But the raccoon's subordinate stopped Huang Mao and replied, "That's the boss's distinguished guest." The raccoon's distinguished guest? Ma Jie was shocked, and then he felt unbalanced, and a surge of jealousy and embarrassment arose. He worked so hard to resign to his relatives, but he was not as good as the one with the surname Han. Why did that boy who was ignorant of praise do better than me? When the scenes of his boasting about Han Xiao came back to my mind, Ma Jie was very embarrassed. "Do you know Technician Han?" Ma Jie said hurriedly, "It's not a question of knowing each other. Why, I smuggled with him. I just said a few words." The raccoon's subordinate's eyes were bright. "Come with me. The boss wants to see you." Huang Mao and Ma Jie were stunned. The two were taken to a room by the raccoon's subordinates. Ma Jie looked nervous and asked, "What do you need me to do?" "Don't worry. It's not a bad thing. That person is a mechanic. He knows the gun drawings. The boss has always wanted to attack him, but he doesn't know his background and does not act rashly. He just comes to you to understand the situation." Ma Jie suddenly became active and with a faint excitement. He was able to see the raccoon's boss. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Maybe he could make a fortune and get rid of his helpless fate. He glanced at his yellow-haired cousin, and at this moment he looked even more dull and envious. There is no need to hesitate to betray Han Xiao. It's not a relative or a good person. I care about him to die. After waiting for half an hour, the raccoon came in. Huang Mao and Ma Jie hurriedly saluted. Ma Jie was too hasty and couldn't help but take the chair down. "Do you know the origin of Technician Han?" The raccoon's expressionless face made Ma Jie even more nervous. He sweated on his forehead and stuttered. "His name is Han Xiao. He is a wanderer. He smuggled with me. It was his first time to come to Shidu, without any relatives or reasons." The raccoon's eyes flashed slightly. "That's all." Ma Jie thought the raccoon was not satisfied, so he thought hard, and hurriedly said, "By the way, when he entered Shidu, he didn't bring anything, dressed very badly, and looked penniless." "Very good." The raccoon turned around and was about to leave. Ma Jie was very eye-catching and said respectfully, "As long as the boss is satisfied." The raccoon paused and smiled. "You are not bad, so I will follow me in the future." Ma Jie widened his eyes, ecstatic. "I'm developed." When the raccoon left, Huang Mao hurried forward and said with a pleasing look on his face, "Ma Jie, I will rely on your care in the future." This time it was Ma Jie's turn to be confident, so he glanced at Huang Mao and picked it up. "What did you call me just?" Cousin. Huang Mao and Ma Jie's roles changed over and looked natural without any shame. Ma Jie's vanity was satisfied. He patted Huang Mao's shoulder and smiled. After thinking for a while, he asked the subordinate of the raccoon next to him, "Brother, you can ask you something. What will the boss deal with Han Xiao?" "That's all right." Of course, he was arrested and tortured, forcing him to write the gun drawings. With the drawings, we could train the gunmaker by ourselves and then silence him. "That's good." Ma Jie was relieved. Less than 3 minutes later, the raccoon returned to the table, glanced at the dishes that had not moved at all, and said with a smile, "Han Xiao. That's right. It seems you know my name." Han Xiao smelled the storm, and his face remained silent. He quietly reached into his backpack, fumbled into the groove of the light-fitting power arm, and tightened it with a click which could be activated at any time. Then he felt relieved. Although he came to the Clow Scrap store, he was used to being careful first, and this was all learned. When he first came to Star C, Han Xiao was still a naughty man. He regarded NPC as the stereotype program in other games and acted recklessly. The gutter capsized more than 10 times. Even the sound knew to be careful. How did you capsize? Han Xiao was blocked by the resurrection site and was chased by the player. Han Xiao could still bear it. He was blocked by NPC for 3 days. Stopped, and everyone who talked about the dark history would be pulled out to play the small hook. The raccoon's fingers hit the table lightly and hard, and said slowly, I've been guessing your origin. I didn't expect that you were just a wanderer who had just arrived in Shidu. I have to say that you are very cautious. I only found out your background today. So what? The raccoon's face turned cold, and he turned his face faster than reading a book. Be more sensible and handed over all the detailed techniques of manufacturing guns. We learned that Han Xiao was alone. The raccoon finally decided to take action, tear off the mask of hypocritical and friendly, revealing the fangs hidden under his smiling face, and removing the grinding and killing the donkey. Not even a relationship. What kind of friendship do I have with you? We're just a deal. Aren't you afraid that I will kill someone? Han Xiao grinned. The raccoon looked playful and snapped his fingers. The 4 subordinates around him took out their pistols and pointed at Han Xiao. Do you think I'm not doing anything? It's ironic. Now the guns pointed at you are all made by you. There were 6 gunmen with guns, and opposite the dining table were the cat and 4 subordinates. There were 2 guards guarding the door behind him. In this narrow room, Han Xiao had limited space to dodge. Han Xiao remained silent and said slowly, Even if I hand over the skills, you will silence me. The raccoon sneered. That's what he thought. Only things that a few people have are valuable, and he is well aware of the principle of eradicating the roots. I hope you can at least avoid some flesh and blood. What if I don't? Some of my subordinates are good at forcing confessions. You will say it sooner or later. Han Xiao suddenly put away the laziness on his face, and his sharp eyes made the cat's mind tremble. Do you think I have no way to escape? The cat noticed that Han Xiao's left hand was stuck in his backpack and shook his head. Maybe there is something you lean on in your backpack, but once you have any abnormal movement, my subordinates will shoot. What if I say, the bag contains high explosives? The backpack only opened a slit, and no one saw clearly what was contained inside. The raccoon sneered. He didn't believe this nonsense. Ma Jie's appearance was purely an accident. Han Xiao could not prepare in advance. Who should he be fooled? Han Xiao said slowly, I don't know who told me about my background, but obviously, that person has limited knowledge of me. You can try to turn on the computer, enter the dark web, and find the latest reward. The cat frowned, and Han Xiao's fearless appearance made him feel a little upset. Although he has some influence in Shidu, he is a small local snake who is not in the midst of the underground world, with limited vision and no right to get involved in the incidents of the dark web, so he rarely pays attention to the dark web and does not know the budding rewards. The raccoon thought this was Han Xiao's trick to delay time. Besides, he was the boss, and he would do whatever others asked him to do. Wouldn't he be embarrassed? Han Xiao said leisurely, If you don't believe me, then do you want to bet? Life is always full of surprises. Explosives can exert the maximum lethality in this limited space. First, it is an explosion. The shrapnel is shot out with a shock wave, covering every corner, with a greater power than a bullet, and then the high-temperature flames ignited the house. Everyone here will be burned, but don't worry, you won't be burned to death because you have been dismembered by the shrapnel of the first round of explosion. The subordinates behind the cat couldn't help but take a step back. Han Xiao said seriously, which scared them. The raccoon shouted, Enough, I'm not interested in joking with you. Stand up obediently, otherwise I'll let someone shoot. Han Xiao shrugged and sighed. Can't you discuss it? I'll take a picture. At this moment, the last ray of sunlight sank into the horizon, and the night dominated the sky. Halfway through his words, Han Xiao suddenly burst out without warning. He clenched his fist with his left hand, and his mechanical arm was like a beast waking from his sleep. His backpack was torn into rags all over the sky. He lifted up the dining table in front of him and smashed the pots, pans, soups, and dishes at the raccoon cat and the 4 minions. Discuss? No, do you believe it? Han Xiao made a judgment with the 4 people in front and 2 behind him. lifted the table to block the firepower in front of him, and the erected table blocked the front, forming a brief barrier. Then he turned around and rushed towards the door with his mechanical arm standing in front of him, with a fierce momentum and a stance like a charging cavalry. With a jingling, for minions smashed over the dining table. The raccoon cat's forehead was bleeding from a plate, and he covered his wound and roared, "Start fire!" At this time, only 2 minions at the door could shoot. The gunshots are loud. The bullets coming from the front hit the robotic arm, and their durability dropped rapidly. A stray bullet hit Han Xiao's shoulder, taking away 16 lives. Han Xiao felt a little painful and didn't care much. He had high endurance and tough muscles. The bullet was embedded in the flesh and blood and could not make any progress. A wisp of blood blew open on his clothes. The robotic arm hit a minion's chest hard, and with a thud, it slammed into the chest, and it was too dead to die. Han Xiao grabbed another minion as a meat shield. At this time, the 4 minions behind the cat finally stood up and fired. The bullets were all hit on the meat shield, and the minion was immediately beaten into a sieve. Han Xiao pushed his back muscles, and a huge force burst out, breaking the bolt door lock directly. With a click, the door flew out, and the screws fell all over the floor like jumping metal elves. Han Xiao turned his head and ran out, chasing. The raccoon shouted angrily, and footsteps sounded everywhere in the scrapyard. Dozens of minions patrolling elsewhere rushed over when they heard the gunshots. The Clow Scrap Farm is the base camp of the cat, with enemies everywhere, and struggling to move forward. Han Xiao met a group of supporters, and with the durability of the power arm, he killed the opponent with another 20 points and grabbed the pistol. With a means of long-range attack, Han Xiao immediately got rid of the disadvantage of melee combat. He held the pistol in his right hand and was ready to shoot at all times. He held the gun handle with his left hand to assist in aiming. He advanced with his waist. He was able to react quickly with standard tactical actions. Basic shooting plus precise shooting correct the accuracy of the gun technique, and no more than 2 shots were killed when triggering an encounter. Han Xiao reacted very quickly, always taking the lead than his minions, shooting his body to interrupt the enemy's attack, and then immediately raised the gun and shot his head. The interval was no more than 0.5 seconds, with accuracy and speed, and no shot was lost. If there were many people surrounding him, Han Xiao would roll and avoid the flowing water. During this period, he frequently counterattacked and shot the enemy. The only thing that restricted Han Xiao was bullets. Every time he killed a wave of enemies, he would search for corpses to replenish magazines, to fight to support the war. The road he crossed was left with dead bodies, and the blood was shocking. The raccoon was shocked and easily killed more than 20 of his subordinates alone. But there were too many minions, and they rushed over from all directions, gradually forming an encirclement, and the firepower suppressed him, and it was difficult for him to emerge. Han Xiao hid behind the shell of an abandoned car, and dozens of muzzles flashed in the dark. The dense sound of bullets hitting the bunker made him unable to even hear his breathing and could only fight back occasionally. Fortunately, this is my territory. No matter how hard he can fight, there is only one person. Sooner or later, he will be caught. The cat was so angry that when he caught Han Xiao, he wanted to make Han Xiao regret being born in this world. Just as he was thinking this, an accident happened suddenly. Da-da, da-da. The rapid sound of submachine guns sounded like a storm with a sweeping murderous aura inserted from the side of the battlefield, sweeping a large number of minions to death like harvesting wheat, screaming one after another. The Sting B team rushed into the battlefield in the darkness of the night. Each of them had a submachine gun, running and dodging, advancing and retreating well, and their agile skills showed rich battlefield experience. The subordinates of the cat could not even organize a decent counterattack, so they were beaten to escape. Where did this group of mercenaries come out? The cat was shocked and thought that this group of mercenaries were here to kill him, perhaps covet his territory, or perhaps revenge. Just as he was thinking about it, the subsequent development made him confused. The aggressive mercenaries suddenly turned around and killed Han Xiao on the other side, without even looking at him. The target of this group of murderous mercenaries was Han Xiao. The cat's eyes were staring like a copper bell. People who are hiding in the gray area understand one truth. From the enemy established by a person, they can see the level of this person. These mercenaries take risks to take action in Shidu. The rewards of the financial owners behind them are definitely equivalent to their risks. From this, Han Xiao is definitely not a simple person. The raccoon remembered what Han Xiao said. You could try to turn on the computer, enter the dark web, and find the latest reward. Could it be that what Han Xiao said is true? What is his origin? The sound of the submachine gun. Han Xiao's ears moved, and the mission target finally appeared. He used the firelight at the muzzle to determine the position of the Sting B team. 300 meters to the west, 6 people, 6 submachine guns. Han Xiao quickly calculated that the enemy's firepower was fierce, and he would definitely suffer a loss when he fought head-on. Fortunately, I prepared for the future and brought a generation of Rangers. Han Xiao secretly thanked that he took out a remote control with a screen from his pocket. This is a generation of Ranger remote control device he made himself. The chips of the Rangers are big road goods he purchased from the market. They operate in a fool-like manner. You only need to enter a simple program to create a remote control. When the power was turned on, the messy current sounded for 2 seconds. The imaging device of the robot's eyes was connected to the remote control device, and everything they saw was displayed on the screen. At this time, the screen was marked with a prompt out of the remote control range. The battle just now made Han Xiao exceed the control range of 50 meters. Han Xiao stood up decisively and rushed towards the original path under the night color. The submachine gun of the Spike team immediately fired over. He moved in a vague position, using the ubiquitous obstacles and large garbage in the scrapyard as cover, and shuttled through the rain of bullets. Damn it, there are too many covers here. The long-haired man of the Skull Squad cursed and skillfully changed the magazine. He ran faster than a rabbit. Originally, the Skull Squad planned to assassinate Han Xiao, but Han Xiao started fighting with the raccoon first. Then he thought that he might be able to use the gangsters to cover their purpose on the scene, so he went out brazenly. He has fled in panic. Hurry up and get up to deal with him. Kelly shouted. After the sweep, just now, the morale of the raccoon's subordinates collapsed and ran away with their heads in their arms. No one hindered their actions. Seeing Han Xiao running away in a panic, the Stinger team became even more fearless and radical. Han Xiao shrank his head, and a strand of hair was shot to pieces. As the wind, caused by his running, was blowing in the air, he slipped through 2 obstacles in the car shell and hid behind the cover. The rest station is not far away, and the remote control in your hand finally shows that it enters the control range, and the screen is connected successfully. Start. In a messy rest stop, the dust-proof cloth on the trolley suddenly shook, and 2 red lights began to illuminate. Ranger's eyes. The engine started buzzing, and the tracks turned, and Han Xiao controlled a generation of Rangers and drove out of the rest stop. At this time, the Spursby squad is not far from him. The armor of a generation of Rangers may not be able to withstand the 6 submachine guns to gather fire. If it's hard to fight head-on, the risk is too great. His advantage lies in his suddenness. No one will guess that he has robot support, and raiding is the best choice. Han Xiao looked around, his eyes lit up, and he found a suitable ambush place. Not far away, the 2 car shells formed an angle, which was a visual blind spot, just on the must-pass path of the Spurs team. Han Xiao controlled a generation of Rangers to hide in the angle, holding his breath and waiting for the best time. The scrapyard was noisy, and the gunshots were endless. The engine sound of a generation of Rangers was covered by the noise, and it almost didn't attract attention. Only Kelly noticed the slightest detail. This was the intuition he had formed between life and death many times. He paused and said, "I feel a little bad." "What did you find?" asked the long-haired man. "This is the problem. I found nothing. No accident. The target has been forced into a dead corner. He is dead." The long-haired man stood up in a fury flag. Just as the moment he finished speaking, the Stinger team stepped into the range of a generation of Rangers. At the same time, Han Zhao's eyes were shining, and he gently pressed the fire button. Twist, 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 twist. The finger barrel of a generation of Rangers sprayed out strong fire and smoke, and the steel barrage poured out. The approaching shadow of death freezes the expressions of all members of the Spike B squad. Your mechanical creation, Generation Ranger, crawler type. Kill mercenaries and you gain 800 experience, x3. After the cover, Kelly gasped in horror, and a scar on his cheek was swept by a bullet plow, and blood dripped with sweat. Just a little bit away, he followed the footsteps of his teammates and died in the sudden rain of bullets. What kind of monster is that? The long-haired man roared in horror, his face pale, and a gunshot wound on his abdomen bleeding. In the darkness, 2 red lights appeared faintly, like beasts that were devouring people. Under the horrified gaze of Kelly and the long-haired man, a generation of Rangers showed their full picture, and the barrel of 10 fingers was smoked. The necklace shape was silly and cute, and it was difficult to associate it with the killing machine just now. Robot! Kelly's eyes widened. He regretted not believing intuition, and the result of carelessness was that the team was almost destroyed. What should I do now? Kelly had the intention of retreating, and money could be earned again, but if his life was gone, nothing would be gone. After the long-haired man was frightened, he felt extremely angry and roared and poured bullets into a generation of Rangers. Drive and die. Ding, dang, dang. The weak armor of a generation of Rangers was deformed by a submachine gun. Seeing this, Kelly and another team member also joined the counterattack. Your mechanical creature, Generation Ranger, crawler type, lost 14 armor points. Your mechanical creature, Generation Ranger, crawler type, lost 17 armor points. The armor materials of the first Generation Ranger are very average. They cannot bear the damage, and their armor values drop like water drops. The 2 bullet chains also shot empty after a round of explosions, turning into iron lumps without combat power. There is no way. After all, resources are tight. Han Xiao did not load more weapons on the first generation of Rangers, and it was already the limit to equip 2 small-caliber machine guns. It was so poor. Fisk, why haven't you taken action in the 13th game? Han Xiao secretly sucked his teeth. He didn't believe that the secretly observed secret agents tolerate the mercenaries being rampant. Sure enough, he didn't wait too long. The footsteps of the military boots stepping on the ground quickly approached. Just listening to the sound could bring out the scene of the fully armed soldiers moving, calm and precise. Disarm all. Someone shouted in the dark with a solemn tone. Let's retreat quickly. Kelly's heart sank. The long-haired man was still angry and vented the last few bullets in his magazine on the generation of Rangers that were about to be scrapped, and then said, "Okay, let's go." At this moment, Han Xiao controlled a generation of Rangers to move, approaching the bunker of 3 mercenaries at high speed. The Ranger's chest suddenly expanded and burst, making a deafening explosion. The fire waves and shock waves spread and exploded around, raising the storm of smoke and dust, and a sea of fire instantly formed around them. Self-destruction. The orange flame illuminates the night. A few dozen meters away, Li Hui and other field agents were startled by the explosion. Oh no! Feng Jun cursed inwardly. His order was not to cause too much sensation. Now he could see the fires several kilometers away, and he could already guess the headlines of the newspaper tomorrow. Since Han Xiao and the cat exchanged fire, things have exceeded their control. The gunshots are too obvious, which attracted the attention of many civilians. At that time, the Spursby squad had not taken action yet, and Li Hui and others had to obey the order and wait anxiously. When the Spursby team entered the battlefield, the agents could not wait to take action, trying to reduce the impact, but the self-destruction of a generation of Rangers turned their plans into vanish. The long-haired man and another member were killed, and Kelly was also covered in dust. He was completely frightened by Han Xiao's methods. Without saying a word, he turned around and ran away. Han Xiao shook the sand stained on his hair, not feeling distressed at all. The combat method of the mechanical system is to consume all kinds of machinery. He masters the drawings and can remake them if he has resources. As long as he gains manufacturing experience, he has made a profit, let alone killing several people. Li Hui could only vent his anger on Kelly and shot from a distance, with murderous aura. Want to steal my head? Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Kill all the mercenaries to fulfill the hidden requirements. If Kelly is killed by others, all his efforts will be wasted. Thinking of this, Han Xiao took action, circled the curve, avoided Li Hui and others, and intercepted Kelly in front. Kelly stopped in shock, feeling that Han Xiao's aura was completely different, bringing him an incomparable sense of danger. Go to die. Kelly gritted his teeth and raised his gun. Just as his finger was about to pull the trigger, Han Xiao bent over. The center of gravity sinks into his feet, swaying his body left and right, just like the footwork of a veteran boxer, light and erratic as a ghost, quickly pulling the distance closer. Kelly opened fire in panic, but Han Xiao avoided all the bullets or blocked them with a robotic arm. I can't hit a single shot. Kelly looked disbelief. He saw Han Xiao's physical fitness, which was similar to the elite mercenaries, far from meeting the standards of superpower, and could not be faster than a bullet. This proves that Han Xiao completely predicted that every shot angle he fired. Only ace warriors who had been through many battles had such terrible experience. Even in his mercenary career, he had only seen 2 or 3 ace mercenaries at this level. Han Xiao, compared with the Tianluonet that controlled mechas to avoid thousands of floating cannons. The prediction of this level in front of him was a piece of cake. The bullet was shot out. Kelly hurriedly retreated and changed the magazines in a hurry, but Han Xiao rushed to the front of his eyes in a straight line, and his face suddenly showed horror. Han Xiao's back raised, his muscles and bones crackled, and his strength flowed from his feet, growing like an avalanche, pouring into his left hand, driving the light arm to draw a full arc and punch to blow. The perfect combination of strength and steel. Overload. The sound of the air pump piston and the sound of the gear biting suddenly accelerated and clicked. A stream of black smoke was sprayed out from the heat dissipation pipeline, and the power instantly increased by 30%, and the steel fist slammed into Kelly's face. Critical strike. Crushing power. Kelly's face was immediately smashed, and bright red juice spilled everywhere. One blow will kill. Li Hui and others finally arrived, and what appeared before them was a scene. Kelly's body fell softly, like a puppet with a broken thread. Han Xiao's face was stained with splattered blood, and the fire dragged mottled shadows on his expressionless face. The ferocious exoskeleton robotic arm of his left hand was stained with large pieces of flesh and blood dripping from boiling blood beads. Even though he had experienced many battles, he couldn't help but feel cold. A-level mission, chasing, has been completed, gained experience, completed hidden conditions, kill 6 pursuers, obtain skill upgrade card, basic. Will you receive it? No. Now is not the time to receive it. Don't move. Li Hui woke up from his dream and hurriedly picked up the gun. Han Xiao had no expression on his face, took off his light power arm, raised his hands, and the 2 agents quickly stepped forward and put a black hood on him. His vision became dark, and Han Xiao felt pushed forward, knowing that he was going to be taken to the 13th game. Finally, you are waiting for you. Feng Jun glanced at the battlefield and took a breath. He killed all 6 mercenaries. Did he fight with these machines? Li Hui looked grim and said, take all the parts he fell and notify the police department to do a good job of the aftermath. After that, the group escorted Han Xiao into the car and drove away, coming and going in a hurry. It felt like a wave of soy sauce, which did not play any role at all, which made the field team accuse him of a frustration. Han Xiao sat in the back seat, sandwiched between 2 agents. Although he could not see anything, he could feel the attention of the other agents. Behind the black hood, a strange smile rose. Although there was a slight deviation, so far, the situation was within his expectations. No one was talking in the car, and the silent and tense atmosphere spread among the crowd. Only the sound of the car driving lingered in his ears. Before Li Hui and others were ordered to arrive at their destination, they were not allowed to talk to the target. Instead, Han Xiao's calmness made them look sideways frequently, as if they had guessed that they would appear. The raccoon looked at his men who were seriously injured and had a gloomy face. Pick me up the computer. Log into the dark web and enter the reward bar. I immediately saw the reward with Han Xiao's avatar hanging. Number 0. Offer a reward of 1 million. Publisher Berry Organization. The cat's face changed drastically. His hands trembled, and the computer fell under his feet. He's really a fucking reward criminal. And he is also the leader of the underground world and the reward criminal of the budding organization. If he had known that Han Xiao was a dangerous person of this level, how dare he take action? Ma Jie and Huang Mao rushed over panting, staring at the traces of the battlefield, and were so scared that they were trembling all over. The raccoon was angry when he saw them, kicked Ma Jie to the ground and roared, "Fuck, it's all your good things. I can't spare you." Ma Jie covered his stomach with pain, slumped on the ground like a quail, not knowing what he did wrong. Suddenly, the alarm bell was shattered, and 7 or 8 police cars blocked the doors of the scrapyard, and heavy policemen wearing bulletproof vests rushed in. The policeman who is always late. The cat tidied up his clothes and greeted him. In his opinion, he was the victim. Moreover, he was in the 7th district and had a relationship with the police station, so he was not panicked. But before he could speak, the heavy policeman stepped forward and pressed him down and handcuffed him directly. The raccoon was stunned and struggled and shouted angrily, "What are you doing? I'm a victim, okay? I know your minister and secretary. Don't waste your energy." The heavy policeman who held his heavy equipment said lightly, "The order of the 13th Bureau." The raccoon's eyes widened. The 13th Bureau was in charge of major matters related to the threat of the state. How could he deal with him? It must be that he was involved in some incident. Han Xiao's figure flashed through his mind, and he could not think of any other possibility. The 13th game actually supports him? Suddenly, a clear vein appeared in his heart. The budding traitor. 13th game. Star Dragon. Intelligence. The raccoon suddenly realized. This is silence. From the moment Han Xiao deliberately took off his mask in front of him, the result was already destined. A sinkhole. The raccoon could no longer remain calm, and his whole body shook like a sieve, and his heart was completely occupied by fear and anger. Han Xiao. I'll fuck you, uncle. Ma Jie was shocked by the scene, foamed at the mouth, and fell to the ground. The black hood was pulled off, and Han Xiao opened his eyes. The dazzling white light made him squint. It took a few seconds to gradually adapt and see the current situation. I sat on a cold iron chair. In front of me was a table, and on the wall next to it was a single mirror, a typical interrogation room structure. 2 people sat opposite the table, Li Hui and Feng Jun. I will introduce myself. I am an intelligence officer of Xinglong Land and Strategic Defense Bureau. Feng Jun said in a gentle tone, "This is not the first time we have met. Do you still remember me?" "Remember," Han Xiao said lazily. "A man with a deep wallet." Feng Jun was speechless. "Can you not mention that?" 13th game, Li Hui. Li Hui's expression was stiff, and his tone was even stiffer, making people feel that his shit would be hard. Xinglong Land and Strategic Defense Bureau has a total of 13 departments, referred to as the 13th Bureau. Why should we call you Han Xiao or number 0? Feng Jun straight to the point. Whatever. Li Hui interrupted the conversation with a tough attitude and straightened the topic. Stop talking nonsense. Explain your million reward, why the budding organization wants to deal with you. Do you have any information? And say it all. Han Xiao said with interest. Why should I tell you? Li Hui sneered. What do you think this is? What do we want you to say? You have to say. So what if you don't say it? Han Xiao smiled and said, Drunk me with a gun? Do you think I dare not? Li Hui shouted. Feng Jun hurriedly smoothed out the situation. Okay, be calm. Han Xiao, you know we are a state institution, and it will be good for you to cooperate. Han Xiao twisted his body, changed into a comfortable position, and smiled and said, One has been playing with a black face, and the other has a red face. How many years have you used this set? Can you change a routine? I really like beauty tricks and the like. Looking at you 2 serious men, I don't even feel like talking. Do you understand the service of smiling? Don't be tense, come on, laugh. Feng Jun's face was suffocated. He coughed dryly and quietly winked at Li Hui. Li Hui understood, pretended to be angry and worth max, suddenly stood up, pointed at Han Xiao and shouted, "This is not a place where you can make jokes. I can throw you into prison and indefinitely." What a great majesty! Han Xiao suddenly restrained his laughing expression and his eyes were sharp. "I come from the budding organization. Threaten me? Intimidate me? Do you think it is useful? Don't show off such pediatrics. If you want me to cooperate, you can, then show some sincerity and let the weighty people talk to me. You are not qualified enough." The tone gradually rose up. When he said the last sentence, Han Xiao even pulled the handcuffs with his hands, and the chair fell inch from the ground, making a bang, which was deafening in the closed environment and echoed endlessly. Feng Jun and Li Hui looked at each other. Their task was to test Han Xiao's attitude. Han Xiao was very clear about this, so he deliberately acted unrestrained, just to tell the person surveillance behind the single mirror that, "I have a trump card." At this moment, the audio in the interrogation room made a heavy male voice. "As you wish, I'll talk to you." "Who are you?" Han Xiao looked at the one-sided mirror and knew that it was the person behind him who spoke. "The 13th Bureau, Minister of Intelligence. Am I qualified?" Han Xiao smiled. "Please force it." Li Hui and Feng Jun's eyelids twitched. This person is really shameless. The Minister of Intelligence did not think it was offended. "You just said that you were a member of Mengyao organization." Han Xiao interrupted the other party and corrected, "Once upon a time. So you defected?" Han Xiao smiled secretly. "What position did you have before?" "A logistics researcher." "What are you studying?" "Mechanical weapons." "You are lying." The Minister of Intelligence said decisively, "This is not enough to show your million reward." "Just waiting for you to ask this." Han Xiao's face was calm. "Rather than saying that you think I was lying, you were actually expecting me to have something equal to the value of the reward, intelligence. So you kept investigating me instead of using tough means. Information can only be useful in the hands of executive forces. My exposing my whereabouts represents my sincerity in cooperation. I am the budding enemy, not your enemy." The Minister of Intelligence said in a deep voice, "Why should we cooperate with you? Look around you. This is our territory. We have ways to let you speak." Han Xiao was very happy and suddenly said, "Communication record, June 14th, signal starting point. Hylon, target. The 8th fortress of the Dark Star, content is super encryption." The Minister of Intelligence was silent for 10 minutes. Li Hui and Feng Jun were shocked all over. They understood that this message they could not understand attracted the high attention of the Minister of Intelligence, and even asked for instructions from higher-level leaders. When a Minister of Intelligence spoke again, his tone was already extremely solemn. "Can you be sure? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, would I know Dark Star?" Han Xiao smiled. "Now, can we talk about cooperation?" "Good." The Minister of Intelligence spoke solemnly. If what Han Xiao said was not false, this information would be very important to the Star Dragon and even the entire planet. Han Xiao laughed secretly. This is the rhetoric he had prepared long ago. Everything should start with the background of the world. Since the exploration, the three cosmic forces have been in conflict for tens of thousands of years, and no one can destroy anyone. The law of the Dark Forest is the primitive cosmic social form. Just like every historical development process, when chaos and barbarism ended, order came into being. The three cosmic forces reached a consensus, coexist peacefully, explore the universe together, and establish an order system. The universe is never lonely, starlight shines. Countless races are active in every corner of the universe, and stars like stars travel through the waterless ocean of the universe. Countless messages wander in the universe through electromagnetic waves or optical communication, waiting to be captured. Countless thoughts and thoughts entangled in each other and turned into whispers of the mind, like invisible currents, sneaking in nothingness. Silence is just a representation, and the universe is very lively. Every civilization will go through such a stage, looking up at the starry sky, guessing whether the stars have the same life as them, thinking that they're the only intelligent life in the universe, stepping into the universe with the pride of the son of destiny and the ambition to conquer the galaxy, and then discovering that the starry sea can't conquer them. They are not lonely, nor are they special. The explored visible universe is divided into many star domains, such as the Broken Star Ring, Ancient Star Desert, Bright Silver Rotary Arm, Star Spirit Sea, etc. There are dozens of star clusters in each star domain, and the clusters are carefully divided into different galaxies, then numbered star regions, and finally to the planets with sands in the Ganges River, progressing step by step, forming a bizarre star world. The large coordinates of the Sea Blue Star are Broken Star Ring Colton Star Cluster, Gardon Galaxy, 9-star zone Sea Blue Star. As for the precise coordinates, it is a multi-dimensional coordinate system composed of multiple axes, using a complex algorithm that combines letters and numbers. The interstellar forces that come into contact with the Sea Blue Star are Ghidorah, a higher civilization of the Ghidorah Galaxy, and the dark star mentioned by Han Xiao is an ambitious force separated from Ghidorah, always thinking about subverting the Ghidorah regime and changing the sun. The two are mortal enemies. The starry sea is vast, and countless forces and civilizations are mixed. The level of civilization depends largely on the movement of the civilization in the universe. For example, the Ghidorah civilization can travel across the star zone without relying on the stargates and wormholes built by higher civilizations. Therefore, Ghidorah is considered a galaxy-level civilization, which is several levels higher than the Sea Blue Star, and the same is true for the Dark Star. If the budding organization has contact with the Dark Star and obtains the resource support or even military support from the Dark Star, their 6 countries will be in great trouble. Evil ambition forces like the Dark Star may not necessarily follow the Pan-Cosmic Civilization Contact Treaty, 7th Revised Edition, formulated by the 3 cosmic civilizations in the exploration calendar. The details of contacting interstellar forces are the secrets of the 6 countries. He does not doubt the authenticity of what Han Xiao said, so the Minister of Intelligence is very nervous. In fact, the Mingya organization has never contacted the Dark Star at all. Anyway, the other party cannot verify it, so it is not enough to fool him. Only by throwing out explosive information can the 13th Bureau pay more attention to itself and improve the threat of the 13th Bureau in the eyes of the Star Dragon. It is very helpful to its main task. Why not do it? Relying on the Star Dragon is a temporary measure. Han Xiao will not always rely on others. The 13th Bureau cannot fully trust him. For Han Xiao, the cooperation between the 2 parties is just a false conspiracy. Borrowing chickens to lay eggs and working for others wholeheartedly does not exist. With the power of the Star Dragon to deal with Mingya, he will make experience. When he is full of wings, Han Xiao will kick away Xinglong and work alone. I will keep this special treatment you give me in a small notebook, and I will calculate it with you in the future. Han Xiao shook his handcuffs and thought. Every novice planet is similar to an independent server, with different main plots. Han Xiao is interested in studying events experienced by various forces in the Starsea world in different periods, and now it has become valuable information. The novice planets are far apart, and there are special interstellar travel groups to provide travel services. As long as you use the interstellar communicator, you can contact these travel groups. They will automatically locate the source of information and rely on teleportation gates built by cosmic forces in various star clusters and galaxies. As long as you can afford money, it is no problem even if you want to span the entire visible universe. After all, if the professional league faces players from all planets, if they cannot get together, then how can they compete? Generally, large-scale events and events of players are based on neutral or unmanned planets as the stage. Give me a Star Dragon map, a pen. Han Xiao suddenly said. Feng Jun spread a map of Xinglong Kingdom on the table. Han Xiao picked up his pen, drew a circle in 3 locations, and wrote a brief introduction. These are 3 secret subbases of the Mingya organization located in Xinglong territory. Just treat it as my sincerity in cooperation. You only know 3? Of course not only. Let's talk about something else when you check my information. It will be no good for him to say it all out. and Han Xiao would not show his bottom easily. What are your conditions? The Minister of Intelligence asked the key point, and Feng Jun and Li Hui both raised their ears. Han Xiao Machai smiled. I just want to cooperate to deal with the buds. It's that simple. I will report your situation to my superiors, and I will feel wronged and stay here first. The Minister of Intelligence closed the communication. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and shook his handcuffs. Don't let me wait too long. I only took one day off. The 13th Bureau, internal conference room, the director, deputy director, 13 ministers, and 15 senior officials gathered together, and there was only one topic to discuss: how to treat Han Xiao. Han Xiao has a lot of confidential intelligence. With his help, we can accurately attack various bases of the budding. Moreover, he is a mechanic with a certain combat ability. His level is equivalent to that of a trained elite agent. He has the sincerity of cooperation. After the intelligence minister said the investigation report, he gave his own opinions. I think we can initially trust Han Xiao and cooperate with him. Everyone looked at each other and was silent for a few seconds. The Minister of Internal Affairs was the first to object. No. What if Han Xiao gave false information? It was indeed here. Each minister was revitalized. The 13th Bureau had two factions, the hardliners headed by the Minister of Internal Affairs and the conservatives headed by the Minister of Intelligence. The seats of both sides were clearly separated, just like the two armies confronted each other across the Chu River and Han border, waiting for battle. The Minister of Intelligence defended. The probability is very small. He is Mengya's fugitive. If you want to survive, you can only rely on our protection, so there is no need to doubt his sincerity. Then he may also be Mengya's spy sent to perform hard meat scenes. The Minister of Internal Affairs refused to give up and said in a deep voice, I suggest controlling Han Xiao, imprisoning him secretly, and prying out all intelligence from him. The 13th Bureau does not need to negotiate terms with anyone. You are making a fool of yourself. There is no need for this at all. Tough means will cause unknowing surprises. Han Xiao is full of sincerity. We cannot push away the help that should belong to us and make enemies in vain. You are a cowardly compromise. You are doing something in a brain. Under the leadership of the two ministers, the two factions began to swear each other, blushing and thick-necked. Although they were seeking information from Han Xiao, the contradiction between the two sides was that the hardliners wanted to imprison Han Xiao, while the conservatives wanted to cooperate with Han Xiao, and they had a lot of quarrels and wanted to roll up their sleeves to have a hand-to-hand fight. The director and the deputy director sit firmly on Diotai. The 13th Bureau has two directors. The director is the actual person in charge of the 13th Bureau. The deputy director is a bureaucrat sent by the leadership to supervise, also known as the administrative director. Logically speaking, there should be sharp conflicts and power struggles for such an organizational structure, but the deputy director was very low-key and almost cares about things. At this time, he was even more silent. He probably had thought about what to eat after get off work. Given that the last deputy director who was ambitious to seize power was inexplicably cheated into treason, his low-keyness was understandable. The director was a majestic man, heroic and powerful, and said thoughtfully, we must cooperate and control the other party. Isn't this easy to solve? Isn't it enough to recruit him into the bureau? The audience instantly changed from noisy to quiet, and the hardliners' ministers looked confused. You want to make trouble, director? The hardliners were in a panic. Absolutely not possible. What if Han Xiao is the enemy invading our spy? This violates the confidentiality regulations. The director said tactfully, according to the rules, vote. The conservatives laughed secretly and supported the director. Except for a neutral minister, the number of people in both factions happened to be 6. With the director's vote, the result was no surprise that the proposal was passed smoothly. The hardliners suddenly became depressed and roared wildly inside. You are in collusion. Since the final conclusion of recruiting Han Xiao into the 13th game, what we need to discuss is which department he should join. The Minister of Internal Affairs said, I think the logistics department is very suitable for him. I have been at the headquarters and can monitor him at all times and can play to his mechanics abilities. The conservatives agreed this time. This suggestion is indeed good. The logistics department is most suitable for Han Xiao. He is not allowed to go out. He stays under their noses and cannot make any storms. The director suddenly said, I don't need to doubt people, but I don't doubt people. Since Han Xiao has combat effectiveness, it's better to transfer him to the Secret Operations Department. Maybe there will be surprises. The atmosphere suddenly stopped awkwardly, and all the ministers looked at the neutral faction who was dozing. It was the Minister of the Secret Operations Department. Hey, what's my business? The Minister of Secret Operations was confused. That's it. The behavior will be lie, the language will be lie, and the purpose will not be lie. As long as you confirm that Han Xiao gave us the information on the sub-base of the budding organization, he will join the Secret Operations Department. The director waved his hand and made a decision. All the ministers covered their faces together. Okay, you are the boss, just be happy. The deputy director yawned. Have you got off work? What food is there in the canteen today? After the meeting, the Minister of Intelligence and the Minister of Logistics came to the logistics department together and asked the logistics personnel to study the seized light-powered arms. I want to see what outstanding things are about the machinery made by Han Xiao. If possible, I can also deduce the drawings in reverse to get more information about Han Xiao. The person responsible for researching light-mounted power arms is Luo Xian, who is known as the ace of the logistics department. He was once an excellent student in the mechanical department of Shidu College. After graduation, he was directly recruited to the logistics department of the 13th Bureau. He has always performed well. The superior seems to have the intention of focusing on training and intends to let Luo Xian join the Secret Operations Department. Apart from being too proud, there are no other shortcomings. Luo Xian was wearing rubber gloves, and his face was calm. He had done the job of dismantling machinery many times and was familiar with it. Let's start. Luo Xian started to disassemble, suddenly paused, and said in surprise, there are confidentiality measures inside. Confidentiality measures to prevent the machinery from being disassembled and derived drawings, which are linked to the overall structure. Han Xiao's knowledge of basic assembly includes methods of confidentiality measures, and his full-level, simple strengthening modification will not be able to crack unless a mechanic formally meets the E-level standard. He attaches great importance to light-fitting power arms and expects that the light-fitting power arms may fall into the hands of the 13th Bureau, so he arranged confidentiality measures early. The first generation of Rangers also set up confidentiality measures, but they have already exploded, so they can be ignored. Can you crack it? Asked the Minister of Information. No problem. Luo Xian was very confident that lifting confidentiality measures was an indirect showdown between the manufacturer and the cracker. Luo Xian was very confident that what level could an unknown mechanic have. He was a top student in the mechanical department who graduated from Shidu College. However, after 20 minutes, Luo Xian did not make any progress and was sweating profusely and said in disbelief, "Fourth level confidentiality? Are the guy who made this machine crazy?" The fourth level confidentiality is extremely complicated, and it will move the whole body. If the disassembly is wrong, the entire machine internal structure will automatically disintegrate, and Luo Xian is not sure. The Minister of Intelligence frowned. Can you do it? Don't waste my time. Luo Xian couldn't hold back his face. He didn't dare to get angry at the minister, so he could only swallow his anger and said, "This confidentiality measure is too complicated. I need time." "Enough. I'm not that idle. Tell me what you think." Luo Xian noticed the distrust of the Minister of Intelligence. His face became ugly, and he angrily said, "There's no technical highlight. It's just that confidentiality is done well, which makes me feel like a country bumpkin who treats garbage as a treasure." The Minister of Intelligence raised his eyebrows and said nothing, and asked someone to take the robotic arm to leave the logistics department. Since Han Xiao killed the mercenaries who had experienced many battles with a punch with a mechanical arm, he felt that the best way to test the agents in actual combat was to send someone to destroy the 3 budding strongholds that Han Xiao told them, which was just an opportunity. Unfortunately, the robot had already exploded into a bunch of charred parts with invisible shapes, and he was more interested in a generation of Rangers. Although the 13th game is powerful, no one will think of the new equipment. Those idiots in the R&D department have been in vain in recent years. They have received the most grants and will only create some inexplicable things, such as sticky bombs with glue on both sides, arc machine guns that cannot be aimed at, fake breasts that are isolated from metal detection to high poison needles. And they're also divided into men and women. After 2 agents were sent into the hospital with their own poison needles, the R&D department was blacklisted by the in-service agents. The director held his cell phone and spoke to Old Man Gao. I have recommended Han Xiao to enter the Secret Operations Department. Thank you for your hard work. The director asked in confusion. Old man, is he worthy of your attention? Old Man Gao said, Haha, his value is not just intelligence. I have a premonition that he will be an important bargaining chip for us to confront the Berry organization. The dilapidated tall buildings were covered with vines, the broken bridges were covered with green moss, the empty streets were deserted, the shop windows on the street were broken, and the shelves were overturned to the ground, obviously having experienced a looting. A yellowed newspaper from unknown time moved onto the ground with a breeze that swept the dust, and was filled with a desolate atmosphere everywhere. The moonlight passed through the dust and was stained with dimness, and was the only source of light in the city. This is a deserted city that once belonged to a big country. Now this country has disappeared. In the tide of the transformation of the times, citizens have moved out of this dead city, and even wanderers are unwilling to live in the dead city. During the decades when the social environment of the entire planet was reshuffled, many cities were abandoned and became part of the planet's ecological environment again, gradually turning from cold steel forests to full of vitality, making people wonder what human beings mean to the planet. According to Han Xiao's information, there are 3 sub-bases of the Mungbong organization hidden in the Xinglong Kingdom, and one of them is hidden in this dead city, like a nail stuck on its body, which makes the senior management of Xinglong shocked and angry. Within 24 hours, troops were dispatched from the nearest military base to attack this sub-base with efficient operations. At this time, the dead city was awakened by artillery fire. More than a dozen Star Dragon army used bulletproof charge vehicles to hit the sub-base. The sound of gunfire explosions continued, mixed with screams and roars. However, the frontal battlefield is not the core of the action. 3 members of the Secret Operations Department were quietly approaching the Minyao branch base from the side. Their mission was to sneak in and steal intelligence while the army was fighting. The Secret Operations Department is responsible for infiltration, sabotage, theft, assassination, and other similar matters. It is also known as the Secret Service Department, and its members are all elites among the elites. The 3 of the Secret Chronicles avoided the battlefield of the firefight, approached the sub-base from the other side, and came to the side door of the sub-base, and the team's hackers cracked the access control. Li Yalan, a member of the secret operation and a 4th-level authority agent, is a bright and charming young woman wearing a black one-piece sports tights, outlining a hot figure that makes people's bloody. She is covered with a loose yellow hoodie, full of sporty style, fair skin and beautiful appearance, and a lively temperament like an elf. She wears silver round earrings, light eyeshadow, a high-nose bridge, and 3-dimensional facial features. Li Yalan stretched. Her beautifully curved waist showed amazing elasticity, which was incompatible with the tense atmosphere around her. She chewed bubblegum and complained, I finally took advantage of the captain's recovery and had a vacation, but the department gave us urgent tasks. She didn't treat the agents as humans. Lambert silently wiped the snow-bright dagger without saying a word, and was as silent as a stone. He was once a Trump soldier of a certain unit that could not be published. After being retired, he joined the Secret Operations Department of the 13th Bureau. He was wearing a field uniform and a belt with more than a dozen daggers around his waist. Behind him was a folded, dark, heavy sniper rifle. The Bureau seems to attach great importance to this action. Lin Yao said hesitantly, at a height of over 1.7 meters, looking a little naive and shy. He was a hacker in the team, carrying a small bag with many electronic devices in it. He was cracking the side door of the subbase, taking out a bunch of electronic instruments, connecting to the access control, and quickly tapping the keyboard with his fingers, and the code was brushed out like a waterfall. Not long after, the program cracked and the metal door opened automatically. The three of them looked at each other and sneaked into the base. Li Yaoan walked in the front, in the middle of Lin Yao. Behind Lambeth Hall, the access controls along the way were opened by Lin Yao, who had hacked into the system. Their target was the main computer room. The Mungbung organization attaches great importance to confidentiality. Once the branch base is attacked, it has a tendency to fall. The left-behind guards will immediately format the base system, destroy all content, and start the EMP off the network and power off to burn the electronic components of the host. It is like a lizard's tail is broken, so the Mungbung organization can always remain mysterious, like a fog. The 13th Bureau attaches great importance to Han Xiao, because the source of intelligence is too rare. He came to the second floor of the underground without any danger. The main room was close to him. Suddenly, Lin Yao looked at the surveillance screen of Eru and screamed, "There are small enemy troops in the corner ahead." Before he could finish his words, a team of guards appeared in sight, and the encounter was suddenly in sight. Li Yaoan was the first to react, and suddenly burst out with a phantom-like speed. Before the guards fired, they rushed to them and jumped into the air. They were as light as swallows. The slender and elastic legs split horizontally 180 degrees, kicking the heads of the two leading the way. The two kick guards flew out in a spiral, and the cervical spine was broken. Her physical fitness is extremely strong. Not only is it amazing flexibility, but her strength is also terrifying. She supports the ground with her hands, stands upside down, and pulls out her legs, and wisps of bright yellow rays bloom on her legs, like yellow propellers sweeping across the crowd. Even if she uses a gun to block it, the gun will blow into parts on the ground, and the legs can even kick metal. Martial arts man. The last guard was shocked and was about to call for reinforcements. In the distance, Lambeth wiped his hands across the knife bag at his waist. A flying knife dragged the silver light and penetrated into his throat in an instant. A fully armed squad was quickly eliminated by Li Yaoan and Lambeth. At this moment, the lights in the corridor turned blood red, and harsh alarms sounded everywhere. Lin Yao screamed, "We were discovered! A large number of guards are rushing towards us, and the base system has begun to format it." Li Yaoan was also anxious. "You can quickly break the access control of the host room." "I'm doing it. It will take at least 3 minutes, and the enemy will arrive at most 1 minute. I really can't bypass the firewall again in such a short time." "Yes, sorry." Lin Yao was sweating heavily and knocked on the tablet computer wildly. It was the speed of being single for several lifetimes. The afterimages flew, crackling, but the steel door of the host room did not move at all. Soon, the sound of messy footsteps rang out from both ends of the corridor. It was a straight corridor with no place to hide. They were confident to fight out, but the mission was definitely failed. By the way, before departure this time, didn't the boss send us new equipment? Li Yaoan suddenly remembered something and hurriedly took out a long black package from Lin Yao's backpack. Unzipped the zipper, and a mechanical arm, full of metal texture, lie quietly inside. Lightweight power arm. How to use this thing? Who did you read the instruction manual? Lin Yao hurriedly said, "Put your left hand in and hook your thumb to start it. By the way, this thing really won't explode. You guys were idiots in the R&D department. There is a saying in the 13th Bureau. There must be risks in the production of the R&D department. There is no other choice. Just be a living horse." Li Yaoan made up her mind and put on the robotic arm, with an expression that was ready to lose her arm, which shows how unpopular the R&D department is. The robotic arm started successfully and buzzed. There was no fault. Shocked, Li Yaoan gritted her teeth and punched her hard on the metal door of the main computer room, and a very obvious hole was blown out. Li Yaoan was overjoyed, and her fist hit the metal door like a storm. The mechanical iron fist hit the metal door at high speed, making a thud. With the blessing of the machinery and her own power, deformed holes appeared on the metal door, and the door frame made a tearing sound of teeth. 20 seconds passed in a flash, and the large guards finally arrived at the corner of the corridor. At this moment, the metal door of the main computer room was finally overwhelmed and was beaten away with a loud bang. Li Yalan and the other two hurriedly hid in, and at a critical moment. "It's so dangerous." Lin Yao immediately connected the instrument to the host, and the system formatting reached 57%. He had to hurry up and back up the remaining content, and before the network and power outage, he would try his best to steal information from the information database of the budding organization as much as possible. With the room as a cover, Li Yalan and Lambert suddenly burst out with amazing combat power. Li Yalan pulled out a metal stick from her pocket, and the guards who rushed into the main room were all knocked down by her quick flying skills. She shook the stick with her right hand, and the robotic arm with her left hand ignited a bright yellow arrogance, which was amazingly powerful. The guard's bones were broken through the bulletproof vest. Lambert's flying knife was directly refracted through the wall and hit the enemies outside the door, and the guard screamed. 2 people alone caused huge casualties, leaving hundreds of guards helpless. Not long after, the base system completed its own formatting, and then it was powered and the network was cut off, and the entire base went dark in the blink of an eye. "Run out!" Li Yalan shouted violently, punched, kicked, and beat the stick, and directly fought out a bloody path. Lambert pulled Lin Yao and followed him. There were screams everywhere, and there was chaos in the darkness. After a fierce battle, the 3 of them finally rushed out of the base and breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Yao collapsed to the ground. The other 2 were no longer surprised. Every time the mission ended, Lin Yao looked so scared that he was terrified. Li Yalan played with the light-mounted power arm and couldn't let go. Lin Yao glanced at it and said in surprise, "Who invented this robotic arm? Could it be Luo Xian from the logistics department?" "Who knows? It is not impossible for the superiors to intend to let him join the secret operations department." Li Yalan's big eyes flashed, and her eyes were full of curiosity. 2 hours later, the battle ended. This was the most successful operation of Xinglong to target Minyao organization. He destroyed the base and collected a large amount of information. Thanks to Han Xiao's intelligence, the senior management of the 13th Bureau was very satisfied. However, Lin Yao did not find out the 2 most concerned information, the communication record of Dark Star and the significance of Han Xiao's code name Zero in the budding organization. The former is false. Of course it does not exist. The latter is related to the experimental body plan of the budding organization and is encrypted in the special level and cannot be leaked. The Michin trio returned to the headquarters without stopping. Li Yalan reluctantly returned the robotic arm. Her superior asked, "Is the light-fit power arm easy to use?" It turned out that this thing was called a light-fit power arm. Such a violent thing was very fond of Li Yalan. She nodded and said, "This mission was successful, thanks to this piece of equipment. Who made it? I can't tell you this. Will the department still supply light-fit power arm in the future?" Li Yalan looked expectant. This depends on the decision of the superior. Li Yalan didn't give up. Her eyes turned and stopped entangling her superiors. She came to the logistics department to find Luo Xian, who was most likely the maker. The emblem on her chest is the symbol of the Secret Operations Department, which is unobstructed all the way, attracting the attention of the salted fish in the logistics department. Her exquisite and beautiful appearance makes this group of logistics personnel who have been companionship with motor oil and stinky sweat all year round salivate. Although the 13 departments are nominally at the same level, their powers are different, and their status is high and low in the hearts of everyone. The Secret Operation Department has many strong men. Beauties are like clouds, and elites, excellent treatment, and they have always been yearned for. Li Yalan looked around and asked loudly, "I'll come to find Luo Xian." Everyone looked at Luo Xian with envy. "Yes, I am worthy of being the ace of the logistics department. I quietly hooked up with the beauty of the Secretariat Department. I also came to find you specifically. Maybe I can join the Secret Operations Department in the future and rise to the top." Many people were wondering whether to congratulate Luo Xian in advance later and to flatter him. Luo Xian didn't know Li Yalan and was confused. Is the Secret Operations Department ready to recruit me? His heart was shocked, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. He suppressed his excitement and said calmly, I am Luo Xian. I don't know what to call him. Li Yalan, what can I do to help you? Luo Xian felt that he was very gentlemanly. It was you who invented that mechanical power arm. The mechanical arm? Luo Xian immediately thought of the light arm that made him lose face in front of the minister. He thought that something had happened to cause an army to ask for the crime. He secretly gloated and asked seriously, Is there something wrong? No, I think it's very useful. I want to order it privately. This was very embarrassing. The logistics personnel looked strange. They remembered Luo Xian's contemptuous view of the robotic arm and stared at Luo Xian one after another. The eyes made Luo Xian want to find a crack in the ground to get in. Luo Xian looked ugly. The machinery he regarded as garbage was sought after by secret agents. The user came to order it specially. This misunderstanding made him feel uncomfortable, as if he had eaten a fly, and it was not easy to attack. He could only smile with a forced smile. I didn't invent that thing. Li Yalan felt inexplicable and said unhappy. Then you said it earlier, wasting my time. Luo Xian's face turned dark, and he felt depressed when he saw his colleagues holding their wicked smiles. Feng Jun walked over and said in a business manner, The identity of the maker is confidential. Please do not discuss or guess. Li Yalan looked surprised. Confidential? Luo Xian felt a sense of crisis, feeling that the Bureau attached too much importance to this mysterious mechanic. He was worried that it would threaten his position and there was competition among his peers. If he joins the logistics department, he must suppress him. Luo Xian made a secret decision. The Bud organization a certain base. Chief, the sub-base of 45 was destroyed. Who did it? Star Dragon people. Where did they get the information? I don't know. The leader felt inexplicable. The sub-bases of the Mungbang organization were all over the world, and some secret bases were hidden within the borders of the 6 countries. As the trump card for the future of large-scale wars, they have been in a frozen, dormant state without any activities, and there is no possibility of exposure at all. How could they be discovered? Could it be that internal personnel leaked the information and there were spies in the organization? Only the senior management knows the location of the secret base. If there is a rebellion from the senior management, it will be a big blow to the organization. He made a secret decision to cleanse the organization. The leader did not doubt Han Xiao at all, a humble experimental subject who had never been exposed to organizational secrets. How could it be him? The first one can eliminate the suspicion. The leader was annoyed when he thought of number 0. The dark web reward had been offered for so long, and there was no movement at all. The little bedbug runs fast enough. He dares to declare war with shameless words. Sooner or later, he will crush you to death. With your own strength, you will never dream of leveraging the bricks and tiles of the organization. The leader smiled coldly and arrogantly. Han Xiao has been missing for 3 days. Where did he go? Lu Qian walked anxiously, blaming himself, and murmured, Is he lost his way? It's all my fault that he didn't buy him a cell phone, and he can't contact him now. You said he's a foreigner and is not familiar with the place in Shidu. What should I do? Old man Lu comforted. Be optimistic. Maybe he is just dead? Lu Qian was speechless. Grandpa, why are you so prejudiced to him? Old man Lu dug his nose and refused to answer. Lu Qian's eyes suddenly lit up. She came to old man Lu and said, Grandpa, please ask someone to help find him. I think beautifully. Old man Lu hummed. Just treat it as doing my granddaughter a favor. When you steal my books, why didn't you consider that I was your grandfather? Those are trivial matters. Just forgive me. Give up. You really don't help? No. Lu Qian smiled and showed a black look. I'll sell the fine wine you hid under the floor of the room. Old man Lu shuddered. Look at what you said. How could you be such a stingy person? I'll just find someone to put it on me. Thank you, Grandpa. Lu Qian smiled sweetly. Old man Lu sighed and called Old man Gao, saying, Old guy, have Han Xiao been taken away by you? You guessed it. What did he do? No, we need to cooperate with him. Just have nothing to do. Just let him go back quickly, otherwise my granddaughter will ruin all the wine I have treasured. This does not meet the regulations. I am very embarrassed. Don't talk nonsense. The regulations are decided by you. You cheated me last time and didn't pay it back. I don't care. You can get Han Xiao back quickly. Old Man Gao said helplessly. Okay, I understand. When he hung up the phone, Old Man Lu looked resentful. He was looking forward to Han Xiao getting out, but he had to come back. Humph! All women's elbows were turned out, especially the woman who gave birth to a son for him back then. She was really unfaithful. She was obviously someone else's wife, but she was so easy to hook up by me. Alas, the charm of her youth is gone forever. Old Man Lu touched his bald head and sighed. Subtitle of this chapter: The Protagonist Who Lives in Op. Han Xiao has been living in a luxurious single cell for 3 days, so he is not in a hurry at all. He just has time to sort out his abilities and get the skills upgrade card for the task reward. Han Xiao looked at the panel and found that 90,000 experiences were some of the tasks and rewards for killing enemies, and some of them were the gains of making guns for the raccoon cat some time ago. Basic fighting level 8, then upgrade to 1 level. Using the skill upgrade card, Basic, is the most cost-effective. Han Xiao did not hesitate. First upgrade the basic fighting to level 9, and then choose to receive the skill upgrade card. A card with a brass light appeared in his hand out of thin air. Han Xiao thought, and the card turned into a stream of light and sank into his eyebrows. The limbs and bones trembled, and a new force flowed through the muscles and bones. Han Xiao was excited and clearly felt that his physical strength had become stronger. Basic Fighting LV10 Max increased 10% of the barehand attack power, strength +2, endurance +1. When many skills reach a certain level, a tribute bonus will appear. After the character level reaches the upper limit, you can also improve your combat effectiveness through skills. Each version of Star C has a different level upper limit. There will be a saying in the future version: the maximum level is the beginning. Your basic fighting reaches the level limit, you get 1 potential point. Okay, 16 potential points. Han Xiao spent some more experience to upgrade basic shooting to LV8 with more than 20,000 left in experience. He was going to bet on the drawings twice. The use of drawings for mechanics is divided into 2 types. One is to use them as their own trump card to fight and will never be disclosed. The other is used to sell, accept orders from others, earn experience and money. Ordinary mechanical players can only set up stalls to sell to other players. The big guilds and big clubs control the opportunity to trade with NPC. But Han Xiao has no competitors and can take the lead. The drawings he needs most to sell at the moment to gain manufacturing experience. The 13th Bureau is a potential market with great customer potential and more opportunities than in the budding organization base. There are a few drawings in my memory, which should be very sales-oriented. Whether to integrate knowledge, basic weapons plus basic assembly. This integration will consume 10,000 experience. Confirm. The fusion was successful. Congratulations on developing Folding War Knife. Whether knowledge fusion is carried out, basic weapons science plus basic materials collection. This fusion will consume 10,000 experience. Successfully integrated, congratulations on the development of high-burning ammunition. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. High-burning ammunition is the best invention he expected. Ammunition is suitable for various carriers and is not difficult to manufacture. In previous life games, ammunition items were the highest sales, and because they involved chemical knowledge, it was very difficult to copy, and they were inherently confidential. However, the folding battle knife made Han Xiao feel complicated. This is a metal battle knife with a handle with a handguard. The handle has clear edges and corners. It is a well-proportioned rectangle. The section blades of 0.5 to 0.8 meters are all folded and hidden in the handle. They are portable and secretive. The blade can be popped up at any time during battle. It is controlled by the mechanism button on the handle. The advantage is that it is sudden and necessary to kill and rob. It cannot be said that this thing is not good. But the problem is that this thing is a standard equipment specially used for novices. The folding sword is cheap, has low technical content, and is easy to be copied. Even confidentiality measures are not easy to work. A formal mechanic can have a rough understanding of the structure by just a few glances, which is somewhat embarrassing for Han Xiao. How good is it to be a ranged weapon? This melee weapon, without special effects, is not very popular. One is good and the other is bad. Could it be that I am the legendary mixed-race child, with a non-chief bloodline and the European Emperor bloodline dragon and tiger? Fortunately, these two drawings do not exist on the Aquarium Star, and Han Xiao has many opportunities to operate. The theories learned by mechanics are the same, but they have a variety of applications. It is not possible to create all the applied inventions of this theory by learning the basic theories. Until Han Xiao traveled through the real world, there were still folk scientists creating new inventions every year. I won't talk about the practicality for now. At least there are many possibilities. These two drawings are Han Xiao's next work focus. He gained 600,000 experience in assembling guns at the Mungbung organization base for half a year. Xinglong will definitely have more opportunities. When he officially joins the 13th game, it will be the time to gain. At this time, a new prompt pops up on the panel. A-level mission, seeds sleep in the dust. Current progress is 1.6%. The 13th Bureau has taken action. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he revealed the information from the 3 bases to the 13th Bureau, which can be regarded as his indirect mission progress. 1.6% is not too little, but too much. He knows better than anyone else that the unfathomable forces of the budding organization. A sub-base should not reach a progress of 1.6%. Han Xiao did not expect that the attack on the sub-base caused suspicion of the senior management by the embryonic leader, which was the highlight. In the past life, the confrontation between Mengya and the Six Kingdoms continued until the end of version 1.0. If the 2.0 disaster of alienation is not included, the results of the two should be evenly matched. For a while, Mungbung was at a disadvantage and was only able to destroy it in one go. But the Six Kingdoms were scared. This was all because Mungbung's trump card, the Dead Hand system. This is an automated missile counterattack program that has been set up. Once the organization faces overturn, the budding organization will release all missiles in stock according to the established procedures, automatically strike the preset targets, and clean up the world. Even if the 6 countries can intercept 95% of them, the remaining missiles will still cause irreversible damage to the planet's ecology. This is the last method of germination, and we will die together. So, it is almost impossible to achieve 100% of your own tasks, unless you can crack the Dead Hand system. The Dead Hand system is the trump card that was exposed at the last moment of the budding. Although it avoided the collapse of the organization, it also shook many trophic members. Those who work for the budding. The first is to avenge the 6 countries, and the second is to follow the trophic concept to create a new regime. When the trump card and the trophic concept conflict, a large number of members will be lost, and no one wants the world to be destroyed. If it can be exposed manually. Han Xiao shook his head. This matter is still too far away and is secretly pressed in his heart. Not long after, Feng Jun finally came and took Han Xiao to the interrogation room. It was the Minister of Intelligence who was still communicating with him. The information of the sub-base has been confirmed. We believe in your sincerity in cooperation. The senior management decided to accept you as a member of the 13th Bureau. It's done. Han Xiao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was indeed effective for him to get a relationship with Old Man Gao. He would not naively think that the senior management would unanimously agree to him joining the 13th game, and there must be an ulterior motive behind it. The organization decided to let you join the Secret Operations Department, and you will be assigned to an operation team. Han Xiao's face became weird. In the new era, countless elites and talents who have lost their country have been wandered outside. The intelligence agencies of the 6 countries have relaxed the requirements for solicitation and began to hire non-national members. However, ace departments like the Secret Operations Department still have certain requirements for their loyalty to their members, which is undoubtedly the operation of Old Man Gao. That old man looks forward to me so much. Joining the Secretary Department is a good thing for him. There are many powerful people to come into contact with and the opportunity to go out. It is very important to have the opportunity to intervene in those events and opportunities that occur outside the Star Dragon. Originally, according to Han Xiao's guess, if the 13th game restricted his freedom, he would defect immediately after the public beta. But now it seems that there is no need to leave in a hurry. A new prompt appears on the panel. You have opened a new camp reputation. Xinglong Land and Strategic Defense Bureau's favorable impression of you has increased by 300 points. Xinglong Land and Resources Strategic Defense Bureau, 13th Bureau Neutral, 300/1000. First level permission member. New camp relationships represent new opportunities, tasks, events, and interests. The camp relationship is divided into 8 levels. Mortal enemy, hatred, hostility, coldness, neutrality, kindness, respect, and respect. Basically, the initial favorability of all new camps is cold, and 300 favorability points are neutral. Generally, only when you reach the friendly level can you exchange favorability and contribution for resources. Feng Jun took out a black cell phone and handed it to Han Xiao. There was only his phone number on it. He coughed and said, "From today, I will be your contact person in charge. Don't turn it off." Oh, it's just an irrelevant microphone, right? Why can your wording always make me feel unhappy? Feng Jun was helpless. The black phone has no decoration appearance, and the operating interface is also very simple. It only has the functions of making phone calls and sending and receiving information. Han Xiao played with the phone and asked, "Will you be eavesdropped?" "Don't worry, the line is specially encrypted." Minister of Information, there is another thing. We hope you can hand in the mechanical drawings you know, including the light-mounted power arm and the robot you use to kill the Stinger team. Submitting the drawings can increase the contribution of the camp, but he needs to make machinery to grow and upgrade. If he handed in the drawings, the 13th Bureau will learn to mass production with assembly lines. After learning to do so, he will be fine. What Han Xiao wants is the cooperation method that others provide materials and he can create. Han Xiao shook his head and refused. What if any agents order from me privately? We don't care about this. After receiving the reply, Han Xiao laughed. It's fine. The agents of the 13th Bureau were all his potential customers. The future is long. The top leaders of the 13th Bureau will not destroy their good cooperation with Han Xiao for 1 or 2 basic drawings. They care more about the budding intelligence. At least the conservatives are very rational, and the hardliners don't like him, so I don't know what they will do. Another benefit of joining the 13th Games is that the 13th Games has rich resources, which saves him the hassle of finding materials everywhere. He can buy a large number of parts and raw materials by spending money, as well as good things that are not generally seen on the market. After the agreement was reached, Han Xiao put on a black hood again and was taken through the winding corridor, took the elevator, and left the headquarters. Addicted to typing, almost forgot to update Sweat. Han Xiao felt that the car stopped, and someone pushed him out of the car, standing alone, and blew the wind for a while. And then he heard the sound of the exhaust gas of the car moving away. At this time, he took off his black mask and looked left and right, and was already at an intersection several streets away from the repair shop. Several bright moons hang in the sky. It's so mysterious. Han Xiao curled his lips. The purpose has been basically achieved. Han Xiao hummed a small song and walked slowly. Not long after, he came to the outside of the repair shop. He found that there was still light inside. He suddenly thought to himself that he was missing for 3 days, which probably made Lu Qian very anxious. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Lu Qian pace back and forth with a worried look on her face. Lu Qian's face darkened, and she rushed over and scolded her. "Why are you just coming back now? Do you know how worried I am? You are a person from another place. I thought you were going to call the police if something happened to you." Han Xiao was in a loss, so he simply opened his dead fish eyes, looking like a dead pig was not afraid of boiling water. "What the hell are you doing? Walk." Lu Qian was furious. "Can you find some reliable excuses?" "I think it's quite reliable. I watched TV reports yesterday that there was a gunfight at the Clow scrapyard, and I thought you had an accident. It turned out that Lu Qian's worries were born from this. Han Xiao listened to Lu Qian's nagging, but he was not impatient at all, but felt warm in his heart. It is not easy to have someone who cares about you. But this touch was instantly broken by Old Man Lu. I thought you wouldn't come back alive, so disappointed. Ha, dead old man. Lu Qian scolded her and then expressed her anger. She gritted her teeth and said in pain, I'll buy you a mobile phone in a few days, so don't lose contact again. The mobile phone money will be deducted from your salary. No, I already have a mobile phone. Han Xiao took out his black mobile phone. Bureau 13th Bureau said that the number of this mobile phone cannot be given to others. Don't listen or not. Chant the scriptures. Old Man Lu's eyes flashed. He pulled Han Xiao aside, frowned and asked, This is the encrypted phone of the 13th game. Have you joined the 13th game? Oh, you are always knowledgeable. Ainsi après sid perfunctoridi. Since I have joined the 13th Bureau, why are you still working in my store? Get out of here quickly. You get out of here, I won't get out anyway. Oh, you guy, you dare to talk to me like this. Do you have any intention of staying in my store? Old Man Lu was so angry that his face changed suddenly. He stared at Han Xiao and said word by word, You must be fond of my granddaughter. You misunderstood. Han Xiao suddenly felt something was wrong. Old Man Lu's face changed several times, and in 1 second he experienced hostility, contemplation, relief, excitement, examination, satisfaction, relief, kindness, and other states. It was even more magical than the change of face in Sichuan opera, just like the gaze of looking at his grandson-in-law, making Han Xiao creepy. Wait, the script is not like this. Little Hanner, my Xiaoqian is not young. Why don't you come? Han Xiao's face was stiff. Old Lu, as the saying goes, it's not sweet to force me to twist. I can't even make me feel bad if I don't force me to twist. My unlucky son's only contribution is to give birth to a granddaughter for me. Our family needs to continue the next generation. You work hard to make my great-grandson come out too. Who is our family? With you. Don't make trouble for me. Ha. You young people should have a passionate relationship. How can you be slow? I can only help you get here. Old Man Lu patted Han Xiao's shoulder with an unfathomable look on his face. He walked away slowly, leaving Han Xiao in the wind. It's so terrible that the elderly who are looking forward to holding the children. Han Xiao turned around, but saw Lu Qian standing behind him at some point. Her eyes were bright and dripping as if water would drip at any time. She stared at Han Xiao with her lips pursed and said nothing. I said this is a misunderstanding. Do you believe it? Bad guy. Lu Qian covered her red face, turned around, and ran upstairs. Yes, it seems that I don't believe it. Han Xiao looked aching and covered his forehead with a snap. This is so evil today. Luo Xian has been feeling a little relieved these days, worried that Han Xiao would join the logistics department in the future and affect his status. Finally, Luo Xian couldn't help but ask the minister to ask Han Xiao's origin. His specific information is confidential. The logistics minister was a festive fat man with a big belly and always smiling face. He looked around and saw that there was no one around him and whispered, I can only tell you that he has joined the 13th Bureau. Luo Xian felt a slap in his heart and asked nervously, will he join the logistics department or the R&D department? If he joined the logistics department, he could suppress the other party. If the other party joined the R&D department, he would be out of reach. The logistics minister shook his head. Not either. He was specially recruited to enter the secret operations department and will report it in a few days. Luo Xian was caught off guard and was stunned by the news. He doesn't come to the logistics department to play with him at all, so he can suppress it. He worked diligently for several years and was not qualified to join the secret operations department. The mysterious peer who had defeated him was specially recruited on the first day. The secret operation department he had been pursuing was so silently that others took the lead, and Luo Xian almost burst into anger. This is unfair. A week after the shooting battle at the Chloe Way station, the bosses of 6 other districts in Shidu gathered together to discuss a major event that has happened recently. The territory of the 7th district has lost its control, and the raccoon has evaporated. Through various channels, the other bosses learned that the disappearance of the civet cat was actually related to the 13th game with the greatest authority, which shocked all the bosses. What did the raccoon do to provoke this giant? The boss of the second district was faintly the leader of everyone and was also the initiator of the meeting. He spoke heavily. The cat has disappeared. He has provoked someone he shouldn't have provoked. I guess he will never see him again. The bosses here felt a little sad, although they were all powerful outside. In fact, everyone knew that the 13th games could make anyone here disappear in the world forever at any time. The underground forces like them could not even make a wave. After all, Shidu is the capital of country. When they look at the scenery, they are actually just mice eating leftovers in dark corners. They are not even as good as those arms dealers and intelligence dealers who do business in slums. They have backers, and these bosses are just tools in the hands of some high-ranking officials. If they don't use them one day, they can kill them in one sentence. Who will take over the territory of the 7th district? The bosses looked at each other. No one spoke. Originally, taking over the territory should be a new round of profit distribution, but no one spoke. It was not that he did not covet the territory of the raccoon cat, but that the situation was still unclear. In their eyes, the 7th district became a dragon and tiger den. Who knows if he would get into trouble like the raccoon cat? The boss of the 2nd district looked around and said in a deep voice, "Don't you want to take over?" Everyone was silent. Okay, then wait for the newcomer to take office. The boss of the 2nd district was expressionless. Those who lose control of the gray area in the 7th zone will inevitably lead to a bloody storm. Some smart people under their bodies will see opportunities to move forward. But this is not because the bosses are willing to give newcomers a chance, but because they are watching coldly, wanting to wait for an ambitious cannon fodder to explore the way for them and figure out the situation in District 7. Only then will the bosses here take action, use their mixed forces to kill the rising newcomers, and then allocate the territory of the 7th district internally. It is naturally a good thing that the inherent interest cake can be divided by one person. They will not allow new and old people who are on par with them. Han Xiao stayed in the repair shop for a few days, prepaid his first month's salary, and ordered a batch of materials from the 13th Bureau. A dark red bullet lay quietly in Han Xiao's palm, with flame-shaped patterns engraved on the bullet. High-ignition ammunition. After hitting the target, it starts to burn a range of 3 meters in diameter, causing continuous burn damage. The introduction is simple, but Han Xiao knows that the real effect is much better than the introduction. The principle of high combustion bullet is to fill a certain extremely flammable adhesive gas as a bullet combustion agent, which is simpler than the combustion conditions of armor-piercing combustion bombs. It can burn itself without combustible materials. It is a special seeded bullet specially used for combustion. This extreme gas needs to be collected through chemical reactions and mixed with another inert gas in proportion to avoid burning. Using gas as a combustion agent is more difficult to extract than liquid or particulate combustion agent. Once the warhead is opened, even in a vacuum environment, the flammable gas can be burned out for a short time, which is naturally confidential. The gas refining method has strict experimental steps on the drawings. He has not yet learned the basic biochemistry of energy branches, and he does not understand the principles, so he can do it accordingly. Ammunition can be made into various calibers, from pistol bullets to sniper bullets, and is easy to manufacture, very practical, and has a wider range of sales. These days he has taken time to create dozens of high-ignition bullets. Han Xiao used better steel to create a folding sword, which was 5.3 pounds, 0.65 meters, with a folding hilt of 0.12 meters and a close-fitting attack power of 1319. It was shiny all over. The blade was divided into folding patterns, and the tip of the knife was right-angled, just like a fine-cut sharpener. This kind of melee weapon used by novices did not have much effect on him, and it was better to make it. The experience of manufacturing high-fire bullets and folding swords. He used it to improve Junior Mechanical Affinity to level 4. Junior Mechanical Affinity. The maximum level is level 5, and there is still 15,000 experience left. Basic shooting. currently level 8. It takes 45,000 experience to upgrade to the maximum level. As long as you spend another 60,000 experience, you can gain 2 more potential points. Each country has different advanced knowledge. As a secret, one of the uses is to attract powerful superpowers who walk alone. Aquarius Star only has 3 main professions: superpower system, martial arts system, and mechanical system. No novice planet has complete 5 main profession knowledge. The player's initial career tendency questionnaire determines which type of novice planet the system will assign them to. For example, if you want to make a novice planet with ancient backgrounds, is it possible to make a machine? Alas, don't say it. It's really possible. But you have to manually punch, forge, and smell. Without lathes or equipment assistance, you have to use manual work on anything you want to make, and many things cannot be made. The raw materials are not perfect, and the efficiency is outrageous. The Advanced Knowledge Master by the 13th Bureau happened to have advanced knowledge from the mechanical arm branches and was only open to high authorized personnel. At least it took a long time to browse the relationship. Han Xiao thought to himself that if he wanted to obtain advanced knowledge in a short time, he had to take the opportunity to act and take a different approach, and his advanced tasks would fall in the 13th game. There is no chance at the moment, so I can only wait. Han Xiao did not forget the orders of the repair shop. It was not a job for him at all, and it was very easy. These days, Lu Qian hid from him everywhere, and did not dare to look at Han Xiao in front of her eyes. She ran away with a blushing face after saying a few words, which made Han Xiao helpless. It's all the blame for Old Man Lu. The old bald man was still smiling next to him, and he was so happy that I will show you a big baby. Lu Qian's feelings about Han Xiao are very complicated. She asked herself more than once, do I hate Han Xiao? The answer is no. But do I like Han Xiao? It is also negative. It is definitely not like between men and women. The exact description should be appreciation. But if he clearly rejected Han Xiao, would Han Xiao stop doing it in anger? Lu Qian couldn't bear to give up such a good, cheap assistant. So Lu Qian has always been very entangled and avoided Han Xiao, worried that Han Xiao would ask her to answer positively, and she was throwing a coin in her heart. What should I do if he confessed his love? Regardless of Lu Qian's own entanglement, Han Xiao's cell phone rang. Feng Jun sent a message. Your ID has been approved. Report today. It's finally here. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. 3,600 words. Not to be dismantled for the sake of being out of context. The Longjiao building is the political core and is not open to outsiders. The 13th Bureau is located underground in the Longjiao building, with many secret passages. Han Xiao followed Feng Jun in an underground air raid shelter for half an hour before arriving at the headquarters. This was the first time he came to the 13th Bureau headquarters without blindfolding. You are really hard to find. It's safe to find it hard to find it. Feng Jun brushed his ID on the access control, and the metal door opened. The eyes suddenly became clear. As soon as he entered the door, he saw a spacious hall where people came and went. Originally, Han Xiao thought that the atmosphere of the secret organization must be gloomy. Unexpectedly, the light of the 13th Bureau was very bright. Although it was located underground, the air was not turbid at all. If Han Xiao could see the structural map, he would know that the depth of the 13th Bureau hanging upside down on the ground was exactly the same as the height of the Longjiao building, and it was a strict underground base. Feng Jun handed Han Xiao a pair of masks, as well as the first-level authority card of Xinglong Land and Strategic Defense Bureau. It's best not to let too many people know about your appearance. Wear it. The mask was black, with a muscle stick with bear, but embroidered on it, which happened to be the position of his lips. Han Xiaoxu looked and turned to look at Feng Jun, who was holding a smile. You did it on purpose. Look at what I'm doing. Put on quickly. Feng Jun pursed his lips tightly, accidentally ejaculated from the cracks of his lips, and hurriedly covered his mouth. Han Xiao grabbed Feng Jun's sleeve, tore a strip of cloth, tied it to his face, and stuffed the mask with the taste exposed into Feng Jun's pocket. You keep this kind of good thing yourself. Feng Jun looked heartbroken. This is my new uniform. Han Xiao suddenly noticed that others were watching. He turned to look at him. A strange young man in a white coat stared at him with anger in his eyes, as if he was the old king next door who was irreconcilable. Why is he so angry? Han Xiao was puzzled. Feng Jun recognized it as Luo Xian, but didn't know how to explain it, and smiled bitterly. Just think he is heir. Luo Xian had never seen Han Xiao's true face, but he could determine that the masked man beside Feng Jun was the main owner. He watched the two of them go to the Secret Operations Department, his eyes almost spitting out. The Secret Operations Department has a separate floor, with significantly fewer people than other departments. The meeting place was in the team conference room, and Feng Jun left when he was sent to the door. Han Xiao pushed the door and went in. Li Yaolan, Lambert, and Lin Yao had been waiting for a while. Li Yaolan's legs were carelessly placed on the conference table. Lambert lowered his head and wiped the saber silently, and Lin Yao sat upright with his hands pressed on his knees. Are you the logistics member who specially approved the director to join our team? Li Yaolan stood up, circled Han Xiao, and looked up and down curiously. Special approval from the director? Logistics team member? Han Xiao's eyes moved, and he looked at Li Yaolan. This woman was tall, with a bulge in front and a sporty yellow sweatshirt on the outside, and a black tights on the inside. Her facial features were delicate and pretty, and her eyes were lively and lively. She was at least 90 points or above. Among the women Han Xiao had seen, only Hela could compete with her in terms of appearance. I am Han Xiao, a mechanic. Lin Yao stood up timidly, touched the chair too hard, and made a sound. He stretched out his hand and said calmly, Hello, I am Lin Yao, a hacker in the team. Lambert sat still and said lightly, I am Lambert, a sniper. Han Xiao and Lin Yao shook hands and didn't care about Lambert's cold attitude. This burly guy was obviously a type of polite words. What are you doing with a mask? Li Yaolan's big eyes flashed, curiously trying to uncover Han Xiao's mask. Han Xiao hid. You don't trust us? Li Yaolan muttered, dissatisfied. Han Xiao paused and said, My identity is confidential. Since he was assigned to Li Yaolan's team, the representatives of the senior management felt that these people could be trusted and there would be no problem with showing his face. But Han Xiao felt that not showing his face can reduce trouble. If you think a little bit, you can imagine the conversation after the appearance. Aren't you the reward culprit? How could you join the Bureau? Why did the Menya organization chase you? What did you do? It was a headache to think about it. In order to avoid a series of questions that waste time and water words, Han Xiao thought it would be better to be masked. He won't stay in the 13th game all the time. This is just a springboard. Apart from the top, the fewer people know their true face, the better. Is your identity confidential? Wait. Li Yaolan suddenly thought of something, hurriedly approached Han Xiao, and asked with anticipation, Did you make the light-powered arm? Han Xiao was stunned. How do you know? Haha. It turns out it is really you. Li Yaolan cheered and hooked up with Han Xiao, and said carelessly, As long as you can help me build a robotic arm, I will cover you. Han Xiao twitched his lips and said righteously, I'm going to charge. Li Yaolan smiled to the sky, then asked in a low voice, Can you get a discount? No. Stingy, Li Yaolan muttered. I don't know your name yet. Han Xiao was speechless at this mature beauty. Li Yaolan, be responsible for close combat. Li Yaolan curled her lips. Han Xiao glanced at the three of them and asked, So the four of us are in the same team? No. There's also the captain. He is the attacker. Where are others? Han Xiao looked around and flipped through the trash can, but he didn't see anyone hiding it. No need to look for it. The captain is recovering from his injuries. Han Xiao's tone was in a stern tone. Even the captain is inseparable from being injured. It seems that the work of the Secret Operations Department is very dangerous. The three of them looked at each other, and they were all a little embarrassed. Lin Yao said embarrassedly, The captain was hospitalized due to food poisoning. Han Xiaoxu looked at him and was powerless to complain. Lin Yao coughed and took the initiative to explain the structure of the Secret Operations Department. The Secret Service Department is responsible for special and difficult tasks. The department structure is a team system. 4 to 7 people form a team. Every month, You only need to complete the hard indicator tasks assigned by the department. You can arrange the time of the task without leaving the task. So loose. Han Xiao was surprised. He thought that such a trump card department would definitely be very busy. Because the members of the Secret Operations Department are all elites, and some secret agents are specially hired outsiders, not the direct descendants of the 13th Bureau. Uncle Lambert is like this. He was once a Trump officer of a special force and was specially recruited into the 13th Bureau. Lin Yao scratched his face embarrassedly, feeling that he was suspected of boasting, and his face was not as thick as Han Xiao. You are positioned as a team logistics company, responsible for providing logistics equipment and scheduling materials. In specific actions, you are responsible for collecting, coordinating, organizing intelligence, and sitting in the rear as our eyes and ears. This is your job. That's quite relaxing, but I want to fight monsters. Han Xiao could understand this arrangement. He had a lot of information, and the top leaders of the 13th Bureau would not let him take risks. As the saying goes, there is reward, and he has gained the protection of the 13th game, obtained a safe development environment, occupied a potential market in a camp, and accepted experience in order manufacturing machinery brushing. Overall, he was a prophet. The mechanical system is weak in the early stage, has weak combat power, and is biased towards logistics. Technical work is the main source of experience. The firearms and bullets consumed by killing monsters are all cost-effective, unlike the martial arts system and superpower system, which have strong lethality. Does our team have a name? Han Xiao suddenly thought. The name of the team? Li Yaoan curled her lips. We don't have that kind of fancy stuff. Oh, pragmatism. Han Xiao admired it very much. The four of them chatted for a few words and had seen their future teammates. Lin Yao looked at the computer and suddenly said, "The ministry has assigned us a task to arrest the black spider hidden in Shidu." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Has there been a task as soon as he joined? It should be what the Bureau wants to help them get into the new team. Li Yaoan said lazily, "Black Spider. I know this person, a notorious bounty hunter and lone mercenary. The last time the field department arrested the last time, he detonated the explosives and exploded 2 streets. Unexpectedly, he dared to stay in Shidu." Lambert said concisely, "When will we set off?" "Don't worry, the intelligence department has determined the location, and the operation is more advantageous at night." Lin Yao said to Han Xiao, "This is your first mission, so you can adapt to the logistics work first." The three of them didn't care about Han Xiao's identity. Being able to join the Secret Service Department means that the senior management trusted him. You trigger the E-level task, Black Spider. Accept/reject? Accept. Task tips. Black Spider, a notorious killer, bounty hunter. This is your first operation to join the Secret Operations Department. As a backup, your duty is to assist the team in completing this operation. Quest requirement. Defeat the Black Spider. Reward. 5,000 experience. Special reward. Experience or mind stabilizer. Black Spider? This is a little boss. Logically speaking, such a task should be able to be at level D difficulty, and the normal reward is at least 30,000 or more experience. The mission mechanism of Star C is very detailed. Even if a player team accepts the same task, each person's task requirements are subtle, and different rewards are given depending on the player's level and positioning. Some commercial players do not like to fight monsters and specialize in manufacturing and logistics. If they join the team to take on tasks, they will be reduced in difficulty and rewards. For example, the task of fighting monsters is the highest reward for combat players with the most charge and the greatest responsibilities. The second is the healing and auxiliary players. The logistical players with the team have the least reward for the task, which reduces the situation where the rich people pay to ask the studio to lead the team to gain experience. Han Xiao hated this mechanism in his previous life, which led to his agency business being very deserted. On the contrary, the hottest business was to help others seek revenge and to develop a PK technology that reached its peak. This is the case that Han Xiao encountered. The reason for the weakening of the reward was obviously because he acted as a backup in this operation and did not have to fight with the Black Spider in person, and the mission reward was directly linked to the difficulty. Oh, although it's a little less, it's at least better than having no experience. Han Xiao had to comfort himself like this. At least there was another source of experience. According to his understanding of Black Spider, this task is to give away 5,000 experience for free. Li Yalan, a secret team, could defeat Black Spider with her eyes closed, and what makes him care about is the special reward. There's no need to think too much. Han Xiao is very clear about what the hidden requirements are, just as Lin Yao said, arresting Black Spiders. The Black Spider's superpowers are very difficult to deal with. It is 10 times more difficult to capture him than to defeat him. No one knows that the Black Spider is a superpower. It was not until the public beta that his superpowers were exposed. However, Han Xiao knew the fatal holes of the Black Spider's supernatural powers very well. The system is a dead object, and it will only judge the gap between the two sides based on the strength of the panel, and is very small to judge that the probability of completing the hidden requirements. If the team followed his command, he was 80% sure to catch the Black Spider. I feel like I can give it a try, Han Xiao said intimately. Li Yalan was still obsessed with the light-fitting power arm and asked, "How much does it cost to order? How long will it take to get the goods?" A light-fitting power arm costs 20,000 yuan, and you provide the materials. I will make it for you and get the goods in 2 days. Li Yalan's face turned bitter, which was almost up to his monthly salary, but she still decided to buy it and had to act at night. There must be too late in time. She asked, "Do you have other machinery?" "It's ready-made." Han Xiao thought for a while and didn't want to expose the high-fire bullet for the time being, so he took out the folding sword. The 10-centimeter black metal handle attracted the three of them to see it. "What's the use of this?" Li Yalan said in a puzzled tone. Han Xiao smiled slightly, pressed the micromechanism on the hilt with his fingers, and swung it violently, and the blades were thrown out of the hilt as if they were pulled out, and it immediately turned into a black alloy knife of nearly 70 centimeters, which was sharp and powerful. This thing is called a folding sword. Li Yalan's eyes lit up. She chose to shake the stick as a weapon to value its portability. The folding sword is better, not only more secretive, but also has stronger attack power. She reached out to touch the folding sword, but Han Xiao avoided it. 1,000 per handle. Han Xiao smiled. The cost of folding sword was only about 300 yuan, and he was conscientious enough to not call out the price of 2,000 yuan. Iron Rooster, I want money when I die. Li Yalan was so angry that she took out her wallet and gave it 1,000. Then Han Xiao gave her the folding sword and explained the operation method in detail. Li Yalan couldn't let go of it and started playing with it. Lambert suddenly said, "I want to order 10 pieces, but I don't know if it can be reduced to about 30 centimeters. The business is here." Han Xiao was happy and nodded. "No problem. I hope I can get it before the action at night." "Yes, as long as the materials are in place." The initial molding and grinding of the folding war knife can be completed in batches using stamping lathes, which is very efficient. Lin Yao hesitated and said, "I also want to buy a self-defense." Han Xiao was a little surprised. The folding sword was a novice equipment, and it was so popular with agents. But he didn't know that because the R&D department has been playing soy sauce all year round, the agents of the 13th Bureau were thirsty for new equipment. Although the folding sword is simple in technology, for agents, only portable and hidden equipment can adapt to complex tasks. The melee weapons of agents are usually daggers. Think about it. If you encounter an agent from other forces, the enemy will take out a dagger that is more than 10 centimeters long, and you will take out a sword that is nearly 1 meter long, and you will grow a large piece, and you will win in an instant. The principle of competing for length in the toilet is the same. The materials were all provided by Lambert and Lin Yao. Han Xiao borrowed the private workshop of the logistics department. The equipment was very advanced, which greatly reduced the manufacturing time of folding swords. Before the operation at night, Han Xiao made 11 customized folding swords in batches and successfully made them out. After buying 11,000 sea blue coins, he only paid technical costs and also gained a lot of manufacturing experience, with about 8,000 experience, making a small profit. This made him even more sure that the private orders of agents from the 13th Bureau were a potential huge market. Li Yalan and the other two took the equipment and set out to hunt down the Black Spider. Han Xiao stayed in the Secret Operations Department, responsible for Logistics Command, and sorted out the details of the mission sent by the Intelligence Department. The pinhole cameras of the three teammates are linked to the three computer screens in front of Han Xiao. The sounds of the screen are synchronized. Han Xiao can see the scenes of Li Yalan and the three people's experiences. His responsibility is to pay attention to changes in the situation at any time and make prompts and instructions, which is equivalent to the role of the commander. Of course, as a newcomer, although Li Yalan and the other two didn't say it, they naturally would not fully believe his judgment in their hearts, because this mission was not difficult, and it was just a run in the team, so Han Xiao was allowed to act as the commander, but it was impossible to make them completely obey orders. The three of them were experienced agents and had their own judgments. Han Xiao's instructions were at most used as their reference. Han Xiao was very calm, not to mention his experience in commanding a 50-man team to play dungeons. He could do this job based on his intelligence advantages. Black Spider, a superpowered superpower, is very difficult to deal with and is ranked by players on the list of 1.0C Blue Star's most difficult boss to kill. At night, stars flash. The slum is located in the 8th district. Unlike the prosperity of other urban areas, it looks very dilapidated. The houses have no roofs, only ceilings made of scrap iron sheets and canvas, closely adjacent to each other, resulting in narrow and cramped streets and alleys. There are all kinds of wet clothes with patches hanging on the balcony, and the garbage on the street is no longer cleaned up. A large number of drug dealers, gangsters, and homeless people live here, hiding dirt and poor public security. The Intelligence Department shows that the Black Spider is hiding here. Li Yalan and the other two were fully armed. Although Lin Yao was a hacker, he had also received gun training and had certain combat effectiveness. The three of them walked quietly in the streets and alleys full of sewage. The streetlight voltage was unstable and flickered constantly. The atmosphere was strange, and there was no one on the street. The small building in front is the hiding place of the Black Spider. He lives on the 3rd floor. The other party should be very alert. Let's not make any noise, Li Yalan said in a low voice. Han Xiao's voice came from the headphones. Don't be careful. The Black Spider has discovered you. How do you know? Li Yalan curled her lips and looked disbelieving. As soon as he finished speaking, the continuous gunfire broke through the silence of the night. A series of bullets shot from high place. Li Yalan and the other two rolled away in an instant, hid in the corner of an alley next to him, with a solemn look on their faces. When did they be discovered? Although the three of them would not be injured by such a simple sneak attack, their reaction would not have been so fast without Han Xiao's reminder. Thinking of this, Li Yalan's eyes became slightly serious and solemnly supported her headphones. A man stood at a high place where the bullets shot down to look down at the three of them, with a hideous smile and a weird and unconcealed his arrogant temperament. His characteristics were that he had a Black Spider tattoo on his left face, wearing a pitch-black combat uniform, and holding an assault rifle. With a wave of his hand, 10 masked men in black appeared from various alleys with guns, vaguely surrounding Li Yalan and the other two. The information is wrong. How could he have any help? Lin Yao widened his eyes. Li Yalan's heart sank. The Black Spider sneered. I dare to stay in Shidu. Do you think I will be unprepared? The last 13th game made me suffer a loss. My Black Spider has always been revenge. Since you dare to stretch out your claws to me, I will chop your claws. The Black Spider is a lone bounty hunter and killer, and is famous in the underground world. It can often set up a series of traps before the target is noticed, leaving the target nowhere to escape like a spider web. Li Yalan suddenly turned around and kicked the wall. A bright yellow light flashed, and the wall collapsed with a bang, and the falling rocks formed a barrier, isolating the enemy's sight. In the early stage of the martial arts system, its strength is attached to its fist and foot weapons, and it has extraordinary strange power. Li Yalan's E-level position is at the level of 300 ohms and above, and its level is about 25. The Black Spider formed an encirclement with the masked team and used firepower to suppress the three people. Li Yaoan and Lambert pulled Lin Yao and kept dodging through the terrain of the alley. It was thanks to their extraordinary strength. In such a dangerous situation, the three of them failed to hit a single shot, but were forced into a dead end. The Black Spider blocked the entrance of the alley with people, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. With an intoxicated look on his face, murmured, "The little bugs falling into the net. Every hair of your hair is emitting fear. Do you think you will win?" Li Yaoan raised her eyebrows and secretly winked at Lambert's envoy. Black Spider seemed to hear something incredible. He looked at the 10 teammates behind him exaggeratedly, spread his hands, and said, "As long as I give orders, you will be beaten into a sieve. Where do you have the confidence to challenge me?" Li Yaoan said in a deep voice. "Then why don't you do it? It's not good for me to kill you. I can still collect a ransom." Black Spider shook his finger. Everything was in control. He knew that what he said could be passed through the headsets of these 3 agents to the 13th game. He liked this feeling of showing off, and suddenly smiled grimly. "But I'll only leave one." The Black Spider waved his hand and was about to order the fire. At this moment, Li Yaoan suddenly jumped up, her feet flashed with bright yellow light, and she jumped left and right on the wall, climbing step by step, with a graceful posture like a dragonfly sifting through the water, pulling the distance closer from the air at high speed with an erratic movement. "Kill her!" Black Spider's face tightened, and his subordinates opened fire at Li Yaoan one after another, but they could not aim at Li Yaoan, who almost brought up the afterimage at the speed. Only a few bullets hit Li Yaoan's body, but turned in a small discus on her clothes. Li Yaoan's tight-fitting robe was sewn with ceramic fiber bulletproof cloth on the lining, and the bullet could not be penetrated at all. Her physical fitness could carry the kinetic energy of the bullet and was not afraid of the gunman at all. Her previous escape was to show her weakness and involve the encirclement of Black Spiders, allowing the enemies to gather together, making it easier to catch them all in one net. Just as the enemy's attention was shortly separated, Lambert got the opportunity to take action, wiped the knife bag between his waist with both hands, and 4 flying knives hit the throat of 4 people in the blink of an eye. The others were shocked. Half of them were about to turn their guns to deal with Lambert, but Li Yaoan stepped on the wall in the sky. The gravel was like rain, and it smashed its head and face, blocking the attacks of the Black Spider and his men. Accompanied by the gravel was Li Yaoan, who fell like a falcon. Li Yaoan pulled out the handle of the folded sword that was not on her waist and slashed it down. It was still 30 centimeters away from the enemy. The opponent raised his head slightly, thinking that he could dodge it. Suddenly, the blades of dozens of centimeters long seemed to grow out, instantly eliminating the distance gap. With a flash of a knife, the enemy was wiped open his neck. Suddenness is another advantage of folding swords. Good weapon. Li Yaoan's eyes lit up. The gunman of an ordinary human level was approached by a martial artist, and the result was self-evident. 30 seconds later, blood flowed all over the ground, leaving only the Black Spider with his hands cut off to fall to the ground. Li Yaoan snorted lightly and took back the folding sword. The weapon stretched freely, could be long or short, and she was very satisfied. "Good job." Han Xiao praised lightly. He didn't say anything just now, and he was not worried about the 3 of them being here. Thank you. Lin Yao thanked him timidly. "You are not included." Lin Yao lowered his head in frustration, and he didn't use it at all. "Girl, you can't kill me." The seriously injured Black Spider smiled hoarsely, staring at Li Yaoan with a look of fearlessness. Without saying a word, Lambert took out his gun and exploded the Black Spider's head with one shot, spilling red and white all over the ground. Li Yaoan and Lin Yao looked at Lambert silently. Lambert had an expressionless face and said lightly, "You'll know if you try." "Oh, you'll die if you die." "Anyway, the superiors didn't let us keep a living. I'll take a good bath when I go back. My whole body is covered in blood, and it's so stinking." Li Yelin Stresha. At this time, Han Xiao spoke. "Don't relax, the Black Spider is still alive." Li Yaoan almost flashed her waist, pointed to the corpse that had broken into rotten flesh, and said angrily, "Can you survive like this?" Han Xiao said calmly. He is a psychic, and his ability is very difficult. Just lift the mask of the first masked man on the left to know. Lin Yao hesitated, but no information about the Black Spider being a Superman has ever been leaked on the dark web. You may have made a mistake. Li Yaolin curled her lips and said earnestly, It's not possible. It must be a mistake. Newcomer, I understand your urgent desire to make contributions, but you can't make up fake information to make fun of us. Han Xiao looked speechless. You should fill in your brain. I feel a little restless lately. I always feel like I'm staring at the void. I don't know if it's an illusion. You'll know if you try it. Lambert was obviously a taciturn activist. According to Han Xiao's request, he lifted the masked man's mask and found that there was no facial features under the mask, and it was naked, which scared the other two. This is not a human being. Lin Yao looked frightened and lifted everyone's masks, all of whom were faceless. At this moment, the faceless man pointed out by Han Xiao changed to change. A black spider tattoo slowly emerged from shallow to deep, and his facial features gradually became prominent, which was exactly the same as the black spider's appearance. The wound was gradually recovering. Then the eyelids of the corpse moved as if they were about to wake up. It's broken his head, Han Xiao said in a stern tone. Lambert immediately shot the faceless man. Han Xiao was repeating this process next, and he could find a faceless person who changed in advance every time. Li Yaolin and Lin Yao were shocked, suppressed their doubts, followed Han Xiao's instructions, and became obedient. Although it is not clear where Han Xiao learned the secret of the Black Spider, it does not prevent them from starting to trust Han Xiao's judgment. Until the last faceless man, Han Xiao said, Don't kill him, break his limbs. Without objection, the three of them did as they did. The last faceless man turned completely into a black spider this time. He opened his eyes suddenly and said in shock, How did you know my superpowers? Clan Parasite, the superpowers of the black spider. Every once in a while, the black spider can separate a faceless clone. Without wisdom, the clone is within a certain range of the deity, so he can simply listen to the commands and act. Otherwise, he will fall into a deep sleep. Each clone is equal to the other life of the black spider. He can be reborn in the relatively recent clone. As long as there is a clone, he will not die. This superpower is not aggressive, but it is extremely survivable, like a tiny little hero who cannot be beaten, extremely difficult to deal with. The superpower transforms the essence of the black spider's life, and the body cannot limit him. The original body becomes a spiritual energy, living in the clone he created. As long as there is a clone, he will not be erased by physical means. The black spider was incredible. He had never revealed his superpowers to others. This was the secret he relied on for his life. How did it leak it? Could it be that he is too active recently, which has led to someone vaguely guessing his superpowers? Han Xiao looked at the shocked look of the black spider in the picture and smiled. If it were some unknown little bosses, he might not remember it, but the black spider in his previous life was famously difficult to kill, which was impressive. At this time, the black spider's level of development of superpowers is still very low, which is the best time to deal with. From Han Xiao's perspective, it can be seen that this superpower has great development value, but the black spider died early in the previous life and failed to develop a higher level of this superpower. You ask him how he died? Although the black spider's superpower is difficult, it is still far from being solved. As long as the black spider's soul is crushed into powder from the spiritual level, the black spider will completely die. But I have also said before that there are very few spiritual psychics on Sea Blue Star, and players cannot kill Black Spider. So Black Spider was listed on the 1.0 most hard to kill boss list by Sea Blue Star players. Well, Black Spider thinks so too, and then he meets Hela, and then nothing happens. The abilities of the superpower system are all kinds of strange. Unlike the other 4 superpower systems, they need to be awakened through genetic potion to change their jobs, and then they need to learn professional knowledge of the superpower system. Each player only has one chance to take genetic potion. Once it fails, this account will never be able to transfer to the superpower system. The success rate of awakening depends on the type of potion. Your hunch is right. This thing is a Krypton gold prop from the legendary game mall and is charged. The genetic potion with the lowest success rate is as high as €398, and the highest success rate, Supreme Deluxe Perfect Gene Awakening Fluid, has even reached €4,999, and the highest success rate is only 18%, and it is not responsible for the awakened ability potential level. Players who have the conditions to buy a game cabin will be able to afford the price of genetic medicine by gritting their teeth and trying to see if they can awaken their superpowers. Game companies make a fortune by relying on this thing. Han Xiao also gritted his teeth in his previous life, but with his character, the result is undoubtedly. Finally, he came to a conclusion that players of the superpower system are either European Emperor or instantly charged. The Black Spider quickly calmed down and said fiercely, "I have countless clones. If you destroy this body, you still can't kill me. On the contrary, even if you hide in the ends of the world, don't think about living a stable life. I will break your neck with your own hands." Lambert raised his hand and was about to shoot. Han Xiao hurriedly stopped him and told Li Yalan, "Say as I say." So Li Yalan followed Han Xiao's instructions in the headphones, followed suit, and looked mysterious and said lightly, "Countless clones? Don't be fooled. You can only have 50 clones at most. There are 10 corpses here, and you leave the other clones in hiding places around the world. Those clones are the trump cards you left for yourself." The Black Spider suddenly widened his eyes, looking incredible. It is understandable that the basic performance of his supernatural powers was guessed, but the specific details were the deepest secret in his heart, and no one else could know it. Someone has fully understood his superpowers. Who? Who is it? Could it be a psychopath with mind-reading ability? As long as your clone is alive, you will not be reborn. We can't kill you, but it can be kept for the rest of your life. The Black Spider finally changed his horror and wanted to bite off his tongue. Lambert took the lead and took off his jaw. The Black Spider wanted to die, so he stared at Li Yalan, frightened and angry. "I'm finally scared." Li Yalan knew that Han Xiao was right when she saw the Black Spider's shock. The three of them looked at each other and thought arose at the same time. Who is Han Xiao? Why did the 13th Bureau regard his identity as a secret? Why did he know such secret information? Reinforcements arrived soon, and the Black Spider was put on a restraint and loaded it with him. At the same time, Han Xiao, who was far away from the headquarters, also received a prompt to complete the task. E-level mission Black Spider has been completed, and you have gained 5,000 experience. Hidden requirements. Catch Black Spider has been completed. Please select a special reward, Experience/Mind Stabilizer. The Mind Stabilizer is used to improve mental resistance and exempt a certain degree of mental power and mental attacks. It is a mechanical device targeting magical civilization. There are no psychic or magical professions on the Sea Blue Star, and there are not many spiritual abilities. The purpose of the Mind Stabilizer is narrow, so Han Xiao naturally chooses more practical 40,000 experiences. Hella? I guess I won't face her for a long time. You gain experience. The harvest is good. Han Xiao is happy. The three returned to the Secret Operations Department. As soon as they entered the door, Li Yalan rushed over, blinked her big eyes, and asked curiously, "How did you know the Black Spider's superpower?" Han Xiao smiled deeply. "Give me 1 million. I will tell you." Li Yalan was immediately discouraged. "By the way, how are you going to deal with the Black Spider?" Lin Yao scratched his head. "I heard that his superiors were going to send him to Death Knox Island prison, wearing bondage clothes for 24 hours a day and maintaining his life by delivering liquid food, so that he can't die even if he wants to die. Death Knox Island prison, a super prison jointly established by the 6 countries, is lonely overseas and has no way to escape. Those who are imprisoned are extremely vicious figures, super criminals, wanderers and warlords, strong men and leaders of underground forces, etc. Once you go to the island, it is equivalent to ringing the death knell for life, losing freedom forever, and there is no second way to leave except death. This is the meaning of the Death Knell Island. Han Xiao was very satisfied with this handling. The Black Spider's superpowers were indeed very tricky. If he was targeted by a madman who could not be beaten, there would be a lot of more trouble in the future. The first operation was perfectly successful, and the team had a little bit of tacit understanding. After saying goodbye to each other, they prepared to go back to their own houses to find their own mothers. At this time, Feng Jun walked over with a helpless look on his face. The Ministry of Internal Affairs wants you to review. Seeing that his face was wrong, Han Xiao asked, "Has I approved my joining the Bureau?" The Ministry of Internal Affairs applied for a second review of you. This is their reasonable authority. The senior officials have no reason to object, and you also know that your previous identity is more sensitive. Feng Jun lowered his voice and said, "The senior officials have two voices to you. A group of conservatives, such as the Intelligence Department and the Logistics Department, tend to cooperate with you, but the hardliners led by the Ministry of Internal Affairs don't think so, and they may drag you down." Han Xiao knew that there are indeed people in the world. When he came to the Ministry of Internal Affairs, Han Xiao was taken to an interrogation room after checking his height and weight and was investigated separately by the Ministry of Internal Affairs examiners. Name: Han Xiao. Gender: female. The inspector's forehead was full of veins and decided to endure it. Age: 30. Oh no, 31. The examiner slapped the table and shouted, "Let me cooperate." Han Xiaoman said carelessly, "Don't ask about gender and age. You don't care about this at first. Isn't it good to jump to background review?" The examiner angrily said, "Continue. Family relationship. I am an orphan and have no relatives. Where was born? Buzhou Mountain. Nonsense. We have not found your birth record. Sure enough, no one can accept the jokes in another world." Han Xiao smacked his lips. "Ask your superiors." It is natural that the senior management could not disclose his confidential information to ordinary members. This review was just a matter of format. The Ministry of Internal Affairs just wanted to warn him or disgust him. The examiner listened to the headphones instructions, did not continue to pursue the investigation, and endured his anger and began a psychological assessment. The psychological assessment questions are all about describing some scenarios and asking Han Xiao to make a choice. He answered randomly, and the examiner sealed the information and handed it over to the senior management. The review ended here. The examiner suddenly said coldly, "Our Ministry of Internal Affairs always stares at you. Don't be caught by us. So it means you can't do anything to me now." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows, turned around and patted the examiner's butt, and left happily. The examiner's face turned pale. His palms holding the data were stretched with blue veins, and his hands were clattering. After the first action, you should be very relaxed in the next period of time. Han Xiao returned to the repair shop, considering the issue of opening up sales. The folding sword seemed to be very marketable. Han Xiao wanted more agents from the 13th Bureau to know him as a mechanic. After thinking for a while, he called Li Yalan and asked her to help spread the news in the Bureau. After some soft and hard work, Han Xiao successfully fooled Li Yalan to help him with promotion. However, there is a problem. Han Xiao manufactures machinery in the repair shop, but the lathes and equipment in the repair shop are limited, and Lu Qian is watching from the side. Han Xiao is not convenient for batch production. After thinking about it, he is preparing to show off with Lu Qian. "Sister Qian, I have something to come to you." Lu Qian trembled all over and lamented secretly, "This day has finally come. Okay, I am mentally prepared. I want to tell you something. Lu Qian suddenly turned around, bowed deeply with a tactful and determined look on her face, and stammered, "Yes, I'm sorry. You are a good person." The atmosphere was awkward. The two of them stared at each other with big eyes. Han Xiao's eyes twitched. "Although he didn't want to chase you, why am I so unhappy if you are so anxious to refuse?" "You misunderstood. I will modify the repair shop and build a new independent room next to it. I will work in it from now on. My friend will send out the renovation funds, which is equivalent to expanding the repair shop in disguise. What do you think?" So it was a misunderstanding. Lu Qian's body shook, and her heart almost exploded with embarrassment. She tried to calm down and said, "Well, okay, very good, I agree." After that, she covered her face and turned around and ran away in panic. Woo 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 woo. Han Xiao looked helpless, and he suspected that Lu Qian hadn't heard clearly what he was saying. Han Xiao submitted the application for the construction studio to Feng Jun, and Feng Jun handed it over to the senior management. The 13th Bureau attached great importance to him, and this reasonable request was quickly approved, and the construction team of the engineering department came to the repair shop to expand. 2 days later, a new machinery studio was built next to the repair shop, and the 13th Bureau friendly sponsored the basic equipment, which was considered to be loaned to Han Xiao. At Han Xiao's request, the mechanical studio had a basement for conducting secret research and acting as a warehouse. Li Yaolin's promotion was effective. Within a few days, many agents asked to order folding swords. Han Xiao did not meet the guests in person and asked Li Yaolin to help him transfer the order. Although the clients are all agents of the 13th Bureau, Han Xiao is still very cautious. Batches of alloy materials were sent to Han Xiao's studio. For several days, he created dozens of folding swords, all of which were sold, and he gained a lot of experience. Han Xiao upgraded Junior Mechanical Affinity to the full level and got a little potential point again. The agents were well informed. After Li Yaolin's sales, they all learned that Li Yaolin's team had recruited a mechanic named Han Xiao to provide private ordering of machinery and repair services. The orders flew like snowflakes, and Han Xiao was too busy. His daily production capacity was about dozens of knives. His daily experience was very considerable. He gradually accumulated more experience on the panel, and his personal wallet gradually became full. In his previous life, manufacturing machinery sales were the growth method of mechanical players, and the market competition was huge. Now Han Xiao almost monopolizes the market. He wants to buy a folding sword. The monopoly can generate huge profits, allowing him to directly make his first pot of gold. Han Xiao only planned to sell 2 types of machinery: high-ignition ammunition and folding war knives. Due to favors, Han Xiao sold Li Yaolin a light-fitting power arm. The sales of folding war knife are good, but Han Xiao is not optimistic. Although the folding war knife is popular in a short period of time, most people just buy it to try it out, and the use is limited and the customer potential is limited. Moreover, the technical content of the folding sword is too simple. A skilled mechanic can deduce the drawings by fiddling for a few minutes. Even the confidentiality measures are not easy to work. It is estimated that the counterfeit products will appear soon. Han Xiao only plans to make a quick money with a folding sword. In contrast, he pays more attention to the prospect of high-ignition ammunition. This thing is easy to use and not expensive, and is a consumable which can cultivate a stable source of customers. High-fired bullets naturally have high confidentiality. The core is the combustible gas in the warhead. Once the warhead is disassembled, it will leak and burn and cannot be stored stably. If there is no drawing refinement formula, it is almost impossible to copy it. At least with Xinglong's current technological level, it is difficult to do. Han Xiao was preparing to accumulate certain inventory and then find an opportunity to launch high-fire bullets. He used the money he earned from the folding sword to buy a large amount of bullet materials and took time to make it every day. Boxes of high-fire bullets gradually accumulated in the underground warehouse. On this day, Old Man Lu and Old Man Gao competed with chess skills at the door of the repair shop again. Han Xiao had just completed a batch of orders. Seeing this, he came to Old Man Gao and smiled and said, "Is it comfortable to use prosthetic limbs?" "Not bad." Old Man Gao smiled and rolled up his sleeves. At this time, he was wearing a prosthetic limb, which was covered with a layer of artificial silicone skin, almost as fake as real. "Just like it. If something goes wrong, just ask me to help you fix it." Old Man Gao nodded and said with a smile, "I heard from Old Man Lu. Have you joined the 13th Bureau?" "That's true. Young and promising, do your best and contribute to the country." Old Man Gao encouraged. Han Xiao smiled secretly, and Old Man Gao always thought he didn't know his identity. The identity of working for the 13th Bureau does not need to be hidden. Although ordinary civilians in Xinglong cannot reach this level in their daily lives, they do not prevent them from knowing the existence of the 13th Bureau and considering that this is a promising job. Han Xiao responded a few words, secretly estimating when Old Man Gao would show up with him, and whether he would give Old Man Gao some face and show some surprise at that time. At this time, Feng Jun walked over quickly, with a serious face, and said to Han Xiao, "Borrow a step to speak." As Han Xiao's contact person, Feng Jun has been leading a team, always monitoring the environment around the repair shop, preventing suspicious people from appearing, and is worried that the budding organization will discover Han Xiao. Old Man Gao naturally knew Feng Jun and couldn't help but wonder what happened to Feng Jun came to find Han Xiao in person. Han Xiao followed Feng Jun to the side, and Feng Jun said, "The R&D department is eyeing you." Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and said, "Tell me carefully." The R&D department's power is to develop various new weapons and has the power to conduct risk inspections on new weapons used by agents. They believe that the folding sword has a risk problem and ask you to hand over the drawings of the folding sword to let them check the error. This is the power of the R&D department, and other departments cannot intervene. It turns out that he is eyeing my drawings. Check for risks? It's just an excuse. Han Xiao snorted coldly. As long as he presented the drawings to check, the R&D department will produce energy to produce folding swords tomorrow, turning their drawings into their performance. Han Xiao learned about the internal situation of the 13th Bureau through Feng Jun. The R&D department is a hardliner and is very unfriendly to him. The R&D department has a serious bureaucratic habit. It has not had new inventions or equipment for many years, and the annual allocation is getting less and less. In the eyes of the agents, its status is not even comparable to that of the logistics department. It is urgently needed to consolidate its position, so it set its sights on ready-made drawings and folded the sword. As long as you get the drawings, the R&D department only needs to write a report to the senior management to turn them into their inventions and achievements. What if I don't give it? Feng Jun smiled bitterly and said, "You will be blacklisted by the R&D department and recorded it in your resume, which will affect your promotion. However, you're different from ordinary agents. The Bureau attaches great importance to the information you have, so there should be no major problems. The R&D department cannot force you." "That's good. I won't hand over the drawings." Han Xiao shook his head. Although the folding sword will be saturated in the future, it can still bring benefits to itself at present, and Han Xiao will not give in. Feng Jun was not surprised by this. During this period of time, he had a simple understanding of Han Xiao's nature and belonged to the type that was not soft or hard. Old Man Gao made a phone call, and his face darkened after learning the whole story. This group of bastards who are in corps are not enough to make a fortune. Old Man Gao attached great importance to Han Xiao. Under his operation, the 13th Bureau and Han Xiao had a good cooperative relationship. However, for the sake of its own performance, the R&D department acted without regard to the overall situation and bullied Han Xiao with weak power. It was simply a robbery act. The most important thing is that it may arouse Han Xiao's disgust and make his efforts in vain. Old Man Gao was furious about this. What a courage! It's too much. Li Yalan looked angry. If Han Xiao's business was ruined, her 20% discount would be out of order. Lin Yao said helplessly, "This is all the decision of the senior management, and we are not qualified to intervene." Lambert wiped the flying knife and said lightly, "Just make the R&D minister." Lin Yao was frightened. "Uncle, you can't say such things." Li Yalan thought, "It's not impossible." Lin Yao was almost crying, "Sister, you don't want to live? I still want to live." Although Han Xiao has only been joining for a few days after the Black Spider's action, Li Yalan and the other two agreed that Han Xiao is their teammate and feel that they need to do something. "Why go and ask Han Xiao what he wants to do?" Lin Yao said, "His address is confidential. I don't know where he lives. My phone has been turned off recently." Li Yalan was very upset. "What should I do? Are you watching the R&D department make things difficult for Han Xiao?" Lambert said concisely, "Wait." Just when he was at a loss, a disharmonious voice sounded. "Oh, Xiaolin Lin, I heard that your new team members seem to be in trouble A short-haired beauty leaned against the door of the conference room with her arms in her arms, looking at the three of them gloatingly. Her skin was very white. Her lips were covered with thick dark red, like a rose that was about to break out. She wore a black rivet collar around her neck, a purple one-piece tight uniform, and her short hair that was supposed to be cute had a charming temperament on her body. Although she was not tall, her aura was more than a little stronger than Li Yalan. Her turn on the street was definitely higher than Li Yalan. Li Yalan's face immediately sank, and she gritted her teeth and said, "Skillful Sue, are you here to provoke?" The short-haired beauty Di Susu did not think it was offensive and said, "This is the headquarters. Do you dare to do it?" Di Susu and Li Yalan are famously inconsistent. They have known each other for more than 10 years, and their grievances have been traced back to their childhood. They were apprentices in the same martial arts hall. Every time they were assessed or competed, Di Susu was always the first place, and Li Yalan performed very ordinary. Every time they were assessed, the result was that she was knocked to the ground by Di Susu, becoming a human background that set off Di Susu's talent. To this day, Li Yalan can still recall the scene where Di Susu is obviously proud but deliberately acts modest and is encouraged and optimistic by the Taoist teachers. Compared with the Taoist teachers' guidance and encouragement to Di Susu, her dialogue with the masters can usually be summarized in 5 sentences. "Hello, teacher." "Hello." Usually when saying this, the teacher will think about it for a few seconds first, and then show an apology smile. "I have a question to ask. It's all in the book. If you still don't understand, you can ask Di Susu." "Goodbye, teacher." So every time I recall it, Li Yalan was so angry that she felt like a puppy abandoned in a heavy rain. She was wet with a storm, walking alone on the street, looking pitifully at the meat bones in the window of the butcher shop, and then being kicked away by the impatient boss, and continuing to stroll in the wind and rain. The sadness and jealousy were told to outsiders. "I don't care. The drama must be so full anyway." Later, the two were specially recruited by the 13th game at the same time and assigned to different teams. History repeats itself again. Di Susu's team, with a steady decline in Li Yalan's experience, became one of the ace teams of the Secret Operations Department. What she hated the most was that Di Susu often ran to her and called her Xiao Linlin shamelessly. "Your uncle, when did I become so familiar with you?" In Li Yalan's view, this was Di Susu's intentional scheming behavior that made her very bored. Di Susu chuckled. "Ha! I heard you have recruited new team members and came to see them specifically. What about others? Could it be that they're shy to hide?" Li Yalan had a cold face. "He is not here. You get out of here quickly. It seems that I have been in vain, but it is understandable that I was targeted by the bureaucrats of the R&D department. I guess your new team members are already in a hurry." Li Yalan's face turned pale and grinned like a puppy. "Get out quickly, I don't want to see you." "It's so ruthless. We are childhood sweethearts." Di Susu curled her lips, showed a charming smile to Lin Yao, and walked away with her buttocks twisted. "What a childhood sweetheart. You give me some awareness of being an archenemy." Li Yalan was very angry, but in a blink of an eye he saw Lin Yao with a drunk face and staring at Di Susu's back. She suddenly became angry from her heart, grabbed Lin Yao, and yelled in his ear, "I am such a big beauty next to you. You don't look at me, but you stared at that scheming Sue." Lin Yao was trembling with fear, but people smiled at me. "You give me a good answer. Am I beautiful, or is scheming beautiful?" A dangerous light flashed in Li Yalan's eyes. Lin Yao hesitated for a long time and said guiltily, "I think Sister Su is gentler than you." "Haha, Xiao Yaozi. It seems that your aesthetic view needs to be violently corrected." Drink. The avalanche-style broken bridge fell over and fell. Lambert held the shocking water cup and calmly called the medical department. "Let me find a doctor or orthopedic." Han Xiao refused to hand over the drawings, which was expected by the Minister of R&D. So he released the news to acquire the folding sword at high price. For mechanics, handing over the drawings is equivalent to letting others control their lifeline and losing their technical advantages. After the major forces get the drawings, they will have nothing to do with the original owner of the drawings. After all, Han Xiao's orders are only niche, and they can only take care of the personnel of the Secret Operations Department, and their production capacity is limited. After the R&D department obtains the drawings, it will hand it over to the military factory for mass production and distribute equipment for free. Whether it is the Secret Operations Department, the Field Department, the Police Department, or the Army, it can benefit from it. This is the confidence of the R&D department. They can get huge support. Although the R&D department staff has not had new works for a long time, they do not lack professional vision. In their opinion, folding war knives have a tendency to replace military stabs, daggers, and handguards to become the new generation of standard tactical suit melee weapons. As for Han Xiao's interests, it is not within the scope of the R&D department's consideration. Regardless of the R&D department itself and its interest to the country, the hardliners dislike him and do not care about Han Xiao's ideas at all. It is too soft to cooperate with an intelligence informant. In their opinion, they should control it and force all the information to be asked. The conservatives have completely different ideas and are unwilling to have an unhappy relationship with Han Xiao for an ordinary melee weapon drawing. They firmly believe that Han Xiao is a person worthy of winning, and at the same time they scoff at the hardliner style. Control it? What if the other party doesn't say any information? Torture? What if the other party is not afraid? Will there be gains under severe punishment? It makes sense, but it is also a matter of dividing people. I used to catch so many budding members. Only 1/10 of them told the truth and almost made the 13th game fall in the trap several times. After a brief contact, Han Xiao was not like a person who was easy to talk to. You make others unable to see hope and expect others to work hard. If you do this indiscriminately, it is easy to force us to respond to our help. So the conservatives were very angry. The two sides cooperated well, and the hardliners insisted on following their plans. They were really a group of old antiques. Do you think the present is the past? The good era of life and death for subordinates has passed. There are countless elites who have lost their country. The 6 countries recruit talents under the banner of preferential treatment and relaxation of requirements, which is almost the same as recruiting commercial companies. In the eyes of conservatives, the behavior of hardliners is completely self-defeating. Moreover, there are not other mechanics in the department, and this kind of behavior of grabbing people's performance has a very bad impact. The problem is that those mechanics are trained by the state and are very willing to hand over the drawings. The Bureau will compensate them. However, Han Xiao refused to hand over, and some senior officials thought he was not loyal at all, and the hardliners felt even more disgusted. But what era is now? Emphasizing loyalty will only scare away those stateless talents who are exposed. They are not from your country. If you talk about patriotism and loyalty with others, you will be considered as the benevolence and righteousness if others don't turn the gun and give you a shot. Don't forget that the 6 countries are the culprits of the destruction of other countries, and they cannot be washed away clearly. However, since the 13th Bureau has divided the scope of authority, no one can intervene in the R&D department except for direct interference from higher authorities. The attitude of higher authorities is very vague, as if they are waiting and waiting. Anyone with discerning eyes knows that once the folding sword is handed over, it is to offend Han Xiao. The secret agents who purchased the folding sword are thinking about whether it is worth it. Moreover, the R&D department's behavior of stealing their own performance has made many people secretly despise them. The eating style is a bit arrogant. These agents don't know Han Xiao's special identity, so it's too much to force an ordinary mechanic like this. Some external agents of employment do not care whether they offend others, and interests are paramount. Krau was the agent who bought the folding sword. He was the first to sell the folding sword to the R&D department, asking for a price of 30,000, which was 30 times higher. Finally, the R&D department agreed. Kraut's idea is very simple. This extra money is at your fingertips, and it is too stupid to not make money. He scoffed at his colleagues who were looking forward to the past. Just a little mechanic waiting for mass production by the R&D department. What else does that mechanic do? I just kicked it away. I don't have to worry about whether I offend him. Anyway, I won't be able to use it in the future. The R&D department, The minister's secretary and Luo Xian looked at the folding sword in front of him. Luo Xian, are you sure to deduce the drawings? Thanks to the bamboo stick and straw shoes, Qing Shengma, Shuli, Destiny, and Mo Chun Wuming for his reward. Luo Xian looked at it for a while and said disdainfully, the technology is rough, it is not confidential, and it is easy to deduce the drawings. Then I'll leave it to you. As long as you complete this task, we will dig you from the logistics department and give you higher treatment and authority. Luo Xian smiled with satisfaction. After the unfair treatment last time, he felt that the logistics department had no future. Why did Han Xiao be specially recruited? But he could only endure the qualifications with hardships, so he was ready to change to the arms of the hardliners and transfer to the R&D department. As long as you enter the sight of the senior management, your future will be bright, and sooner or later you will be treated by Han Xiao one day. Cracking the folding sword is an opportunity to show his ability. Luo Xian attaches great importance to this. He was unwilling to crack the light-mounted power arm last time, and was always unwilling to accept it. This time he could confront Han Xiao this time, and he couldn't ask for it. Since the independent machinery studio, Han Xiao moved out of the repair shop and lived a single dog life that he had missed for a long time. In name, he is still an employee of the repair shop and shares the daily orders of the repair shop for Lu Qian. Due to previous misunderstandings, the way of getting along without meeting made Lu Qian much easier. Swish! When he opened the smelting furnace, high-temperature steam sprayed out. Han Xiao, wearing a high-temperature resistant work clothes, used iron pliers tongs to clip out long red steel embryos from the furnace. Under the current conditions, Han Xiao has two methods to make the blade. One is to normal smelting, heat the steel blast, and then forge it on the iron felt many times and gradually polish it into molding. The second type is to use a high-temperature furnace to burn the steel blast until it is red, stamp it with equipment, and directly punch out the blade shape. In one step, the two have their own benefits. The former is naturally finely crafted, while the latter is more efficient and can be mass-made. The selling point of the folding sword is its portability and secrecy. Han Xiao does not pursue the creation of famous swords, but chooses direct stamping with high efficiency. These steel embryos are all in stock at 13th Bureau, and the quality is excellent. Han Xiao sprayed chemical materials on the steel embryos to remove oxides, and then calcined them again. He put the red steel embryos on a stamping lathe to start the equipment. With the sound of banging impact, the steel embryo formed and turned into sharp blades. Then Han Xiao carried out the key folding process, which was a fine job, and he had to use chains and magnets. Han Xiao was familiar with it. Not long after, a batch of 10 folding swords were freshly released. The manufacturing experience of the same machine will also decrease if repeated times. The manufacturing experience will not disappear like assembly, but will fluctuate in a range with very low values. With the help of equipment, the experience will be reduced as appropriate. After the advanced mechanical department is inseparable, it is inevitable that the production line and lathe will be assembled by itself, and the assembly line will be used to manufacture parts in large quantities. Han Xiao has not yet reached this stage, and some parts need to be polished or purchased by themselves. For each folding sword, you can gain 100 to 200 experience. The folding sword drawing level has been upgraded to LV2, and the finished product attributes have slightly increased. Han Xiao took off his high-temperature resistant clothing, wiped the sweat stains on his forehead, counted the battle knives, and completed several more orders, which was very happy. At this time, the old-fashioned ringtone sounded from the phone, and Li Yalan called. Not good. All the agents ordered before asked to cancel the order. Han Xiao was stunned. What happened? The R&D department derived the drawings of the folding sword and has submitted a report to higher-level leaders, requiring the printing stamps of the R&D department to be issued, and the news will be released. It will soon be mass-produced and supplied to various departments. Li Yalan was frustrated. The R&D department values performance and wants the right to invent the drawings, and the supply of equipment is free. Therefore, although the agent dislikes the R&D department's behavior, he also normally cancels the pre-order order for Han Xiao. The newly created folding swords are unsold. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. Unexpectedly, the R&D department really dared to steal his own business. Due to the particularity, simplicity of the folding sword, confidentiality measures are unnecessary. Han Xiao had a premonition that there would be a copy, but he didn't expect it to come so quickly. The profit he received is still much worse than his expectations. Although the folding sword will be saturated in the future, it can still bring a lot of benefits to him at this stage. However, the R&D department made a thrust into it, cutting off his financial path. If he chooses to hand over the drawings, it may increase the camp's contribution, but it will also lose the source of experience. It is obviously not his contribution to the R&D department's strong grabbing of drawings. This has hindered his growth in many ways. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, dialed Feng Jun's number, and said in a deep voice, "Do you know the matter?" Feng Jun sighed. The R&D department is so brave. Although the senior management has not reviewed the report of the R&D department, they have already started to produce folding swords on the assembly line. Tell me the details. Feng Jun had no choice but to say it, and Han Xiao remembered Krat and Luo Xian. What do you say in the R&D department? They did not make any statement. Han Xiao's face was calm, worthy of being a hardliner, and he was too lazy to explain to him, the owner of the drawing. The subtext was to ask him to endure the mute loss this time, but he didn't know what the conservatives of Old Man Gao would react. This time, the R&D department took action without authorization, and the higher-level leaders obviously would not be kept in the dark. The reason why they have been slow to review the R&D department's report is probably to test their attitude. If he chooses to make a step back, will the 13th Bureau's policy towards him become more and more tough in the future? The hardliners want to squeeze and beat me up, and the conservatives tend to cooperate with me in a friendly manner. The senior management cannot support the R&D department one-sidedly. As long as I make things bigger and do not cross the bottom line, the senior management will also compromise and compensate me to a certain extent. There's a lot of room for operation in this matter. Han Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up. Perhaps this is an opportunity to gain advanced knowledge. Advanced knowledge is regarded as a secret by Xinglong and strictly controlled. Han Xiao has always been worried about how to complete the advanced tasks. Isn't this a good opportunity to take advantage of the issue? A simple plan gradually took shape in his mind. It's not too hot to take my things. If you don't cheat you, I really think I'm easy to bully. R&D department. The minister's secretary said, "Haha, thanks to you this time, I am worthy of being the trump card of the logistics department." Luo Xian smiled faintly and concealed his complacency. The minister attaches great importance to you. You have already asked for your resume from the logistics department and entered the database. Even if you're transferred to our R&D department, I don't know my treatment. The minister has given you special instructions to let you lead a working group alone and increase your authority a further level. As long as you do your best, the senior management will notice you sooner or later. Luo Xian smiled with satisfaction and asked, "I heard that Han Xiao is valued by the senior management. Will there be trouble?" "Don't worry. I know some inside information, and Han Xiao can only swallow his anger." The secretary remembered the fearless words of the R&D minister. Han Xiao relies on the protection of the 13th Bureau. If he wants to survive, he dare not cause trouble. The conflict between the R&D department and Han Xiao has become a hot topic of discussion within the 13th Bureau. Members of various departments do not know Han Xiao's background and think he is just an ordinary mechanic with no backing. So how dare he challenge the organization? In the next few days, the wind was calm and Han Xiao did not move. The members of the 13th Bureau thought Han Xiao had decided to swallow his anger and calm down. Although I knew this was a helpless move, I couldn't help but underestimate Han Xiao's attitude. The R&D department's attitude also surprised everyone. Although the invention of the R&D department has been criticized, its internal style has always been quite normal. Why is it so radical this time? Li Yaoan has been surrounded by the strange eyes of the agents these days, which makes her scalp numb, and Han Xiao's phone can't be reached, so she can only sulk alone. Rumors were rumored, but Han Xiao was not idle these days. He used to sell folding war knives and earned nearly 100,000 sea blue coins. After deducting the material fees for purchasing high-fire bullets, he had 70,000 left. Han Xiao used 30,000 yuan to buy a batch of folding sword materials, and over the past few days, he created a large number of folding swords day and night, with a total of 100 handles. The quantity is almost enough. Han Xiao found a box, put on all the folding swords, put on a mask to cover his appearance, went to the 8th area, and found a secret arms dealer. The social environment of Hylon Star is undercurrent, and war will break out at any time. The 6 countries have carried out gun control and will not sell guns to civilians. If they do not have a special identity, they cannot pass the city checkpoint with weapons, and the same is true for players. The 6 countries have their own camps. Players often receive tasks of making trouble or assassinating in other countries. They usually purchase weapons from local arms dealers or entrust arms dealers to transport equipment. The location of every arms dealer and intelligence dealer is the valuable information summarized by countless players in the past life. In a city as important as Shidu, Han Xiao is very clear about the details of those arms dealers. He found Matthews, a veteran arms dealer. The backer was the Farion Group, a major force specializing in selling arms. He did a lot of business and resold it among various countries, warlords and forces, and even got missiles, tanks, and fighter jets. Large arms dealers like the Farion Group are very popular in today's chaotic times. The biggest customers are those wandering warlords, and even the 6 countries occasionally place orders with them. Matthews was happy to receive the suppliers who came to his door. Han Xiao and Matthews met successfully, took out this batch of folding swords, explained the operation method in detail, and expressed their intention to sell. Matthews could naturally see the advantages of the folding sword. Although melee weapons are not very popular, the advantages of the folding sword are hidden and sudden, and will definitely be loved by intelligence agencies in various countries. Can you supply it for a long time? Han Xiao smiled and said, "Are you interested in purchasing drawings?" Matthews looked shocked. The drawings are something that mechanics can eat. Controlling the drawings is equivalent to controlling the supply of goods. Unless it is absolutely necessary, no mechanics have ever sold the drawings. Matthews was ecstatic and thought he had met an ignorant young man. He suppressed his excitement and said, "You offer a price. There are 100 folding swords here, 5,000 each, and the drawings are another 1,000,000. Matthews took a breath. 5,000 each? 1,000,000 drawings? Why don't you grab it? One price, no word. Matthews immediately swallowed the idea of bargaining and frowned and thought about the benefits. Han Xiao was very calm. He was sure that Matthews would agree that the folded sword drawings were not worth a lot of money, but this was just right. He could sell the drawings directly without feeling distressed at all. He resold them to other forces, which contained a considerable profit and could also bundle a large number of folded swords, just like Han Xiao did now. This transaction can only be done once, but if it can be provided to multiple customers at the same time, so that those forces have no time to inquire, they can make huge profits. The Farion Group just happens to have this kind of condition, and they have many customer channels. Matthews wanted to pass the joints and nodded. Transaction. He handed over the money and delivered the goods with the other hand. Matthews was rich and generous, so he asked someone to open a dark web account with 1.5 million in the account. He personally handed the account notes to Han Xiao. The banks of the 6 countries were not connected to each other. The dark web account was a designated bank for underground world transactions. It could be used all over the world and was highly confidential. Han Xiao logged into his account on the spot to confirm, entered his fingerprint and iris password, and then tore up the account note. "If you still have business in the future, remember to come and find me." Matthews took out a black and golden card. "This is a VIP card of the Farion Group. We have strongholds in most cities. If you need weapons, they will provide you with the best service." Han Xiao took the card and put it away. The arms dealer is also a sales channel. He will not be limited to Xinglong's intelligence agencies all the time. When he is full of wings, he will leave Xinglong. It is very helpful to deal with these arms dealers well. Money is just one aspect that Han Xiao needs. He needs more experience in manufacturing machinery. If the 13th Bureau chose to acquire his drawings at the beginning, Han Xiao might agree, but the R&D department did not have the idea of discussing business with him. It seems that he has been targeted, but in fact Han Xiao understands that he is just two factions who are powerful bridges. He is not interested in those messy demands and political tendencies. He only cares about the interests he gets. Although Han Xiao wants to make money with peace, he will not be timid if someone gets into trouble. Han Xiao smiled secretly. Since the research department has robbed the right to invent the folding sword, it will take the corresponding responsibility. So how can I say that if I want to wear the crown, I must bear the weight? Well, it seems that it is not appropriate to use it here, but the meaning is almost the same anyway. The voices of the senior management will not be consistent. Maybe the conservatives are holding their breath. He just provided ammunition. If he was an ordinary agent of the 13th innings, his current behavior would be both sides of the loss. Unfortunately, he is not. Old man Gao, I will give you a bionic prosthetic limb for free. You should be more powerful. The Minister of R&D Department has been in high spirits these days. He met the Minister of Intelligence in the corridor. He spoke first and said proudly, "The person you chose to cooperate with is just a soft guy. If we're a little tougher," he compromised and asked me to say that it should strike while the iron is hot, control him, and interrogate all the information he has. The Minister of Intelligence was not angry at all. His eyes were strange. He smiled, and he patted the Minister of R&D on the shoulder. "You asked for more blessings." The Minister of R&D looked puzzled. Asking for more blessings? What's the meaning? He didn't puzzle him for too long, and he knew it soon. The director informed him to go to the office to have a separate conversation, and the R&D minister rushed over. "Director, are you looking for me?" The report from the R&D department was approved yesterday. The folding sword is now your invention. The R&D minister looked happy and said politely, "Thank you for your trust." The director smiled and said lightly, "Don't be happy so early." "What's wrong?" The R&D minister rolled his eyes, thinking that he had guessed the idea of the senior management, and said indifferently, "Don't worry about Han Xiao's reaction. He wants to hold our thighs tightly in the 13th Bureau. We can take him away, and he dare not cause trouble." "Oh, do you think so?" The R&D minister nodded. "That's good." The director laughed, took out another document, and suddenly threw it on the face of the R&D minister, and said sternly, "You are suspected of using power and reselling arms." "I am so disappointed." The R&D minister looked confused. "What's the thing?" "Resell arms. I am a minister. If I lack money, I would just deduct public funds. I will only resell arms if I am stupid." The R&D minister picked up the document and hurriedly read it, and his eyes suddenly turned dark, and he almost couldn't stand firm. The information is clearly written, and the drawings of the folded sword have been leaked. As the inventor of the folded sword, the R&D department will definitely take the blame. The R&D minister said furiously, "I didn't do this. It must be that little bastard Han Xiao. He obviously took revenge. Everyone in the Bureau knows that the drawings are his. He hates us who cracked the drawings. Director, you must clarify to the senior management. The report says that the R&D department has the right to invent the folding sword, and this is your responsibility." The director was determined. The R&D minister suddenly felt cold behind his back, and he understood completely. The crime of reviewing reports and reselling arms occurred on the same day, which is too obvious. The senior management is supporting Han Xiao. The conservatives are in action. The senior executives did not rush to deal with the report at the beginning. First of all, because the senior executives were also divided into tough and conservative factions and would not immediately jump out and stand out for Han Xiao. This is also an opportunity to test, and we can see what Han Xiao will do when his interests are damaged. If Han Xiao swallows his anger and takes a step back, then the senior management will adjust the next cooperation plan and press forward step by step, allowing Han Xiao to keep giving in and squeeze out all the benefits. If Han Xiao chooses to cause trouble, as long as he does not cross the bottom line, for example, If he wants to stop cooperation, the senior management will turn a blind eye and tolerate Han Xiao's extraordinary actions. Han Xiao deliberately used his simple hand to make a fuss, just to tell the senior management, "I'm very unhappy. Do you watch me be bullied, or give me a breath? Well, I've given you an excuse." The senior management was amused and cried. They knew very well that the R&D department was wronged, but they were willing to cooperate with Han Xiao and immediately reviewed the R&D department's report. Let them take responsibility and shoot themselves in the foot to calm Han Xiao's emotions. It means that we are now in the honeymoon period of cooperation, so don't get angry about this little thing. We will help you with this tone. Most importantly, the senior management has the intention to take the opportunity to hit the R&D department. Han Xiao's folding sword was originally exclusively supplied to the 13th Bureau. Although the production capacity was a little less, it was at least exclusive to the 13th Bureau. Because of the greed of the R&D department, Han Xiao's performance was cut off halfway, causing Han Xiao to sell the drawings to the arms dealers. Due to Han Xiao's special identity, it is difficult for the senior management to hold Han Xiao responsible. They are still in the wrong. The drawings were originally from Han Xiao, and they did not say that they contributed them to the 13th Bureau for free. The R&D department invaded his interests and forced him to find another way to stop the loss. If he is an ordinary agent, he can be sent to the military court for trial and expelled from the 13th Bureau, but he cannot do this to Han Xiao. He has only joined for a short time, and the 13th Bureau still needs Han Xiao's intelligence. Moreover, Han Xiao did not just touch the bottom line of the senior management. The senior management didn't know whether Han Xiao had bumped into a dead mouse or whether he really touched their bottom line. If Han Xiao is held accountable, the impact is very bad. What will the other agents think? Once the impression that the store is bullying customers is formed, the impact will be more serious than losing a new equipment drawing, which is something that the higher-level leaders do not want to see. For the sake of their own selfish interests, the R&D department dares to ignore the overall situation and cause such trouble, which touches the bottom line of the senior leaders. The R&D minister immediately understood that the senior management was determined to attack him, and he felt a little disappointed. This time he explored the way for the hardliner leader, and he was afraid he would be hurt. His regretful heart was green. If he had known that this guy was a hedgehog, he would not have provoked Han Xiao for more grants promised by the hardliners in the 7-seat committee. This wave of blood loss. Although the suspicion of reselling arms is only a high-level attack and will not be as serious as a gun, the political career will inevitably leave some stains, and the achievements made from now on will be half the result with twice the effort. The yellow mud fell into the crotch, either shit or shit. The R&D minister roared in his heart. Han Xiao, you are a fucking pit. The rumors about the R&D minister suspected of reselling arms spread wildly, completely stunned the 13th Bureau. The minister of R&D is suspected of reselling arms, and the punishment is simply to check it out after pay. This treatment method is extremely strange. Generally, it should be removed from office and imprisoned or shot directly. The abnormality means there is insider information. So naturally, he thought of Han Xiao, and everyone was shocked. Han Xiao didn't speak out a few days ago. They all thought Han Xiao was timid, but now it seemed that it was clearly the tranquility before the storm. Is this a frame? He really dares. The senior management actually supports him. What surprised them the most was the attitude of the senior management. If Han Xiao was not held accountable, Han Xiao suddenly became unfathomable in their minds. He always wore a mask at the headquarters and did not show his true face. I am afraid that only the senior management would know his identity. The R&D minister has mentioned the iron plate this time. The happiest thing was Li Yalan. She felt proud and showed off her face in front of Di Susu, leaving arrogantly. Di Susu was not angry at all, but instead became interested in Han Xiao, who was Xiao Linlin's new teammate. The R&D minister was extremely frustrated and was warned not to repeat this behavior. He could not cause trouble for Han Xiao, so he could only take his anger to his subordinates. Luo Xian was the first to be the one who promised to increase his authority before. He randomly sent Luo Xian to become the most ordinary researcher and threw it aside and ignored it. Bastard! Luo Xian's face was distorted. His treatment is even worse than in the logistics department. His colleagues in the R&D department often point fingers at him behind his back, and the discussion is definitely not good things, which makes him very frustrated. He wanted to find the minister and secretary, but the other party simply refused, which was completely different from his previous enthusiastic appearance. This time, the behavior of cracking the folding sword did not achieve his expected effect at all. Instead, he cheated himself. Now even the logistics department cannot go back. Unfair. Why is the superior protecting Han Xiao? I'm not worse than him. Luo Xian was so angry that his teeth were itchy. The next day, Han Xiao received a notice from Feng Jun that the senior management wanted to mediate for him. Seeing that I was so bold that I decided to continue my previous moderate cooperation. The senior management came forward to mediate and pushed all the responsibility to the R&D minister. This not only allowed him to test my attitude, but also used mediation to repair my relationship with me. The little abacus was really good. Han Xiao shook his head. Although the R&D department was warned, the folding sword had been taken away and was being supplied in large quantities. The meat it ate cannot be spit out. This is also the reason why the senior management decided to compensate him. And it is a good opportunity to put forward the conditions. And I'm afraid there is only one opportunity. In the future, the hardliners will definitely not test themselves easily. This time, the advanced task will depend on this one. Han Xiao came to the headquarters wearing a mask and was taken by Feng Jun to the director's office all the way. The three of them were waiting here, the director, the R&D minister, and an old man looking out the window with his back to everyone. Gu Hui, Executive Director of Xinglong Land and Resources Strategic Defense Bureau. The director introduced himself. Han Xiaoxu looked at this name. Gu Hui said in a deep voice, "Someone wants to see you." The old man with his hands behind his back turned around and smiled faintly. Han Xiao showed a shocking expression at the right time. Old Man Gao laughed. "I didn't expect it. Who are you?" Han Xiao pulled out an awkward expression and nodded stiffly, feeling that he had returned to the brainwashing night of the budding organization, and the movie Emperor was online. "You just need to know that I can interfere in the decision of the 13th game." "Haha, don't be nervous. I noticed you very early. You gave me a good impression. The task is done, I won." Han Xiao returned to expressionlessness in the blink of an eye. Old Man Gao always felt that Han Xiao's emotions were calming down too quickly. I wonder if it was an illusion. He looked at him twice more and said slowly, "Tell me, how do you want to solve this problem? P.S. Thank you for Shuejing Tian. Yinny, reading for your reward for your physical and mental health. Feng Xing, and the control of the divine disaster. P.S. I would like to thank the generous rewards of the 123 of the soul, Goodall armor. Thank you very much." Han Xiao Pingjing said, "I just want some compensation. Isn't it enough compensation for selling the drawings to arms dealers?" The R&D minister couldn't help but sarcastically. Han Xiao glanced at him and said, "If you don't rob my drawings, I can make this money normally. I deserve it. Do you call this compensation? If you buy it from me, I might sell it to the bureau, but have you discussed it with me?" The R&D minister opened his mouth, speechless. Gu Hui said in a deep voice, "Tell me about your conditions." Han Xiao pretended to be pondering. After a while, he said first, "I hope similar things will not happen in the future. It's very reasonable. Anyway, Han Xiao's order is for agents of the 13th Bureau, and in the end it is for them. The difference is just a small question of whether to mass production is made, and there is no reason to refuse. Moreover, if such a thing happens again, the precious drawings may be leaked to other countries." The only person who was dissatisfied with this decision was the R&D minister, but under the gaze of Old Man Gao and Gu Hui, the R&D minister could only agree reluctantly. Then, Han Xiao touched his chin, as if on a whim, and said, "I want to take a look at the advanced knowledge of the mechanical department." Old Man Gao frowned, staring at Han Xiao without saying a word, thinking about whether this was Han Xiao's temporary intention or had planned it long ago. Advanced knowledge of the mechanical department is the secret of Xinglong. Only those with level 5 permissions or above are qualified to check. For players, it is required to have respect relationships. The Six Kingdoms and the Berry organization have different advanced knowledge to cultivate loyal and reliable direct-ranking strongmen. If they are leaked, the consequences will be unimaginable. Han Xiao's face was calm, but his heart was about to jump out of his throat, waiting nervously for Old Man Gao's answer. This is related to his advanced task. Whether he loses or wins depends on this. If he fails, his growth rate will be greatly affected. Why do you want to read advanced knowledge? I'm curious. Yes, this reason is very good and powerful, and Old Man Gao has no temper. The tense silence lasted for 5 minutes before Old Man Gao made a decision, looked at Han Xiao deeply, and said slowly, "Okay, I agree." Han Xiao relaxed all over, suppressed the joy in his heart, and nodded lightly, showing that he was standing in a 1,000-strong place without desire, almost pointing to a deer as a horse to make a fake and distort the real. Although I need to rely on the 13th games, the 13th games also rely on his intelligence. The two are a fragile balance. As long as this foundation has not changed, some small holidays can be resolved peacefully. At this moment, the R&D minister suddenly spoke. Wait a minute. Advanced knowledge can only be opened to level 5 personnel, which is not in accordance with the rules. Han Xiao's mouth twitched, and, as if he was about to succeed, someone jumped out and interfered, just as if he was about to open the gate and release the water. He was urgently stopped. He was so sad that he stared at the R&D minister with bad intentions. He made up his mind if he dared to stop him, he would sooner or later find him, put him in a sack, and beat him up. What do you think? Gu Hui's tone was not good. The R&D minister is a hardliner, and he can't stand the compromise between the 13th Bureau and an intelligence informant he took in his eyes. No matter what purpose Han Xiao wants to browse advanced knowledge, he doesn't want Han Xiao to get what he wants. Moreover, Han Xiao cheated him of reselling arms. He was looking forward to finding the place, and said in a deep voice to Old Man Gao, "The rules and regulations cannot be abolished. You just agreed to this request in your personal name, without the vote of other members. I believe they may not agree to your decision." Old Man Gao smiled and looked so sharp. "Are you threatening me? Don't dare." The R&D minister lowered his head, but refused to give in. There are 2 classes of senior management of Xinglong Intelligence Agency. The first class is the 13 ministers and deputy directors of the 13th Bureau, who are in charge of daily powers. The higher-level leaders are 7 committees, including Director Gu Hui. The members are all senior officials in the military and political circles. The committee is directly responsible for the existence of Longjiao at the top. Old Man Gao and Gu Hui are both members of the committee and are the leaders of the conservatives. The hardliners of the R&D minister also have a backer in the committee, which is why he dares to challenge Old Man Gao at this time. Since I am here, I can represent the committee with plenipotentiary power. Old Man Gao said lightly, unable to hear joy and anger in his tone. The R&D minister gritted his teeth, and suddenly a flash of inspiration said, "Then I only have one suggestion, limiting the viewing time of advanced knowledge, and not allowing people who are not qualified to browse freely. I suggest that the time limit is half an hour." Old Man Gao and Gu Hui looked at each other. This proposal was reliable. Anyway, Han Xiao just said, "Take a look," as long as he satisfied his curiosity. Then it's limited to 1 hour. Gu Hui made the decision. The R&D minister suddenly felt refreshed. The advanced knowledge was profound and mysterious. An hour might not be enough to read 1/3 of the knowledge. Even if Han Xiao wanted to study, he would not have enough time. Any unspeakable attempts would be dead. He felt that success was disgusting Han Xiao and was proud. Han Xiao looked indifferent, but he smiled in his heart. 1 hour? As long as you invest your potential, you will learn it in 1 minute. The more proud the R&D minister was, the more Han Xiao wanted to laugh. He hurriedly held his smile back into his stomach and pursed his lips to prevent him from laughing subconsciously. Make a fortune in silence. Keep a low profile. Low profile. Advanced knowledge is encrypted multiple times. using a random key mode, generating hundreds of 48-digit passwords in 1 second, almost eliminating the possibility of hackers invading the network. The content of advanced knowledge is limited to non-changeable and non-movable, and only a few fixed switches can be accessed. Follow Gu Hui to the bottom floor of the headquarters. The elevator door opened. There was a bright metal corridor in front of him, which went straight to the switch room. A monitor and metal detector were arranged every 10 meters. It was monitored for 24 hours. The infrared network was covered with the corridor and was in a warning state at any time. There were no guards here. There were a large number of remotely controlled machine guns hidden behind the metal plates on the wall. Once an intruder was found, it could react within 0.3 seconds. The defense is tight, and there is almost no possibility of infiltration. How much does this corridor cost? It's hundreds of millions. Gu Hui accompanied him and said calmly. Han Xiao curled his lips, and I was not envious at all. The switchboard is Xinglong's most advanced computer. The total amount of content processed in 1 second can cause a home computer to go down. It is Xinglong's fortress and position in cyber warfare, and it preserves countless state secrets. Advanced knowledge is just one of them. Han Xiao secretly estimated that even if the basic virtual electronic technology that controls the branch to the top, he may not be able to break through the switchboard's network firewall. Oh, the name of basic virtual electronic technology is a bit playful, but is actually network technology and programming technology. After walking for 5 minutes, the metal corridor came to an end, and a spacious spherical room jumped into the eyes, a seemingly hanging passage leading to the center of the spherical room, where there was a rectangular screen, a set of keyboards and mouse, which was the operating system of the host. Looking around, the walls of the spherical room are extremely strong, transparent, explosion-proof glass. Behind the glass are countless entangled wire networks, hardware modules, and chip arrays, and a high frequency is flashing with various light spots. The spherical room is a huge computer room. This science fiction scene cannot move Han Xiao. After all, he has also seen the big scenes of the space Star Wars. He was also hit by the asteroid-level annihilation cannon hundreds of times in front of it. Even though he died, he was still honored. At this time, he was concerned about another key issue. The air here is so smelly and stuffy. Do you usually don't have ventilation? Gu Hui's eyelids twitched. Why are your focus so strange? Shouldn't we be amazed at the strict defense measures? Gu Hui adjusted his mentality and said, "That's the host. I've already unlocked the reading permissions of advanced knowledge in the background. You have no right to browse other secrets. We monitor the situation of the switchboard in real time." Although this sentence is a bit redundant, according to the rules, I still have to say, don't play tricks. I understand. We don't play tricks, we play tricks. Han Xiao nodded, stood in front of the switchboard, press enter. A search input appeared on the screen, and hit the button to enter advanced knowledge, and several options immediately appeared. Advanced power system. Second level gene chain, energy level strengthening. Advanced power system. Second level gene chain, manipulation strengthening. Advanced power system. Out-of-body fluctuations. Advanced power system. Flashing air PS. Thanks to the soaring good dull armor 123, Dao Ming Gue. Laughing me. Fen Long. Fengzi said, Bubble senior brother, Cole Pluto's reward. The profession trees of each main profession are different. The mechanical system is the mechanical knowledge tree. The martial arts system is called the chi controlling skills tree. The superpower system is called the gene tree. The magic system is called the magic knowledge tree. And the mind power system is the spiritual cultivation tree. The martial arts system focuses on chi strength and fighting, and practices profound luck skills. Out-of-body wave gives martial arts a medium-distance attack method, so that qigong waves are no longer dreams. Flashing chi is an instant explosion and dodge. In addition to giving new skills, the chi control skills also have passive effects, which enhance physical strength, enhance the power, speed, explosive power of chi, etc. There are thousands of martial arts schools of various races in the universe, including swordsmanship, martial arts, etc. For the martial arts system, The Chi controlling skills tree is the foundation. These schools are the secondary creations of martial arts. Each school has different skills, divided into various routes, such as agility, strength, and defense. Superpowers rely on superpowers to fight. Everyone's superpowers are unique and strange. Gene chains are the basis for determining the power of superpowers. By upgrading the gene tree, they can improve the power, control power, endurance, and add new uses. They are not expensive. For example, Magneto could only control coins at the beginning, but later they could control the entire stadium, upgrade, and even control the magnetic field of the planet. If they continue to develop, they might be able to directly control the magnetic field of the human body and accurately massacre life bodies on a large scale. Superpowers have different development potentials, such as the same power control ability. One can attack from the body and call the wind and rain, and the other can only attach to the body surface and turn into a human-shaped battery. The potential is naturally different, and it is also evaluated by EDCBA's hierarchy. These professional knowledge flashed through my mind, and Han Xiao's attention was attracted by the last project. Advanced mechanical system, advanced material synthesis, advanced knowledge of the armed branch. Xinglong only has one advanced knowledge in the mechanical department, but it is enough. After obtaining advanced knowledge, it will be much easier to deal with Xinglong. Whether he stays or leaves, he will do whatever he wants. Han Xiao clicked on advanced material synthesis, and countless advanced mechanical theories and pictures appeared before his eyes, and ordinary mechanics couldn't even understand it. Detected mechanical knowledge. Advanced material synthesis. Do I use 2 potential points to learn? Study. Han Xiao's head suddenly swelled, and countless knowledge was instilled in it. In learning, please do not stop. 1%, 12%, 34%. Han Xiao was as young as the second. Suddenly his mind cleared, and new knowledge was imprinted in his mind. Study successfully. You have mastered advanced material synthesis. Advanced armed branches are opened. The level 20 advanced task is completed. The transfer conditions for mechanical beginner have been detected. Please choose one of the following 3 routes: gunner, mechanic, and mechanical warrior. There are 3 routes for mechanics. Once selected, it cannot be changed. Gunners tend to fight long-range heavy guns and carry countless compressed heavy artillery weapons with them. The advanced profession, War Fortress, has terrifying firepower and tends to cover long-range firepower. A saying circulated on the PK field in the past life: distance determines the strength of gunners. If you encounter a gunman within 100 meters, don't hesitate and go up and hit him. If you encounter a gunman within 1,000 meters, please be cautious. If you encounter a gunman within 3,000 meters, the winner is only between the first line. If you're discovered by a gunman 3,000 meters away, my friend, I am waiting for you at the resurrection site. Mechanical warriors are a combination of martial arts and machinery. They use special melee mechanical weapons as the core, non-cold weapons, practice matching martial arts, and manually strengthen physical attributes through mechanical means, such as nanomechanisms, colonization technology, neural control mechas, etc., and have the opportunity to unlock alternative professions, mecha controller, and drive special mechas to gallop across the starry sky. In the interstellar war dominated by warships and giant cannons, mecha warriors, as elite assault squads, or cannon fodder, engage in landing on enemy ships and beheading. However, these 2 routes abandon the essence of the mechanical system, manufacturing. The mechanic route is the prerequisite for 80% of drawings. Choosing a gunman or an armed warrior will lose a lot of powerful drawings. Although the short-term combat effectiveness has improved, it is actually picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons. Those powerful machinery, mechas, warships, spacecrafts, and heavy artillery are all made by mechanics, and the equipment of guns and gunners and military warriors comes from mechanics. These 2 routes are a supplement to the combat power of the mechanical system. After all, not all players like the boring manufacturing work of mechanics. Most people pursue excitement when playing games, so there are very few mechanic masters in the wild. The first time players in the previous life realized the strong strength of mechanics was in the third season, the 3.0 version. Han Xiao was once a mechanic, and he also tried 2 other routes. He knew the pros and cons, and could make a choice without considering it. Successfully transferred. You have obtained a new profession, Mechanic Apprentice LV1, Strength plus 30, Agility plus 1, Endurance plus 1, Intelligence plus 3, get 3 free attribute points, get 1 potential point. You complete the first mechanical advancement, Endurance bonus increases 1 endurance equals 15 health, 1 endurance equals 18 physical strength. The new power was born from nothingness, and Han Xiao felt that there was an earth-shaking change in his body. The power that was originally quietly in the cell fluctuated and showed a swelling feeling like a tide. Han Xiao felt like a balloon that exploded at any time. However, in Gu Hui's eyes, there was no abnormality, and all the changes were quietly completed in Han Xiao's body. At the same time, the panel flashes a lot of information. Your power attribute changes, current attribute. Magnet, you gain expertise, geometric thinking. You comprehend the skill, power refining method. You understand the skills, intermediate mechanical affinity. You understand the skill, sliding steps and shooting. You understand the drawings, tie, platinum alloy. Han Xiao suddenly felt like he was reborn, and all things he had never noticed before poured into his senses. He could see the subtle skin texture of his palms, the subtle floating dust hidden in the gaps of the keyboard, and the sound of electric current running behind the explosion-proof glass, and the hissing sound of breathing air passing through the trachea. It's done. Han Xiao was refreshed and checked the attribute panel. Name, Han Xiao race. Carbon-based human, yellow, template, NPC, public beta countdown 138 days, 3 hours, 51 minutes, total level, 21 experience, deputy occupation, civilian LV1, agent LV9 main occupation, mechanical entry-level LV10, / mechanic apprentice LV1, 0 / health, 670 / 670 physical strength, 854 / 854 attributes, strength 31, agility 18, endurance 38, intelligence 32, mystery 1, charm 5, lucky 1 free attribute point, 3 power, 160 LV3, new, power attribute, magnetic, increase mechanical affinity LV1, 10, strength plus 1, agility plus 1, endurance plus 1, intelligence plus 1, physical strength limit plus 20, mechanical power plus 1%, manufacturing speed plus 1%, LV2 50, strength plus 3, agility plus 2, endurance plus 3, intelligence plus 1, physical capacity plus 50, mechanical power plus 2%, manufacturing speed plus 2%, LV3 100, strength plus 3, agility plus 3, endurance plus 5, intelligence plus 2, physical capacity plus 100, mechanical power plus 3%, manufacturing speed plus 3%. The attribute. Bonus of power has a chance to change with the transfer of jobs. Energy level. 98-104 level. Ill-level superpower. You have initially left the category of ordinary people, but you still have a long way to go from a truly extraordinary life. Expertise. High concentration. Low-level mental toughness. Well-trained, new. Geometric thinking. Intelligence plus 5 skills. Mechanical system. Primary mechanical affinity LV5. Simple repair LV10. Simple reinforcement modification LV10. Primary refining LV1. Overload LV1. Drawing. Union gliding LV1. Drawing. Bionic prosthetic limb LV1. Drawing. Light power arm LV1. Drawing. Ranger robot LV1. Drawing. High ignition ammunition LV3. Drawing. Folding sword LV2 new. Intermediate mechanical affinity LV1. Mechanical mass plus 2%. Manufacturing speed plus 2% new. Sliding step continuous shooting LV1. When equipping a firearm, it can instantly move within 3 meters of sliding step, and the rate of fire is increased by 15%, lasting for 2 seconds. not limited by the magazine capacity, and the default is the bullet next to the magazine. That is, only the last bullet can trigger continuous shooting, but if the magazine is empty, the skill cannot be activated. Consumes 3 energy and 15 physical strength, and the cooling time is 12 seconds. New. Drawings Thai Platinum Alloy LV1. New advanced material, level green good, strong ductility, extremely strong, suitable for manufacturing armor and skeletons. Manufacturing requirements, primary refinement LV5, general, basic fight LV10. Increase 10% barehand attack power, strength +2, endurance +1, basic shooting LV8. Increase 8% shooting correction grabbing LV5. Increase 7% parry counterattack rate. 10% barehand attack power, 10% barehand attack power accurate shooting LV1. Increase shooting correction by 3%, 2% long-range critical hit rate special fighting LV1. Increase close-range critical hit rate by 6%, for percent barehand attack power pickpocket LV1. Please ignore it. New. Power refining method, basic power cultivation method, for superpowers to understand by themselves. Total effect. Power +10, current exercises. 0/80. Each exercise consumes 800 experience and 500 physical strength. Potential points. 16 professional knowledge tree. Armed. Basic assembly LV1, 0-1. Basic mechanical engineering LV2, 0-1. Basic bionics LV2, 0-1. Basic weapons LV1, 0-1. Basic materials LV1, 0-1. New. Advanced material synthesis LV1, 0/2. 14 unstudied projects. Energy, 20 unstudied projects. Manipulation, 20 unstudied projects. Influence. Berry organization. Hate, -1,000. Defector. Xinglong Land and Strategic Defense Bureau. 13th Bureau Neutral. 300/500. First level authority personnel legend. 0 PS. Writing data is really a big brain pain. In the previous chapter, the camp was fond of a data error, which has been corrected. I am indeed a math scumbag. I write less data in the future. 180,000 experience, including 45,000 experience in the Black Spider mission reward. Most of the others come from Han Xiao's continuous manufacturing of folding war knives and high-fire ammunition these days. These 2 drawings have been upgraded to LV2 and LV3 respectively. This low-cost, simple-made drawing has easier proficiency than light-mounted power arms and a generation of rangers. After all, there are many opportunities for practice, especially for consumption drawings such as ammunition, which are very simple to brush. He has only been in Shidu for about a month and has gained more than 200,000 experience, which is equivalent to 1/3 of the harvest in the budding organization in half a year. He still has a huge sum of more than 1.5 million yuan, so he doesn't have to worry about the material money for the time being. The change brought about by the first advancement is the greatest, and the strength will obtain attributes. Han Xiao touched his index finger and thumb gently, and a strand of air was as thin as an electric wire, sticking to his fingertips, faintly containing a faint magnetic force. Magnetic attributes are one of the exclusive attributes of the mechanical system. In terms of combat, it cannot compete with the violent attributes of fire and thunder. The function is to enhance the affinity of the machinery. If the strength level reaches a certain level, it can replace both hands to create machinery. The attributes of qi are not limited to natural elements, but more of it represents the purpose of the profession to qi. For example, the power of the mind power system is the attribute of spiritual. Moreover, the power attributes are not static. For example, the martial arts system can change its own power attributes through practicing different schools, such as the explosion of fire, the speed of wind, the toughness of iron, etc. Among the skills obtained after advancement, geometric thinking is one of the mechanics' advanced unlocking specialties. Intermediate mechanical affinity does not need to be mentioned. The effect is better than the primary level, and sliding shooting is a long-lost active skill. If you choose the gunner's route, you'll get 3 main skills. Choosing the mechanic route is one of them. Sliding shooting tends to dodge. Although Han Xiao is not a slim, he does prefer this kind of small skill that is both offensive and defensive than the huge high-damage trick that consumes a lot of money, and his continuous shooting is not limited by the capacity of the magazine, and he may be able to perform miraculous effects in some cases. Strength Refining Method is a key skill that must be unlocked after the first advancement. This is a special skill type, a growth skill. There is no skill level setting. The skill effect can be increased through repeated exercises. Each exercise consumes experience and enhances a certain amount of strength. The skill effect will stop being superimposed until the number of exercises reaches the upper limit. The exercise effect depends on the main attributes of the main profession. Most exercise methods about strength are growth skills. Power is the basis of superpowers, and a large part determines the energy level and level of superpowers. The first few levels of power are LV1-10, LV2-50, LV3-100, LV4-200, LV5-400, and LV6-1000. If you meet the standards, you will be promoted to the next level of power and obtain new attribute bonuses. At some key levels, power will also have new uses. The first advancement was a watershed. Hello was at level 30, but his energy level reached 500 ohms, which is about 5 times higher than Han Xiao. Among them, there's the reason for Power Refining Method. Ti-platinum alloy is a new drawing learned through advanced material synthesis. It is a material drawing and is a green quality material. It is suitable for manufacturing external armor and has strong impact resistance. The manufacturing requirement is primary refining LV5. With 180,000 experience, Han Xiao first spent 25,000 to upgrade Agent to LV10, with more attributes to the maximum level, including Strength +2, Agility +2, Endurance +3, Charm +1, and gain 1 potential point and 1 free attribute point. Detected that the advance has been advanced, whether the civilian profession has been canceled. Civilians are the first profession of most humanoid players, which is equivalent to a profession guided by novices. It prevents players from being unable to upgrade without a profession at the beginning. When they advance for the first time, they can choose to cancel the civilian's profession and reduce the attribute return experience. But if civilians are upgraded to the maximum level, they cannot be canceled after advancement. Many newcomers who have had obsessive-compulsive disorder have been cheated very badly. Cancel. Han Xiao said he did not get any bonus from this profession, so naturally he would not lose any losses. In the panel, this civilian disappeared, leaving only the full-level agent, and the total level is still level 21. I spent another 45,000 to increase basic shooting to level 10, turning it into 10% shooting accuracy correction, agility +2, and gain another potential point. This time, 70,000 yuan was gone, and Han Xiao had to reserve 64,000 yuan of experience to invest in Power Refining Method. So there is still experience that can be used. Well, wait a moment. I will calculate it with my finger. Oh, and there are 47,000 experiences. Save it first. Han Xiao sighed. The experience comes quickly and goes quickly. Fortunately, I have high ignition ammunition, so when I start selling it, I will gain a stable source of experience. As time came, Gu Hui immediately reminded the two of them to return to the upper floor. Feng Jun had been waiting for a long time and took Han Xiao away. Han Xiao suddenly thought of something and said, "By the way, I heard that a man named Krat handed over the folding sword and helped me pass the news. I won't sell anything to him." Feng Jun was helpless. "Do you really treat me as a microphone?" Han Xiao was surprised. "Isn't it?" Feng Jun was choked and said, "I will tell you. He said he wouldn't sell anything to me." Krat sneered when he heard the rumors, disagreed. He didn't care about Han Xiao's background. He cared about actual interests. In his opinion, Han Xiao might not have better machinery in the future and would not have the opportunity to do business. This threat is not painful or itchy at all. The R&D department's affairs were completed. When I returned to the repair shop, my life was calm for 2 or 3 days. Han Xiao completed his advancement and was familiar with his own strength at home. Based on his past experience, he quickly integrated it. So he began to exercise power refining method. Each exercise consumed not only experience, but also physical strength. The recovery speed of physical strength is limited, and he also needs to manufacture machinery and exercise at most twice a day. You have exercise power refining method once with a perfection of 81% and a strength +3. The exercise effect depends on the main attributes of the profession. The main attribute of the mechanical system is intelligence. Han Xiao has a total of 4 free attribute points, all of which have invested their intelligence and reached 36 points. In the past, in order to escape from the base, I invested a lot of attribute points in strength and endurance, and I only needed to consider my intelligence in the future. The exercise effect of power refining method is divided into 3 levels. The perfection is less than 40% and the strength +1. The strength is less than 40% and the strength +2, and the strength is more than 80% and the strength +3. Han Xiao just reached the 3rd level. Since the folding sword has lost its sales, Han Xiao has not opened for several consecutive days. He feels it is time to release new products and high-ignition ammunition. These days, thousands of bullets of various caliber have accumulated. Just as he was about to entrust Li Yalan to release the news, Li Yalan called in advance. The captain is discharged from the hospital. Call everyone. When he came to the team conference room of the Secret Operations Department, his teammates had been waiting for a long time. Han Xiao immediately noticed an extra man with a national face, a face full of righteousness and seriousness, and his lips were pursed, looking trustworthy. Are you Han Xiao? The captain looked unhappy. His eyes were dissatisfied and alert, and he looked at Han Xiao seriously. Han Xiao was slightly stunned. At this time, Lin Yao pulled his sleeve and whispered, "Only with the captain's consent, the Secret Service team can recruit new people, but your application for joining was specially approved by the team leader during his recovery period, so the captain may have some grudges against you. But don't worry, although the captain is serious. He is a good person." So that's it. Han Xiao turned his head and looked at it, and was startled. Lin Yao was wrapped in a bandage, like a rice dumpling, only showing his eyes and mouth, looking miserable. Han Xiao said in surprise, "Who was beaten by you?" "Li Yelin Kuga." Lin Yao looked aggrieved and changed his mouth. "It's fallen." Han Xiao's mouth twitched, and he was so seriously injured. Have you participated in an event like, if you are a man, you will fall 100 times? The captain spoke, pulled everyone's attention back, and said in a deep voice, "Introduce yourself. I'm the captain of the team, Zhang Wei." Han Xiao was shocked. "How casual are your parents' names?" "Only the appearance rate of Yi Qiu and Yi Fan is higher than that of you," Zhang Wei said in surprise. "Do you know Yi Fan from Han Xiao Military Intelligence Department?" "Zhang, cough cough, I have worked with him several times before I was hospitalized." "Oh, there are really people calling this name of Tianxian. That guy's luck must be S+. Get back to the point." Zhang Wei's eyes were bright, and he said seriously, "In addition, our team has restored the 5 members. Your position is logistics, but my ugly words are ahead. Your resume is blank. I don't trust your abilities, and I will reserve any instructions from you. If I think you're not capable enough, even if you are a team member specially approved by the senior management, I will expel you from my team. P.S. Thank you Chu Ping for the rewards of Sun and Moon, Kai Xing, Hidden Man, and Becoming a Demon. As 153, reading is beneficial to physical and mental health. Feng Yuan Lin, and Cool Breeze. P.S. Thank you Kurtandov for your generous reward. Thank you so much." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Trust requires time to be cultivated. Zhang Wei seems aggressive, but it also proves that he is a captain who conscientiously performs his duties, so Han Xiao naturally won't be angry. But it is impossible to expel him from the team. Zhang Wei couldn't get through the top level alone. Zhang Wei knew that it was difficult for him to refute the decision of the senior management, but as the captain, he had to take on the responsibility of leading the team. He had a newcomer with no experience and did not even give him information, which made him almost have no understanding of Han Xiao. How could he lead the team like this? The reason why Zhang Wei was angry was not that his captain status was provoked, but that he felt that his superiors did not care about the safety of their team. A newcomer who has insufficient ability and is prone to make wrong judgments, causing the team to fall into danger. Even if it is an unintentional mistake, it is still a black sheep. Zhang Wei does not discriminate against newcomers, but he believes that newcomers are qualified to join the Secret Operations Department after at least 2 or 3 years of training. He does not want to bring newcomers out of missions. Everyone stuffed him. What did he treat his squad as a nanny? He doesn't take his subordinates' safety seriously. The damn person in power. Damn, the corrupt privilege class. I sting my salted fish. Zhang Wei made a secret decision. If Han Xiao cannot fit the team, even if he will be disgusted by senior management, he must drive Han Xiao out of the team. No matter how bad he is, he will kick the ball to another team. Han Xiao didn't know Zhang Wei's mental journey, but only noticed that Zhang Wei's eyes were getting worse and worse. And he didn't know what the seemingly upright captain had made up for something. He always felt like he had cheated someone else. At this time, Lin Yao's computer lit up. He turned his neck hard and took a look. His face changed, and he said, "A sudden mission. The superior wants us to set off immediately." Zhang Wei's face was solemn. Specific situation? Ma Qingyang's team was carrying out the mission of raiding the Bud base. When he was ambushed, the superior asked us to pick it up immediately, and let's talk about other boarding the plane. Raiding the Bud base? Han Xiao was stunned. Yes, this is still the information of the 3 bases he gave before. After a little thought, he roughly guessed the process. The 3 Bud bases he gave were all located within the Xinglong territory, so Xinglong was able to mobilize troops to raid in a short time. The 13th Bureau has destroyed the Bud bases in the 2 countries, making his mission progress reach 2%. No matter how stupid the Bud organization is, he knows that the intelligence leaks and is prepared to set up an ambush in the 3rd base. Zhang Wei hurried out, paused by Han Xiao, and frowned and said, "Lin Yao, stay for the logistics position. Han Xiao, you are a newcomer, and the opportunity is rare. You study hard next to you and strive for early use." Lin Yao stopped talking, but Han Xiao smiled and said, "Okay." Zhang Wei did not participate in the Black Spider operation. Just by Li Yaolin's description, he would not trust Han Xiao. Han Xiao could understand it. He secretly sighed, who said he was an understanding man. Han Xiao thought for a while, stopped Li Yaolin, took out 4 magazines filled with high-fire bullets, and said, "This is my friendly sponsorship." Li Yaolin's eyes lit up. "Is this your new invention?" "Save it out." Han Xiao smiled, his tone full of mystery. "It will catch fire." You trigger the E-level mission, Rescue. Task content. Rescue the secret team that was hunted. Your duty is to assist teammates in completing this mission. Task requirements. Successfully rescued the Ma Qingyang team. Task reward. 8,000 experiences, special reward. None, 8,000 experiences are better than nothing, and they are also a reward of logistic standards. Brother Xiao, the captain is not targeting you on purpose. Don't take it seriously. Lin Yao said carefully. "I know." After hearing Han Xiao's tone of naturalness, Lin Yao felt relieved, turned on 3 computers, quickly tapped the keyboard, and adjusted to the same frequency as Li Yaolin's 3-person micro camera and micro headset. The sound and the picture appeared at the same time, and the first perspective image of the 3 people appeared on the screen. The team had already boarded the plane. The headquarters has an exclusive subway that can quickly transport personnel to the apron on the outskirts of the city. The 3 of them boarded the fighter plane, and there was also a fully armed 12-man field team. Han Xiao, Li Yaolin, and Lin Yao chatted together. Zhang Wei and Lambert did not join in, so they closed their eyes and rested. An hour later, the fighter landed and arrived at the target location. In the picture, there's a Gobi Desert with bare hills like the raised spine of the earth. The sun is radiating light and heat in the blue sky. The air is twisting and floating in a high temperature. The ground covered with yellow sand is like a hot soldering iron, kissing the soldiers' combat boots, emitting a slight burnt smell. I have arrived at the location. Zhang Wei reported in a deep voice. The three were fully armed, and Li Yaoan was still dressed in a yellow hooded sweatshirt and a black bulletproof tights. She was carrying a folding battle knife around her waist and a black backpack with a light power arm inside. Lambert carried dozens of folding flying knives and a long, narrow, large-caliber sniper rifle. Zhang Wei's weapon surprised Han Xiao. It was a set of individual power armor. The whole body is covered with thick gray-black armor, with scratches on it, and the head is like a heavy helmet of an ancient Western knight, with only the slits of the eye. The arm armor is equipped with pendant guides and is loaded with two modified, thick mediator guns. The ammunition chain is hidden under the armor, and the replacement position is on the outside of the thigh, which is tightly covered. There's also a hexagonal steel shield hanging behind it, like a turtle shell. It is a big iron lump, extremely thick and very simple in style. You could tell at a glance that this guy hasn't run away. Han Xiao became interested. This is the prototype of warrior armor, one of the only basic power armors in the 1.0 version of Sea Blue Star. The 6 countries control different advanced knowledge, and each developed different special weapons, which are the so-called camp specialties. TILUS focuses on the development of power armor. Warrior armor is the full-coverage small individual power armor developed by TILUS after a period of public beta. The first power armor appeared on the Aquarium Star. It should not be developed yet. Zhang Wei is wearing only a prototype. I don't know how he got TILUS equipment. There may be something wrong with it. Players can only purchase this power armor if they reach the respect relationship in the TILUS camp, and the price is very expensive. The maintenance cost after each battle is tens of thousands. Players do not have as fast as Han Xiao. As the team's logistics, he is responsible for equipment supply and maintenance, and Zhang Wei's armor will be handed over to him for repair in the future. As long as there are no confidentiality measures, the mechanic can reverse the drawings through physical objects, which are divided into 2 situations. First, you have learned the pre-knowledge of the drawing. The derivation progress will be greatly accelerated, and the experience consumed when comprehension of the drawing is within a range that can be tolerated. In the second case, you have not learned the pre-knowledge of the drawings, and you can also deduce the drawings, but the progress is as slow as a snail, and the experience required is astronomical. It is common to turn dozens of times. The obtained drawings are usually marked with suffixes such as incomplete, and the effect is far less than that of the official drawings. The pre-knowledge of warrior armor is the advanced knowledge of another armed branch, which is in the hands of TILUS. Han Xiao bit his nails. If he could deduce armor drawings, even if they were incomplete, he could obtain new combat methods. The armor's combat effectiveness has been greatly improved, but after thinking for a while, he suppressed this idea. With his memory, he could integrate better mechanical drawings and adapt to various needs. He spent a lot of experience to deduce a broken armor drawing that could not be worth it. Lin Yao said. The help-seeking team is 13 kilometers away. The chasing enemies are 15 armored off-road vehicles and a Black Harrier helicopter. The meeting place is temporarily set to be a hill 3 kilometers away from you. It is condescending. Your mission is to block the pursuers and support teammates. Don't fight. I have sent them the meeting place. You are ready. The order is organized clearly, and the so-called bystanders are clear. This is the work of logistics intelligence personnel. Coordinate the overall situation, and quickly formulate suitable strategies for combatants to refer to. The 3 of them and the field team soon arrived at the designated location, lying behind the hills, waiting for the enemy to appear. Soon, the roar of the engine came from afar. On the empty desert plain, more than a dozen armored vehicles of budding organizations surrounded and intercepted a car. The explosion of machine guns and grenades was endless. The explosion of fire chased the escaped vehicles, blowing out dirt pits and smoke and dust filled. The escaped vehicle was Ma Qingyang's team. Stay on standby. Zhang Wei spoke in a serious tone, staring at the shortened distance until he entered the range, and then he said decisively, "Fire." The field team, hidden behind the hills, erupted a rain of steel bullets, and gun flames erupted. The overwhelming bullets hit the armor plates of the chasing vehicles, ejecting countless sparks, jingling incessantly. After encountering a raid, several cars leading the pursuit quickly turned around and avoided the frontal attack and almost overturned under high speed. P.S. Thanks to the Silent Fortress and reading for rewards that are beneficial to physical and mental health. Zhang Wei roared with both mobile phone guns and saw countless large-caliber bullets that jumped out of the muzzle to drag out two clear flame tails, like two fire dragons with tails that shot and hit two armored off-road vehicles in the front. 5 seconds later, the two armored vehicles actually exploded into a ball of fire and were blown up. Lambert showed his sniper skills at this time, silent as a stone, and kept firing. He used steel-core armor-piercing bullets, and each shot could gain something. Hit the tire or the glass in front of the driver's seat, greatly slowing down the enemy's pursuit speed. Reinforcements are coming. Ma Qingyang, who was driving to escape, was overjoyed, and the team members all felt hope. Almost all of his team were injured and lying in the car. When the car arrived on the hill, Ma Qingyang showed his head from the driver's seat and shouted, "Lao Zhang, there are too many enemies, run away." At this moment, a strange wind suddenly attacked Zhang Wei and others from the hill. The wind swept the sand and dust, forming a grimace with facial features. Everyone felt a throbbing of anxiety. "Do not!" Zhang Wei roared angrily and rolled on the spot. His armor was too heavy and he could only dodge in this way. Li Yaoan and Lambert reacted the fastest and immediately avoided it sideways. The strong wind exploded on the original position, causing several field team members to fly away. Zhang Wei suddenly had a severe pain like a needle pricked on his head, and his nose bleeding meandered down. In shock, he found that all the field team members who could not dodge had their facial features squirted blood, and they were paralyzed on the ground and twitched unconsciously. Mental attack. The other party has a supernatural power. Zhang Vida was shocked. After a closer look, he saw an armored vehicle opening the roof and jumping out a graceful black shadow wearing a black leather jacket, rushing towards them at an extremely fast speed. His long curly red hair fluttered in the wind, like red and black lightning. Hai La's eyebrows and eyes were cold, and with a wave of his hand, another grimace was formed quickly, blew toward Zhang Wei, and the roar of the wind sounded in the air like a silent cry. No, this is not the wind. This is the howling of the soul. The power of the dead, Hela's superpower. Zhang Wei was dizzy and fell to the ground. If he hadn't had strong physical fitness, he would have killed him this time. Han Xiao frowned, pushed away Lin Yao, who was at a loss, took over the command, and shouted, "She is the Bengo fighting executive. Please avoid it immediately." Changing commands in the battle is a taboo. Zhang Wei was about to scold him, but was shocked to find that Li Yaoan and Lambert did not hesitate at all, turned around and left, completely trusting Han Xiao's judgment. "That newbie is so trustworthy?" Zhang Wei looked surprised, held the words back into his stomach, gritted his teeth, and stood up, activated the propulsion device of the leg armor, and could step out 5 or 6 meters in one step. Dong 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 followed the two teammates, retreated quickly, turned around, and shot from time to time, hindering Hela's pursuit. Hela rushed to the hill quickly, waved his hand, and the gray light swept across. All the field teams that could not hide were all over the ground, without any injuries, but lost their breath. Han Xiao's eyes were solemn. He had known Hela for a long time, but fortunately, he did not meet Hela head-on when he escaped from the laboratory. Her superpower was an ultra-rare ability rated as S-level potential, surpassing the natural disaster level. Nowadays, Hela has become very powerful just by developing supernatural powers. "She is too fast, Li Yaoan. Stop her." Li Yaoan turned around without hesitation, pulled out a quick whip leg, and the bright yellow arrogance exploded, knocking Hyla back several steps. "Martial arts, man." Hyla narrowed her eyes, closed her hands, and a bigger grimace hit Li Yaoan. Li Yaoan was very calm. A sliding shovel actually passed under the face, suffering only a little aftermath. Her physique could withstand it, and she once again bullied the sea. She pulled out the folded sword and slashed it hard. Hyla was shocked and had to roll on the spot to avoid the blade. Li Yalan used all her tricks, and each attack contained strength. Her long legs thrust, kicked, chopped, kicked, and kicked. Her movements were flowing, free and easy, like a skillful swallow dancing, with afterimage flying, but the offensive was like a storm and murderous intent. Ling Yan Lu's martial arts. Hela was surrounded by gray airflow, and her arms were shields to block every strike, unharmed like a rock. There's only one explanation for this. Hela's strength is far stronger than Li Yalan, and he is not inferior even in the field of close combat that the other party is good at. This series of battles lasted only a few seconds, but it was extremely dangerous. Use the power arm. The enemy will reveal a momentary flaw. Lambert seizes the opportunity to snipe. Li Yalan bit her lip, put her left hand in her backpack, and when she took out again, she had already put on a light power arm and punched her sharply. The mechanical power attached to her strength. The blocking posture of Hela's hands was broken, and the door was exposed with an empty chest and abdomen. The mechanical iron fist fell into a softness. Really hit. A trace of sick flush flashed across Hela's face. He groaned and rubbed his hands. The gray airflow spiraled at high speed in the palm of his palm, as if sparks were drawn. Then he pressed his hands down. The strong wind blew around his feet as the center, and the wind blew the dust and sand. Liyeli nuriyali ratrata. Even so, her brain seemed to be hit by a heavy hammer. Her soul seemed to be torn. Her mind was incredibly painful, and 2 lines of nosebleeds were leaking. The earth and the sky in her vision were tilted, and she almost lost her sense of balance, and she almost couldn't stand firm. Hela stared at the familiar light-mounted power arm, frightened, and shouted, "What is your relationship with number 0? No fiddle? Who is it?" Li Yalan was inexplicably confused. At this moment, Lambert took action, seized a fleeting opportunity, and shot it out with a shot. Hela's face changed, and she suddenly dodged to the side. The gray force turned into thick fog to defend her whole body. The large-caliber bullet hit her shoulder. Hela seemed to be hit by a speeding train, and she fell out in a swirl. Zhang Wei, take Li Yalan to run. Zhang Wei was called a name, but Zhang Wei had no objection. Under Han Xiao's command, Li Yalan and Lambert cooperated to quickly injure the difficult enemy. He began to trust Han Xiao's instructions. He immediately picked up the dizzy Li Yalan, turned around, and ran to Ma Qingyang's car. The budding armored convoy rushed up the hill and opened fire. Zhang Wei's huge shield on his back was hit, sparks splashing everywhere, and quickly deformed and twisted. He didn't even dare to look back. At this time, he was extremely glad that the big iron lump he was wearing was always complaining that it was too heavy, but now he feels very safe. Get on the bus. Ma Qingyang looked back anxiously and quickly slowed down. The 3 of them hurriedly jumped into the car. The car only stopped for 2 seconds before they were almost shot through by the fire. Zhang Wei finally had time to observe the situation. The chasing armored convoy was not as fast as theirs. The powerful psychic was dealing with injuries and could not pursue them. As long as they escaped to the plane, they could retreat safely. No problem. Zhang Wei breathed a sigh of relief. Han Xiao poured cold water directly. Be careful in the sky. In the sky? By the way, the enemy still has a helicopter. Zhang Wei was shocked. The Black Harrier helicopter finally appeared, and the airborne machine gun was condescending, chasing the car and shooting all the way. We must shoot down the things in the sky. Zhang Wei made a quick judgment. Otherwise, our plane is in danger. Only Lambert's sniper rifle has such a range. Lambert's expressionless face shook his head. My armor-piercing sniper bullet has been fired. Only conventional bullets are left. The Black Harrier helicopter's armor is very thick. Even if it is an armor-piercing bullet, it cannot penetrate helicopter armor without more than 7 guns. Do you want to die here? Ma Qingyang looked desperate. Only 1 kilometer away from the evacuated fighter jet, but it was as far as the distance was as if it was a natural chasm. Han Xiao suddenly interrupted. Have you forgotten what I gave you? Li Yalan was stunned and took out 4 magazines, one of which was a sniper bullet, and asked, What's the use of this? Just try. Lambert loaded the magazine without saying a word and fired a shot at the helicopter. Everyone looked at each other. A bullet holds the last hope. The flow rate of time seems to have slowed down. The bolt slides and throws out an empty brass shell. The muzzle spews fire and smoke. The Crimson Sniper warhead carved with flame patterns is pushed out of the muzzle by the kinetic energy stimulated by the bottom fire, accelerating, rotating, and dancing. Under the action of kinetic energy, the warhead kisses the helicopter's bulletproof glass. The red warhead quickly cracked like a blooming lotus, with high adhesion flammable gas leaking quickly. Boom! The dazzling flames swelled up, and the helicopter turned into a ball of fire with a bang, with the power of explosion and the flames attached to the armor, which looked like they had ignited the armor. The helicopter suddenly flew around like drunkenness, showing the driver's panic that the pilot's vision was occupied by flames, and he spun around and left the battlefield. Everyone was startled and stared at the Galon magazine. Even armor can be ignited. What kind of bullet is this? Ma Qingyang was shocked and said, "Where did you get the good thing?" "I picked up the treasure." Li Yaolin's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly replaced the high-ignition pistol bullets of other caliber, raised her hand to shoot, and one high-ignition bullet turned a large number of off-road vehicles into fireballs. Even if it hits the ground, it could burn a sea of fire. The armor was heated, and the temperature in the enemy's car rose sharply. The flames with gas as combustion agents burned into the interior of the car along the gaps. Key parts such as engines and cylinders in the internal structure began to overheat, and the pursuit vehicles dodged and had no time to attack. Lambert seized the opportunity, and 2 more shots hit the helicopter's rotor. The helicopter turned around and swirled, completely away from the battlefield. Ma Qingyang kicked the accelerator and rushed into the rear cabin of the plane. The pilot, who had been extremely nervous, took off immediately, and the plane quickly disappeared into the horizon. Hella's face turned pale, and there was only a shallow wound on the part of the sniper gun on her shoulder, and a cluster of gray mist was entangled in the wound, quickly stopping the bleeding. She looked at the direction of the plane walking away, connected with the leader's communication, gritted her teeth, and said, "Discover the whereabouts of Zero. Rescue completed. You have gained 8,000 experience. Xinglong Land and Strategic Defense Bureau favorability plus 100. Brother Xiao, it's so awesome." Lin Yao's eyes flashed with admiration. "Did you just notice it today?" Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Zhang Wei was very open-minded. He felt that he was wrong. He apologized frankly. "I apologize for doubting your ability before. If it weren't for your command and new equipment, we would be dead. I welcome you to join the team in the name of the captain." Although the welcome from the captain was late, it was better than not coming, Zhang Wei thought to himself. Han Xiao seemed to be smiling. There is no need to apologize for such a small matter. After all, I am a generous person. Zhang Wei suddenly felt cold in his heart. Why did he feel that this was a slander? Han Xiao thought of something. "By the way, who made your armor?" "Oh, this is the prototype of the unfinished warrior armor. The loot seized from Tillas a few years ago. At present, we only have this prototype and are deriving drawings, but the progress is slow and even maintenance is troublesome. Now it is my equipment. The preemptive knowledge of warrior armor is the heavy machine transformation of the advanced armed branch. This is the preemptive skill of many individual mechas, exoskeleton armor, and large war vehicles. Tillas has only developed the prototype, and the research and development speed of Xinglong will definitely be even slower." Han Zhao's eyes flashed, and he said, "Let me leave your armor maintenance in the future." "Okay." Zhang Wei was happy. After this action, he trusted Han Zhao's ability very much. Li Yaolin interrupted excitedly in the headset and said, "Is this bullet your new invention?" Han Xiao said the function of high-ignition ammunition. Everyone was experienced agents and immediately understood that this was a new type of special incendiary bomb, similar to an armor-piercing incendiary bomb, but the combustion level was higher. Armor-piercing incendiary bombs can penetrate the armor. The combustor's combustion collided to generate heat from the fire, and there is combustible material around to burn. High-ignition bullets use an unknown new type of combustion agent. They do not need to collide and heat. They can directly ignite air, attach to any object, ignite everything. The temperature is very high. The power is equivalent to a high-concentrated combustion bottle and can be fired with guns. The speed and range are many times stronger than hand throwing. They will be extremely deadly weapons in jungle environments, bringing more tactical choices. Zhang Wei and others witnessed the Black Harrier helicopter that could withstand armor-piercing bombs with his own eyes was ignited by Lambert's 3 guns and had to leave the battlefield. Unless it is a special material that is resistant to high temperatures, the metal can easily be heated to an unbearable level of a human body and can also destroy precision instruments. Ma Qingyang squeezed into the channel and asked excitedly, "Do you sell this kind of bullet?" Of course, 1 bullet is 50. Han Xiao's eyes turned, and this happened to be an opportunity to launch high-fire bullets, and a reputation can be improved through actual results. Ma Qingyang couldn't wait to say, "I pre-ordered 200 rounds, including 20 pistols with small caliber, 150 submachine gun caliber, and 30 sniper caliber." "Well, you can get the goods in 1 day." Han Xiao said to Li Yalan, "Continue to help me transfer orders, and you will still be given a 20% discount." Li Yalan's eyes were crescent. "Okay." The rescue of Ma Qingyang's team spread wildly at the headquarters, and the reputation of high-fire bullets came out. Han Xiao's new product? "I heard that Lao Ma's team survived because of high-fire ammunition." The folding sword incident made many agents of the 13th Bureau very curious about Han Xiao. When they learned that Ma Qingyang ordered a batch of high-fire bullets, they came to investigate. Ma Qingyang was rescued by Han Xiao's team and reciprocate. In full view of everyone, they tested the function of high-fire ammunition on the spot. A raging fire. The bystanders were immediately attracted by the power of the high-fire bullet. Good stuff. After leaving the training ground, the agents rushed to Li Yalan to place an order at the first time. The amount was huge. Compared with meteoric weapons, this multifunctional ammunition was very popular, as Han Xiao expected. The emergence of a new type of bullet immediately attracted the attention of the top leaders of the 13th Bureau. This time, we must not repeat the same mistakes and miss the drawings. So the R&D minister, who had not recovered, was pulled out and warned by the senior management again. He was extremely depressed. He had no intention of provoking Han Xiao again. The 13th Bureau gave unlimited acquisition conditions to equip the field department and the special forces, and the price was lowered a little, and 50 million was given at 20,000. Han Xiao agreed to this price. The agent orders were not stable without large-scale acquisitions, and it was best to sell more. Han Xiao's inventory of thousands of bullets was sold out in 1 day, and 200,000 Sea Blue coins were earned, plus his dark web of 1.5 million. So he doesn't have to worry about funding issues in a short period of time. After the advancement, Han Xiao's manufacturing speed increased again, and he made every effort to manufacture high-ignition ammunition. In order to express his support, the 13th Bureau provided a batch of equipment specializing in the manufacture of shells and bottom fire. The shell polishing is not a problem, and the efficiency is greatly improved. Each batch manufacturing is at least 300, which can be made more than 10 times a day. A high-ignition bullet gives at least 5 to 10 points of experience, and a 20,000 to 30,000 experience is steadily purchased. Experience is accumulated crazy. Han Xiao believes that no mechanical player of the same level can get faster than his experience. Han Xiao was immersed in making high-ignition bullets every day except for the unmovable exercise method of refining energy. Finally, it's the season for harvest. Is the high-fired ammunition not sold to me? Kret looked shocked and angry. He heard the rumors of the high-fired ammunition, so he wanted to buy it. He originally planned to apologize if Li Yalan spoke up for trouble, and then he believed that Han Xiao would not pursue it. Why don't you make money? However, as soon as he expressed his intention, Li Yalan firmly refused. Li Yalan snorted coldly. Han Xiao said, "You are on his blacklist and will not make any transactions with you in any form and will not accept any apology from you." The agents waiting to place orders stared at Krat with a playful face. Many agents who were hesitating whether to sell folding swords were very grateful at this time. Fortunately, Krat was one step ahead of them and almost offended Han Xiao. It seemed that Han Xiao was serious. Krat looked embarrassed, snorted angrily, turned around, and left. He didn't believe in spending more money, and other colleagues who bought high-fire bullets would not resell them to him. However, he asked around and found that no one was willing to resell, and even he raised the price to 200, and no one agreed. Even some of his colleagues who usually have a good relationship with him politely refused. Why? Krat was extremely shocked and felt aggrieved by being excluded. Finally, an old friend told him the reason. As long as you sell it to you, it is equivalent to offending Han Xiao. Who knows if you will be on the blacklist? Moreover, Han Xiao may have other good things in the future. It is really not worth offending others to help you. Krat suddenly remembered his former thoughts. At that time, he thought that if he was afraid of offending Han Xiao and not making money from the R&D department, it would be very unworthy. Now it's completely reversed. It is really not worth it to be on Han Xiao's blacklist for that little money. I am short-sighted. Krat regretted it. R&D department, a studio. Luo Xian's face turned cold, and he took out a small box containing 20 high-fire bullets. He asked someone to buy it. Han Xiao only has Crater's team on the blacklist, and there is no cracker Luo Xian. He thinks Luo Xian is a member of the R&D department and deduces drawings based on his ability. This is his responsibility, and it is understandable. It is not as bad as Crater. Now the R&D department is instructed by the superiors and will not cause trouble for him anymore. So Han Xiao feels that there is no need to target Luo Xian. Moreover, he believed that Luo Xian did not need to buy his equipment as a logistics officer. But Luo Xian didn't think so. Instead, he felt that he was being despised. Han Xiao, do you just look down on me so much? You even disdain to deal with me. Luo Xian was furious, and his heart was filled with a strong resentment. However, he misunderstood. It was not that Han Xiao looked down on him, but that he had never seen him. The R&D minister issued a dead order and did not allow anyone to study the high-fire bullets. But Luo Xian saw from it that the top leaders of the 13th Bureau attached importance to the high-fire bullets. The senior management is not that they don't want the drawings, but they are worried about offending Han Xiao. So this time, Luo Xian was preparing to privately study the drawings of the high-fire bullets and secretly presented them to the senior management. The 13th Bureau has many military factories that can be manufactured without hiding them. Han Xiao could not know everything. After cracking the folding sword last time, Luo Xian had already established confidence and felt that Han Xiao's skills were nothing but airs, and he could easily crack high-ignition ammunition this time. If it succeeds, the senior management will definitely look at me differently. This is my only chance to turn things around, and we must never fail. The more Luo Xian thought about it, the more he felt that his plan was reliable. As for the orders of the R&D minister, Luo Xian didn't care about it at all. The bastard broke his promise to him, and he would be ashamed for trying to please him. Luo Xian took a deep breath, adjusted his condition to the best, controlled the tweezers, and prepared to peel off the warhead. The core of the incendiary bomb was the combustion agent in the warhead. It was the most important task to study the components of the combustion agent. Ding! The warhead was successfully separated, and the first step was successful. The next step is to disassemble the warhead and export the combustion agent inside. This step must be extremely careful and cannot cause any collision and friction. A buffer conduit is ready, and neither powder or solution combustion agent will be ignited. Luo Xian felt that he performed perfectly this time and steadily opened the warhead. Success! The next thing is to study the ingredients. Luo Xian was overjoyed. However, the moment he opened the shell, the violent flames swelled in his sight. P.S. Thanks to Antarctic Bear, who can also exercise abdominal muscles with constipation, cold mola, and find a wife for yourself. In the previous chapter, I left a message for a friend who fired 500 bullets and 20,000 bullets and 400 bullets. Tell me who your math teacher is, and I will go and incense sticks for him. Ding-ling-ling, a harsh fire alarm sounded, Thick black smoke came out of the R&D department, igniting a raging fire, and members of the research department hurriedly evacuated. The automatic sprinkler on the ceiling rotated and sprayed water. The fire was quickly extinguished, leaving only a mess. Various documents and drawings were wet and turned into soft mud that would be rotten when touched. Some non-waterproof computers were down, and there were electric sparks, and the walls and ground were burnt everywhere. Why did it suddenly catch a fire? The R&D minister was still scared and looked at the messy ground with heartache. The guards arrived soon to check the scene. The fire burned from the workshop. Luo Xian was soaked all over, wrapped in a blanket, and was carried out by the guards. His face was charred, his hair was burned clean, and even his eyebrows were burned like a bare braised egg. No, it was a peeled egg. Luo Xianho was very afraid. If he hadn't been avoided quickly and there was a fire extinguisher next to him, he would have been disfigured. He did not expect that the combustion agent of the high-ignition ammunition was actually gas. Once the warhead was opened, it would leak and immediately burn it when it touched the outside world. It was equivalent to being unable to open it after it was manufactured, and it could be burned briefly even in a vacuum environment. With his skills, it is absolutely impossible to copy. Lost. Luo Xian looked unwilling. "What did you do?" said the R&D minister. The guard took out a few black shells, which could vaguely recognize the fiery red background, and said in a deep voice, "This is the shell of high-ignition ammunition. Your people are studying high-ignition ammunition." The R&D minister stared at Luo Xian with wide eyes and couldn't speak. "Do you follow my orders?" After the superiors pursued it, I took the blame again. "You're all sinkholes." Gui came quickly and said seriously, "Explain it to me." The R&D minister gritted his teeth and pulled Luo Xian in front of him. It was all his own decision. Gui had a blank expression. "Do you have anything to say?" Luo Xian lowered his head. If he succeeded in secret research, it would be a great achievement. However, he was exposed and violated the order without authorization, and it also caused a fire in the headquarters. He, an ordinary member without a background, would definitely be in trouble. "I remember you're a member of the logistics department. Please transfer back." Gui said a word and turned around and left. Luo Xian shook his body. He jumped from the logistics department, and now he was transferred back, which is Shua's on suppression. When he returned to the logistics department with a dark face, in various senses, his former colleagues turned around and thought they didn't see it, which was completely different from the scene of cursing him before. The logistics minister who once looked forward to him was reluctant to see him, so he just sent a secretary to inform Luo Xian to work under a group in the future. Luo Xian was suddenly disappointed and couldn't help but wonder if his choice was wrong. If I weren't so proud and narrow-minded at the beginning, I wouldn't have been imbalanced in my mind, and these things would have happened. I'm still too young. Luo Xian was frustrated. When Han Xiao learned about Luo Xian from Feng Jun, he was shocked. Even a maker, he dared not open the form high-fire bullet. That guy is awesome. A group of people are so powerful. I admire them. Soon Han Xiao threw this matter behind his mind, and he still had only one name for Luo Xian. Zhang Wei's warrior armor was sent to his studio, and the prototype technology seemed very rough. Warrior armor prototype. Type: full coverage small individual armor. Quality: white. Basic attributes: armor value 682/1400. Defense power 35. Power level 86. Energy value 2, 5250. Equipment requirements: power 42, endurance 48. Attribute bonus: agility tight. 1.95 meters. Weight: 370 pounds. Control method: human body control, no chip. Energy: electric energy combat consumption. 5 energy/min. Core power: 125/130 Auner. Skeleton module: spring piston shock absorbing bracket. Reduces weight load by 65%. Slightly improves shock resistance. Occupying power 20. Right arm module: large diameter triple mounted machine gun. 1 round 3 bullets. Attack power 105/124. Fire speed 3 round/s. Maximum fire speed 5 round/s. 5-second overload. Ammunition capacity 30 plus 120. Chain link. Output energy level 75. Occupying power 35. Left arm module. Large diameter triple-mounted machine gun. As above. Right wrist module. Pop-up alloy blade. Attack power 1215. Output. Energy level 9. Occupying power 5. Two-leg module. Spring-powered running device. Movement speed plus 15. Startup consumes 1 energy/minute. Occupying power 30. Attached module. Simple thermal imager. No power. Attached module. Hexagonal steel heavy shield. No power. Attached capability. Thick armor. 12% physical damage reduction. Note: it is simply a shame in the armor world. Simple. Han Xiao could hardly bear to look at him. First of all, I won't mention the low power. Even the chip is not installed. The chip is the core of the mecha. It is used to load various combat programs to assist users in fighting. Without chips, it is impossible to quickly collect and process battlefield information. Without wide area detection means just relying on a pair of naked eyes to find enemies. The field of vision is also limited by the helmet. Can this be played? No wonder Zhang Wei used strafing instead of point shooting, so he couldn't aim accurately and fell. Let's talk about the power. Only the legs have simple mechanical drives, and the inner bones are not even installed. Other parts need to be swung by the user themselves. He understood why Zhang Wei didn't use the steel shield on his back, and Grandma couldn't wield it. Also, the external armor was so rough that it could not bear to look at it. Simply weld a few large iron plates on it and use them as armor, which showed the roughness of Tillith everywhere. Even if this thing is a prototype, I will take it seriously. Han Xiao's mouth twitched, looking at the warrior armor, crossed his hands in front of his chest. His fingers pointed at his arms with a rhythmic sense, and various ideas gradually came to his mind. However, there is no rush to modify it, and some ideas need to be learned and understood. After Han Xiao hastily repaired it, he asked Feng Jun to return it to Zhang Wei. Now we should consider another thing. The 3 budding bases have been destroyed. What information should we give to Xinglong next? The 3 sub-bases are just the tip of the iceberg of the budding organization. There are no other budding bases in the Xinglong kingdom. The location given by Han Xiao later. Xinglong's troops must leave the border to fight. The armed forces invaded other countries without authorization, openly provoking war. Although the 6 countries were competing secretly, no one wanted to start a war at this time. The war that crossed the new era in the old era greatly consumed national strength. The 6 countries were all recuperating and calming the trauma of the war. It is still unknown whether they will fight in the future. Therefore, cross-border operations must cooperate with other countries, which will add a lot of variables. His intelligence alone is insufficient. He must go with the team to deal with any emergencies. The question is whether the senior executives of Xinglong will reject his application to leave Shidu. Feng Jun suddenly called and spoke in a serious tone. Han Xiao, the spies lurking in Shidu have begun to act. They are looking for your traces, as if they know you are doing things for us. I know. Han Xiao was very calm. When he asked Li Yalan to use the light-mounted power arm, he expected this situation. Don't worry. We have arranged a large number of men nearby and monitored for 24 hours. The West is the territory of the 13th Bureau. Even if the Mingyao organization found his position, it would be very expensive to deal with it. But you still have to be careful. Han Xiao knows that Mingyao has some superpowered killers that are very difficult to deal with. You should prepare some weapons to defend yourself. Help me pick up 2 Mad Eagle pistols from your warehouse in the Bureau. Mad Eagle pistol, a close-range combat pistol, is known for its large caliber power. Within 30 meters, its power is comparable to a sniper rifle, and its power is rapidly decaying from 30 meters away. Only with the powerful pistol combined with sliding shooting can it be considered as both offense and defense. In addition to pistols, melee weapons must be made. In the past 3 days, nearly 100,000 experience was gained. Han Xiao did not hesitate and spent 40,000 experience to upgrade primary refining to LV5, meeting the manufacturing conditions of Thai platinum alloy. He wants to update his equipment. A few days ago, the leader learned that the light-equipped power arm of the number 0 appeared on the agent Xinglong and contacted that he had been attacked by military forces at the Starlong subbase 3 times. No matter how incredible, he could only determine that Number Zero defected to the Starlong and leaked the information of the Bud. Is this a supernatural incident? The leader found it difficult to understand. No, Zero had never been exposed to such information at all. How could he know the location of the organization's secret base? He had never suspected that there was a head of Zero before, and he thought that there was an insider and almost killed a senior executive by mistake, causing huge losses. More than a month ago, Zero's crazy words came to my mind. I will destroy you. Is this your alliance? The leader clenched his fists suddenly, his eyes terrifyingly. I underestimated you, but you are not qualified to be an enemy of us. I don't believe you really have a lot of confidential information. Transfer my order to recruit some newcomers and wanderers with new faces, and let them go to Xinglong to investigate the traces of Number Zero. As long as you gain something, the organization will have a heavy reward. The leader's tone was cold, and his murderous intention was firm. If you find a clue, let Nosa deal with him. Nosa, the same level as Hela, is the executive of the Berry organization and a killer. Each executive has its own strengths, and the number of executives in the Bud organization has always been a secret, even if they are not clear about it. The leader's eyes were deep. Do you think you could be careless if you defect to Xinglong? Innocent. Thanks to Daoming Ghost, Yue Yuan Blood Yuan, Tang Dynasty Huangzi, reading is beneficial to physical and mental health, Ghost Dragon Dao, and Hidden Man becoming a demon. The raw materials of Tai Platinum alloy are several ores with less yields, which are relatively expensive. Han Xiao spent a lot of money to buy enough raw materials. Han Xiao synthesized the Tai Platinum alloy and created a folding sword and a light-mounted power arm. Its attributes are stronger than before, and the folding sword even reaches green quality. Folding Tai Platinum battle knife, quality, green, basic attributes, attack power 2428, durability 355, attribute bonus, agility +3, length 0.77 meters, weight 8.7 pounds, other effect, folding, the blade can be retracted by the shank, other effect, impact resistance. A small amount of Tai Platinum alloy is mixed to increase the extra durability and is not easy to wear. Note, this is a knife that can be used as a shield. The characteristics of Tai Platinum alloy are strength and impact resistance, high durability, and are very suitable for armor. The next day, Feng Jun sent 2 Crazy Eagle pistols over, and the barrel was longer than ordinary pistols. Han Xiao fired several shots. Within 30 meters, the kinetic energy of the bullet was comparable to that of a sniper rifle. A big hole was blasted out of the head of the human-shaped target, and the recoil was very strong. If you were not careful, you would float upwards. However, with his power, you could control these 2 weapons. In order to deal with the assassination that may occur at any time, Han Xiao carried 2 Mad Eagle and a folding Tai PLA knife at any time. The lining of the clothes was made of portable pockets, and he always carried 6 magazines, including 2 of them, 2 of which were high-fired magazines and 4 ordinary magazines. The Mad Eagle's capacity was only 8 rounds. Han Xiao chose a steel core bullet, which had better penetration force at close range, which was very suitable for Mad Eagle. Han Xiao looked at the panel and found that he still had about 100,000 experience after upgrading. With the recent gains from manufacturing high-fire bullets, he still had nearly 200,000 experience after deducting the upgrade experience of elementary refining and the consumption of power refining. There's a saying in my previous life that after the first advancement is not a good deal to improve the level of the main profession. Players between level 20 and level 30 during that period chose to suppress the character level, invest their experience and skills, and improve their actual combat capabilities. No matter which version of Star C, level 20 to level 30 are the hardest hit areas for outdoor PK. The characters have initial combat power when they reach level 20. Because the combat experience is great and the death penalty is light at this stage, countless players will find people to PK in this level range to enjoy it, and they spend all their effort to learn skills and improve combat power. The saying that it is more cost-effective to suppress the level is gradually spread. It was not until the system broadcast the first player ID that reached the upper limit of 60 of the version 1.0 version that everyone was shocked to find out that this grandson was the first guy to propose the level suppression. Your uncle, shameless old thief, Han Xiao didn't want to suppress the level. He was not limited by the version level. This was a huge advantage. No matter how much experience he had, it would be in vain if he didn't convert it into combat power. He simply consumed 180,000 experience and upgraded to 3 levels in a row. Mechanic Apprentice upgrade, Strength plus 30, Agility plus 1, Endurance plus 1, Intelligence plus 3, get 3 free attribute points, get 1 potential point. X3, Strength Refining Method. I have exercised 10 times in these days, adding an additional 30 strength. Han Xiao's strength reached 280 points, reached the LV4 standard, and obtained a new level of attribute bonus. Power LV4, 200, Strength plus 3, Agility plus 4, Endurance plus 5, Intelligence plus 4, Physical Capacity plus 150, Mechanical Power plus 4%, Manufacturing Speed plus 4%. The total strength bonus, Strength plus 10, Agility plus 10, Endurance plus 14, Intelligence plus 8, Physical Capacity plus 320. Mechanical Quality and Manufacturing Speed plus 10% is almost equal to nearly 1/3 of its basic attributes and has a huge effect. The mechanical system relies on mechanical combat, so there is definitely nothing wrong with adding intelligence. In order to escape from the laboratory, Han Xiao added a lot of strength and endurance to support his health. Now, there is no need, so he devoted all the 9-point freedom attributes to intelligence, up to 58 points. The speed and quality of manufacturing machinery and the power of using machinery will be increased. Mechanic Apprentice LV4, total level 24, combat effectiveness level reaches 160 ohms. According to the current development momentum, by the time the public beta is opened, my strength can exceed the first batch of players by several levels. I am afraid that players will not be able to reach my level in a short period of time. Han Xiao secretly wondered that it also takes time for players to upgrade, and in a short period of time, I am afraid that the intersection with him will be limited. Suddenly, the sound of a panel prompt sounded in my mind. After taking a look at the content, he was stunned. The internal test is detected to be turned on. Data is being obtained. The data is obtained. The internal test time is 12 days. Internal test? Han Xiao was surprised. I actually forgot this. Han Xiao vaguely remembered that there was a 2-day internal test activity in his previous life, and the ratio of game time to real time was 6-1, which is equivalent to 12 days in the game. Star C is managed by the latest generation of optical brain structure and completely abandons manual labor. The internal test is only a test run, so the time is short and the quota is limited. There are only 30,000 places in total, and they are basically taken by the Grand Guild and Professional Club. The remaining quotas are lottery among millions of applicants. Han Xiao was exhausted at that time and did not stand out. According to his memory, the internal test occurred 1 week before the public beta. It should only be more than a month to convert the game time, but the countdown to the public beta of his public beta is more than 130 days. Han Xiao emerged a guess that he had not noticed before. When the player did not appear, the real time had no connection with the game time. Yes, it should be like this. Every time the version is updated, the reality is only 2 or 3 days, but the time span of the Star C world is calculated in years. This is undoubtedly good news. Every time the version is updated, he has more than the players to develop more time. But it seems he is about to worry about lifespan. Han Xiao touched his chin, and his hand felt thorny, and he grew stubble. It has been more than half a year since he arrived in Shanghai. Han Xiao suddenly remembered the most controversial version of that year, the Chosen Clan. This is the most brainless version that players unanimously recommend. Unlike other versions of disasters and major events, This version is harmonious, without a theme, and completely incompatible with the version name, as if it is just for players to explore at will, which is confusing. NPC template function unlocks. Player forum unlocks. 2 new prompts appeared, and Han Xiao was shocked. NPC function, no introduction at all. After watching for a long time, only a lonely panel prompt was suspended in front of me. It seemed that I had to explore and contact the name. I should have NPC functions for players, such as posting tasks, selling goods, teaching skills, etc. The 30,000 internal test players have divided into more than a dozen novice planets, with about 1,000 to 2,000 people on each planet, which will not have any impact on the overall situation. The internal test is just an appetizer. The public beta that will be launched by players in the future is the origin of chaos. However, for Han Xiao, internal testing is a good opportunity to verify the guesswork. As long as you contact players, you can test the specific uses of the NPC function. Another tip, Player Forum, is a feature that Han Xiao is very familiar with. This is a built-in official forum. When players die and wait for resurrection, they will browse the forum to be resurrected, and Han Xiao is no exception. I didn't expect the forum to be open to me. It should be that only when players arrive, the real time is in line with the game time, so the forum is unlocked now. The entrance to the forum is in the corner of the panel. After clicking in, a familiar forum interface appeared in front of me. There were no posts at this time, and it was empty. He looked at the account in the upper right corner. At this time, the tourist was displayed, but the registration option was gray. Han Xiao was curiously clicked register, and an unexpected prompt appeared. Detection of game cabin neural link. Player not detected, cannot register. Han Xiao was stunned, and then realized that the official forum stipulated that only players entering the game cabin could register and post, and tourists could only browse to prevent the water army from polluting the forum environment. If you want to post and reply, you must buy the game cabin. As the saying goes, the market determines everything. When the cost is too high, the Navy will become extinct. The environment of the official forum is relatively harmonious, and the sky is bright and the water is clear. It seems that I can never register a forum account. Han Xiao was not depressed. It was already an unexpected surprise to be able to activate the forum. At least he could also read the players' posts and learn about the players' movements. Moreover, Han Xiao has always had a question, whether he exists in reality or not. If you want to figure out this problem, you can only pay attention to the forum at all times and pay attention to whether his former ID will appear. Of course, it is not ruled out that the possibility of the ID change. Since the player has appeared, it's better to find an opportunity to get in touch. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. Nickname, Mad Sword and Angry Sword. The regular start has been selected. The character is established, and race, carbon-based human, yellow. According to your tendency, the novice planet, Hylon star has been assigned. Random novice birthplace. After random completion, initial point, Dajou Mountain Settlement, coordinates 24.152, 182.644. Born, please wait patiently. P.S. Thanks to Z, Jiri Ling Tian, Qifeng, Book Friend, Tang Chao Huangzi, Buyu Xian, and Half Dead Rewards. P.S. No one guessed that the player appeared in more than 50 chapters. The settlement of Dajou Mountain is one of the initial points for the newcomers of the Sea Blue Star. The eyes of the Mad Dao and Fury Sword were already in a square, with Lus under his feet, and the rough air rushing into his nose, which was extremely real, and he could even feel the temperature of the sun. He lowered his head and pinched his arms. The muscles felt almost exactly the same as the reality, which made him amazed. This is a small square with hundreds of players standing around, looking at each other curiously and seeing the player nicknames above their heads. There were many wooden and stone camps around, and NPCs wearing simple animal leather jackets appeared in groups of 3 or 3 in a distance, pointing at this side, as if talking in a low voice. Following the guidance of the new character when creating new characters, the Mad Sword brings out the panel to view the character attributes of your level 1. Like the official website information, you will get a three-piece set of novice at the regular beginning. The clothing, pants, and boots that will never fall have no attributes except for covering your shame. He noticed that a buddy next to him pulled his pants and wanted to take them off. After working for a long time, he was in vain and looked regretful. Can't, bad review. I'll go, what blocking words did you say? What do you want to do? The crazy sword and angry sword looked horrified and quietly stayed away from that buddy. Guangdao Fu Jian is an unknown professional player. Not long after entering the professional circle, he is still a pink and tender newbie. He heard that before Star C was released, the International Game League began to prepare for the professional league, so he paid close attention. When the highly anticipated internal test was opened, Guangdao Fu Jian asked the club's senior management to get a precious internal test quota. If you take the lead in the land development period, you can take the lead step by step, and the sword is full of ambitions. Players in the square were talking. So real. What should I do now? Is there any hint? At this time, an old white-bearded man with white hair and a powerful man without anger. He looked like the white-haired Lion King, came to everyone and shouted, "If you outsiders want to eat enough, find me a job. Our settlement is not welcome to idle people. Well, the crops in the field need to be harvested, and the tailor shops and weapon shops in the south also need to be handicraftsmen. A batch of goods has just been transported at the entrance of the settlement, and people need to load and unload them. In short, as long as you work hard, you will not starve to death." Players notice that there are two frames next to the health point, namely the hunger value and the thirst value. Once the two drop to 0, the debuff of hunger and thirst will appear. The attributes are weakened, and the health point will continue to decline until death. The Mad Sword and Angry Sword threw a detective to the old man. Based on your level, you get the following information. Sandre, the village chief of the Daju Mountain settlement. Level. Properties. You can treat him as the village chief of the novice village. Danger degree. Medium. Players have detection functions and can see the name and information of NPC, but if the level gap is too large, information will be missing. The color of the NPC name represents the camp relationship. Green is friendly, yellow is neutral, red is hostile, and the degree of danger is the gap between the player and the target. Nowadays, players are all level 1 novices and cannot see Sandra's specific attributes. Weapon stores sell firearms, ammunition, and melee weapons. There are many people selling food and water on the market. The stadium to the west can rent a pack horse for riding. If you want to leave, a few kilometers north of it is a public transit train station. If you want to learn various life skills, blacksmith shops and tailor shops are good choices. According to Sandriai's description, everyone roughly understood the situation. The settlement can only transfer to a few life secondary professions and a junior hunter combat profession, and they all have to spend money to find people to train. The player's map is full of war fog at this time, and it is dark. More information such as planet background, map, power structure, etc. need to be explored to light up the panel map. There are many elements to explore. The Mad Sword and Rage sword has the feeling of Girls Scroll 21. Ultimately, early behavior requires money. So, at the beginning, you have to do life tasks to make money. I wonder if I can do the monster killing mission directly? A guild president asked, and the crazy sword recognized him. The president of the Killing World Guild cut into 18 Lu. He knew his personality by looking at his name, and he was probably from Guangdong province in China. Unexpectedly, Sandre muttered a few words about what it means to fight monsters when he heard this, and then laughed. "You little bodies hunting wild beasts, you are tired of living. You see that there is no mountain range. If you're not afraid of death, go to the mountain to hunt. Based on the prey you have caught, I will give you the corresponding reward. But for me, you can't even beat the weakest gray-backed hyena." Everyone looked over and saw that the mountains not far away were lush, with mountains continuous, towering and majestic, as if they could pierce the sky. The clouds surrounded the peaks like giant pythons on the mountain. The magnificent scenery made many players look intoxicated. The details were too real, and they were completely different from the sticker scenery of other virtual online games. He killed the 18 Lu and did not believe in evil. He brought several guild veterans and bought rough melee weapons with the 100C blue coins brought by the novice, and immediately ran to the mountains. Not long after, the group of people walked back dejectedly. The beast he met was extremely bad. The beast he encountered was a gorilla bigger than a human. As soon as he raised his knife, the orangutan was thrown into feces and dried up by an old ape. He was randomly resurrected nearby. 10,000 funny beasts ran past in his heart. Why is the monkey's attack method to throw shit? Should I be so close to life? The smell of fate can be vaguely smelled at the end of the nose, and the stomach is churning, and it is so churning. I don't object to the real details, but adding flavor to the poop is definitely a bad taste for developers. Damn, the wild monster is too strong. I died without seeing it clearly. I only lost 1 blood after 1 knife. Damn, the rustone knife I just bought fell off. Death deduction experience. The value depends on the total level, and the resurrection time will continue to be stacked. The first death is only 10 seconds, the second time takes 1 minute, the third time takes 5 minutes, and the fourth time takes half an hour, which is getting longer and longer. The resurrection time will be reset every 6 days in the game. The punishment for death is not light. The game can only die 10 times within 6 days. Once the number of times is full, it will be forced to go offline. It will not be launched again until the next day of reality. I heard that this is the latest anti-addiction method, which is more effective than the fatigue mechanism of Sky Island and Girl. After the number of times a day of death, students can only go offline and learn obediently. After Shanghai launched this setting, the Yang Internet Addiction Treatment Technology, which has been passed down for decades, was the first to give a negative review, probably because the business was affected. Players immediately gave up the idea of fighting monsters and ran errands to make money. Hundreds of players ran around and worked hard to do tasks, contributing to the socialist construction of Dajio Mountain. Sandre stroked his beard with a look of relief. This group of outsiders is very hardworking and has the value of cultivation. The reward is too few, only 50 yuan. The upgrade is so slow. I took half an hour of tasks to accumulate experience in upgrading. The operation feels so real. It will even lose blood when you hit yourself, which is great. Are you stupid? The beginning is both challenging and not purely abuse players. It has extremely high freedom, but also has the goal of giving optional novices. It is full of fun, making people grit their teeth while enjoying it. This feeling of pain and happiness immediately made players unable to help but put the game developer's wife in their hearts. Today we are all Lao Wang. Are you a professional player? When Guangdao Fujin heard someone calling him, he turned around and saw 3 players coming over together. Guangdao Fujin knew these 3 people, all of whom were super popular experts in the professional circle. Genius player Flash Fried Rice, a super expert who has been fighting in various virtual game professional league for 10 years. Bright Moon and Long Last, an esports beauty, Jiang Yula, who has tens of millions of fans, is talking at this time. Facing these great masters in the same industry, Guangdao and Furious Sword felt that he was shorter out of thin air and asked in a hurry, "Is there anything wrong?" Minghui Chong finally smiled and said, "I don't know if you noticed that the map sold in the market is priced at 3,000 C blue coins. The novice's mission reward is too small, and basically no one will buy the map. P.S. Thank you for giving me a haircut with a reward of 5,000. P.S. Thank you for your sins, and reading is good for your physical and mental health. Emote Chun Wooming, Book Friends, Saint, Wind Breaks the Line, and Blizzard Rewards. There are 3 types of internal test players. One is casual players who get quotas for lottery draws. One is working players from big guilds and clubs. And the third is professional players who get quotas from different channels. The goal of the latter 2 is to open up the land and lead all players. The internal test only has 12 days of game time, and it is not very meaningful to do novice tasks. You should also notice that players have high freedom. If you want to establish a leading advantage, you should open the map. This is the real gameplay of land clearing. Now is the golden age without competitors. Places outside the novice village are virgin lands, and there are countless opportunities. The Mad Knife and Angry Sword understood that the internal test time is limited and it is too wasteful to stay in one place to clean the tasks. It may be several levels higher than the public beta players. However, as everyone's level increases, this gap will become insignificant. The huge world is like a gold mine that no one has set foot in. As long as there are so many places and forces, as long as you take the lead, it means you can obtain inexhaustible follow-up tasks and resources. As a player, it is naturally not as fun as pursuing a land lot when you're trapped in one place to try to clean up the land. The Crazy Sword and Angry Sword asked in confusion, "Why did you tell me this? Everyone is a competitor. Do you remind me that isn't it just one more opponent?" Mingyue Chang finally smiled. Those guilds will realize this problem sooner or later. They have a large population, and it is easy to raise money to buy maps, so we also need to join us. Fried Rice and Yulong, I have formed a team. How about it? You can join too. There is no need to hesitate to do this kind of good thing, and the Guangdao and Sword decisively agreed. Shining Fried Rice said curiously, "The 4 people allocate 3,000 yuan. How do you divide it?" Mingyue Changzhong said, "I am the initiator. Let's make a big deal. I don't like to owe favors. I pay 1,000 yuan. That's it." Jiang Yulua's tone was cold, and after that he turned around and walked away to do the task, unwilling to waste a penny of time. Mingyue Chang finally scratched his nose with a wry smile. Everyone has known each other for several years. Why do you have to be so polite? Is it good to give others a chance to chase you? One day later, the 4 people gathered again and made up enough money to buy the map. After reading it, the panel map lit up many areas. The fog of war was much less, and the map was accompanied by the basic social situation of the Sea Blue Star. The 4 people learned about the 6 countries, the budding and the wandering warlords one by one. After reading it, Mingyue Chang finally frowned and analyzed. According to the above content, the largest camp is the 6 Kingdoms and the budding organization. The 6 Kingdoms seem to have official academies and various dojos, and they're also recruiting soldiers, making it easier to obtain the main profession. So we have to choose a camp. Well, I think Xinglong is good. Everyone had no objection because the distance was closest. The Daju Mountain Settlement is located in Xinglong Kingdom. The public train transfer stations are not far from this. Train transfer stations like this are all over the wild. Some are public facilities established by the state, and some are transportation routes of other forces. These train transfer stations are transportation tools in the wild, fast and safe, and can be taken with you just by spending money. If you're not afraid of encountering wild beasts, you can drive or ride a wild beast mount to cross mountains and hills. Mingyue Chang finished. Time is precious. If you want to go to the capital. You can arrive in about 3 days. Guangdao and Fu Jian felt a little regretful. 3 days were wasted, but he was embarrassed to withdraw now and spend all his money. How could he give up halfway? The train is crowded, and passengers can also trigger some small tasks, which is better than nothing, but they cannot jump around travel time, which makes it difficult for the 4 professional players to endure. Fortunately, they can watch the forum to pass the time, otherwise they will be bored to death. Players from all novice planets on the forum were sharing their experiences. Several people were very interesting to watch. Apart from the Crazy Sword and Angry Sword, he was very nervous, counting time every second, and his heart was bleeding. In his opinion, this was a waste of precious internal test time. 3 days later, the train arrived at the station and arrived in Shidu. Through the wire barrier, looking at the prosperity of the Shidu from afar, new tips appeared on everyone's panels. Discovering the Star Dragon capital will reward a small amount of experience. It turns out that I have experience in exploring maps. Flash Fried Rice looked around, curious, surprised by the reality of passers-by, and even the disgusting eyes were so vivid, which was amazing. The 4 people followed the crowd and were inspected at the checkpoint. The soldiers took various instruments to check on them. All indicators were on the green light, and everything went smoothly. After passing the checkpoint, the guards gave the 4 people a new item and a temporary ID card of Xinglong. The Flash Fried Rice suddenly had a meal and said in surprise, "The camp prompt has appeared." Without him reminding, The Mad Sword and Angry Sword also discovered it. The panel prompted the opening of a new camp, Star Dragon Kingdom. Favorability level 0, current relationship, cold, and identity is temporary citizen. Mingyu Wechangzhong looked at everyone and said, "Will we continue to form a team next, or act alone?" "I'll be with you." Shining Fried Rice laughed, and he was in the same club as Mingyu Wechangzhong, and of course he was in a group together. Jiang Yulua also chose to form a team with Mingyu Wechangzhong. They were all acquaintances, and it was more convenient to act together. He tilted his head and said seriously, "Don't bully me." Ming Wechangzhong was so funny that he knew Jiang Yulua for a few years, and knew that this girl could always be serious and cute, and it was unintentional. The three of them joked a few times, and Ming Wechangzhong finally looked at Quandaoqi Jian and asked casually, "Where are you?" Quandaoqi Jian saw the three professional masters chatting and laughing, thinking that he was just a newcomer and was a little inferior. He couldn't get into the topic along the way. He was close to the team, and it was the same whether he had him or not. He felt that he was just by the way. This feeling made him uncomfortable, so he waved his hand restrainedly and stammered, No, I like to act alone." "Okay, I have the chance to play together in the future." Ming Wechangzhong didn't care, and the three left together. The Mad Dao and Fury Sword looked at the backs of the three great gods, and felt a little angry, and said to himself, "I will squeeze into your circle sooner or later." The internal test is an opportunity to rise. Now I have also come to Shidu. This is obviously a high-level area. There are many tasks to trigger. I stand on the same point as Mingwe, Fried Rice, and Jiang Yulua. With my own strength, I will definitely make a name for myself. The crazy sword raised his mind and was about to take a step when he suddenly found a young man wearing a mask staring at him without a moment, his eyes deep. The Mad Dagger and Angry Sword felt like he was being targeted. He shuddered and subconsciously threw it to detect it. Based on your level, you can only get the following information. Han Xiao dash. Yellow name, level, properties, danger degree, extremely fatal. P.S. Thank you for the reward from Qingda. I will record all the rewards in the small notebook, and I will update them if I put them on the shelves. Dada. P.S. Thank you for the rewards of Z, Jiri Lingtian, Shisha, finding a wife for yourself, Inu Bin Wuru, Feng Yin, and Kicking Foam. Extremely fatal. The Guangdao and Fury Sword swallowed nervously. The armed guards on the train had previously detected that the danger level was only high. This was the most dangerous person he had ever encountered. Except for his name, all the data was a question mark. What level of person is it? The city shouldn't be very safe, right? Should I sacrifice my virginity today? At this moment, Han Xiao spoke, and the first sentence made the Mad Knife and Angry Sword so scared that he almost fell down. It's very rude to detect others as soon as we meet. The Crazy Sword was furious. The official website states that if the level difference is above 30, players will be found when they detect NPC. As soon as they enter the city, they will encounter such a high-level strongman. Han Xiao laughed in his heart. "Little girl, I don't understand you yet. I lost detection when I met. I was the same back then." Since getting the news that the internal test was started, Han Xiao has considered contacting players and finding the starting point of all the novices on the map. The closest one is the Dajiao Mountain Settlement, which is only 3 days away. But Nao Mingya is inquiring about his news everywhere, and Han Xiao does not want to leave Shidu easily. Now only internal test players can post. Han Xiao followed the forum and soon discovered a post. He analyzed that the advantage of internal test is to open a map, and ID is a bright moon and long end. A master-level professional player who often makes posts such as strategies and guidance. He is a good-looking man, handsome, key points, has a huge fan base, and is a powerful man. He has won many honors. He has always been in the top 30 in the list of experts in the Chinese district in his previous life. Han Zhao's best score was 47th. He once fell out of the top 100 in those years without eating dog food. So he came to a conclusion: stay away from girls and have a successful career. Han Xiao told this conclusion that he had been familiar with the single dog owner of the downstairs store for 28 years. The owner just smiled coldly and said, "It's right, but I chose a girl." But the girl doesn't choose you. So Han Xiao lost the right to discount the store for 15% off. The judgment of strength in the Huaxia expert list is not a simple operational skill. Shanghai has many types of competitions, such as individual singles competitions, ring wheel competitions, team competitions, mission competitions, limited time free exploration competitions, hunting and survival competitions, positional offensive and defense competitions, racing chase competitions, hybrid killing competitions, secret realm competitions, etc. Small-scale singles and hard fights only occupy part of the strength. Han Xiao has been helping people seek revenge all year round, and his operational level is excellent, but he is not that good at other aspects such as trash words that can be called a magic weapon to defeat the enemy, but he has just practiced well. After reading the post, Han Xiao guessed that there might be an internal test player coming to Shidu. He was wandering around the checkpoint a few days ago. As soon as the 4 professional players passed the checkpoint, he saw it. It was not that Han Xiao had good eyesight, but that he found that he could actually see the name above the player's head. Wow, what a group of dazzling professional IDs. They were all famous masters in their previous lives, and it was difficult not to pay attention. Is it because I own the panel? Han Xiao was puzzled. This is good news. Players have detection functions and can see all the names of NPCs, and they can also recognize players at a glance in a vast crowd. Am I an NPC with player functions, or a player with NPC with NPC? Han Xiao couldn't help but complain. This time I contacted players to test whether their NPC functions are strong or not. Warrior, I need help. Are you free? The standard task trigger opening word, cute. The crazy sword was stunned when he heard this. Although he didn't know why Han Xiao was looking for him, it didn't prevent him from becoming excited. As soon as I entered Shidu, I triggered the advanced NPC. This is definitely my blessed place. The Mad Dao angry sword was extremely excited and tried to calm his tone. I am willing to help. I need a bun. Can you find it? As soon as he finished speaking, Han Xiao suddenly received a prompt. Do you want to post a mission to Mad Sword and Sword? Here comes. Speaking of which, my panel can actually prompt the NPC function. Can I digitize all my behaviors? Maybe this is not an ordinary player panel. It mutates during the time travel, and it feels a bit cool. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes, and the next step was to test the specific effect. Yes. Please set task requirements and rewards. The rewards have experience limits, and the limit depends on your level, camp influence, and legend. P.S. You have the right to give extra material rewards, which can be anything that belongs to you, money, items, experience, skills, and a illusory box appears in front of you, divided into left and right sides. You can choose the type of task on the left, which is divided into ordinary tasks, prize pool tasks, competition tasks, challenge tasks, series tasks, running ring tasks, faction tasks, etc., with a wide variety. The quota is displayed on the right, which is divided into 2 items, namely maximum rewards and upper daily total credit limit. At this time, the experience quota is 11,600 experience, and the description is listed below. Maximum reward amount, experience, total level 24, plus 7,200. After advancement, the increased experience amount of each level will increase, and the first advancement will be plus 300 quota per level. Level E, plus 3,000. Captain, budding, hate, plus 1,000. 13 forms, neutral, plus 400. Legend, 0. The maximum reward amount is the upper limit of the reward for a single task, which means that Han Xiao can only set a reward of up to 11,600 experience for one task. As the name suggests, the upper limit of the daily total amount is the reward limit that can be given in a day. It is currently 5 times the maximum reward limit, which is 58,000, and it will be refreshed every 24 hours. After Han Xiao tried it, he found that this function was limited. If his maximum reward limit does not meet the basic reward standard for task difficulty, the task will fail. For example, publishing a task that destroys the budding organization. The difficulty is level A. The minimum reward requirement for level A tasks is much higher than his limit, so the task is not established. The quota of 11,600 can only be released for E-level ordinary tasks, and the minimum standard for D-level is 30,000 experience, and the types of tasks are different, and the quota is different. There is no explanation on the panel, and Han Xiao can only try it one by one. There will be prompts when the task is not established. It would be great if I could change the credit limit to my own experience. Han Xiao thought it out and tried it. It really didn't work. The credit limit was not his experience, and he could not pose tasks to himself. The target was limited to players. This also confirms a guess that one is not a player in nature, but has a panel. Han Xiao curled his lips. He only bought 20,000 to 30,000 experience every day, but he has a reward amount of nearly 60,000. If he tries his best to train a player, the progress will be almost up, but he will not do that. This function seems to be able to command players. Han Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately realized various uses. The most obvious one is to attract players to do tasks and become his helper, which can perform strange results in many cases. Players' interests are paramount and can be regarded as a group of mercenaries without bottom line. As long as the reward is generous, they can be used for themselves. Players will not waste time doing low-reward tasks. If you want a horse to run, you have to give it grass. So, it is imperative to increase the amount. The higher the credit limit, the more helpful it will be to yourself. In addition to experience credit, Han Xiao can also consume his own items as an additional reward. Han Xiao suddenly realized that no matter what game, only high-level NPC with strong strength or huge influence will issue high reward and difficult tasks. The principle is similar to his limit, but the panel displays a digitization. Han Xiao set a regular task at will and released it. At the same time, the Mad Dagger and Angry Sword received the task and was immediately confused. What the hell? Is the task of advanced NPC that simple? Just one piece of bread. The reward is only $1. Are you a poor guy? Wait. The Mad Dao Fu Jian realized something. According to his experience in playing virtual online games, this should be a pre-task and a test. Only by satisfying the other party can the follow-up mission be triggered. If it fails, he will miss the NPC. The more I thought about the crazy sword, the more I felt that it was possible. I took out 7 portions of bread, this was all his stored food, and handed them all to Han Xiao. He said sincerely, "This is all the bread on me. I'll give it to you." Han Xiao was confused. What's going on? Are players nowadays used to overcomplete tasks? Why is it different from what he thinks? After taking the bread, the task prompt was completed and everything went smoothly. Han Xiao did secretly. There are many types of tasks. Han Xiao does not plan to try them one by one immediately, and gives priority to testing other NPC functions. Han Xiao noticed that a small man-shaped symbol appeared next to the ID of the head of the Mad Sword. Han Xiao focused on the symbol. A new prompt suddenly appeared on the panel. An illusory, blood slot-like thing appeared in front of him. Only he could see a small pointer parked in the middle, with red on the left and green on the right. Do you adjust the favorability of Brave, Sword, and Rage? Can all this thing be adjusted? Han Xiao was stunned. Will this change his mind? If it is full, will I suddenly bend? No, you can't take risks. Han Xiao tried to turn the pointer to the right. He turned the left, reducing his favorability by 5 points. He found that his thoughts had not changed, and he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the good feeling was just a value, which did not affect his true thoughts. This function seems a bit useless. Han Xiao said intimately. Han Xiao's favorability towards you has dropped by 5 points, and his relationship is currently indifferent. Wow, why does completing tasks reduce your favorability? The Crazy Sword and Angry Sword were confused. What the hell? P.S. Thanks to Tang, Chao, Huangzi, Twilight, Leaf, Light Starts, Bonfire 1, X Sofa Cushion, Let Me Swing with the Wind, Sand, and Zero Demon of Autumn for rewards. Han Xiao figured out the favorability function, thought about it, and felt that he had the function of selling things to players, so he made a weird laugh. Boy, you are very good. I like you. I will only sell things to those who are destined to be. The crazy sword was furious, and he was stunned again when he heard this. Ah, I still said I was optimistic about me when I was depressed. Is the good feelings for this game the opposite? Why does this NPC laugh so cunningly? It's so terrible. I feel chills on my back. It's so evil. Did you open your personal store to Mad Sword and Sword? Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Yes. An illusory box similar to posting tasks appeared in front of him, but it was still divided into two sides. On the left is the item store, which prompts that his items can be placed, and even if they are not brought on, it can be displayed in the list. On the right is the skills store, which can put the skills he has mastered. Han Xiao tried to put a few of them on. Please set the price for the product. Note, the price can be currency, experience, and barter. You can also set purchase conditions, including not limited to favorability, level, skills, profession. The universe is vast, and there are many types of currencies. The sea blue currency is just the currency of the sea blue star. The only common currency in the universe is Einel. The currency type can be set freely, provided that you have contacted it. This function is really sound. Han Xiao exclaimed, and suddenly realized that if the favorability purchase limit is set for the product, wouldn't the favorability adjustment suddenly change from a useless rib to a bait? Oh, isn't this a routine used by developers to retain players? Seduce, to attract players to browse NPC, forcibly increase players' playtime. I thought I had done dozens of difficult tasks back then, so I won the reputation of Glorious Federation to respect and by the main ship of the glory. Is this a serf who turned his songs from a great proletarian freedom fighter to an unforgivable capitalist corrupt? Awesome to my panel. Han Xiao set up the product and confirmed the release. A store interface appeared in front of the Guangdao and Angry Sword. After a glance, his eyes were immediately attracted. He couldn't help but open his mouth wide. His face turned red, and he said something. Artificial artifact. Folding battle knife, high fire bullet, Type 73 Hornet pistol, Jason submachine gun, saber rifle. The Mad Knife Rage Sword was so excited by the attributes of these equipment that his eyes turned red. For him, all of them were magical artifacts. If he had these equipment, he would definitely be several levels ahead of all players. When I looked at the price again, it was as if a bucket of ice water was poured down, and my heart was very cold from head to toe. The cheapest high-fire bullet costs 100 per one. Why don't you grab it? There is also the lightweight power arm, which requires a favorability of more than 10 points. According to this NPC algorithm to reduce favorability, is this equipment always out of my reach? No wonder the danger is extremely fatal. This NPC is not something I should contact at this level. The item store made the sword angry and sword angry. When he looked at the skill store again, he immediately resurrected with full blood. Basic fighting, basic shooting, grappling. These general skills alone made the Mad Knife and Fury Sword salivate. When he looked down, he was stunned. Professional knowledge, a mechanical department for transferring jobs. There are also a lot of mixed mechanical skills. The most shocking thing about the Mad Sword and Angry Sword is power refining method. Divine skill. The Mad Dao, Angry Sword roared in his heart. Han Xiao suddenly shook his head. It's a pity that you are not a mechanic, and you can't learn my skills. The crazy sword was stunned and fell into a battle between heaven and man. He has already regarded Han Xiao as a character like Mysterious Mentor and Hidden NPC. It is definitely a rare opportunity. If you can learn from him, your growth rate can crush all players. But he prefers martial arts, and you can tell from his ID. After counting the money and experience, it was just enough to learn a basic mechanical knowledge. The Mad Sword and the Angry Sword finally made up his mind. If he doesn't seize this opportunity to win the Mark 6 lottery, he will definitely regret it for the rest of his life. I've been betting. I'll definitely not suffer any losses this time. Did you change to the mechanical department? Confirm. Your basic weapon science has been learned, and you have obtained 500 experience and 100 C blue coins. The consumption of the skills of the Mad Sword and Rage Sword will be handed over to Han Xiao, which is equivalent to the tuition fee. Teaching skills is equivalent to teaching, and your own skills will not change as a result. The skills Han Xiao chose to display were carefully considered. First of all, advanced knowledge and drawings will definitely not be sold. Active combat skills, such as sliding shooting, have not been displayed. Most of the taught skills are skills that players can easily obtain. Of course, most players do not know this yet. For example, power refining method. Players will definitely wake up after the first advancement at level 20, but seeing the Mad Sword and Angry Sword's excited look, it is obvious that this is not clear. Selling skills players will definitely learn in the future is equivalent to making money from nothing. But Han Xiao understands the principle of hunger marketing. Strength refining method. The price is set to experience and 3,000 C blue coins. This is a huge sum for novices, and he also sets a favorability of more than 10 points before he can buy. Thinking of this, Han Xiao hurriedly adjusted the favorability of the Mad Sword and Angry Sword back to 0, always giving customers some confidence and hope. The Mad Dagger and Fury Sword suddenly had a misunderstanding, thinking that Han Xiao liked to do transactions very much, and only by buying things could he increase his favorability. He secretly decided to visit Han Xiao's business more in the future. After initially testing the basic NPC function, Han Xiao completed the goal and took a step. Wow, don't leave, I want to hang out with you, big guy. Guangdao Fujin suddenly became anxious and said hurriedly, "Where will I find you in the future?" Han Xiao paused, wrote the address of the repair shop on the note, leaving it to Guangdao Fujin. Sure, Shiran left, leaving behind an unpredictable back. The crazy sword and the sword were as if they had a treasure. They carefully put away the notes and were excited. This is my opportunity. Those powerful mechanical equipment and skills are enough to make him ahead of all players. With such an advantage, they can definitely make their mark. But the premise is that this opportunity is enjoyed by him alone. The crazy Dao and Angry Sword said inwardly, "You can't let others discover this hidden NPC." Several internal test players are like an inconspicuous wave to the big city of Shidu, not eye-catching, and they are all poor. Han Xiao is not interested in them for the time being. This trip is just to test the NPC function, and the result makes him very satisfied. He conceives various uses to trick players in his mind. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. His mind drifted away, and scenes in his memory appeared, and the pictures were stained with hazy colors, like mirrors, water, and moon. In his previous life, Guangdao Fujian was one of the first professional players to compete in Star Sea. He was a master of martial arts. He made a big shot in the first season and won one of the top 24 seats in the Huaxia district. He went abroad to fight against foreign enemies. This honor made Guangdao Fujian famous in one fell swoop and established his position. But now, a future master-level martial arts player who has been fooled into a mechanical system by himself, is hard to say what will happen in the future. At least there is no chance to make a comeback in the first and second seasons. He missed the achievements that should have belonged to him and embarked on another path. Han Xiao dared to choose the mechanical system because he knew that the mechanical system was extremely powerful in the later stage and overwhelmed most players, but the players at this time obviously did not know this. The mechanical system had a dim light in the early stage and was relatively weak. He once felt that the future was bleak, and he changed his number and practiced again. Most of them were professional players. I always feel like I've cheated him. Han Xiao shook his head. What is cheating? Strictly speaking, this is the choice of Guangdao and Angry Sword. As long as he can persevere, he will definitely thank me after a few versions. Well, maybe. There are many job opportunities in the West, and the conscription office at the checkpoint can join the Xinglong army. There are some evil forces in the slums in the 8th district who are recruiting employees. Only men are recruiting, which fully exposes the discrimination of women in the workplace. Various shops on the street also have countless daily tasks. Perhaps walking on the street to hold a passerby can trigger the daily tasks of finding a missing wallet and catching a tree-mounted kitten. There are also various shops that recruit part-time jobs, which can make money, which proves the inference of the bright moon's long end. The new map contains countless opportunities. Of course, Shidu is a high-end map after all, and many places are not open to low-level novices. Minghua Changzhong and the three of them also hit a wall. Jiang Yulua found out that Shidu Academy was turned away and was very depressed. She went to the first area and was beaten out by a sentry with a gun, almost giving up the virgin death. The next day, Minghua Changzhong, Jiang Yulua, and Shining Fried Rice chose to participate in the recruitment, joined the Star Dragon Army, and became a soldier. Finally, they unlocked the combat profession, recruitment. They did a lot of fun in various training tasks, and their camp belonged to become more accurate from Star Dragon Country to Star Dragon Army, and their identity also became private. Minji Wechang finally did not forget the mad Daoqiu Jian walking alone. Several people added friends to each other in the car. Minji Wechang finally kindly told mad Daoqiu Jian to join the army in the communication. However, mad Daoqiu Jian took a few perfunctory words and hung up the communication, which made Minji Wechang finally feel depressed. He thought mad Daoqiu Jian was not interested, so he shook his head and ignored it. Ming Wechang finally didn't know that the mad Dao and angry sword didn't look down on the opportunity, he said. He was just trying to hold Han Xiao's thick legs tightly, so he was so happy that he was about to die of ecstasy. In order to carefully test all aspects of the posting of the task, Han Xiao kept releasing various strange tasks to the Mad Knife and Angry Sword, including kicking the butts of 10 passersby, take off the patrol police's pants, rotating the Golden Rooster Independent Little Swan for 5 minutes, sticking up his butt and shouting 3 times, and so on. After testing, Han Xiao finally confirmed that as long as his reward limit can meet the difficulty standard, he can post any content tasks without restrictions. The Crazy Sword and the Sword are angry but want to die. These tasks are full of evil tastes that reveal their taste, which makes him more and more horrified at Han Xiao. Just when Han Xiao is watching, he will feel a chill from his crotch to his forehead. But Han Xiao gave several times more experience than novice tasks. For the sake of experience, the Mad Knife and Angry Sword smashed the pure and flawless integrity with his own hands. Why is my eyes full of tears? That is a desperate accusation of this heavy-tasting world. The reward of giving up integrity allowed him to quickly upgrade, learn various basic skills from Han Xiao, and contributed another experience to Han Xiao. Although the internal test was unexpected by Han Xiao, it had no impact on the overall situation. Compared with the population of the entire planet, players in the internal test were just a drop in the ocean. If players want to influence the pattern of the novice planet, they have to grow for a long time. The internal test only is 12 days and can't do anything. A small, inconspicuous abnormal cyclone on the sea will become a storm that swept the world after continuous accumulation. Players in the internal test are all poor. There's not much fuel and paint on them. But in the long run, players are the largest consumer group. Han Xiao controls mission experience, which is more than novice missions, but it is limited. It helps the growth of Guangdao Fu Jian slightly. This is his layout. Guangdao Fu Jian relies on his mission and the equipment purchased from him. When everyone has not grown up, he should have a brilliant performance. Even if Guangdao Fu Jian wants to be low-key, the club he belongs to will not agree and will definitely promote it, which will arouse other players' curiosity about Guangdao Fu Jian's opportunities, so as to expand their potential customer base. At that time, he will raise his arms and take the initiative to contact him. His experience and money will flood him. Han Xiao also knew very well that the Crazy Sword wanted to monopolize his own little thoughts, but he didn't care. It was normal for human nature. Time passes. Countdown to the public beta. 126 days, 11 hours, 32 minutes. In addition to the experience of manufacturing high-fire ammunition, Han Xiao used it to browse player forums. Player forums is an authoritative platform for player communication. It is usually used to kill time when setting up stalls and waiting for resurrection. Now only internal test players post in it. The women of the Sea Blue Star Royalon are all so beautiful. I'm eager to team up to challenge the Yellow Sham Mob Bandits. Location: Changxing Star, Luolong Valley. Coordinates: the scenery of the Polyton Star Magic Floating City was captured. I was randomly called a tentacle monster, asked how to change race online, etc. Damn, I want to exchange it with you. I want to be a tentacle monster. Posts are usually asking for help and sharing information, and some guilds show the team's progress to improve their reputation. There are more than a dozen novice planets, including magic civilization, ancient civilization, science fiction civilization, martial arts civilization, religious civilization, etc. There are many races and different social forms. The most popular ones are Frost Winter Star, the territory of the Void Demon Clan, and one of the strongholds of the Extinguishing Legion. Most of the players there are not human races, although their philosophy, extinguishing the fire of civilization, can be justified. Every time Han Xiao sees the name of the Extinguishing Legion, he still feels a subtle feeling of pain. Suddenly a new post appeared and was instantly pinned, attracting his attention. The first B-level mission, Han Xiao exclaimed. He remembered that the first B-level mission appeared after the public beta. How can anyone come into contact with this level of tasks in the internal test? Han Xiao clicked in curiously and saw a bunch of players discussing the water below. You are a scam? I haven't even seen a D-level mission. SB upstairs. There are pictures and truths on the post. It must be P. Otherwise, why would you only cut off the task name and not put the content of the mission? It's funny. Will you let you take the mission? It must be very difficult. We haven't even passed the novice period. How can we complete it? The publisher is the Gods Guild, and they are elites. Maybe there is a way. Is there anyone who is too big to tell me which planet this is? Touch the dogs' heads here with a smile. Sorry, my Wonkai ran out. The first floor talks about a young man. The second floor is hard. The third floor is itchy. The fourth floor is bulging. The fourth floor is undulating. And the fifth floor takes off his clothes. In order to report the sixth floor, he is slapped on the seventh floor. His face is slurry. The eighth floor is hot, and the ninth floor is super strong. I hope that the 10th floor will not be confused. Holding the stem straight in, picking the 11th floor, the 12th floor is like a gun, looking down, and the 13th girl came out. Wen Hao was shocked. I was shot out. Melon skins. This is an old joke from decades ago. Han Xiao smiled knowingly. A trace of nostalgia. Carefully read the reply of more than 10 pages one by one, and then went to read the content. The post only puts a screenshot of the task name, and that screenshot instantly made Han Xiao narrow his eyes. B-level mission. Investigation number 0. Han Xiao immediately thought of the Minya organization and looked at the poster, the official certified ID, the Gods Guild. The Guild of the Temple Club? Temple Club, a wealthy family in the professional circle, has had countless great gods and has its own industrial chain. Han Xiao once had a holiday with them. He used to take a revenge order and exploded the president of the Gods Guild several times. He put his body in various shameful postures and posted it on the forum to watch it for a fee. The title follows the style of the WC Shocking Department, Shock. Why did the God's president? The woman burst into tears when she saw it, and the man was silent when she saw it, making a quick money, and then was chased by the entire Gods Guild for a month. I missed the feeling of killing players. Han Xiao sighed and turned to look at the mad dagger and angry sword. The crazy sword froze all over, feeling Han Xiao's eyes full of maliciousness, which scared him so much that he didn't dare to move, like a wooden man standing there, sweating on his forehead. Han Xiao shook his head and pondered secretly. In a past life, the Gods Guild joined the Berry Camp and was one of the largest player guilds on the Berry Camp. It seems that it has not changed now. Even a group of internal test players can receive the task of investigating him. It seems that Minya is determined to kill him. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and there was a hint of coldness. For today's players, if they want to bypass the 13th game and find Han Xiao who can beat them, the difficulty of breaking through the sky is no wonder they are designated as a B-level mission. Only by relying on the advantage of numbers can you have a slight chance. But the Gods Guild seems to be short of people. Suddenly, Han Xiao knew the next target and which bud base should he choose. The 15 internal test quotas of the Gods Guild fully interprets what the privilege class is. The president and vice president personally brought some experts from the core group into the internal test. After discussion, they expressed their tendency towards technology in a systematic questionnaire survey. Their idea is very simple. Since the background of Star C is the universe and stars, technology must be the main theme. For this choice, the Gods Guild was assigned to Hylon Star and quickly gathered money to buy a map. After careful consideration, President Jupiter chose the budding organization as the early camp, and there was a budding base near the Crow Forest town where they were born. Jupiter felt that the budding organization should be the strongest camp, hostile to all countries on the entire planet, and can still exist safely. How profound the power should be. As for who is correct in the NPC camp concept, what does it have to do with them? Only patients with late-stage internet addiction care about the life or death of a group of NPCs, and they all need to be treated by Yang technology. The facts did not disappoint the Gods Guild. After joining the budding camp, they were taken to a new scene called the Dark Crow Valley Base, officially becoming a low-level member of the budding organization, and obtained a large number of training tasks. The biggest surprise is the B-level mission, Investigation Number 0. Even the Gods Guild did not expect that there would be such a big gain, and the rewards made them extremely moved. The task prompt is very simple. I only know that the mission target 0 is in Xinglong territory, and I don't know any other clues. At this time, the Gods Guild was holding a meeting in full swing to discuss how to complete this task. Jupiter said in a deep voice, "This is the first B-level mission. It doesn't seem to require combat. It is possible to complete it with our current level. The reward is extremely generous. It can make us ahead of all players. Whether we can suppress other guilds in the future depends on whether we can seize this opportunity. We only know that 0 is in Star Dragon, with such a large range. The chance of finding a needle in a haystack is too small. Besides, the internal testing time is not much. So to complete this task, we can only hope for the public beta. Before that, we should conduct a preliminary investigation first," said core member Poseidon. Everyone nodded, and there were many different opinions and ideas were put forward. Jupiter likes to dig out hidden elements and pondered. The task prompt implicitly expresses that the budding and 0 are hostile. If we capture 0 alive, or even kill them, are there any additional rewards? It makes sense. It is worthy of being an old pig. That's probably the difficulty of a level. Poseidon was not optimistic. There is no impossible task, but the shortcut has not been found yet. Jupiter knocked on the conference table. The public beta will be a week after the internal test. During this period, other veterans have to discuss solutions. The public beta will continue to do this task. This will be a breakthrough for the land reclamation. Vice President Shiva said proudly, "When the public beta is, we will have the resources of the guild. If even we can't handle this task, no one can complete it." It's right. Jupiter's characteristic head. Poseidon made a suggestion. With the power of other players, it's much faster than we find ourselves. Jupiter's eyes lit up. It makes sense. Post to announce the appearance of number 0 and give a reward. As long as we contribute valuable clues, we will give him money. The Temple Club is a wealthy family and has a wealthy reputation. P.S. Thank you for your rewards. P.S. Thank you, Qing and loneliness. Okay. Hey, book friends. Reading is good for physical and mental health. Fengzi said, burning dragons, opening stars, food production, love and blind dates, drunken rewards. The gods are really rich. If only I could find 0. The Mad Dao Fu Jian saw the post from the Gods Guild and glanced at the reward amount with a look of regret. However, Kuang Dao Fu Jian did not envy the opportunity of the Great Guild at all. He looked at Han Xiao beside him, his eyes full of heat. As long as I hold this thigh tightly, I will definitely upgrade faster than anyone else. At the beginning, although he obeyed Han Xiao's tasks physically, he was psychologically repulsive. But gradually, he found that such tasks were very interesting. As long as he lost his integrity, it was much simpler than killing monsters and running rings. It was simple and fun. He gradually became addicted to it. The mad sword and angry sword felt that his thoughts had been sublimated, and he had a vague understanding. Shame is a genetic lock that hinders human development. Abnormal? No. That's just a great pioneer that ordinary people cannot understand. Martyr who transcends the world. Lu Qian looked strange and pointed at the crazy sword sitting at the door staring at Han Xiao and said, "Is he chasing you?" Han Xiao. "I think he is very sincere. Otherwise you can just obey him." Lu Qian giggled. She finally got rid of the embarrassment caused by the last misunderstanding and started talking and laughing with Han Xiao again. Han Xiao, she looked and reached out to scratch Lu Qian's itchy flesh. Lu Qian hurriedly avoided, screamed in surprise, crossed her hands and covered her waist, staring at Han Xiao nervously, ready to escape at any time. Because Grandpa wanted to match her and Han Xiao, Lu Qian was nervous for a long time. However, she gradually realized that Han Xiao's intimate behavior was not because he had thoughts about her, but because he did not treat her as a woman at all, or because he did not treat her special treatment for women. This made Lu Qian feel relieved, but she couldn't help but doubt her charm. A woman is in the sea of thought. If she pleases her, she will be wary of you. If she disdains, she will be unhappy. Of course, this situation is based on your appearance. If you're handsome enough and please her, you can get rid of the group. If you disdainfully care about it, you can still get rid of the group. So it is not me that I am pessimistic. Most people are destined to eat dog food or be burned to death when they are born. Lu Qian was dressed coolly, and the white soft flesh on her chest was streaked with a thrilling curve. Han Xiao was completely immune to the beauty, and he had already taken it lightly. He worked 15 hours a day recently and seemed to be developing towards sexualism. He dreamed last night that he also dreamed of transforming his little hook into a machine gun. After waking up, he thought about the feasibility seriously and thought it was very practical. He was so scared that he hurriedly recalled more than a dozen ex-girlfriends, including Mimi, 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 and Mimi, and Mimi, which reset the correct values of male creatures. People can die, but birds cannot disappear. After glanced at the mad sword and angry sword, Han Xiao silently calculated the time, and there was only the last day left in the internal test, and this guy was finally going to get out. He only tested the NPC function on the mad sword and rage sword. He did not contact several other professional players who came as she do, and there was no need for this. Suddenly, a prompt appeared on the panel. You have triggered the emergency mission, assassination. Task tips. The killer is about to reach the battlefield. Task requirements. Survive. Task reward. Unknown. Han Xiao's face suddenly turned solemn. Emergency mission. Attacks will occur at any time. Unlucky. Old Man Lu is not at home at this time. Feng Jun and others monitored the surroundings at all times. He could even trigger the mission, which means that the enemy must use extraordinary means to approach, and it is very likely that he is a superpower. Without time to explain, Han Xiao rushed back to the room, brought all the weapons with him, and strided away from the repair shop. For the sake of Old Man Lu's hidden plot, he did not want to implicate Lu Qian. The crazy sword and angry sword hurriedly followed. Han Xiao glanced at him, without saying a word, moved quickly, and a faint alertness appeared, as if someone was staring at him in secret. If the other party has been hiding in the dark, it will be a time bomb, so it is better to take the initiative to let it explode. The temperature became colder, and Mad Dao and Furious Sword touched his arm, suddenly feeling a little scared. The invisible murderous intent is condensing. Han Xiao took the initiative to drill into the dark alley. After walking through a section of the alley, his vigilance suddenly pointed to the highest point. My eyes suddenly turned dark, as if I was trapped in a misty dark abyss, losing all my voice without any reference, as if I was in a mother's fetus, peaceful and quiet, making people just want to fall asleep. Hallucination. Han Xiao suddenly widened his eyes and rushed straight into his brain. You are trapped in an illusion and are judging. Your intelligence is above 50 points, and the judgment is passed, and you are immune to this illusion. The darkness suddenly broke, and the illusion disappeared. At the moment of his perception recovery, Han Xiao discovered that a strange male killer appeared 5 meters away. He held his pistol and pointed it at his eyebrows, with a sneer of a sure win on his face. Kata. The killer pulled the trigger. Han Xiao's expression changed. How can I dodge the bullet at such a close distance? It is often said that in the moment before the fatal danger, time will be extended infinitely. Han Xiao felt that the flow of time seemed to slow down. The next moment, Han Xiao suppressed all negative emotions with extreme reason, and his eyes immediately calmed down as ice. I'm not dead yet. Time flow rate returns to normal. The moment the bullet came out of the bore, Han Xiao launched, sliding shooting, and his whole person moved a distance slightly like teleportation. The effect of sliding steps is to complete the farthest 3 meters of sliding steps in an instant. Once the moving distance is reduced, the time required will be shortened in proportion. Han Xiao set the moving distance only 5 centimeters, and he completed dodging almost instantly to avoid the fatal key points. The bullet rubbed Han Xiao's side face and plowed out a burnt, bloody mark with flesh rolling, and the scorching pain stimulating the nerves. He could not believe the bullet that must be killed was dodged by him. A slight difference. The killer's face changed. As the assassination executive of the Mungbang organization, Nosa has assassinated hundreds of targets with illusion powers. Even if the targets are all psychics, they have never failed. The organization's intelligence stated that number 0 is at most elite agent level, but relying on mechanical combat and lack strong abilities. How could it be that he could break free from his illusion so quickly? The information is wrong. While Han Xiao dodged quickly, he pulled out the 2 crazy eagles inserted into the back waist like a phantom, blessed the continuous shooting state. The fiery power introduced the double guns, and then activated the overload. The roaring large-caliber bullets shot out. The recoil force made his wrist tremble. Bang 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 dot go in guntatak we gomlet at the same time. Han Xiao's use of sliding shooting was magical. It looked simple, but it was actually a perfect explosion of his rich practical experience. Nosa's body was trembling continuously. If it weren't for the strength to protect his body, he would have almost been blown up to the point of being so cool that he vomited blood, burst out his strength, and quickly retreated and wanted to escape. He made a mistake in one step and lost his power step by step. He believed in the killer's creed that if one blow failed, he would immediately escape. Han Xiao's face was cold, and he gathered his legs together. He caught up with Nosa. He quickly changed into a high-ignition magazine and aimed at Nosa's front and shot. The sea of fire surged up, blocking the road ahead. Nosa hurriedly stopped, gritted his teeth, turned to stare at Han Xiao, and his eyes were filled with colorful fog, deep and weird. Detected an illusion invasion, and you are judging. Your intelligence is above 50 points, and your judgment is successful, and you are immune to this illusion. Bang! Han Xiao paused, and without saying a word, he accurately shot Nosa's neck, creating a terrifying blood hole. Nosa's eyes widened, with a look of horror, covering her neck, but unable to stop the blood from splattering. Her trachea was broken when she wanted to speak, and she could only make a giggle. Why can't the illusion ability that has been tried and done can affect zero? Han Xiao strode towards him. His two guns were like spears, and he directly knocked over Nosa. He pressed him to the ground with his chest and pulled the trigger. Boom! The gunshots were dull. The bullet penetrated the body, and the ground under Nosa suddenly exploded with a splashing bright red rose. His facial features squirted out flames, and his internal organs were instantly burned into charcoal by the high-burning bullet, and his hands were struggling softly. You kill Nosa Kono, LV-25 Supernatural, the executive of the budding organization, and you gain 7,500 experience. You complete the emergency mission, assassination, and you get a character advent card. Han Xiao gasped slightly. The blood with the mask slid along his cheeks to his chin and fell downwards, falling into red plums on the ground. The surroundings finally became quiet, and only the flames were left burning. As soon as Nosa died, the mad sword and angry sword escaped from the illusion. Only a moment passed in his perception. When he saw the battle scene in front of him, he was shocked. What happened here just now?